Inside a grand, antique-style hall, red wedding banners were hung all around, and the candlelight created a lively and festive atmosphere. At this moment, in the center of the hall, a man sitting in a wooden wheelchair is holding a wedding ceremony with a bride wearing a red veil. Yigu sat quietly in his wheelchair, his gaze sweeping slightly over the bride opposite him. Looking at the red veil, a bitter smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Just as he bent down to complete the ceremony, a clear voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the grand wedding and married his wife. Jiang Lian'er. The Invincible Pampered Wife System has been activated. By showering your wife with affection and raising her favorability to a certain level, you can obtain divine-level cultivation techniques, legendary physiques, various skills, and miraculous elixirs. You can even heal your crippled legs. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Yigu froze on the spot. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within him. He was transported to a fantasy world of cultivation by accident. At first, he fantasized about becoming stronger step by step through cultivation and mastering great power. Unfortunately, his talent for cultivation was mediocre, destined to never become a strong person in his lifetime. To make matters worse, Yigu's mother suffered a severe injury while pregnant with him, resulting in him being born with a disability in both legs and confined to a wheelchair. He was also arranged by his family elders to marry Jiang Lian'er, a concubine's daughter of the Jiang family, in place of his older brother. A series of harsh realities had driven him to despair, and he had planned to live out the rest of his life in an ordinary way. Little did he know that the turning point in his fate would come on his wedding day. At this moment, Yigu made up his mind to treat Jiang Lian'er with utmost sincerity and spoil her rotten. He would also use the system's rewards to repair his crippled legs and completely change his fate. Yigu could hardly hide his excitement. He was so distracted that he couldn't concentrate on the wedding ceremony, and his mind was only on the system he had just activated and its contents. He silently chanted in his mind, "System, open the newbie gift pack." As soon as the thought left his mind, a dazzling spectrum appeared in his mind, accompanied by a crisp notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Cultivation Assistant's secret technique, Dragon and Phoenix Manual. Dragon and Phoenix Manual, a cultivation aid technique that greatly enhances the efficiency of cultivation. In its current state, it doubles the host's cultivation speed. When a husband and wife cultivate together, the wife also receives the same speed boost. Friendly reminder, the Dragon and Phoenix Manual cultivation effect is doubled and can be further enhanced through acts of pampering one's wife. Upon seeing the description of this reward, Yigu couldn't help but smile. Although the initial increase was only a doubling of cultivation speed, it was an immense gift for someone who had always struggled to make any progress in cultivation. More importantly, this secret technique could actually be upgraded. This means that the path of cultivation, which he had long given up on, has now been rekindled with hope. Even his legs, which had troubled him for 16 years, are finally seeing the light of day for recovery. Pampering his wife was something Yigu genuinely wanted to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have considered so much for Jiang Lian'er even before the formal wedding ceremony. As a time traveler, he firmly believed that husband and wife should be equal. If Jiang Lian'er was willing to marry him despite his disability, how could he not cherish and pamper her? Amidst his excitement, the wedding ceremony finally came to an end. Yi Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, and then ordered his men to escort Yigu and Jiang Lian'er to their bridal chamber. Although Yi Changming was still worried about his son's future, he couldn't contain his excitement when he saw Yi Guzhen get married. As a father, the most anticipated moment is witnessing his son start a family and build a career. Inside the bridal chamber, Yigu looked at Jiang Lian'er sitting on the bed, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "There's no one else here. Lift your veil yourself." Jiang Lian'er paused for a moment, then said timidly, "Husband, please lift it. We can't break the rules." Yigu smiled faintly and said, "I would also like to lift it myself, but unfortunately my legs are not strong enough. I'll have to trouble you to do it yourself." Hearing this, Jiang Lian'er did not insist any further and gently lifted the veil. During the wedding ceremony, she had obviously seen Yi Gu's condition through the gap in the veil, so she did not show any surprise at this moment. Looking at her, Yigu couldn't help but admire her in his heart. As expected of a woman from the Jiang family, although she is born out of wedlock, her appearance is truly outstanding. He smiled and said, "I'll tell you something, I hope you won't be too surprised. Actually, I'm not Yi Zhong. My name is Yigu. I'm his younger brother." Jiang Lian'er was stunned when she heard this, clearly a little confused. Yigu continued to explain, "Originally, it was my elder brother Yi Zhong who was going to marry you, but he couldn't make it back because of the Qingyang Academy's admissions. There was really no one else at home, so I temporarily stepped in for him. Since I stepped forward, it means that I truly want to marry you. If you are willing, I, Yigu, will treat you as my wife from this day forward and do everything in my power to give you a good life. If you're not willing, I will never force you. You should know that my legs are already disabled. It would take a lot of courage for you to spend your life with me, so the decision is in your hands." After saying this, he said no more, slowly pushed his wheelchair to the table, and silently drank a cup of tea. Jiang Lian'er stared at his retreating figure, her mind a jumbled mess. She couldn't believe that the person before her wasn't her husband, but her younger brother. Even more unexpectedly, this brother-in-law who had taken the blame for her was actually willing to marry her and even gave her the final say. Keep in mind, from childhood to adulthood, no one had ever asked her if she was willing. "Have you thought it through?" Yigu took a sip of tea and asked gently. Jiang Lian'er shook her head slightly. "I don't know. No one has ever made me make a decision." Upon hearing this, Yigu couldn't help but sigh. This was the tragedy of women in the old days. Now that you've met me, let you make the first decision. The fate of women in the old era is always heartbreaking, and Yigu couldn't help but feel compassion. He was able to obtain the Dragon and Phoenix manual thanks to Jiang Lian'er, and he should repay her in kind. Hearing his sincere words, tears silently streamed down Jiang Lian'er's face. She wasn't crying because of her miserable life, but because she was experiencing for the first time what care and respect meant from this man she had only met once. Over the years, besides her mother, who has truly cared about her thoughts. And now, the one giving her these things is a man who should be a stranger. At that moment, Jiang Lian'er finally made her decision. She wiped away her tears and whispered, "I'm willing to marry you. Although you have difficulty walking, I feel a care from you that I've never felt before." As she spoke, she rose and bowed to Yigu, her tone firm. "Thank you for not abandoning me, my lord. I am willing to follow you for eternity, to regard you as my heaven, and to serve you by my side." As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Yigu's mind. Ding! Host has successfully pampered his wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 10%. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix manual cultivation speed increased by 2 times, 2 dewdrop pills. Yigu was stunned. "This is the reward for spoiling my wife? My cultivation speed doubles? That's awesome." He then checked the information about the dewdrop pill, his expression subtly changing. Dewdrop pill, a cultivation elixir, taken by husband and wife before joint cultivation. It can significantly enhance their cultivation level. Jiang Lian'er approached softly and asked, "Husband, are you tired? Would you like me to help you rest?" Yigu looked at her charming appearance and felt a flutter in his heart. "Yes, thank you, Lian'er." "Troublesome." Jiang Lian'er looked at him in confusion. Yigu smiled and looked down at his legs. "I have no feeling below my waist, but don't worry, that part won't be affected. So, tonight's wedding night will be a bit of a hassle for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er's pretty face immediately turned bright red with embarrassment. Yigu also felt a little embarrassed, so he quickly took out 2 dewdrop pills, put one in his mouth, and handed the other to Jiang Lian'er. He said with a smile, "Candy, want some?" In a bustling restaurant in Shiliang County, Yi Lang, his face flushed and beaming with joy, was surrounded by 3 or 5 beautiful women. "Young master, have another drink." "Yes, yes." Surrounded by 3 or 5 beautiful women, the atmosphere was lively. Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knocking on the door of the private room. "Second young master, it's extremely urgent. Master wants you to return to the manor immediately." Yi Lang stood up impatiently, opened the door, and scolded. "What are you shouting for? Can't you see I'm drinking? Do you know how much I paid to have the courtesan AI keep me company?" His subordinate immediately knelt down, his tone respectful yet urgent. "Second young master, it's really urgent. Master wants you to go home and get married." "Go home and get married? What kind of marriage?" Yi Lang was taken aback, and his drunkenness instantly subsided. He glanced at the several beautiful women inside the room who were looking at him with curiosity, then quickly pulled his subordinate outside and whispered, "Isn't today my elder brother's wedding day? What kind of wedding are you calling me back for? Explain yourself." The subordinate dared not delay and immediately recounted the whole story. Yilang was completely stunned after hearing it. My brother didn't make it back in time? You want me to go back and get married? Isn't that marrying my sister-in-law? Are you kidding me? Second young master, there's really no other way, the subordinate explained anxiously. That's someone from the Jiang family. The young lady is still waiting in the main hall. If we neglect her, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yilang waved his hand dismissively and said, Do you think I'm easily scared? So what if the Jiang family is the ruler of Jiangzhou? I've heard that the woman who married into the family is just a concubine's daughter. What's wrong with leaving her out for a while? But young master, Yilang's subordinate still wanted to persuade him. All right. Yilang sneered. Anyway, someone has to step up in this matter. Since the eldest brother can't come back, why not let the third brother take over? He has difficulty walking and can't run away. We could take this opportunity to find him a wife. His subordinate stood there, mouths agape, unsure what to say. Yilang waved his hand impatiently and said, Get out of here. Just say you can't find me. With that, he turned and went back to his room, locking the door behind him. He ignored his subordinate's frantic calls from outside. Inside Yi Gu's room at the Yi residence, Jiang Lian'er sat on the edge of the bed, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at Yi Gu, whose hands were stiff and who couldn't even unbutton a single button. Husband, are you nervous? She teased softly. Why don't you let Lian'er do it herself? Yi Gu slapped his hand, looking extremely embarrassed. I haven't gotten used to the change in status yet. The moment I see you, I want to call you sister-in-law. Jiang Lian'er's pretty face flushed slightly. She lowered her eyes and said softly, Husband, please don't joke. I am already your wife. Yi Gu nodded repeatedly. Yes, wait a minute. Let me catch my breath. He took a deep breath and cursed himself inwardly. This is something I never dared to dream of in my past life. And now that I've actually encountered it, you're still a coward? Are you even a man? If you don't make it a done deal soon, once my brother comes back, you'll really be out of a job. He gritted his teeth and quickly unbuttoned Jiang Lian'er's clothes. Looking at Jiang Lian'er's flushed face, Yi Gu finally couldn't resist, turned around, blew out the candle, and gently pulled her into his arms. That night, two people who had previously had no connection truly became husband and wife. Jiang Lian'er was indeed obedient and sensible, especially since Yi Gu's legs were inconvenient. She served him for most of the night. The two, who were initially strangers, quickly grew closer during their lovemaking. System notifications rang out in succession. Ding! Host has successfully pampered his wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 15%. Ding! Host has successfully pampered his wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 30%. However, Yi Gu had no time to pay attention to the system at the moment. He even cursed in his heart. Tonight is my wedding night, system. You better know your place. The two lingered until late at night before Yi Gu finally fell asleep contentedly in her arms. The Great Xia dynasty differed from his previous life in many ways, such as their daily routines. Ordinary families mostly got up as early as 6 or 7 in the morning. However, Yi Gu, having been born into the Yi family, lived a comfortable life, though not extravagant. In addition, due to his physical disability, he had achieved sleep freedom early on, waking up and getting up whenever he pleased. Jiang Lian'er, however, was different. She had developed a habit of waking up early since childhood, getting up just as dawn was breaking. But as soon as she moved, Yi Gu pulled her into his arms. It's not even dawn yet. Why are you up so early? Jiang Lian'er blushed slightly and whispered, It's already this late. If we don't get up soon, people will laugh at us. Besides, today is our first day of marriage, and we still have to serve tea to our parents-in-law. Yi Gu said with half-closed eyes, You are my wife, Yi Gu. I usually get up at 9 o'clock, and you will do the same in the future. If anyone dares to laugh at you, I will make sure they can't laugh anymore. Besides, young people need to sleep more, otherwise where will their energy come from? After saying that, he fell asleep again. Jiang Lian'er gazed at his sleeping face, her eyes slightly red. She gently reached out and touched Yi Gu's nose, a pang of sadness rising in her heart. Sleeping until you naturally wake up was something she had never even dared to imagine in her previous life. Although she was a young lady of the Jiang family, because she was born into a concubine's family, no one had ever truly taken her seriously. But now, this man before her was considering her even in such a small matter. What women care about most are often these seemingly insignificant details. Jiang Lian'er gently hugged Yi Gu, burying her head in his chest, nestled close to him. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pampering his wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased. Yi Gu was woken up once again, his face full of displeasure. He cursed inwardly. On our wedding night, Can't you behave yourself, system? Chapter 5. I was just frying an egg. How did my favorability rating increase again? At 7 in the morning, Yigu was still fast asleep, but Jiang Lian'er got up early. As soon as she pushed open the door, she saw a maid guarding the door, who had obviously been waiting for a while. The maid was startled to see her come out and quickly bowed. She said that the third young master had specifically instructed her to come again at 9 o'clock to wake Madam up for washing. Jiang Lian'er was taken aback, but her heart warmed instantly. It turned out that Yigu had even considered such small things. She responded softly, saying she couldn't sleep in too late, lest people say her husband was lazy. After saying this, she asked the maid's name. The maid introduced herself as Lotus, originally serving the third young master, but now assigned to take care of her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er's eyes welled up with tears. In the Jiang family, she wasn't even worthy of having a maid, but now that she had married into the Yi family, she actually had a personal maid. Even just one was enough to make her feel incredibly honored. She said softly that she could take care of herself and asked Lotus to look after Yigu. Then she asked to be taken to see her mother. Lotus nodded in agreement, and the two walked towards another courtyard. On the way, Jiang Lian'er made up her mind. Although she had married Yigu by mistake on the night of the wedding banquet, recalling his attitude and character last night, she felt that this man was worthy of her trust. Now that she's married, she should live a good life. As for her mother, she naturally needs to explain things clearly first. She thought that instead of waiting for Yigu to wake up to face him, it would be better to go and greet her in advance to avoid any misunderstandings. Meanwhile, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Yigu finally woke up. He sat up, and, seeing Jiang Lian'er wasn't there, couldn't help but chuckle, remarking on how thoughtful she was. After washing up, he, just like in his previous life, took care of his daily chores himself. Although he had maids to take care of him in the manor, he was never used to entrusting such trivial matters to others. However, he truly found the food of the great Xia dynasty hard to swallow. The people here are warlike and combative, and their meals often feature heavily oiled monster meat. Lunch and dinner are alright, but he simply can't stand being faced with such greasy platters of meat first thing in the morning. Therefore, he always made his own breakfast. He thought that Jiang Lian'er was a true great Xia person, and probably hadn't eaten the kind of breakfast he had in his previous life. Why not let her try it today? Making a fried egg would be nice. No sooner said than done, Yigu went into the kitchen and got busy. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian'er was with her mother, Suwan. She personally helped her mother wash up, and Suwan looked at her daughter with a slight reproach. She said that her daughter was now married, and serving her husband was her proper duty. She shouldn't take care of her like she did before she was married. As she spoke, she sighed and mentioned Yi Zhong's leg ailment. Jiang Lian'er quickly interrupted her mother, whispering that she hadn't actually married Yi Zhong. She had married Yi Zhong's younger brother, Yigu. Hearing this, Suwan was stunned. She loudly questioned, "How can this be? What kind of absurd thing is it for a younger brother to marry his sister-in-law?" As she spoke, she excitedly declared that she wanted to confront the Yi family head. Jiang Lian'er quickly stopped her, explaining that Yi Chong hadn't been able to return in time, so the Yi family had arranged for Yigu to take his place. But Yigu wasn't forced into it. He had willingly chosen to marry her. She said that Yigu hadn't pressured her, and it was precisely because of this that she decided to stay and marry him willingly. Jiang Lian'er continued. Growing up in the Jiang family, she never even had the right to sleep in. But Yigu let her sleep until 9 o'clock and even arranged a personal maid for her. These details made her feel that the Jiang family was more like a home than the Jiang family. Suwan listened, her emotions gradually calming down. She looked at Jiang Lian'er earnestly and said, "But what about his leg?" Jiang Lian'er smiled and replied that she knew a little about alchemy and might be able to heal his leg in the future. She begged her mother not to tell the Jiang family or anyone else about this. She believed this marriage was worthwhile. Suwan looked at her daughter, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Finally, she asked, "Is he really that good to you? Or is he just pretending?" Jiang Lian'er nodded, saying there was no falsehood in his eyes. Suwan sighed, saying that judging a person's character solely by their eyes was useless. One had to look at the details. The men of Daxia all considered themselves destined for greatness, and women mostly handled the household affairs. If Yigu was willing to cook her a meal himself, she would trust him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er hesitated, about to speak, when Hahua entered. She said the third young master had sent her to invite Madame and Madame Su to breakfast. The two were taken aback, and Jiang Lian'er blurted out, "Was it made in the kitchen?" Lotus waved her hands repeatedly, saying that the third young master had made it himself. He said the breakfasts in the manor were too greasy, so he always cooked them himself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er happily grabbed her mother's hand and said, "Mother, you see,
He really is different from others. Suwon was utterly shocked. The third young master of the Yi family was actually cooking himself? That was truly rare. She nodded, saying she was willing to meet this son-in-law. If what Lian'er said was true, he was indeed someone worth entrusting one's life to. In the kitchen, Yigu was plating the last fried egg. He wiped his hands, preparing to call someone over for dinner. Just then, the familiar system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 50%. Rewards. Dragon and Phoenix manual cultivation speed increased by 5 times. 1 bottle of heavenly cold body transformation liquid, 100 body tempering pills, and 100 chi nourishing pills. Yigu was stunned upon hearing this. He muttered to himself in bewilderment. I just fried an egg, and my favorability rating skyrocketed? This silly wife is too easy to coax, isn't she? Chapter 6, Heavenly Cold Body Transformation Liquid. Should I really give it to her? While Jiang Lian'er was still away, Yigu finally had time to check the series of rewards the system had distributed last night. During their wedding night, the system notifications had been non-stop, but he had no time to look at those rewards. Only now was he able to carefully browse through the system interface. At this moment, Jiang Lian'er's favorability rating had reached 50%. Looking at the number, Yigu couldn't help but sigh. Although it was only half, considering that they were complete strangers just the day before, it was already quite an achievement to have reached this level. Not to mention the intimacy they shared last night, which undoubtedly contributed greatly to increasing his favorability. And as his favorability continued to rise, the system rewards became increasingly abundant. While reviewing the item list, he summarized a pattern. The system explicitly states that reaching certain favorability levels will trigger additional rewards, both in quantity and quality. The most typical examples are at 30% and 50%, where not only are there more types of rewards, but their quality is also extremely high. For example, at 30%, he received 50 body tempering pills and 50 chi nourishing pills, both essential resources that cultivators dream of. When the favorability rating increased to 50%, the system not only rewarded him with double the number of these pills, but also added a bottle of heavenly cold body transformation liquid. In contrast, the rewards from the system at the previous 15%, 20%, and 25% stages were much more ordinary. At most, it was only 5 or 10 pills better than nothing. Looking at these rewards, Yigu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If the favorability rating rises to 70% or 100%, won't the system drop even more outrageous things? He sighed, marveling at how true the Invincible Wife Spoiling System was. As long as he pampered his wife, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. He quickly scanned the regular pills, since these were readily available at the Yi family's pill shop and nothing unusual. What truly caught his attention was the bottle of heavenly cold body transformation liquid. He had never heard of such a thing before, so he immediately clicked to view the details. Heavenly cold body transformation liquid can transform the user's physique into a heavenly cold body. Those who possess a heavenly cold body will experience a significant increase in the power of ice-based secret techniques and will cultivate at an extremely fast pace. Yigu's eyes widened, his shock barely concealed. A heavenly grade physique can actually be directly transformed with just 1 bottle of medicinal liquid. Such a reward is of immense importance throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. It's important to understand that the Jiang family became the dominant force in Jiangzhou precisely because of Jiang Wanli's exceptional physique, the double pupil physique. Now, a single bottle of medicine can grant someone a similar physique. How could Yigu not be shocked? He instinctively gripped the bottle, his heart pounding with excitement. If he could withstand the effects of the medicine, perhaps his legs could be restored. But he also knew very well that while the reward was good, he only received half of it because of Jiang Lian'er's increased favorability. If it weren't for their intimacy last night, he wouldn't have gotten it at all. Moreover, judging from the physique description, this cold body was more suitable for female cultivation. Yigu frowned slightly, a figure appearing in his mind, Jiang Lian'er. If Lian'er takes this medicine, she will surely become a powerful figure in the future, and might even change her status in the Jiang family. But if she is truly valued by the Jiang family again, can our relationship remain the same? The moment this thought crossed Yigu's mind, he hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't trust Jiang Lian'er, but he had experienced too much of the coldness of human relationships, betrayal, and deception. Who could guarantee that people wouldn't change their minds after gaining power? This wasn't suspicion, but a lesson learned the hard way from his past life. As Yigu's thoughts raced, Jiang Lian'er finally arrived at the restaurant with her mother, Suwon. He quickly perked up, stood up to greet them, and smiled as he invited them to sit down. When Suwon saw the fried eggs on the table, A look of confusion appeared on her face. What's this? Yigu smiled and explained. It's called fried egg. It's how I used to eat it. It's nutritious and not greasy. Mother-in-law, please try it. Suwon took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. She nodded repeatedly. Delicious, delicious. The taste is really special. Yigu picked up another one for Jiang Lian'er. After she finished eating, she couldn't help but praise. Husband, this tastes really good, but you should still teach me how to make it. How can I let my husband cook for me? I'm afraid people will laugh at me if word gets out. Yigu smiled and replied, What's so funny about cooking for someone you like? It's my way of showing my love. Jiang Lian'er lowered her head and smiled, saying, Then I'd like to experience the happiness of cooking for someone I love. Yigu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. The woman before him was not only considerate, but also knew how to respond to feelings, making her incredibly endearing. Thinking of this, a sudden pang of guilt rose in his heart. I actually doubted her. Lian'er has done nothing wrong to me. Even if she truly no longer belongs to me in the future, I will have a clear conscience. Just as Yigu was making his decision, Suwon suddenly spoke up. She looked at Yigu and said with a slightly solemn expression, I have never seen a man in the Jiang family who can personally make breakfast for Lian'er and serve her food. As long as you are sincere to her in the future, I will feel at ease in trusting her to you. Chapter 7 Myriad Dao Body. Pampering one's wife can truly be invincible. Hearing Suwon's words, Yigu was also shocked, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He asked in a low voice, Mother-in-law, you already know? Suwon nodded, her expression calm. Lian'er told me before she came. She said you treat her very well and is willing to grow old with you. At first I didn't believe it either, but after this meal I saw that you truly care about her. She said, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes. I won't interfere in the Jiang family's affairs, but this matter between you two will get out sooner or later. I want to know if it really comes to that. What do you plan to do? A resolute glint flashed in Yigu's eyes. Mother-in-law, rest assured, since Lian'er is willing to come with me, I will certainly protect her. If the Jiang family dares to interfere, I naturally have ways to deal with it. Now that he possesses the system and has obtained the heavenly cold body transformation liquid, his rise to power is only a matter of time. If the Jiang family really wants to pursue this matter, they will have to consider the consequences. Hearing his confidence, Suwon finally showed a hint of relief. In that case, I'll entrust my daughter to you. I'll be setting off soon. You two should live a good life from now on. Don't forget your promise today. Treat her well. After this parting, I don't know if Lian'er and I will ever have the chance to see each other again. Hearing this, Yigu quickly stood up. Mother-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely bring Lian'er to see you. Mother. Jiang Lian'er's tears welled up uncontrollably, but she tried her best not to cry out loud. All good things must come to an end. Half an hour later, Suwon, carrying her bundle, slowly left in front of the Yi family's gate. Watching her figure disappear around the street corner, Yi Chang'an sighed softly. Master Yi, we were able to successfully resolve this marriage thanks to you. Last night, the old man said he would give you a branch of the pill shop in the East Market. Take over when you have time. Yigu nodded, but he didn't go immediately. Instead, he took Jiang Lian'er back to the courtyard. Now, he was more concerned about whether the bottle of heavenly cold body transformation liquid could really help Jiang Lian'er. The two arrived at the pavilion in the courtyard, and Jiang Lian'er looked at him with a puzzled expression. Husband, why did you pull me here in such a hurry? Is there something you need? Yigu asked bluntly. What is your cultivation level now? Jiang Lian'er thought for a moment and replied seriously, 9th level of body tempering realm. What? Yigu raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. You're from a Jiang family, yet you haven't even reached the Qi cultivation realm? In the Great Xia dynasty, cultivation is divided into 9 major realms, each further subdivided into 9 levels. Starting from the body tempering realm, the levels above are Qi refining, heavenly mansion, and golden core. The highest, according to legend, is the unity of heaven and man realm. In Shiliang County, reaching the Qi refining realm is already considered exceptional. Even Yi Shan, the strongest member of the Yi family, is only at the 9th level of Qi nourishing. Yigu himself is even worse off, stuck at the 3rd level of body tempering realm after 10 years. But Jiang Lian'er is different. Born into the Jiang family, even as a concubine's daughter, she shouldn't be limited to body tempering realm. Jiang Lian'er noticed his confusion and lowered her eyes, saying softly, the Jiang family has too many offspring. Each person can only receive resources for the 8th level of body tempering at most. From the 9th level onwards, it only depends on whether there is a special physique. I didn't show any special physique, so I was abandoned. I was only at the 8th level of body tempering before. After last night, my strength suddenly increased by 1 level. I don't know why. I'm sorry, husband, I couldn't help you. As she spoke, Her eyes reddened, and her tone was full of self-blame. Yigu listened with a sigh, reaching out to wipe away her tears. He understood the reason, of course. It was because the system's Dragon and Phoenix Manual and Dewdrop Pill were working simultaneously, allowing her cultivation to break through. In fact, even he himself felt as if he was about to break through to the 4th level of body tempering. After comforting her, he suddenly asked, "If I told you I could awaken a special physique in you, would you believe me?" Jiang Lian'er's eyes widened, looking completely bewildered. Yigu nodded and took out the bottle of Heavenly Cold Physique Enhancement Liquid from his robes. "Take this, and you will possess the Heavenly Cold Physique, a heavenly grade physique. Not only will you cultivate rapidly, but you'll also regain your status in the Jiang family. But I only want to ask you one question. If you truly obtain all of this, will you still stay by my side?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er's expression froze. Yigu, in truth, wasn't sure either. His leg wasn't fully healed, and his foundation was weak, while the heavenly cold body signified extremely high future potential. He was genuinely afraid that Lian'er might one day grow strong enough to fly away. He had indeed given her the medicine, partly to try and gain a reward from the system. But when the moment of choice arrived, he still hoped she would stay. Jiang Lian'er stood up, her emotions clearly agitated. "Husband, do you not believe I truly want to spend my life with you? Is that why you made up these words to test me? I can swear a blood oath to prove I will never leave you." Yigu quickly grabbed her, his expression serious. "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that my body has seen too much of the coldness and warmth of people's hearts over the years. So, I just wanted to ask one more question. The medicine really works, you'll know after you drink it," he said, handing her the medicine bottle. Jiang Lian'er seemed a little defiant, tilting her head back and downing the heavenly cold body transformation liquid in one gulp. Just then, the system notification sounded in Yigu's mind again. "Ding! Host's pampering of his wife has been successful, gifting heavenly cold body transformation liquid, triggering a hidden reward. Reward: 1 bottle of heavenly grade myriad paths body transformation liquid. Note: this item is for the host's personal use only." Upon hearing this notification, Yigu was completely stunned. The system was indeed testing me. Luckily, I didn't hold back, or I would have truly missed out on this myriad paths physique. He trembled with excitement. A heavenly grade myriad paths physique was even rarer than the heavenly cold physique. The system truly lived up to the saying, "Pampering your wife is the true path to invincibility." Chapter 8: Lian'er enters Qi refining stage. Yigu breaks through to the 7th level. In a restaurant in Shiliang County, Yilang had just sat up in bed, still somewhat dazed. A servant hurried forward, his voice urgent. "Second young master, you're finally awake." Rumors are flying outside that the 3rd young master, Yigu, married his sister-in-law, Jiang Lian'er, and you're still fast asleep here. Yilang blinked, his mind racing for a few seconds before he exclaimed in shock. "What? Yigu married Jiang Lian'er? That's my sister-in-law. Luckily, I didn't go back last night, or I'd be the one getting yelled at." The courtesan, Miss AI, chuckled lightly, feigning amusement. "I've heard Jiang Lian'er is as beautiful as a fairy. You missed out on a good match." Yilang, however, was unimpressed, waving his hand with a smile. "What beauty that could shame the moon and flowers. Compared to you, she's nothing. Your brothel is a sea of flowers. How could I possibly abandon a flower field for roadside wildflowers?" As he spoke, he reached out to embrace and kiss Miss AI, but she gently pushed him away. "Second young master, no matter how much you like me, you can't stay here forever. Today is Miss Zhang's first day of marriage. You have to go back and show your face. If you want to see me tonight, we can talk about it then." Yilang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's time to go back and see my sister-in-law. As for whether my older brother will go crazy when he gets back, that's beyond my control." He casually threw on some clothes and left the restaurant looking refreshed. Inside the Yi family courtyard, Jiang Lian'er had only recently consumed the heavenly cold body transformation liquid when strange changes began to occur within her body. An extremely cold aura suddenly spread from her dantian, as if her blood had frozen and frost appeared between her veins. Strangely, she did not feel any pain. Instead, she felt as refreshed as parched earth absorbing spring water. The cold air seeped into her bone marrow and internal organs through her meridians, and her entire body seemed to be undergoing a reshaping and transformation. Yigu stood to the side, surprised to see a faint frost appear on Jiang Lian'er's skin. Even the temperature around the pavilion seemed to drop suddenly, with tiny ice crystals appearing in the air as if winter had arrived overnight. He rubbed his arms to warm them and looked around, The flowers and plants in the courtyard were covered in frost, and the air was bitterly cold. Jiang Lian'er closed her eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them after a moment. Instantly, the entire courtyard's energy seemed to be absorbed by her, followed by a shock wave emanating from her body. The surrounding frost instantly dissipated, and the temperature returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. She looked at herself in shock and whispered, "I think I've broken through the second level of qi refining? How is this possible?" She looked at Yi Gu with disbelief. "Husband, what did you give me to drink?" Yi Gu smiled calmly and said slowly, "I told you I can give you a heavenly grade physique. What you have now is the supreme physique of the path of ice, the heavenly cold physique. From now on, you will no longer be that insignificant, illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family." Tears welled in Jiang Lian'er's eyes. After a long while, she suddenly raised her finger to the sky. "I, Jiang Lian'er, hereby swear a blood oath." Yi Gu quickly stepped forward to stop her. "Lian'er, don't be impulsive. I didn't mean for you." But Jiang Lian'er firmly pushed his hand away. Her expression was serious, and her tone solemn. "I, Jiang Lian'er, swear that I will stay by Yi Gu's side for the rest of my life, that I will regard my husband as my heaven, and that I will never have a second thought. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning and forsaken by gods and men." Yi Gu sighed softly, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "I never asked you to do this," Jiang Lian'er said. "My husband did not force me. This vow is my own choice. I understand your concern that I will leave you after I achieve success. You treat me with sincerity, so naturally I should protect you with my life. I am willing to exchange this blood oath for your peace of mind." Yi Gu felt a warmth in his heart and gently pulled her into his arms. People say that those who pamper their wives are lucky, while those who mistreat their wives suffer misfortune in everything. It seems there's some truth to that. Jiang Lian'er was puzzled when she heard this. "Who said that? I've never heard of it." Yi Gu smiled. "Just take it as what I said." Jiang Lian'er looked at him seriously. "But why did you give me this medicine? If you used it yourself, wouldn't you also gain a heavenly physique?" Yi Gu shook his head. "That's the point. I gave it to you because I believe that only by spoiling you can I gain more." As he spoke, Yi Gu took out another bottle of medicine from his sleeve, the bottle emitting a faint light. "Look, this is the benefit I get for spoiling you. The myriad paths body transformation liquid." He finished speaking, uncorked the bottle, and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. The moment he swallowed it, a warm sensation spread from his dantian, instantly transforming into a fine, warm current that flowed into his limbs and bones. He could feel that energy like invisible threads, weaving into his entire body's meridians. Is this what the myriad paths body feels like? He closed his eyes, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Myriad paths body. When cultivating any attribute path, the comprehension speed is greatly increased, and the power of the techniques is magnified many times over. Only two words remained in Yi Gu's mind. Powerful. If the Jiang family's double pupil body was only strong in the eyes, and Jiang Lian'er's heavenly cold body was strong in ice, then his myriad paths body was a comprehensive enhancement. As expected, it's a hidden reward, completely crushing ordinary physiques. He was excited, but the next second he suddenly felt his blood and qi surging within him, and his expression changed slightly. Dark brown impurities and sweat began to appear on his skin, and he could faintly smell a fishy stench. Jiang Lian'er, who was beside him, also noticed the abnormality and exclaimed, "Husband, your strength has increased dramatically." The moment Yi Gu opened his eyes, his gaze was sharp as a sword, and his spirit was radiant. The bottleneck that had kept him stuck at the third level of the body-tempering realm for 10 years was instantly broken through, and he even advanced 4 levels in a row. He went directly from the third level of body-tempering realm all the way to the 7th level. Chapter 9. What? Your wife? This is my wife. In the courtyard, Yi Gu's face was full of excitement, but he could feel that his strength was far from exhausted. He immediately took out 10 body-tempering pills and swallowed them without hesitation. His body felt as if it had been parched for a long time and then received sweet rain. As soon as the pills entered his body, they transformed into a pure heat that spread rapidly throughout his body. At this moment, Jiang Lian'er also noticed that Yi Gu was expelling more and more black impurities from his body. The key to the body-tempering realm is eliminating impurities from the body. The more impurities there are, the purer the physical body will be after the breakthrough. And with the Dragon and Phoenix Manual's 5-fold speed enhancement, the absorption of the pills was almost visible to the naked eye. In a short while, Yi Gu had already reached the critical point of breaking through to the 7th level. Yigu dared not stop and took out 5 more body-tempering pills. Normally, even Yi Zhong, the eldest brother of Tianyang Academy, wouldn't dare take 15 pills in a row like this. Not only would it be incredibly taxing, but his body might not be able to withstand the impact of the pills. But Yigu didn't care at all. These pills were all gifts from the system, so he wouldn't feel the pinch no matter how many he took. As the last 5 pills melted, his internal energy surged once more, and with the convergence of power, he directly broke through to the 8th level of body tempering. Jiang Lian'er was utterly shocked. She could clearly feel that Yigu's aura had grown significantly stronger. Yigu exhaled a long breath, slowly opened his eyes, and his tone was filled with undisguised excitement. 8th level of body tempering. This is amazing. Jiang Lian'er smiled happily. My husband has been suppressing his emotions for too long, and now that it's erupted, it's so powerful. But cultivation still needs to be moderate. Don't go all out at once. Let's rest a day. Yigu nodded in agreement, as he was indeed somewhat mentally exhausted. Cultivation is not only about forging the body, but also a test of the spirit. At higher levels, one must also cultivate the soul. Jiang Lian'er said softly with a smile. Lian'er, let's take our husband to wash up. You're covered in mud. Yigu blushed and hurriedly declined. Well, I think Qingye should do it. It's not appropriate for you to wash him. Saying that, he called out towards the door. Qingye, where have you been? Get in here right now. As soon as she finished speaking, a young man dressed in coarse gray cloth rushed in. It was Qingye, Yigu's little follower. Jiang Lian'er couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Is your husband shy? Last night, you were much bolder than you are now. Yigu's face immediately turned red to his ears, and he retorted, Don't tease your husband. I don't look fat, but I'm quite heavy. It's inconvenient for you to serve me. Qingye, please. Qingye, hurry and push me to take a bath. Qingye suppressed a laugh and carefully pushed Yigu away from the pavilion. Jiang Lian'er watched their departing figures, then smiled and turned to peel lychees. Then I'll peel some lychees for my husband, so you can eat them after you're done washing. Okay. Yigu replied crisply, his figure disappearing outside the courtyard. At the main gate of the Yi residence, Yi Lang peeked around and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his father wasn't there. Guzi, where are you? The person who had been looking for him last night rushed out. Second young master, you're finally back. Master was asking about you this morning. He'll probably give you a beating later. Yi Lang was unfazed, his face relaxed. My dad's skills are so limited. He thinks he can beat me up? He's dreaming. All right, take me to see my third brother. Guzi quickly agreed and led Yi Lang towards Yigu's courtyard. They hadn't walked far when they arrived outside the courtyard. Before even entering, Yi Lang caught a glimpse of a figure in the pavilion. A woman in a white dress sat on a stone bench, gracefully peeling lychees with her slender fingers. Her appearance and demeanor were like a fairy stepping out of a painting. When he saw her face clearly, he froze instantly. Her features were exquisite, her skin like jade, and she was almost unrealistically beautiful. He ran through every beautiful word he could think of in his mind, but couldn't find a single one that matched this woman. Compared to her, the girls who had accompanied him the night before suddenly seemed like roadside wildflowers, utterly unattractive. Even Miss AI paled in comparison. Yi Lang was utterly shocked, his voice trembling. Guzi, who is this? When did such a fairy arrive at the Yi family? Guzi quickly explained, Second young master, she is Jiang Lian'er. The eldest young master didn't come back last night, and the master originally planned for you to marry her. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Lang rushed inside like a madman. Let me marry her? My father really knows me. That's great. I agree. The wedding can be held any time, and we'll consummate our marriage right away. He shouted, his steps never faltering, practically flying into the pavilion. But the next second, he saw Jiang Lian'er hand the peeled lychees to someone behind the screen and said gently, Don't let the wind blow on you after washing. It's better to put up a screen. Husband, try this. Yi Lang was completely stunned and felt like he was floating. Husband? She called me husband. He immediately leaned over. Wife, let's go. Let's get married now. I can't wait. Jiang Lian'er shrank back in fright, hiding behind the screen and peeking out angrily. Who are you? How dare you shout like that? Yi Lang said excitedly. I am your husband. At this moment, a familiar male voice suddenly came from behind the screen. You are her husband. Then who am I? Yigu slowly pushed his wheelchair out from behind the screen, his expression calm. Upon seeing Yigu, Yi Lang looked bewildered and blurted out. Third brother? How come you're with my wife? My father said I should marry her, and I agreed. She's your second sister-in-law now. Don't do anything reckless. Yigu laughed, his eyes playful. Second brother, you must have been drunk last night. What do you mean, your wife? She's my lawfully wedded wife, Yigu. Chapter 10, Drinking Ruined Me. An exaggerated myriad paths body. Yi Lang stood frozen in place, the teasing remark from Miss AI that morning suddenly echoing in his mind. Your third brother, Yigu, married his sister-in-law, and you're just snoring here. Yigu married Jiang Lian'er. He looked at Yigu incredulously, tentatively asking, You really married her? Yigu didn't say much, only nodded slightly, smiling calmly. Yi Lang was completely dumbfounded, as if he had missed something extremely important. What exactly did I miss last night? Drinking caused trouble. If I had come back, it wouldn't have been your turn. Yigu smiled and spread his hands, then introduced Jiang Lian'er. This is my second brother. Last night, father originally planned for him to take the place of my eldest brother and marry you. Unfortunately, he drank himself into oblivion and didn't come home all night, so this good thing naturally fell to me. Jiang Lian'er nodded in realization after hearing this. Yigu turned around and teased Yi Lang. Second brother, don't act like your mother has died, okay? You've been to many restaurants. What kind of girls haven't you seen? Yi Lang jumped up and retorted, You're getting a good deal and still acting innocent. What woman can compare to her? I'm going to find my father right now and have him stand up for me. After saying that, he turned around and left angrily. Jiang Lian'er looked at Yigu with concern. Husband, what should we do? Yigu said with certainty, Don't worry, you will always be his sister-in-law. Come on, forget about him, spar with me for a few moves, and stretch your muscles. Jiang Lian'er was stunt, spa. Yigu smiled, My strength has just increased a lot. I also need to see how much I have improved. We still need to go serve tea later, and then we'll go see the shop that father gave us this afternoon. We also need to earn our own money. We can't let you suffer with me. Jiang Lian'er felt a warmth in her heart and softly agreed. Okay. She pushed Yigu to the edge of the pavilion, letting the wheelchair rest against the railing to prevent him from being knocked back by the palm strike later. Husband, how much of my strength should I give? Jiang Lian'er was now at the second level of the Qi refining realm, while Yigu was still at the 8th level of the body tempering realm, a whole realm apart. Yigu thought for a moment, 50% for now. Jiang Lian'er nodded, mobilized her energy, and struck out with her palm. Yigu was not to be outdone and raised his hand to meet her attack. But just as their palms clashed, he suddenly felt a chill emanating from his opponent's palm strike. Good heavens, no wonder he has the heavenly cold physique. Even his attacks are chilling. But what shocked Yigu even more was that this chilling aura felt familiar. Wait, I've never cultivated any ice-based techniques. So why does it feel familiar? Could it be the effect of the myriad paths physique? Yigu was somewhat bewildered, but also even more eager. He tried to sense the cold energy with his heart, and actually vaguely felt the rhythm of the isotribute cultivation technique. If I really cultivate isotribute cultivation techniques, wouldn't I be like a fish in water? This myriad paths body is too heaven-defying. The two palms collided. Jiang Lian'er remained unmoved, and Yigu's wheelchair did not move. His expression was normal, without the slightest discomfort. Are you all right? Jiang Lian'er asked. Yigu shook his head. Again? This time, 80%. Jiang Lian'er hesitated slightly, but still did as he was told, her palm strike even stronger. After Yigu received the blow again, his face was only slightly flushed. Clearly he could still withstand it. You used 80% of your strength. I feel I can withstand even stronger moves. Come on, try it with your full strength. Jiang Lian'er shook her head repeatedly. Husband, don't be silly. There's a whole realm difference between the Qi refining realm and the body tempering realm. Even if we can advance beyond the realm, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Yigu insisted. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's give it a try. He always felt that the potential of the myriad Dao body was far more than what he had just shown. Jiang Lian'er had no choice but to strike again, this time with all her might. The palm strike was like a sword, chillingly cold, and a layer of frost instantly formed on Yigu's arm. But strangely, the power of this strike weakened slightly before it even touched his body. Even more incredibly, a wisp of cold energy quietly appeared within Yigu's body. It wasn't absorbed, but generated out of thin air. He quickly struck out with his palm against the air, and it was even imbued with icy energy. Jiang Lian'er was so shocked she was speechless. Husband, when did you learn the art of freezing ice? Yigu shook his head in astonishment. I've never practiced it. It was just the icy energy that my body generated itself when you struck out. He was deeply shaken. This myriad paths body not only gave him a greater understanding of various cultivation systems, but also allowed him to sense the cultivation methods of others in actual combat. In other words, even if he had never practiced ice techniques, he could gradually steal their moves as long as his opponent made a move. Could he do the same if it were sword techniques, fire techniques, or lightning techniques? As long as he fights someone, he can gradually understand, imitate, and even suppress them. Yi Gu was increasingly shocked as he thought about it. It turned out that the myriad Dao body did not strengthen a certain type of attribute, but rather strengthened his ability to adapt to and integrate with all Dao. No wonder I was able to neutralize a portion of the power of Jiang Lian'er's palm strike. I didn't just take it head on. Rather, my initial understanding of the cold Dao allowed my body to automatically neutralize some of the power. That's the truly terrifying aspect of the myriad Dao body. Yi Gu clenched his fist inwardly, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. If I could truly cultivate all the myriad Daos of the world to their peak, who in this world could possibly defeat me? Chapter 11, Third Brother. Can you give my wife back to me? Jiang Lian'er stared at Yi Gu in shock, her voice filled with disbelief. Husband, I feel like I'm no match for you now. She had clearly used all her strength in that palm strike. Yet Yi Gu's face only turned slightly red, and he didn't even spit out blood, which was truly incomprehensible. Yi Gu smiled and patted the back of her hand. You're quite impressive too, but my myriad Dao body is just too outrageous. All right, let's stop sparring. It's noon, let's go serve tea. He changed the subject, suggesting they go see the small shops the family had allocated to them in the afternoon. He also said that these businesses would be managed by Jiang Lian'er in the future. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er panicked. Women of the Great Xia dynasty are not allowed to do business. Husband, you must be joking. In her mind, women were not allowed to go out and do business, and their families would not agree to it. But Yi Gu grabbed her hand, smiling earnestly. Those rules don't apply to you. My wife, of course, she can manage the household and finances. I'm too lazy to deal with these things. It's best if you do it. Jiang Lian'er's eyes reddened slightly, moved to tears. My husband treats me so well. I don't know how to repay him. Yi Gu chuckled. You are my wife. It's only right that I pamper you. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! The host has successfully pampered his wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 60%. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix manual cultivation speed increased by 6 times. 10 body tempering pills, 10 Qi nourishing pills. Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this and gently tapped Jiang Lian'er's nose. You're so touched by such a small thing. How wrong you must have been before. You would cry as soon as I recovered. Jiang Lian'er smiled through her tears. That's because my husband is so good. Yi Gu was filled with mixed emotions. In his past life, all the women there were shrewd and calculating, living a life of leisure and complacency. But Jiang Lian'er actually found happiness in helping her husband manage the shop. This contrast made him both laugh and cry. Jiang Lian'er gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and suddenly mustered her courage to speak. Husband, I'm actually an alchemist. Although I can only refine pills below the 2nd grade, I genuinely love alchemy. I've always wanted to visit a medicine shop to learn more formulas, and I also hope to refine a pill to heal your legs. But it's inconvenient for a woman to show her face in public. Now that you've let me manage the shop, I'm truly happy. Hearing this, Yi Gu was deeply moved. This woman was not only virtuous, but also thinking of healing his legs. He chuckled softly. Lian'er, my leg can't be cured by medicine. It's a congenital condition. Only by cultivating to the Qi refining realm can there be hope of a full recovery. But don't worry, I'm almost there. Jiang Lian'er's eyes were filled with determination. I believe you can do it. Yi Gu pointed to the wheelchair and smiled. Let's go, it's time to serve tea to father and grandfather. Jiang Lian'er nodded and pushed Yi Gu towards the front hall. On the way, she asked softly, Husband, is second brother really all right? She was worried that Yilang might really cause trouble. Yi Gu waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry. His temper is just like a child's. A good beating will fix it. He's spoiled, his words are unreliable, but his heart isn't bad. Jiang Lian'er clearly didn't believe it. Yi Gu continued to explain. It's true he works at a restaurant, but he wouldn't dare do anything reckless. His aunt is very strict. If he did something, his legs would have been broken long ago. Jiang Lian'er couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. Meanwhile, in old Master Ye's study, Yi Chang'an was reminding him, Dad, lunchtime is almost here. According to custom, third brother and his wife should be coming to serve tea. Yi Shan nodded with a smile. Finally, one of these grandsons is married. It's time for your 2 rascals to get married too. The words had barely left his mouth when the door was flung open with a bang, and Yi Lang stormed in, seething with anger. Father, grandfather, you're being unfair. Didn't we agree that I would marry Jiang Lian'er? How did it become Yi Gu? She's my wife. I won't accept this. Yi Chang'an's face darkened upon hearing this, and he grabbed his cane and swung it at him. You bastard. You're after my brother's wife too? I'll beat you to death. Yi Lang was so frightened that he turned and ran, shouting for help as he ran. Grandpa, save me. She's my wife. Yishan couldn't help but shout, You damned bastard. I arranged this marriage. So who can blame me for being late? Yi Chang'an chased after him while cursing and ended up rushing into the front hall. Just then, Yi Gu and Jiang Lian'er walked in. Yi Lang, looking grief-stricken, rushed straight to Yi Gu. Third brother, please give me back my wife. If I had known she was so beautiful, I would have crawled back last night. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er quickly hid behind Yi Gu. Yi Gu patted his shoulder and pointed behind him with a smile. Ye long was stund. He turned his head and saw clearly that his face turned green. His aunt had appeared behind him at some point. You brat, what did you just say? Say it again and see what happens. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a hard slap landed on his face. Yi Lang was spun around on the spot after being hit and immediately cowered. Mother, I was wrong. I won't marry her. She's my sister-in-law and always will be. Yi Gu, watching this scene, couldn't help but smile as he introduced her to Jiang Lian'er. This is the person my second brother fears most, my eldest aunt. Jiang Lian'er was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her little hands. The eldest aunt glared at Yi Lang. Now, go apologize to your third brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 12 Tianyang Academy, Inspecting Shops. Although Yi Lang was unwilling, he eventually backed down in front of his aunt and could only lower his head and admit his mistake. He bowed to Yi Gu and Jiang Lian'er, but before he could speak, his aunt interrupted him. Kneel down and admit your mistake. This time Yi Lang really knelt down, and Yi Gu quickly reached out to stop him. Aunt, that's enough. He's my second brother, after all. I can't accept him kneeling before me. But my aunt wouldn't listen at all and scolded me without any mercy. They spoiled her too much, and now she even dares to covet her younger siblings. How shameful. Yi Lang muttered to himself. Isn't it all because you guys told me to marry your sister-in-law? Before he could finish speaking, his aunt glared at him angrily. How dare you say that? Your brother hasn't even come back yet, and you're already trying to steal someone else's wife? You should worry about yourself first, and make sure you don't lose all of the Yi family shops. Seeing this, Yi Gu laughed and said, Stop arguing, Grandpa and Dad are here. Upon hearing this, Yi Lang was startled and quickly turned around to look. Sure enough, Yi Shan led Yi Chang'an and Yi Changming in. He rushed over immediately, looking aggrieved. Grandpa, Dad, you're so unfair. You promised de morir Jiang Lian'er. Yi Shan looked at his precious grandson and sighed softly. You're too late. I arranged this marriage, so it's too late to complain. When your older brother comes back, I'll arrange for you brothers to have a proper talk. Upon hearing about Chong'er, Yi Chang'an quickly added, He's almost at the mass grave site. He should be able to return to Shiliang County in a few days. Come, everyone sit down. Let's prepare lunch and have the new bride serve tea. Everyone took their seats in turn, and Jiang Lian'er served tea to the three elders and bowed to them. When the salute reached Yi Shan, the old man smiled and asked them a question. Now that you're married, do you have any plans to apply to Tianyang Academy? Jiang Lian'er glanced at Yi Gu subconsciously, clearly waiting for him to make a statement. Yi Gu nodded. I want to give it a try. A man should always do his part for his country and his family. Yi Shan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Lian'er has a good foundation. If she can get into the academy, the Yi family will do their best to help her. If you're worried about her going alone, you can accompany her to Tianyang City. Although housing prices are high, with enough money, it's still possible to buy a small courtyard house. Yi Gu similed. Grandpa, actually I was planning to take the exam together with Lian'er. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and Yi Changming's eyes widened in surprise. Orphan, you're only at the 3rd level of body tempering? Tianyang Academy requires at least the 5th level to start. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Lian'er interrupted. Father, my husband is now at the 8th level of body tempering. The air suddenly went silent, and everyone looked shocked. 8th level of body tempering? Really? Yi Changming stood there, stunned. Even Yi Lang, who was standing to the side, gaped open. Yi Shan was extremely excited after hearing this. Great. Excellent. This kid is finally about to break through to the Qi refining realm. Once he enters the Qi refining stage and his bones and muscles are reshaped, his leg will recover. After he finished speaking, he looked up at the ceiling, his eyes getting a little wet. Ruer, can you hear that? Our child is about to stand up. Yi Lang looked annoyed and muttered under his breath. He stole my wife, and his strength has surpassed mine. Am I still the second brother? Yi Gu shrugged. You spend all your time in restaurants. Who can you blame? However, with your body tempering at level 5, you still have a chance to get into the academy. Why don't you come with us? Yi Lang refused outright. No way. I can't bear to part with Miss AI and the others. Seeing you two showing off your love every day makes me want to die. Yigu laughed instead. There are plenty of female students in the academy. You might be able to bring 3 or 5 home with you, and your aunt won't care. The eldest aunt snorted coldly from the side. Him? I'd be incredibly grateful if he could bring one back. Ye Lang was furious. You wait, I'm going to get in, and I'll bring 10 of them back with me. After saying that, he walked out without looking back. Jiang Lian'er covered her mouth and chuckled softly. My dear husband, you're absolutely right. Your second brother is just a child. But then my aunt spoke up. Don't rush off. This afternoon, go to the East Market shop with your third brother. Their revenue over there hasn't been going well lately. Try to find out more about it. Ye Gu nodded. Although Ye Lang is not a proper worker, he is well-informed and a good helper. Everyone took their seats, and lunch officially began. Meanwhile, 2 women were sitting at a stall opposite the entrance of the Yi residence. One of the maids whispered, Miss, this is the Yi residence. They used to be a prominent family in Xinzhou, but they have kept a low profile in recent years. The woman in black robes opposite him had a determined look in her eyes. They will help us. The Zhang family will not let the Yi family off the hook. The 2 families will inevitably clash sooner or later. We have no choice but to take a gamble. The maid whispered a reminder. Our business is almost failing. If this continues, we'll have to go back. Before she could finish speaking, the woman frowned. Xiaoqing, shut up. Just then, the gates of the Yi residence opened, and a group of people walked out. A horse-drawn carriage stopped in front of the gate. Xiaoqing whispered, Miss, it's Yi Lang. I recognize him. I've never seen someone in a wheelchair. The woman in the black robe smiled gently. It should be Yigu, the 3rd young master of the Yi family. Our chance has come. Let's go follow them. After she finished speaking, she quietly got up and chased after the carriage. Chapter 13 First Meeting with Sun and In. I want to sell myself to you. Within Jiangzhou, Shiliang County is neither large nor small, but among the dozens of county towns under the jurisdiction of Tianyang City, it can only be considered an obscure little place. That's why the Yi family chose to settle down in this remote place when they were being hunted down in Xinzhou. With their remaining resources and alchemy skills, they opened a shop in Shiliang County and made a living by selling elixirs. At its peak, the Yi family controlled almost half of the elixir market in the entire Shiliang prefecture. Inside the carriage, Yi Lang, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, proudly recounted his family's glorious past to Yigu. We could actually monopolize the entire county's elixir business, but Grandpa said we should always leave a way out for others. So now, we only occupy half of the market. The rest is supported by retail investors. Yigu nodded, understanding why his aunt had asked Yi Lang to come along. He had never known these family secrets before. Which shop did I take over? The biggest one in the East Market has 10 second-grade alchemists and a bunch of employees. The manager, Master Chun, is a veteran of our business. Business is usually booming, but recently profits have been declining. Upon hearing this, Yigu raised an eyebrow, and Jiang Lian'er also sensed that something was amiss. Normal fluctuations wouldn't cause such a large drop all at once, my husband. I think there might be something else going on here. Ye Lang nodded. Don't worry. I've already sent people to inquire. We'll definitely have news soon. Yigu laughed and said, Second brother, when you're not thinking about my wife, you're actually quite reliable. Jiang Lian'er burst out laughing. Yi Lang rolled his eyes. Don't be so ungrateful. I don't care how many spirit stones you need to give her back to me. Before he could finish speaking, Yigu grabbed Jiang Lian'er's hand, kissed it gently, and said with a smile, Not for sale. Yi Lang rolled his eyes in exasperation, and the car erupted in laughter. Before long, the group arrived at the medicine shop in the East Market. In front of the shop, an elderly man with gray hair was waiting with his employees. That was Manager Chun. As soon as Yigu got out of the car, he greeted him with a smile. Manager Chun, you have met the 3rd young master and 3rd young mistress. The account books are all ready, and you are free to take over at any time. As they were talking, a woman in a black dress and her maid walked quickly towards them from a distance. She wore a veil, obscuring her face, but her figure and demeanor were still striking. Yi Lang's eyes lit up, and he immediately went over to tease her. Girl, haven't we met somewhere before? But the woman in the black dress completely ignored him and went straight to Yigu. Young Master Yi, Manager Chun, I have something important to discuss with you both. Upon seeing this, Manager Chun quickly introduced. This is Manager Sun from Anruden Pharmacy. Manager Sun, the 3rd young master has taken over the shop today. Why don't you come back another day? Sun Anin raised her hand to stop her, her tone sincere. I'll come to see young Master Yi today, specifically to discuss this matter. Chaos has broken out in the elixir market of Shiliang County, and if the Yi family doesn't address it, they may also be implicated. Yi Lang was immediately displeased when he heard that something bad was going to happen to the Yi family. Our Yi family has always followed the rules, so why is something going wrong? Yigu gestured for him to be quiet. Sun Anin continued. Young Master Yi is a reasonable person to marry his sister-in-law in place of his brother. I am here today, not for anything else, but to save myself and to protect the scattered households in the county. Yigu nodded. Shiliang County isn't big. If the waters get muddy, everyone will suffer. Let's go inside and talk in detail. Upon hearing this, Sun Anin's eyes reddened slightly, and she nodded. Inside the guest room, Yigu, Jiang Lian'er, Yi Lang, Manager Chun, and Sun Anin sat down. Sun Anin cut to the chase. Young Master Yi, I've investigated and found out that the Zhang family is behind all of this. They maliciously drive down prices in the market, selling below cost. Small shops like ours are the first to be hit, and almost none of them can survive. Presumably, the Yi family's profits have decreased in the past few days. Manager Chen's face darkened. The Zhang family? Aren't they also losing money by doing this? They don't care about losing money, Sun Anin said coldly. The Zhang family is a renowned family of alchemists in Tianyang City. Now they have sent people to Shiliang County to completely monopolize this market. They can afford to lose money and endure the losses, all just to bankrupt us all. Hearing this, Yi Lang couldn't sit still any longer. If that's the case, then our Yi family is in real danger. Sun Anin continued. The Yi family has always taken care of small investors in the county. If they don't take action now, all the small investors will be wiped out. Once the Zhang family monopolizes the market, all cultivators in the entire Shiliang prefecture will be under their control. After listening, Yigu pondered for a moment, then stood up and said earnestly, Thank you for informing us, Miss Sun. Our Yi family will certainly take this matter seriously. There's one more thing, Sun Anin said, taking out a contract from her bosom and placing it on the table. I want to sell myself to young Master Yi. Chapter 14 Business has its principles. System, don't misidentify people. What did you say? Yigu was clearly taken aback, and even Jiang Lian'er's eyes turned cold. This is clearly someone trying to steal my man. Chunjiang Gui was also completely bewildered. Yi Lang was the first to react, and hurriedly said, No, it doesn't matter who you sell it to. Why don't you sell it to me instead? Don't worry, I'll definitely treat you well. Even better than my third brother treats his wife. Sun Anin quickly explained when she realized that everyone had misunderstood. Young Master Yi, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant when I said I'd sell it to you. What does that mean? Jiang Lian'er said calmly. Sun Anin hurriedly explained. I've heard that the Yi family refines all the pills in their own shops and then distributes them uniformly. This ensures maximum profit. But it's different for us individual investors. We either buy pills from other people, but the prices are nowhere near as good as those from the Yi family. Alternatively, they could hire their own alchemists, but that would be even more expensive. Normally, with the Yi family's help, we individual investors can still make a living, but now the Zhang family has entered the game. We small-time investors have no way to survive, and my shop is about to go under too. At this point, Sun Anin looked at Yigu. So I want to join your Yi family's medicine business. There's no need to sell yourself, is there? Yigu said helplessly. Yi Lang, standing to the side, chuckled. So that's how it is, third brother. You didn't know? In our Yi family's medicine shop, every manager and alchemist has to sign a contract of servitude. The shopkeeper is well aware of the scale of our Yi family's businesses and cash flow, while the alchemist can freely learn the pill formulas provided by our Yi family. These are the foundations that cannot be revealed to outsiders. Therefore, they all have to sign a contract of servitude, promising that no matter what happens, whether it's birth, old age, sickness, or death, or if a family member falls ill, our Yi family will take full responsibility. However, they also cannot spread this information. The indentures are all signed with blood oaths. Even if they want to leave in the future, as long as they do not leak this information, we will not stop them. They even give them a severance package, which is why our Yi family has a good reputation. Yegusudendi realized. Although the indenture sounds intimidating, it is ultimately just to protect the Yi family's assets from being leaked. As for the recipes for elixirs, those are priceless treasures. Even the most basic body-tempering pills and qi-nourishing pills, which are commonplace, do not have recipes that are easy to obtain. What alchemists want most are the recipes for making pills, which they can obtain from the Yi family. But they absolutely cannot turn around and help other people refine pills. Otherwise, how can the Yi family do business? Therefore, as long as the employer is good, whether it is a shopkeeper or an alchemist, they will not switch jobs. This is also why the Yi family was able to establish themselves in Shiliang County. Sun Anin explained, My medicine shop is only slightly better than the average retail investor. But now we've reached our limit. If we can't join the Yi family, we'll go bankrupt in a few days. But I'm not satisfied, so I want to join the Yi family. I don't ask for much. I just want my shop to continue to be managed by me, and other things like salary can be paid at the normal level. In addition, I hope that after this crisis is over, you will allow me to redeem my shop. As for the pill formulas, you don't need to worry. I'm only responsible for taking the finished pills from you. I won't get my hands on your core ingredients. As for the Yi family's financial transactions, I swear on my life that I will never reveal them to anyone. At this point, Sun Nen looked at Yi Gu with anticipation. Young Master Yi, is that all right? Miss. Looking at Sun Nen's appearance, Xiao Qing couldn't help but speak up, her face full of heartache. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu glanced at Jiang Lian'er beside him. Lian'er, what do you think? Jiang Lian'er was taken aback, not expecting Yi Gu to ask her. However, remembering that Yi Gu had said he would hand over the shop to her to manage in the future, she understood and spoke up. I misunderstood Sister before, but regarding this matter specifically, I agree. It's not easy for a woman to do business away from home, and the conditions that Sister offered were very sincere. As my husband said, the Yi family is a responsible family. Now that the small households in Shiliang County are in trouble, we should help them. Thank you so much, Sister Lian'er. Sun Nen's eyes were full of gratitude. Seeing this, Yi Gu also raised his hand, ready to make a decision. Seeing this, Yi Lang quickly said, Hey, seriously, isn't anyone going to ask for my opinion? I'm the second young master of the Yi family, for goodness sake. This is my shop. What does it have to do with you? Yi Gu glared at Yi Lang, then slapped his hand on the indenture. Make a deal. After saying that, Yi Gu pressed his fingerprint on the indenture, while Sun Nen's fingerprint had already been pressed on long ago. With the handprint placed, the contract was considered complete. However, just as Yi Gu's palm fell, he was surprised to feel that an invisible and unknown power had appeared within him. This force is very strange, just like the way the cold air appeared back then. It was clearly different from a cold air. It belonged to a completely different kind of power. But I haven't been practicing at all. I haven't sparred with anyone either. How can power be generated? What path's power is this? As Yi Gu pondered this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the way of business? There are countless paths in the world, and as the saying goes, there are 360 professions. Every profession has its master. Why isn't the way of business considered the great way? If the way of business is not the way of the world, then where does this power within me come from? Yi Gu was certain that the extra power within him belonged to the power of business. Sun Nen went out to do business as a woman, without any fluctuation in her own strength. That courage alone is admirable. Secondly, after sensing the danger, she took the initiative to approach me to discuss cooperation. They even went so far as to sign indentures. They have the courage and the spirit. Yi Gu was certain that the extra insights into business principles he had gained were due to his conversation with her. I never imagined that the way of business could also be a path of cultivation. It seems that even Sun Nen herself probably doesn't know. While Yi Gu was thinking, Manager Chun had already taken out the Yi family seal and stamped the indenture. From this point on, the contract of servitude was considered to be fully effective. Sun Nen looked at the contract of sale, tears welling up in her eyes. She then bowed deeply to Yi Gu and said, Many thanks to young Master Yi for his help. I will never forget this kindness. Yi Gu waved his hand, about to exchange a few pleasantries, when at that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on marrying Sun Nen. Sun Nen's current favorability rating, 20. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix manual cultivation speed increased to 7 times. 1 copy of the complete guide to profound grade alchemy. 10 recipes for grade 1 10 times fold pills, and 5 recipes for grade 2 5 times fold pills. Friendly reminder. The complete guide to profound grade alchemy has been automatically injected into the host consciousness, and there is no need to study it again. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Yi Gu felt completely numb. Wife? What wife? What did I marry Sun Nen? System, please stop randomly choosing wives, okay? Wrong. Yi Gu suddenly realized what was happening. What is this complete guide to mysterious grade alchemy? What is this tenfold formula for first grade pills? Damn, what amazing stuff is this? Chapter 15 Tenfold Elixir Recipe? This situation can be broken. Yi Gu wanted to see what kind of rewards the system was giving him. However, at this moment, Sun Nen had already gotten up and was preparing to leave. Sun Nen signed a contract of servitude and is now considered a manager under the Yi family. The pills in her Enru pill shop naturally needed to be completely replaced. The Yi family will not forcibly take the original pills. She can do with them however she wants. Next, the Yi family will have to arrange for new pills to be sent over for sale. So Sun Nen has a lot to do next. As for the Yi family, since it was Yi Gu who signed the indenture with her, The task of making the arrangements naturally fell to Manager Chun. Yigu was also worried that Jiang Lian'er would get tired. After all, there were many and complicated things to do in a business world. He simply told her to look at Manager Chen's account books every day to familiarize herself with them, and that there was no rush to take over completely. After seeing Sun in and off to the door, Yigu suddenly remembered the matter of business and asked a question. Miss Sun, may I ask if you have ever cultivated? Upon hearing Yigu's question, Xiaoqing's expression clearly darkened, and she spoke up. My young lady has never cultivated. Why does the young master ask such a question? Yigui simidet. Just asking around. After all, only powerful cultivators can usually do business. I noticed no fluctuation of energy from Miss Sun. I was just curious. A hint of melancholy flashed in Sunanin's eyes as she spoke. I have no foundation in cultivation whatsoever. I only went into business to support myself. Yigu nodded and then said, maybe not now, but who knows what the future holds. I see that Miss Sun has a natural talent for business. She should persevere. Upon hearing this, Sunanin's eyes lit up noticeably, as if being recognized made her very happy. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Yi. Sunanin will work hard. Yigu nodded, said no more, and watched Sunanin leave. He benefited from his conversation with Sunanin, which gave rise to the power of business acumen within him. Although it might not be of much use to him, it inadvertently led him to discover a cultivation path that many people had not noticed. That is the way of business. If Sunanin can continue down this path, he may one day be able to enter the Taoist path through business and achieve legendary success. But if he were to tell her the truth now, she probably wouldn't believe him. So Yigu didn't say anything more. Yigu then looked at the account books in the shop for a while. Sure enough, everything was just as Sunanin had said. The shop that Yigu took over previously generated at least 50,000 spirit stones in profit each month. However, in the last month or two, the profit has not even reached 10,000 spirit stones. You have to understand that this is the Yi family's best shop. If it's like this now, then the other shops will probably be in even worse shape. If it weren't for the wealth the Yi family had accumulated over the years, things would probably have fallen into chaos long ago. Yigu Sikit. Yi Lang, who was standing to the side, kept cursing himself for being a worthless wretch. Our Yi family is in such a state, and I'm still indulging in a life of debauchery every day. I'm such a scoundrel. No, I have to go back to my mother and tell her about this, so she can start preparing too. Yi Lang then left. Not long after, Yi Lang's lackey, Guzi, came looking for them. It turns out he had already found out that the Zhang family was indeed behind this mess in the elixir industry in Shiliang County. Sunanin was not lying. Upon learning that Yi Lang had already gone home, Guzi followed him. Yigu was no longer in the mood to look at the ledger. Thinking of the system's rewards, he began to consider them. He hadn't married Sunanin, but the system had defaulted to treating her as his wife. There are probably only two explanations for this. First, the system is foreshadowing that Sunanin will be his wife in the future. Secondly, there's the reason of the indenture. Yigu prefers the second option. After all, the system didn't say it could predict the future. A contract of servitude, on the other hand, is much more practical. Once this contract of servitude was signed, strictly speaking, Sunanin was now his person. As for whether she should be made a manager, a maid, or even a lady, that remains to be seen. It's simply a matter of Yigu saying a few words. Therefore, the system's conclusion that Sunanin was his wife is not wrong. This contract of servitude is not very binding on the buyer. It can only deter honest people, not scoundrels. For example, if Yigu forcibly took Sunanin as his concubine, and the latter went to sue him, the officials of the Great Xia dynasty would not care. Because of the indenture, she is theoretically Yigu's private property, and Yigu can do whatever he wants with her. However, this raises a problem. If Sunanin leaves in the future and redeems herself, how will that be accounted for? Divorce? Will the system give me a notification? Ding! Host divorce detected. Yigu couldn't help but laugh just thinking about it. Pulling his thoughts back, Yigu continued his research. Not to mention that the Dragon and Phoenix manual had increased sevenfold. It seemed to improve every time he pampered his wife. Yigu began by studying the complete collection of mysterious grade pills. This thing had no physical form. It entered Yigu's sea of consciousness directly as an information stream. As soon as Yigu had a thought, this information flooded into his memory. Yigu saw a dense array of information appear in his mind. Precautions for refining body-tempering pills, qi-nourishing pills, and bone-tempering pills, etc. The amount of information is simply astonishing. Upon reading the introduction, Yigu couldn't help but swallow hard. The complete guide to mysterious great elixirs. This book records all the refining precautions for elixirs of grade 3 and below that have been publicly disclosed by the Great Xia dynasty. My goodness, this is practically an encyclopedia of alchemy. With this, wouldn't I be able to refine all pills below the 3rd grade? Yi Gu swallowed hard, but he quickly realized the problem. This complete guide to Xin grade pills only records the precautions to take when refining each type of pill, such as the temperature to be controlled, the refining time, and the order in which herbs are added. But the most important thing is missing. That's right. That's the recipe for the elixir. It's like you're going to a place, and you know how many potholes and forks there are on the road, but you just don't know how to get there. The recipe for the elixir is the key. Without it, you cannot refine it. Sure enough, the recipe for the pill is the most important thing. No wonder the recipes for such common 1st and 2nd grade pills are extremely expensive. Yi Gu sighed and turned his gaze to the last 2 reward items. 10 portions of grade 1 10-fold elixir recipe. Refining according to the elixir recipe will increase elixir production 10-fold. 5 portions of grade 2 5-fold elixir recipe. Refining according to the elixir recipe will increase elixir production by 5 times. Upon seeing the simple 2-sentence introduction, Yi Gu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly took out the recipe for a 1st grade body tempering pill, read it aloud to Jiang Lian'er, listing the quantity and type of herbs, and then asked a question. Lian'er, with this formula and the amount of herbs, how many body tempering pills can you usually refine? Jiang Lian'er is also a 2nd grade alchemist, capable of refining 1st and 2nd grade pills, she said upon hearing this. This body tempering pill recipe is strange. It's different from any other body tempering pill recipe I've ever seen. However, the quantities are all the same, and generally speaking, a single furnace can produce a maximum of 3 pills. Alchemists of the 5th rank or above can make the most of these materials, but the quantity will not exceed 5. Upon hearing Jiang Lian'er's answer, Yi Gu couldn't help but smile. Doesn't this mean that, with the same amount and according to the recipe, at least 30 body tempering pills can be refined in one go? Moreover, there are 10 recipes for the 1st grade 10-fold pill and 5 recipes for the 2nd grade 5-fold pill. With these 15 prescriptions for the pills, wouldn't the cost of the pills drop dramatically? This situation can be broken. This situation can be broken. My lord, what are you saying? What do you mean this situation can be broken? Jiang Lian'er looked completely bewildered. Yi Gu then pointed directly to the alchemy room in the backyard. Come on, take me to the alchemy room. Chapter 16, 30 pieces in one batch. Master has gone mad. 3 bowls of white aconite, 1 bowl of menthol, and 1 bowl of aconite root. Inside the alchemy room in the backyard of the shop. Whenever Yi Gu mentioned a certain herb, Jiang Lian'er would prepare it. Soon, all the medicinal materials listed on the prescription for a complete set of body tempering pills were in place. Jiang Lian'er asked upon seeing this. My lord, are you asking me to refine elixirs according to this formula? Yi Gu nodded. As long as you follow this recipe, I guarantee that this batch will produce at least 30 body tempering pills. Huh? Jiang Lian'er was stunned upon hearing this. However, before Jiang Lian'er could speak, a voice suddenly came from his side. Although this formula looks somewhat similar to the body tempering pill formula, the extra few ingredients are ones I've never seen before. 3rd young master, alchemy is a delicate art. If you don't strictly follow the formula and proportions, it may lead to failure and not a single pill will be produced. Who told you that you have 30 body refining pills in this batch? Yi Gu and Jiang Lian'er looked up and found that the speaker was none other than Elder Qin, the chief alchemist under their Yi family. Old Qin is an alchemist with 30 years of experience. He has been working at the 2nd grade alchemist level for many years and has even faintly touched the 3rd grade alchemist level. Unfortunately, alchemy requires a high level of talent, and Elder Qin is clearly lacking in talent, which is why he's been stuck at the 2nd grade alchemist level for so many years. However, his mastery of 2nd grade and 1st grade pills far surpasses that of others. The success rate of producing pills is also the highest among all the alchemists in the Yi family. Therefore, he also became the chief alchemist under the Yi family. Yi Gu smiled when he saw Elder Qin. Does Old Qin not believe me? Old Qin smiled. Please forgive my bluntness, but I have studied alchemy for most of my life, and this is truly the first time I have ever seen a body tempering pill formula like yours, young master. Simply by adding a few medicinal herbs, the yield of body tempering pills can be increased tenfold. It's not that I don't believe it, but no alchemist would believe it. Even a 5th grade or higher alchemist can only refine a maximum of 5 body tempering pills per batch using the same body tempering pill formula. Is it possible for you to produce 30? Moreover, I don't think the 3rd young master's wife really believes it either. Jiang Lian'er nodded hurriedly. Seeing this, Yigu was not angry and smiled. I know you won't believe it yet. How about we make a bet? Elder Qin, you are the chief alchemist of our Yi family, so you should personally perform the procedure. If you refine the pills according to my prepared formula, and a batch produces 30 body-tempering pills, I win. If you produce even one less, you win. Of course, I won't let you gamble for nothing. If you win, I'll give you a pill formula, which you can freely teach to others. Go out and refine pills to make money, and my Yi family will never interfere. However, if you lose, you'll have to make a trip for me and call all the other alchemists in the shop over. How? Old Qin smiled upon hearing this. Everyone says that the third young master is a remarkable person, and seeing him today has truly made this old man look at him in a new light. Your bet is clearly a lose-lose situation for you, but beneficial to me. It's just running an errand, nothing serious. It seems that the third young master is very confident in his formula. That's natural. Would you like to accept it? Yigu asked. Old Qin stroked his hair and smiled. I accept the offer. I also want to see just how many body-tempering pills the third young master can refine with this formula. Good. Yigu smiled and replied, then looked at Jiang Lian'er. Why don't you place a bet too? Huh? Jiang Lian'er was taken aback and quickly said, Lian'er is already my husband's woman. What can I gamble on? Yigu laughed. You will always be your own person. You are my wife, not my possession. There's always a gamble to be made. What can I bet on? Jiang Lian'er asked. Yigai pointed to his cheek and laughed. If I win, you kiss me. Huh? Jiang Lian'er's pretty face immediately turned red, but she still asked. What if my husband loses? Then I'll give you a kiss. Yigu laughed. Jiang Lian'er's pretty face immediately turned even redder. She glanced shyly at old Qin beside her and said in an embarrassed and indignant tone, Husband, you're so annoying. In front of other people. And no matter who wins or loses, you always come out on top, and I always lose. Old Qin stroked his beard and smiled. It's all right. I was young once too. It's only natural for men and women to enjoy each other's company. Third young madam, believe me, the third young master's pill formula absolutely cannot produce 30 body-tempering pills. Jiang Lian'er nodded. Yigu then smiled. Elder Qin, the alchemy hasn't even started yet. You're talking about this way too early. Third young master, I am confident in my abilities. If you are ready, then I will begin. Yigai smiled and gestured. Please do so. Without wasting any words, old Qin immediately rolled up his sleeves, revealing a pair of thick, muscular arms covered in prominent veins. They then started the fire and began refining. His every movement was executed flawlessly and smoothly. The proficiency with which these actions demonstrates that alchemy has become an instinctive process for him, requiring no further thought. Without decades of experience, it would be impossible to achieve this level of skill. Yigu was astonished by the speed at which Elder Qin refined pills. Indeed, practice makes perfect, and perfection leads to amazing results. While waiting for the refining process, Jiang Lian'er asked, Husband, why did you win the bet with old Master Qin? It was so simple, just ask him to call all the alchemists in the shop. Do you intend to promote this formula? Yigu nodded. That's right. Think about it. If my formula can really produce 10 times the amount of body-tempering pills, would we still be afraid of the Jiang family's price war this time? Jiang Lian'er suddenly had a revelation. Yes, 10 times the output means cost will drop dramatically, but the Jiang family doesn't have that kind of output. Therefore, in this price war, the Yi family was almost in an invincible position. However, to Yigu's surprise, he originally wanted Qin Lao to call for help. Soon, news of their bet on alchemy spread throughout the entire shop. Upon hearing the news, the other alchemists in the shop all rushed over, completely blocking the door to the alchemy room. Hey, did you hear? Master and the third young master made a bet. One batch will yield 30 body-tempering pills. How could that be? The third young master isn't an alchemist. He clearly doesn't know anything about alchemy. He's just bragging. That's right, let alone 30. Master only ever produced 4 body-tempering pills in one batch at most. How could there be 30? That's true. Look, they're about to open the alchemy furnace, and the results will be revealed soon. The body-tempering pill is not difficult to refine. It only takes less than 10 minutes. Old Qin had already completed the entire refining process, and turned to look at Yigu with a smile. Third young master, the alchemy furnace is about to be opened. Is it too late for you to back out now? Yigu laughed. Looks like this time, you won't need to run errands. The person has arrived on their own. However, I still believe in myself. Let's start the alchemy furnace. Old Qin smiled and said nothing more, then immediately opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. As a medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air, Elder Qin hurriedly began to dispel the heat from the alchemy furnace. The next moment, when the scene inside the alchemy furnace became clear to everyone. Everyone present froze. Even Elder Qin was startled, and the lid of the alchemy furnace slipped from his hand and crashed to the ground with a thud. Inside the alchemy furnace, there were countless body-tempering pills at a glance. There were well over 30. How is this possible? In my lifetime of alchemy, I have never seen anything like this. This is hilarious. As he spoke, Old Qin suddenly burst into laughter. The group of disciples who were blocking the entrance to watch the commotion were also stunned when they saw this, and some of them even shouted, "Oh no, Master has gone mad." Chapter 17. Favorability increases again. Reward. Top-grade cultivation technique. Old Qin. Seeing Qin Lao's somewhat erratic state, Yigu hurriedly called out. Old Qin waved his hand. I am fine, but I suddenly feel that I have wasted the last few decades of my life. I never imagined that the body-tempering pill could be refined in such a way. Third young master, where did you get this pill formula from? Yigu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Elder Qin was all right. Meanwhile, a large group of alchemists blocking the door behind them were also full of anticipation and asked questions one after another. Yes, third young master, where did you get this pill formula from? This pill formula is simply amazing. It can increase the pill yield tenfold, which is unheard of. Have you noticed that when we refined body-tempering pills before, most of the pot was full of dregs, and there were only 3 or 4 pills? But the pills refined by the third young master's formula have very little dregs. It's really amazing. Yes, just by adding a few herbs, such a big change has occurred. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Seeing everyone's anticipation, Yigu stopped wasting words and spoke. You don't need to worry about where these elixir formulas came from. I have something more important to announce. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Yigu. Yigu flipped his hand and took out 15 pill recipes, which were exactly the ones that the system had rewarded him with. I have 15 brand new pill recipes here. As long as you follow the ingredients in the recipes, the success rate of pill production will be greatly increased. And today, I entrust them all to you. From now on, all 15 kinds of pills must be refined according to the latest formula. As everyone knows, the elixir industry in our Shiliang County is currently experiencing turmoil. Whether our Yi family can survive this turmoil depends entirely on you all. Upon hearing this, Old Qin hurriedly replied, Third young master, you're exaggerating. We are all alchemists of the Yi family. We understand the principle that when a nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. As long as there's nothing wrong with the third young master's pill formula, we guarantee we can refine the pills. Very good. As Yigu spoke, he handed the prescription to Elder Qin. After taking it, Old Qin read it once, but the more he read, the more excited he became. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, and he kept muttering to himself as he watched. It's ingenious. The formulas for these pills are simply too ingenious. I never imagined that the qi-nourishing pill could be made in such a way. It was truly enlightening, like a sudden awakening. Old Qin hurriedly passed on the pill formulas to the other alchemists one by one. At that moment, Old Qin suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Yigu quickly helped him up. Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Don't get too agitated. Take care of yourself. Old Qin waved his hand excitedly. Young master, you may not know this, but I have now entered the ranks of a third-grade alchemist. Having remained a second-grade alchemist for many years, I never imagined that it would be these few pill formulas that would help me break through my bottleneck. Third young master, I will never forget your great kindness. As he spoke, Old Qin quickly bowed to Yigu. Yigu hurriedly helped Old Qin up and said, You have worked diligently for the Yi family for most of your life, so if anyone should be thanking someone, it should be me thanking you. While the two were talking, Jiang Lian'er curiously reached her hand into the alchemy furnace. It seemed they wanted to take a body-tempering pill to see how this formula made the different from the usual ones. However, just as her hand approached the alchemy furnace, Yigu grabbed it. Yigu said with a worried expression, Watch out, the pills have just been refined. They're very hot inside. As he spoke, Yigu put Jiang Lian'er's hand to his lips and blew on it. Seeing Yigu's worried face and his careful way of protecting her, Jiang Lian'er felt a warmth in her heart and bent down to kiss Yigu on the cheek. This scene was witnessed by Elder Qin and the other alchemists. A chorus of immediately erupted from the crowd. Jiang Lian'er was also a little embarrassed by the teasing from everyone, so she simply turned her head away and refused to look at them. Yigu touched his cheek, about to speak, when suddenly the system's voice came to his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully pampered your wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 70. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu couldn't help but recall his previous guesses. According to the system's reward pattern, the rewards are usually very generous when the favorability rating reaches 30 or 50. Furthermore, it is expected that the rewards will be equally generous at levels 70 and 100. Sure enough, just as Yigu was thinking, the system's voice rang out again. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix manual cultivation speed increased to 8 times, 300 body tempering pills, 300 chi nourishing pills, and the heavenly grade 9 meridians cold scripture. Upon hearing about the reward, Yigu's face broke into an excited smile. A top-grade cultivation technique. I didn't expect the system to reward even this. The 9 meridians cold scripture sounds like a cultivation technique related to ice. The system is testing me again. Having learned about the heavenly cold body modification liquid incident, Yigu immediately realized what was going on. The system definitely wants me to give a 9 meridians cold scripture to Jiang Lian'er. At the same time, I will definitely be able to obtain the corresponding cultivation techniques. The techniques given to Lian'er were all top grade, so the ones the system gave me were probably also top grade. With a top-tier cultivation technique and a corresponding top-tier physique, it would be difficult for him not to rise to prominence. Yigu was also looking forward to what kind of top-grade cultivation technique he could obtain. However, this is clearly not the time to give them away, since there are too many people here. Moreover, Yigu was also making plans in his mind. I'm about to obtain a top-grade cultivation technique, and I really need to seize the time to improve my strength. I've had enough of sitting in a wheelchair. The body tempering realm primarily focuses on body tempering, while only upon entering the chi refining realm can one begin cultivating techniques to nourish the body with chi. Therefore, Yigu must break through to the chi refining realm as soon as possible before he can begin cultivating heavenly grade techniques. The body tempering pills were quite plentiful this time, but using them to break through to the chi refining realm is still a bit slow. Thinking about it, Yigu asked, Elder Qin, which of the pills in our shop offers the greatest improvement for cultivators in the body tempering realm? Old Qin was immersed in the joy of breaking through to the 3rd grade alchemist level when he heard this, and after thinking for a moment, he said, that would be the grade 3 bone refining pill. This is the best cultivation pill in the body tempering realm. It has the effect of sculpting the body and is far superior to any other body tempering pill. However, our shop didn't have a 3rd grade alchemist before, so no one could refine this bone polishing pill. Fortunately, I have now broken through to a higher level. If you don't mind, young master, I'm willing to give it a try. However, this is my first time refining a grade 3 pill, so I'm afraid I can't guarantee the success rate. Also, the materials for this bone refining pill are quite valuable, so I hope the 3rd young master will understand. Yigu nodded in understanding. Although Elder Qin had entered the 3rd rank, he still needed to gradually adapt to the new pill formula. But he couldn't wait, thinking of Yigu Dao. Let it go this time, Elder Qin. You'll have plenty of opportunities to refine 3rd grade pills in the future. I urgently need the bone polishing pill, so I'll refine it myself this time. Both Old Master Qin and Jiang Lian'er were taken aback upon hearing this. Old Qin hurriedly said, the 3rd young master wants to refine himself. Jiang Lian'er's eyes widened as well. Husband, you can also refine elixirs? Yigu scratched his head and said, I've studied some things on my own, so I should be able to do it. Let me give it a try. Have you studied some privately? Old Qin was completely dumbfounded. He had only learned a little in private, yet he dared to try it himself? Didn't the 3rd young master hear what I just said? The materials for refining the bone polishing pill are very expensive. Chapter 18, Yigu personally refines pills, causing all the alchemists to break through their defenses. The alchemists blocking the doorway were still engrossed in the pill formulas that could increase the pill yield when they heard that Yigu was going to refine pills himself. They all poked their heads out and looked over curiously. The 3rd young master personally concocts pills? Does the 3rd young master know how to concoct pills? I've never heard of the 3rd young master being an alchemist. The ingredients for a grade 3 bone refining pill are incredibly valuable. The 3rd young master is really wasting them. Wait a minute. Does that sound familiar? Didn't you just question the 3rd young master's elixir formula? Bro, wasn't it you who was questioning that just now? Really? If you say so, then so be it. But I'm still really looking forward to seeing how the 3rd young master will turn out in his first attempt at alchemy. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and Elder Qin quickly prepared all the ingredients for the grade 3 bone refining pill. Looking at the table full of valuable herbs, Old Qin also gave a reminder. 3rd young master, this is the only batch of herbs in our shop for the grade 3 bone refining pill. Or should I do it? The success rate of something you learn privately is probably... Yigu smiled upon hearing this, indicating that it was nothing. With a complete guide to Xian grade pills at my disposal, I can easily refine pills of grade 3 and below. If I had really given it to you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to take this bone-refining pill today. Of course, these words cannot be said aloud. Yigu was quickly pushed by Jiang Lian'er to the side of the alchemy furnace. As everyone watched him add herbs to the alchemy furnace, their hearts ached. That's deer antler grass. One plant is worth 1,000 yuan. And that holly grass. One plant is worth 3,000 yuan. It's such a waste. The third young master is such a spendthrift. Don't say that. Even if the third young master can't refine the bone-refining pill, having him bring back a pot of medicinal soup to drink will still have an effect. Medicinal soup? Damn it, is that alchemy? Why don't you just say that the third young master is making soup? Yigu naturally didn't take these words to heart. These people were just feeling sorry for the precious herbs. As Yigu placed all the herbs into the alchemy furnace, the alchemy process officially began. As Yigu refined the pill, he also consulted the complete guide to Xin grade pills in his mind, specifically the notes on refining the third grade bone refining pill. Soon, Elder Qin and the other alchemists realized that things were not going as they had expected. At this moment, the pot is open, and it's releasing so much steam. Luckily, the third young master opened the pot. Otherwise, the alchemy furnace might have exploded. Huh? How did the third young master know that the holly herb's effects had been fully released? He even knew to scoop out the residue. Something's not right. Judging qi in alchemy isn't a skill only experienced alchemists can master. Is this really the third young master's first time practicing alchemy? Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Even Elder Qin and Jiang Lian'er were dumbfounded. They originally wanted to remind Yigu to be careful about some things that might happen during alchemy. However, Yigu seemed to be a seasoned pro, managing to avoid all of them. The entire process was simply impeccable. Jiang Lian'er couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Husband, have you really never refined pills before? Your proficiency in refining pills doesn't seem like that of someone refining pills for the first time." Yigu nodded. "No, this is truly my first time refining pills. Perhaps it's just instinct. In fact, not only in refining pills, but many people learn something on their own the first time they do it, don't they?" Jiang Lian'er asked in confusion. "You mastered something on your first try, without any instruction? What is it? Can you give an example?" Yigu thought for a moment and then said, "For example, the bridal chamber." "You." Jiang Lian'er's pretty face immediately turned red, and scenes from her wedding night with Yigu flashed through her mind. That guy was truly self-taught, and Jiang Lian'er could hardly believe that it was his first time. That's incredibly skillful. It's like they've studied several gigabytes of video materials. Old Qin clearly didn't want to listen to their driving and exclaimed in surprise, "Genius. Third young master, you are simply a genius at alchemy." Yigu smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't know if he was a genius, but he knew the system was a true genius. The complete guide to refining mysterious grade pills for yourself is absolutely amazing. Yigu himself never imagined that one day he would become an alchemist, and that he would start as an alchemist capable of refining third-grade pills. The other alchemists must be incredibly frustrated right now. As everyone was talking, the refining of the grade 3 bone refining pill was finally nearing completion. Many people began to speculate. How many bone-refining pills do you think the third young master can produce from this pot of medicinal soup? I remember the maximum number that could be produced was 5, right? But only alchemists of rank 5 or higher could achieve that. That's right. I think it would be acceptable if the third young master could refine one successfully. After all, it's his first time refining one. I think there are 3. Look at how skilled the third young master is at alchemy. It's clearly not his first time. All right, you're just afraid of offending the third young master. That's all you say. I don't believe you can make a pill on your first try. I bet this is just a pot of medicinal soup. The third young master will probably take it home and drink it tonight. Huh. Actually, that's what I thought too, but I didn't dare say it. Yigu was speechless, but he was too lazy to explain. As the flames in the alchemy furnace gradually died out, the bone refining pill can now be considered completely refined. Yigu did not open it himself, but looked at Qin Lao next to him and gestured for him to open the alchemy furnace. Old Qin sighed, seemingly still feeling sorry for the herbs used in the bone refining pill, but he still went over and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. As the lid of the alchemy furnace was opened, a fragrance of third-grade elixir, unlike anything anyone had ever smelled before, wafted back in. This taste is truly unique. Yes, this is the grade 3 bone refining pill. I never expected we could smell the fragrance of a grade 3 pill. It smells amazing. I have to say, the third young master really has a talent for making soup. This pot of soup is even more delicious than beef soup. That's right. If the third young master were to switch careers and become a soup maker, he would definitely be the head chef of the #1 soup restaurant in Shiliang County. Ha 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 ha. You guys are really bold. It's only because you ran into the third young master that he doesn't hold it against you. If it were any other alchemist, they would have turned against you long ago. Amidst the discussion, Yigu asked curiously, how? Old Qin dispelled the heat inside the alchemy furnace, and soon he took something out of it. When he turned around, everyone saw him. Old Qin was actually carrying a plate, and on the plate were 5 crystal-clear white pills neatly arranged. 5 bone-refining pills. Third young master, you've succeeded. Old Qin said excitedly. Jiang Lian'er, standing to the side, also looked excited. The group of alchemists blocking the entrance were completely petrified. What did I see? What the hell? What happened to my first-time refining pills? What happened to the grade 3 bone refining pill? What happened to the medicinal soup? My goodness, 5 grade 3 bone refining pills. Even a grade 5 alchemist wouldn't dare guarantee they could do in one go, right? Is the third young master even human? He's practically a monster. On their first attempt at alchemy, they produced a grade 3 bone refining pill with a 100% success rate. On my first attempt, I only produced a grade 1 body tempering pill, half a pill in a pot of medicinal soup. What am I supposed to do? I want to quit my job. It's too insulting. Yigu looked at the large group of alchemists crying and howling beside him, and he also looked embarrassed. He didn't want to, but the complete collection of profound grade pills was just too amazing. Moreover, he couldn't care less about what the alchemists thought at this moment. Now that he had the bone polishing pill, he had to hurry home to improve his strength. Moreover, a top-grade cultivation technique is still waiting for him. Thinking of this, Yigu immediately took Jiang Lian'er's hand and said, "Let's go home." Jiang Lian'er was overjoyed and nodded quickly. Chapter 19, Heavenly Grade Cultivation Technique. The Myriad Paths, Scripture. Yigu enters the Qi refining realm. Yigu and Jiang Lian'er left the shop quickly. Only Elder Qin and a group of alchemists remained, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Old Qin looked at the empty tray in his hands, smelled the unique fragrance of third-grade pills in the air, and looked at the pill formulas in the hands of other alchemists in the distance. He took a deep breath and sighed. To have met a genius like the third young master in this lifetime is truly my good fortune. As he spoke, Old Qin shouted at the group of alchemists. All right, everyone, calm down and get started refining the pills. The third young master has given us such a wonderful pill formula. We can't let him down. Yes, a group of people shouted in unison, and then all the alchemists got busy. As for those pill formulas, Yigu was naturally at ease. After all, these alchemists had all signed indentures with the Yi family and swore blood oaths, so there was no need to worry about their identities being exposed. Only by handing over these unilateral measures to them can the Yi family safely weather this crisis. As soon as they got home, Yigu took Jiang Lian'er back to his courtyard. Seeing Yigu's anxious look, Jiang Lian'er smiled. Husband, are you eager to break through to the next level? Don't worry, I'll personally protect you. Yi Gai smiled and took out the 9 meridians cold scripture. It's true that I'm eager to cultivate, but it's also true that I'm eager to give you a gift. This is... Jiang Lian'er looked at the book with some confusion. However, when she took it and looked through it, she froze. 9 meridians cold scripture? A heavenly grade cultivation technique? My husband? Yigu laughed it. This was specially prepared for you. Now that you have the heavenly cold body, combined with this 9 cold meridians, your strength will definitely skyrocket. It's a pity I haven't gotten my hands on any ice-related martial arts manuals yet. But don't worry, I'll figure something out. Jiang Lian'er looked at Yigu, her eyes reddening, and said, My husband treats me so well, I have no way to repay him. This top-grade cultivation technique is too precious for me to accept. Yigu laughed. You are my wife. If you don't want her, then who else can I give her to? Or should I give it to Sunanin? Jiang Lian'er pouted upon hearing this. Husband, don't use Inin to provoke me. Inin is a good person. Okay, it was my fault. So you're agreeing to accept it? Yigu laughed. Jiang Lian'er nodded, and then surprisingly took the initiative to approach Yigu and peck him on the lips. Then he took the 9 meridians cold scripture and ran to sit down on a stone bench some distance away. I'm cultivating here to protect you. You should cultivate diligently. Yigu smiled slightly and said nothing more. Sure enough, the system's voice rang in Yigu's mind the next moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 80. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix manual cultivation speed increased by 9 times. 30 body tempering pills. 30 Qi nourishing pills. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. The 9 meridians cold scripture is now gifted to Jiang Lian'er. The system is giving away a hidden reward. the heavenly grade cultivation technique, the myriad path scripture. Friendly reminder. Hidden rewards are only available to the host and cannot be used by others. Hearing the system's repeated reminders, Yigu was taken aback. I didn't expect that giving her a cultivation technique would actually increase her favorability. Silly girl. Yigu took out some chi-nourishing pills and called out to Jiang Lian'er. He then tossed the chi-nourishing pill over. What's wrong, my husband? With the chi-nourishing pill, your strength will increase even faster. Don't worry about the pills. I can afford to nourish you. Yigu laughed. Jiang Lian'er smiled and, without any pretense, immediately took 2 pills. Yigu also busied himself checking the cultivation technique rewards he had received. The myriad paths scripture, a heavenly grade cultivation technique. Cultivation can generate myriad paths, true chi, within the body. Myriad paths, true chi, is the foundation of myriad paths. Please cultivate diligently. Host. Myriad true chi? What imposing name. Yigu laughed, but the description of the myriad path scripture was somewhat ambiguous, and he was unable to cultivate at the moment. Yigu stopped looking at it and focused on getting into the chi refining realm as soon as possible. Then Yigu took out the bone polishing pill he had just refined and popped one into his mouth. As the effects of the bone refining pill gradually take hold in the body, Yigu was also instantly stunned by the effects of the bone polishing pill. As expected of a third-grade pill, its effects are dozens of times stronger than those of a body-tempering pill. Yigu was shocked, and his internal organs were frantically absorbing the power of the bone polishing pill. Soon Yigu felt layers of sweat appear on his body. These beads of sweat were slippery and obviously carried a lot of impurities. At the same time, Yigu felt his strength increasing at a visible speed. He knew that relying solely on the bone refining pill would absolutely not be enough to achieve such a terrifying speed. The real reason that allows for such a rapid increase in speed is the Dragon and Phoenix manual. Before reaching the chi refining realm, there are no cultivation techniques, but the effects of the Dragon and Phoenix manual are still present. With his cultivation speed increased by 9 times, coupled with the third-grade pill, the bone refining pill, one can only imagine how fast Yigu's cultivation speed is. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the aura within Yigu's body surged from the 8th level of the body-tempering realm to the 9th level. This scene also caused Jiang Lian'er, who was cultivating nearby, to open her eyes. 9 levels already? My husband's cultivation speed is really fast. Thinking of this, Jiang Lian'er also closed her eyes and began to study the 9 meridians cold scripture. However, Yigu's cultivation had only just begun. As the effects of the bone refining pill within his body rapidly transformed into strength, Yigu quickly reached the peak of the 9th level of the bone forging realm. However, when he tried his best to break through to the chi refining realm, he found that the power in his body was constantly increasing, but he could not break through the realm. Seeing this, Yigu had no choice but to take another bone refining pill. However, half an hour later, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. What the hell is this? Yigu was unwilling to give up and continued to take the bone refining pill. However, after consuming 2 more bone refining pills, the power within his body had reached a terrifying level. He could even explode and die at any moment. Yet his cultivation level still hasn't broken through. Jiang Lian'er was also awakened by Yigu's powerful aura, but she sensed that Yigu's cultivation level was still only at the bone forging realm. Even she was stunned. Legend has it that some cultivators can cultivate more and stronger true chi than others at the same level. It is common for such people to fight beyond their level. Could my husband be such a genius? Thinking of Jiang Lian'er, she spoke up. My lord, you may be a rare genius, and you need more power to break through to the chi refining realm. Let's continue. More power? Upon hearing this, Yigu flipped his hand and took out the last bone polishing pill, then threw it into his mouth without hesitation. As the effects of the bone refining pill spread, Yigu felt that his body had reached its limit. Even his internal organs were trembling slightly, as if he were about to explode and die any moment. But at that moment, Yigu suddenly felt as if the power within his body had reached its limit in an instant. Then, like a tidal wave, it quickly flowed from various parts of my body towards my legs. At that moment, Yigu felt as if his legs were like parched earth, frantically drawing upon this power. My legs, which had been numb all the time, suddenly felt a tingling, warm sensation. Yigu even unconsciously twitched his toes. He discovered that his toes had actually moved. Although my legs still wouldn't obey me, my toes really did move. It moved. It moved. Lian'er, my toes are moving. I've entered the chi refining realm. I really did it. Yigu said excitedly. I've been in a wheelchair for 16 years, and today I finally see hope." Jiang Lian'er also ran over, and her eyes immediately reddened as she felt the warmth on Yigu's legs. "I knew you could do it, my husband." Chapter 20 Qi Refining Realm, Level 3. Yigu finally stood up. The Qi Refining Realm is a completely new realm, entirely different from the body tempering realm. This is a realm where one can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body, thereby forging the muscles and bones within. The body tempering realm forges a cultivator's physical qualities, as well as impurities within their flesh and blood. The Qi Refining Realm, however, can truly reshape a person's bones and muscles. Yigu had heard from more than one doctor that the root cause of his congenital disability was that the tendons and bones below the waist were congenitally incomplete. Simply put, they had not fully grown. Ordinary pills can at most heal broken bones and tendons. Therefore, it is impossible to make muscles and bones that are not fully developed develop a second time. The only solution is to rebuild the bones and muscles. But rebuilding one's bones and muscles is not as easy as it sounds. Even the Great Xia dynasty, pills that can rebuild bones and muscles are treasures, and the Yi family naturally has no way of getting their hands on them now. Therefore, the only, and most likely, way for Yigu to recover is to enter the Qi Refining Realm. It draws in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to reshape the meridians below the waist. Previously, Yigu only fantasized about how he would reshape his bones and muscles once he actually entered the Qi Refining Realm. But now, he no longer needs to fantasize, and he is no longer confused. Because from the moment he entered the Qi Refining Realm, he realized that he didn't actually need to do anything. The muscles and bones below the waist began to actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if knowing that they were born with deficiencies and they were trying to reshape themselves. That tingling, numb sensation is precisely what comes from the regrowth of muscles and bones. Yigu held his breath and looked inward. He soon discovered that his strength was not even at the first level of Qi refining. Instead, they went straight to the second level of the Qi Refining Realm. How come I broke through to the second level of Qi Refining Realm right away? Yigu was completely dumbfounded. Good grief, you were the one who couldn't break through before, and now that you've broken through, you're the one heading straight for the second level. Are you kidding me? Jiang Lian'er smiled. Some cultivators are geniuses in the path of cultivation. They can not only cultivate more power at the same level, but also leap several levels after breaking through. My dear husband, it's obvious that you're a genius. Your leg will be healed soon. Yigu nodded excitedly. To be honest, he didn't care at all whether he was a genius or not at this moment. Being able to stand up again is already what he's been looking forward to the most. As the tingling sensation in his legs gradually subsided, Yigu tried to move around a bit. To his surprise, he found that his legs could now move as well. Although I still have no strength in my legs and can't stand up. The fact that his legs swayed indicates that the tendons and bones in his legs have already been repaired. If he continues to cultivate, he will definitely be able to stand up again. I'll continue my cultivation. You keep an eye on things for me. Yigu gave an instruction, then took out a handful of Qi-nourishing pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. The Qi-nourishing pill is an essential cultivation pill for those in the Qi Refining Realm. One of them is worth 300 spirit stones. However, Yigu didn't care about the value at this moment. He was willing to go bankrupt if it meant he could stand up again. As the Qi-nourishing pill entered his body, Yigu immediately felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within him become incredibly abundant. However, a large portion of it flowed into the dantian, with only a small portion flowing into the legs. Moreover, Yigu also discovered that even with the dragon and phoenix manual speed of 9 times, the speed at which his legs absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth still felt too slow. Thinking it over, Yigu hurriedly pulled out the newly arrived top-grade cultivation technique, the Myriad Path Scripture. The Myriad Path Scripture is a cultivation technique, and practitioners can only cultivate it after reaching the Qi Refining Realm. Cultivation techniques allow one to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their body, refine it, and ultimately transform it into their own power. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the faster the speed, and more concentrated and powerful the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that is cultivated. Without delay, Yigu immediately began cultivating according to the incantation of the Myriad Path Scripture. Sure enough, he soon felt as if he were a sponge, absorbing all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him. Soon enough, the entire absorption range directly covered the entire courtyard. Jiang Lian'er naturally felt the suction force as well, and was extremely surprised. My husband's Myriad Tao Scripture is so domineering, It has directly enveloped the entire courtyard. Even my 9 meridians cold scripture cannot withstand it. It should be noted that the 9 meridians cold scripture is a heaven-grade cultivation technique, yet it cannot steal even a trace of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the myriad path scripture. This alone demonstrates its power. Although both are top-grade cultivation techniques, there are still differences between them. Time passed second by second. About an hour later, Jiang Lian'er suddenly felt that Yigu's aura had suddenly increased again. Almost simultaneously, Yigu opened his eyes. "My lord, your skill is truly remarkable." "That's right. I've reached the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm." As he spoke, Yigu placed his hands on the armrest of the wheelchair, and then his legs began to tremble, clearly as he tried to stand up. Although Jiang Lian'er was worried, she did not step forward to help him up, knowing that Yigu wanted to stand up on his own. Only in this way can he be considered to have truly stood up. Yigu's legs trembled incessantly, as if he were about to fail at any moment. But as Yigu's body gradually straightened, the smile on his face became increasingly evident. Finally, at the moment when Yigu's body was completely upright, his legs finally stopped trembling, and Yigu's eyes instantly turned red. "I did it. I stood up." "Lian'er, did you see that?" "I've stood up." Jiang Lian'er nodded, tears streaming down her face. Yigu then raised his hand and pulled Jiang Lian'er into his arms, whispering in her ear, "From now on, you won't have to bend down to hug me anymore. I can finally hold the woman I love in my arms." Jiang Lian'er couldn't stop her tears from flowing. The two stood there embracing for a long time. They only let go of each other after their emotions had calmed down. Yigu wiped away Jiang Lian'er's tears and said, "I'm so happy today. I'll cook you a candlelight dinner tonight." Jiang Lian'er was taken aback, clearly having never heard of candlelight dinner. Yigu playfully flicked Jiang Lian'er's nose. "You'll find out tonight." Jiang Lian'er nodded. Although she didn't know what a candlelight dinner was, she was fine with anything as long as Yigu was happy. Yigu then sat down and cultivated for a while, but unfortunately his body absorbed the qi-nourishing pill at a slower and slower rate. This means that he will not be able to break through to the 4th level of qi refining in the short term. Left with no other choice, Yigu finally stopped. However, when he opened his eyes, he was surprised to find Jiang Lian'er's aura had somehow already reached the 4th level of the qi refining realm. "You broke through?" Yigu asked. Jiang Lian'er nodded. "I was so excited to see my husband stand up that I accidentally broke through to the 4th level of qi refining." Yigu nodded with a smile. "Great news. Great news." Then Yigu turned to look at the wheelchair he had been in for 16 years, filled with emotion. This wheelchair has been with him for 16 years, and many parts of it are almost worn out. Now it can finally rest. 16 years have passed. Old friend, you can finally retire. Chapter 21, Terrifying Myriad True Qi. Candlelight dinner. Yigu's legs became stronger and stronger, and after a brief period of adjustment, he found that he could walk just like a normal person. However, it will take a few more days for the tendons and bones in my legs to fully heal and become firm. However, that no longer matters. With the myriad path scripture constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he can completely reshape the bones and muscles of his legs even without taking qi-nourishing pills. At the same time, his strength entered the 3rd level of qi refining realm. Yigu also discovered a problem. That is, after he cultivated the myriad Tao scripture, he indeed cultivated myriad Tao true qi within his body. Moreover, there was quite a lot of this true energy, all of which was stored within the Dantian. However, as this true energy entered his body, Yigu discovered a phenomenon that he could not understand. He previously possessed 2 Tao powers within him, one being the Tao of ice, which he comprehended through sparring with Jiang Lian'er, and the business philosophy he gleaned from his conversations with Sun Inen when they signed the indenture. These 2 forces were previously located in his Dantian in different positions, and they kept to themselves. However, as the myriad streams of true energy enter the Dantian, the dense true energy of myriad paths actually enveloped both of these forces. Now, the 3 forces coexist peacefully. Both the power of ice and the power of commerce are enveloped. Can I still mobilize them? With doubts in mind, Yigu decided to give it a try. He asked Jiang Lian'er to stand aside to avoid accidentally hurting her. Then he struck forward with a palm. This time, he mobilized the power of ice. However, after he struck out, something unexpected happened. His understanding of the Tao of ice was only superficial, and he possessed very little ice power within his body. Therefore, when it was used before, the palm strike only carried a little bit of cold air. This time, however, as the palm strike was unleashed, Not only Yigu but also Jiang Lian'er were stunned. On the pillar of the pavilion in front of them, there was a handprint frozen in ice. At the same time, Yigu also carefully observed that the power of myriad paths within his body, which originally had no attributes, was completely transformed into the power of ice after passing through the power of ice, and was then released by him. My lord, haven't you not practiced any ice-related techniques? Jiang Lian'er was utterly shocked. Yigu also smiled. I certainly don't have it. This is the power of ice transformed from the power of all paths. Yigu immediately used the power of business to strike out with a palm. Sure enough, this palm strike had no chilling aura, but it also had no elemental properties. This is because the power of business is inherently different from the power of ice, which has specific attributes. The power of business has no attributes, so even if the power of all paths is transformed into the power of business, it will still be indistinguishable when used. However, Yigu made an astonishing discovery by observing the transformation of power within his body. That is, the myriad true qi cultivated from the myriad Tao scripture can actually be transformed into power of any attribute. What kind of power he can generate depends on what Tao he has mastered. For example, if Yigu mastered the way of fire, then even if he didn't have much firepower in his body, when he made a move, all his true energy would automatically be transformed into firepower. This allowed him to appear as if he were a cultivator specializing in fire magic. When he changes his attack method and releases the power of ice, the myriad true energies will transform into the power of ice. It can be said that this myriad true energies are like a magazine that can adapt to all kinds of firearms, while the great Tao of the world is like a series of guns. As long as you get a gun, no matter what model it is, you can fire the omnipotent bullet of myriad true qi. Your understanding of the Tao is like the sophistication of a firearm. The deeper your understanding of the Tao, the more advanced your firearms will be, and the stronger their attack power will be. No wonder it's called the myriad path scripture. The myriad paths body allows me to comprehend the myriad paths, and the myriad path scripture can cultivate the myriad paths true qi that is fully adaptable. This is practically a perfect closed loop. The only thing I lack now is the manual of the moves. Yigu is thrilled. This myriad streams of true energy can truly be described as terrifying. Yigu was in a great mood and immediately spoke. It's getting late. You should go back to your room and wait for me. I'm going to prepare a candlelight dinner. Jiang Lian'er was also very happy. She smiled and nodded before returning to her room. Yigu didn't waste any words and went straight to the kitchen. Along the way, everyone who saw him froze in place. The news that Yigu was able to stand up quickly spread throughout the entire Yi family mansion. For this reason, his grandfather Yi Shan, his father Yi Changming, and the head of the family Yi Chang'an came to see him. I want to confirm this. However, Yigu instructed Qingya and Hahua not to see anyone tonight. Tonight, he's going to have a candlelight dinner with Jiang Lian'er and enjoy some alone time with her. In the room, Yigu deliberately blew out the candle on a lampstand. They simply lit 2 cigarettes on the table in the room. Looking at the table full of dishes personally prepared by Yigu and the pot of fine wine, Jiang Lian'er was also extremely puzzled. My dear husband, isn't this dinner? The candlelight dinner you mentioned. Do you mean eating dinner by candlelight? Yigu laughed. That's exactly the literal meaning. But don't you think it's romantic for just the two of us to have a few drinks, some delicious food, and heart-to-heart talk right now? Romantic? Jiang Lian'er clearly had never heard of this term before. Yigu thought for a moment and then said, this is a different way of life in another place. Two people in love who want to enjoy some time alone, undisturbed, will choose to have a candlelight dinner, which is also called a date. A date? Oh, I see. Jiang Lian'er suddenly realized. I remember the Yi family used to be a prominent family in Qianzhou, so this is a custom in Qianzhou, right? I guess so, Yigu said awkwardly. I can't say that this is a habit from my previous life on Earth. Jiang Lian'er definitely wouldn't understand either. My lord, what should we do now? Jiang Lian'er asked curiously. Yigu personally poured a glass of wine for the two of them. The first step, naturally, is to have a small drink. Jiang Lian'er smiled, raised her wine glass, and clinked it with Yigu's, and then the two of them drank it all in one gulp. So what's next? Jiang Lian'er asked. Yigu pointed to the dishes. Next, of course, it's time to enjoy the delicious food. As he spoke, Yigu picked up a piece of food for Jiang Lian'er and fed it to her personally. Yigu asked with a smile, how does it feel to eat dinner prepared by your loved one? Jiang Lian'er smiled. The best decision I ever made in my life was marrying my husband. Yigu laughed. It is my honor to marry you. The two gazed at each other affectionately, and Yigu smiled. This is the meaning of a candlelight dinner, bringing hearts closer together. Let's eat. Jiang Lian'er nodded happily. The two chatted and ate, and soon they had drunk several rounds of drinks. Jiang Lian'er asked curiously, "My dear husband, we've had our wine and food. Is there anything else to do after this candlelight dinner?" Yigai smiled and said, "Of course, there are projects to follow." "What is it?" Jiang Lian'er looked on with curiosity. Yigai smiled and stood up, and Jiang Lian'er followed suit. Then Yigu took Jiang Lian'er's hand in his and looked at her, saying, "The next project, of course, is time to rest." After saying that, Yigu picked up Jiang Lian'er in a princess carry and walked towards the bedside. Jiang Lian'er blushed and buried her head in Yigu's shoulder, saying in embarrassment and indignation, "My lord, you're so naughty." Chapter 22. My wife is completely out of reach. A candlelight dinner with incense and wine. It seems to have added a touch of romance to the night. Or perhaps it was the first night Yigu Nung spent after he was able to stand up. Looking at Jiang Lian'er sitting on the bed, Yigu felt that she was even more beautiful than usual. Sure enough, you have to find a boyfriend who's 1.8 meters tall. Looking down or up definitely affects one's appearance. Yigu smiled to himself. Previously, he had always viewed Jiang Lian'er from his wheelchair, but now, with a different perspective, the feeling was indeed different. Having learned from the previous experience, unbuttoning the shirt tonight was exceptionally easy. Jiang Lian'er blushed and said in embarrassment and indignation, "This is what you call self-taught? Shameless." Yigu then picked up Jiang Lian'er and laughed. "Wouldn't it be much easier if someone taught me this?" Yigu pulled the blanket over them, and the two of them were already kissing. Soon, only Jiang Lian'er's occasional laughter remained in the room, and the candlelight began to flicker. As Yigu's strength broke through to the third level of qi refining, his physical strength naturally improved significantly. After nearly 4 hours of tossing and turning, the two finally fell asleep contentedly in each other's arms. The next morning, when Yigu woke up, Jiang Lian'er was still fast asleep. It's clear that Jiang Lian'er is going to break her habit of getting up at 7 in the morning today. But it's not her fault, since the two of them really went at it for too long last night. Jiang Lian'er didn't get up, and Yigu was too lazy to cook himself. Besides, the news that he was able to stand up last night must have spread throughout the entire Yi family by now. "This morning, I had to go and tell my father and grandfather no matter what." He instructed Awa to wait at the door and take good care of the lady before Yigu walked toward the front hall. On the way, Yigu checked the rewards the system had given him last night. That's right, last night's passionate night also raised Jiang Lian'er's favorability rating to 90. It's not far from the final 100. On our wedding night, which was also a romantic evening, my affection for you increased by almost half. However, this time there were only 10. This isn't to say that Jiang Lian'er is heartless, but rather that it's inherently harder to increase favorability as time goes on. How good you are to someone is sometimes hard to judge even for yourself, so this is not Jiang Lian'er's fault. Sometimes, it's only when things come to a head that you realize you love someone so much that you'd even be willing to die for them. In ordinary times, I would feel that talking about such things is always a trivial matter. With Jiang Lian'er's favorability rating rising to 90 last night, the speed at which the Dragon and Phoenix manual was multiplied also increased tenfold. In addition, the items awarded have also changed somewhat. This time, no body-tempering pills were awarded, seemingly because Yigu had already entered the Qi refining realm. The reward is 50 Qi-nourishing pills and 50 mansion-boosting pills. This Qi-boosting pill is a pill that only cultivators at the Heavenly Mansion realm, who are above the Qi refining realm, can use. Clearly, the system's rewards also vary based on the host's strength. However, Yigu doesn't need the Tsui Fudan for the time being, so he plans to pack up all the body-tempering pills he no longer needs and sell them when he gets to the shop today. Besides, Yigu also discovered that after spending the night with Jiang Lian'er last night, both of them actually used the Dragon and Phoenix manual to increase their cultivation speed by 10 times, and each of them improved their cultivation level by another level. Jiang Lian'er's strength has now reached the 5th level of Qi refining, while Yigu himself has reached the 4th level of Qi refining. This discovery made Yigu exclaim that it was indeed best to cultivate with his wife. Teaming up with a man makes training easier. Yigu arrived at the hall. Sure enough, I saw a family having breakfast. He doesn't usually eat breakfast here, so everyone was stunned when he appeared today. Especially when everyone saw that he actually stood up, they all excitedly stopped eating. "Third brother, is your leg really healed?" Yi Lang ran over and even touched it. Seeing that Yigu's leg had truly healed and wasn't a fake leg, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Oh no, you managed to steal my wife away even before your leg was fully healed. Now that my leg is healed, I have no hope of getting my wife back. You're just a nobody, give me back my wife." Yigu smiled and ignored him. And he smiled and said, "Yigu, ignore him. Orphan, your leg is really healed?" Yi Chang'an was still somewhat incredulous. After all, 16 years had passed. During these 16 years, he often woke up from his dreams in a fright, hoping that it was just a dream, but he was disappointed every time. At that moment, no one could believe that Yi Gu had actually stood up. Yi Gu laughed. Dad, I'm really healed. I've entered the Qi refining realm. My leg has no choice but to recover. Qi refining realm? Good. Excellent. Yishan was also very excited. Yi Chang'an, who was standing to the side, also hurriedly spoke up. Before even entering Tianyang Academy, you've already stepped into the Qi refining realm. You're even more promising than your older brother. As he spoke, Yi Chang'an looked at Yilang. You unfilial son, look at your third brother, and then look at you. How could I have given birth to such a good-for-nothing? All right, let's not talk about that. Yi Gu, I heard you signed a contract with Sunanin, the manager of Anru Pill Shop, yesterday? Yishan asked. Yi Gu nodded. That's right. The Zhang family has been causing trouble in the elixir industry lately, making life difficult for retail investors like them. I'll help as many as I can. Yishan seemed to be deep in thought when he spoke. Sunanin is considered one of the more powerful individual investors. Even she has joined our Yi family, which shows that life will only get harder for other individual investors. But alchemy has costs. Even if you don't make money, you can't lose money. Do you have any solutions? Yishan asked. Yigai smiled and said, I have found a solution. I have developed several pill formulas that can increase the yield of pills tenfold. I arranged for alchemists to refine them yesterday. We should be able to see the results today. What? 10 times the output of pills? The eldest aunt was also startled upon hearing this and quickly said, wouldn't that allow us to drive the price down directly? We wouldn't be afraid of the Zhang family engaging in a price war anymore. Yi Gu, if you really can't handle the pills from the other shops in our Yi family, your aunt can entrust all the shops to you to manage. Our Yi family is one, and your aunt believes you can manage it well. We hope you will prioritize the overall situation. Yi Chang'an was in charge of the family business. So many of the Yi family shops were actually managed by his aunt. Yi Gu laughed. Aunt, you flatter me. I trust your character completely. I really don't have much energy to manage so many shops. Don't worry, I've already instructed them that any shop in the Yi family will receive a share of the pills that are refined for leaving. My aunt said excitedly. Good. Don't worry, Yi Gu. Our Yi family shops will follow your lead. Go ahead and do it. Your aunt will definitely support you. As she spoke, Aunt patted Yi Lang on the shoulder. And you too, don't just sit around at home after dinner. Take your lackeys and go out to find out news about the Zhang family. Once we bring down the price, they certainly won't give up easily. Huh, mother, even you're helping Yi Gu? It's over. I'm completely done for. Yi Lang looked aggrieved. Yi Gu similed helplessly. But to be honest, his aunt is really sensible. Otherwise, Yi Gu wouldn't trust her so much. Chapter 23. The Merchant Saint, Lady Lu? To be fair, Yi Lang does have a bit of childish temper. But they are also decisive when it comes to important matters. He had just finished breakfast when he took his dog and set off to gather information. Yi Gu then returned to his courtyard, and seeing that Jiang Lian'er had not yet gotten up, instructed Hua. The lady woke up, and I told her I had gone to the shop. Yi Gu then left the Yi family. The recovery of his legs also made Yi Gu much more cheerful. He didn't even call for a carriage today. He walked straight to the shop. After handing over the prepared fu-enhancing pills and body-tempering pills to Manager Chun, Yi Gu saw that 2 carriages were already parked in front of the shop. The box on top was filled with goods, both large and small. Which shop is this sent to? Yi Gu asked. Oh, it was Sun Unin, who signed the indenture with the 3rd young master yesterday. Who sent it to her? Our Yi family shop has prepared plenty of pills. Speaking of which, we have a lot to thank for your pill formula, 3rd young master. We are not afraid of the Zhang family at all in this price war. Shopkeeper Chun smiled and said that there were significantly more customers in the shop than yesterday, which meant that the counterattack in the price war had begun. Yi Gu nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, Perfect timing. I'll go check on her shop. If Madam comes, please tell her. After saying that, Yi Gu set off with the carriage. Yesterday, Yi Gu only met Sun Unin once, yet he comprehended the power of business within his body. So Yi Gu also wanted to see if he could talk to her again today, so that he could make his business acumen even stronger. Anru den Parmazi. Xiaoqing ran in from outside, looking unhappy. Miss, the signboard has already been changed. You've already signed a contract of servitude, so why do you want to change it back to their Yi family pill shop signboard? This is the Amruden pharmacy that you've worked so hard to build. Sunanin looked at a painting on the wall in front of her and said calmly, It's just a signboard, don't take it to heart. When Lady Lu first started her business, wasn't she also managing a shop for someone else? As long as her heart was in business, that was enough. Xiao Qing said. But Lady Lu eventually opened her own shop, and now she is the richest woman in Qianzhou, and her name has spread throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. I don't know if we can survive this ordeal. The Jiang family is truly despicable. Or perhaps we should tell the master. Xiaoqing. Sun Anin interrupted Xiaoqing directly. Xiaoqing realized she had said the wrong thing again, so she had no choice but to shut up and say no more. Just then, a voice came from the doorway. Miss Sun compares herself to Lady Lu, which shows that she has a vast world in her heart. Don't worry, when the market improves in the future, my Yi family will naturally not make things difficult for Miss Sun. You can leave the Yi family at any time. Upon hearing this, Sun Anin turned her head and saw that it was Yi Gu who was speaking. Young Master Yi, what brings you here? Sun Anin was somewhat surprised. Yi Gu pointed to the carriage behind him. I came with the delivery team, so I thought I'd check out your shop's location while I was there. What I just said was all from the bottom of my heart, so you don't need to feel guilty. Sun Anin hurriedly told Xiaoqing to go and receive the goods, and at the same time invited Yi Gu to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Young Master Yi is joking. Now we are all relying on the Yi family, and it would not dare to have any disloyal thoughts. Yi would laugh it. You really don't need to do that. To be honest, I admire your business acumen. If you're willing to stay with the Yi family, I can even entrust you with managing all of the Yi family shops. You just lack support and experience. In fact, your business acumen is in no way inferior to hers. As he spoke, Yi Gu's gaze fell on the portrait on the wall. The portrait clearly depicts a woman carrying a box on her back. And this woman was none other than Lady Lu. Sun Anin looked at the portrait and smiled bitterly. Young Master Yi, you flatter me. Lady Lu came from humble beginnings, yet she managed to expand the Lu family business throughout Qianzhou and across the Great Xia dynasty. Now she is the richest woman in Qianzhou and the only female head of the family in the Great Xia dynasty. Although she herself had no cultivation like me, she was able to make the Lu family the second largest family in Qianzhou by virtue of her wealth. Only such achievements could be worthy of her title as the Sage of Commerce. How could Nin dare to compare herself to such a person? Seeing Sun Anin's humility, Yi Gu felt helpless. Lady Lu is indeed famous throughout the Great Xia dynasty, but she is also human. Of course, it is right for you to be humble in front of your senior. But I'm curious, since you admire this Lady Lu so much, why don't you become her apprentice? Doesn't Lady Lu hold a grand meeting every 3 years to select disciples? I heard she hasn't found a direct disciple yet. I think you'll definitely be chosen. Sun Anin hurriedly replied upon hearing this. Young Master Yi is joking. Qianzhou is far from Jiangzhou, and besides, my family does not support my business. Yi Gu suddenly understood upon hearing this. Oh, I see. If you really want to go, I support you. I'll cover your travel expenses. I really don't want to see someone as talented as you go to waste. As for your family, I still hope you can talk to them properly. If you really can't get through to them, that's okay too. In this life, you're only responsible for yourself. Apart from your wife, everyone else is just a passerby in your life. Even when a son grows up, he's no longer under his mother's control, don't you think? Sun Anin stared blankly at Yi Gu upon hearing this. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Sun Anin quickly shook her head. No, young Master Ye's words were different from everyone else's, which shocked Anin. So, are you going? Yi Gu asked. Sun Anin shook her head. I don't know. Sometimes I even doubt whether I'm cut out for business. And where would I get the courage to go find Lady Lu? Upon hearing this, Yi Gu spoke with a serious expression. You are. If you aren't, then no one in this world dares to call themselves a business genius. Why is young Master Yi so certain? Sun Anin looked puzzled. Yi Gu looked at Sun Anin and said, Because I sense the essence of business from you. Business ethics? Sun Anin was puzzled. Yi Gu hurriedly explained it. You know that there are countless paths to cultivation among practitioners in this world, right? Sun Anin nodded. Swordsmen have their way of the sword, and knife wielders have their way of the knife. Those who can comprehend these ways are all geniuses in cultivation. But I can't cultivate, and what kind of path is business? I've never heard of anyone becoming a powerful being through business. Yi Gu shook his head. That just means others can't. It doesn't mean that business ethics don't exist. There are countless paths in the world, but people only cultivate 1 or 2 out of 10. Some paths are simply ignored, but you can't say they don't exist. The way of business is one such example. Although I don't know why no one succeeds in business, I can feel the presence of business principles in you. As he spoke, Yi Gu stretched out his hand and placed it on the table. If you don't believe me, put your hand up here, and I'll let you feel the power of business ethics. Sun Anin was taken aback, and her hand, which was placed in front of her chest, unconsciously pulled back. But looking into Yi Gu's clear and determined eyes, she wavered and slowly placed her hand in Yi Gu's hand. The moment their palms touched, Sun Anin immediately felt it. A surge of power touched his palm. The moment that force touched her, it felt like an electric current coursing through her entire body. She could feel this power was so familiar, like an old friend, and it made her cheer with joy. But this power was so strong that she couldn't believe she possessed such power. Yigu looked at her and said, "Can you feel it? This is the power of business acumen. I can feel the power of business acumen in you, which is enough to prove that you are a business prodigy and your future will inevitably be guided by business principles." Really? Sunanen looked up at Yigu, and their eyes met. Sunanen found that Yigu's eyes seemed to have a magical power, and she didn't want to look away. Her heart even trembled, as if something was pounding wildly inside her, just as the two locked eyes and felt the power of business acumen. Suddenly, Xiaoqing walked in from outside the door and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this scene. "Miss, you actually let him touch your hand? You won't even let me touch you, but you let a stranger, especially a man, touch your hand?" Chapter 24, Madam. You actually want the third young master to... The Jiang family of Shiliang County. Butler Lin, why are you in such a hurry? Is something wrong? Zhang Shan had just finished her cultivation when she saw Butler Lin running towards her with an anxious expression and asked him a question. Butler Lin replied as he ran. The second young lady is in big trouble. The price of the Yi family's pills has dropped by 50%, and now all the cultivators in the city are buying their pills. I must hurry and inform the head of the household. A 50% drop? Wouldn't that mean they go bankrupt? Do they cut costs and use inferior ingredients? Are those pills still safe to eat? Zhang Shan frowned slightly as she spoke. No, I have to go check it out. Thinking about it, Zhang Shan went out the door. Meanwhile, inside the Yi family's medicine shop, Jiang Lian'er was sitting at the table, holding an account book in her hands, and in front of her was a mountain of account books, which made her feel utterly hopeless. Madam, I heard that the alchemists in the backyard are working themselves to the bone, and none of them are taking a break. They're practically on fire. Lotus poured tea for Jiang Lian'er as she spoke. Jiang Lian'er's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Alchemy? I'd love to see that too. Then let's go. Lotus asked in confusion. Isn't this something I can just get up and leave? Jiang Lian'er sighed and said, but I can't go. I still have so many account books to look at today. I didn't expect that the Yi family's pill shop had so many account books. Luckily, my husband was only assigned one room. Oh, madam, everyone else is eager to get a larger share of the family fortune. Why do you still think one room is too much? Lotus looked completely bewildered. Jiang Lian'er waved the account book in her hand, looking utterly dejected. I just realized how boring it is to look at the ledgers. But my husband wants to hand over the shop to me. I was grateful to him before, but now I realize that I only like alchemy and don't like looking at account books at all. But I don't want to disappoint my husband. Lotus smiled. But the third young master didn't force you to finish reading it today. He loves you so much, it's okay if you don't finish it. It is precisely because my husband loves me so much that I want to do, well, the things he wants me to do. I can't let my husband down. Jiang Lian'er said. But madam, Manager Chun said that the third young master went to find that Sunanen. I heard that Sunanen is a female shopkeeper and very beautiful. Aren't you worried that the third young master might? That's right. Sunanen is the female manager. She must really enjoy looking at the account books. Jiang Lian'er suddenly said up. Madam, what are you saying? You've missed the point, haven't you? Lotus looked surprised. Jiang Lian'er, however, spoke with a straight face. Isn't that the key point? I don't like looking at ledgers, but Sunanen is the female manager, so she must like looking at ledgers. Why don't you let your husband hand over this shop to Sister Inen as well? That way I won't have to look at the accounts. Lotus, you're such a great help. Huh? Lotus was utterly speechless. Madam, I'm saying Sunanen is very beautiful. Aren't you afraid that the third young master will fall for her? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er fell into deep thought. Yes, what you said is indeed a problem. What if her husband doesn't like her? He certainly won't hand over the Yi family's shop to her. But if I don't hand it over to her, I'll still have to look after the accounts from now on. So how can I make my husband fall in love with Sister Inen? Huh? Lotus was completely dumbfounded. Madam, what nonsense are you talking about? What will you do if the third young master falls in love with Sunanen? Jiang Lian'er asked with a puzzled look. What does it matter to me if my husband likes Sunanen? It's my husband's freedom to like whomever he wants, and I can't stop him from liking someone. But what if she tries to take the third young master from you, madam? Lotus reminded me. Now that the third young master's leg has healed, and he is now the young master of the Yi family, countless women outside are eyeing him. If Sunanen also falls in love with the third young master, and the third young master also falls in love with her, then he will definitely take her as a concubine. What will you do then, madam? Lotus explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er suddenly stood up. Lotus thought she had said something wrong, and quickly replied. Madam, Did Lotus say something wrong? Lotus apologizes to you. Lotus, you were so clever. Huh? Lotus was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Lian'er said, in the Yi family shops, the managers all have to sign an indenture contract to manage them. Sun Nin has also signed a contract of servitude with her husband, so she is authorized to manage this shop. But Sun Nin said that she wants to be independent in the future, so she won't work there for long, and her husband definitely won't let her manage the shop. But if she doesn't manage it, then I'll be the one looking at the books. As she spoke, Jiang Lian'er looked at the lotus flowers. Lotus is so clever. If her husband marries Sister Nin, then she will be the Yi family's daughter-in-law. Then she can legitimately manage the shop, and I can legitimately stop looking at the accounts. This is absolutely fantastic. Jiang Lian'er was visibly excited, while Hua nearly fainted. Madam, are you out of your mind? You actually want the third young master to take a concubine? And he's going to marry Sun Nin? What woman would hope that her husband would take a concubine? Jiang Lian'er, however, spoke with a straight face. What's wrong with that? What man in the world doesn't want to take a concubine? My mother was my father's third concubine, and my uncle had 8 wives. My second aunt's husband also has 7 wives, and the head of the Jiang family has as many as 30. As she spoke, Jiang Lian'er looked at the lotus flower. Lotus, do you think my husband will complain that it's not enough and get angry if I ask him to take a concubine? I just think that Sister Nin is the most suitable for now. I will help my husband find other girls in the future. I hope my husband won't be angry. Lotus looked at Jiang Lian'er speechlessly. Madam, you're not angry about the third young master taking concubine. Unless he's gone mad. What is there for him to be angry about? Everyone else is afraid their husbands will run away. But you're the opposite. You're afraid your husband won't have enough women around him. Madam, your vision is truly extraordinary. Jiang Lian'er said earnestly. What's the big deal? My husband said that good things should be shared with everyone to bring more happiness. Most importantly, now that my husband has married Sister Nin, I no longer need to look at the account books. As she spoke, Jiang Lian'er hurriedly pulled Hua along. Let's go. Let's go to the backyard to watch the alchemy. Let's leave the ledgers for Nin to look at. No, the third young master hasn't married Sister Nin yet. What are you thinking, madam? As Lotus was speaking, Jiang Lian'er pulled her away to the backyard. Achoo! Inside Anruden Pharmacy. Yigu sneezed for no apparent reason. Sun Nin, on the other side, also hurriedly pulled her hand away from Yigu's. Her pretty face flushed. Xiaoqing, stop talking nonsense. Young master, you was simply showing me the power of business ethics. The power of business ethics? What power does the business ethics possess? Xiaoqing was completely bewildered. Oh dear, you don't understand. Go and organize the pills. Young Master Yi and I still have things to discuss. Sun Nin hurriedly said. Xiaoqing said, Miss, the pills are all ready. Then go and brew a pot of tea for young Master Yi. Xiaoqing picked up the teapot on the table between the two of them. It was still full. Sun Nin's pretty face turned even redder, and she hurriedly said, You should go find something to do. Young Master Yi and I don't want to be disturbed. Xiaoqing looked at Sun Nin. Miss, you're actually trying to get rid of me? You wouldn't happen to have fallen for him, would you? You're lying. I didn't do it. Sun Nin's pretty face turned even redder. Yigu, who was on the other side, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. I thought to myself, no way. Am I that charming? Please don't fall in love with me. You're so beautiful. If you did, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist. What if I make a mistake that all men make? How am I going to explain it to my wife when I get home? Chapter 25 System. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? Miss, just admit it, you've fallen for him. You weren't like this before. You would never have talked to a man for so long before, let alone been intimate with him. Xiaoqing said. Yigu listened speechlessly, thinking to himself. Are you Sun Nin's maid, or her mouth double? How can you say something like that? Sun Nin blushed, and quickly got up, pulling Xiaoqing away to push her out. Don't talk nonsense. I am hungry. Go buy me some hazelnut cookies. Xiaoqing hurriedly said. Miss, where can I buy hazelnut shortbread in Shiliang County? Those are clearly snacks from Tianyang City. You're obviously trying to get rid of me. Miss, you must have fallen for her. Wah, you don't want Xiaoqing anymore. Xiaoqing's voice quickly disappeared outside the shop. When Sun Nin returned, Yigu was also filled with embarrassment. Well, Xiaoqing is a bit naive and inexperienced, so please don't take it to heart, sir. Sun Nin was also very embarrassed. Yigu smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. You used to live in Tianyang City? Sun Nin was taken aback, then realized that Xiaoqing had let something slip. I guess so. Actually, my home is in Tianyang City. I grew up in Tianyang City, and later came to Shiliang County to do business. Is it because your family doesn't support you? Yigu asked. There is no comparison between Shiliang County and Tianyang City. Even if you're doing business, you would definitely choose Tianyang City first. In terms of population size alone, Tianyang City's market is far larger than that of Shiliang County. Sun Nen nodded and said, "This is partly the reason. And another reason is that the elixir industry in Tianyang City is basically monopolized by the Jiang family. Therefore, I have even less hope of doing business in pills in Tianyang City." But who knew that the Jiang family would extend their reach all the way to Shiliang County? Nobody knows why. Yigu asked, "Why just said? Have you thought about it?" "Actually, I think that since you are willing to try, go to find Lady Lu is a good choice." Sun Nen replied with a serious expression, "I will seriously consider it. Actually, I'd like to thank Mr. Yi a lot today, although I haven't made a decision yet. But whether it was the power of business acumen or the advice of becoming Lun Yangzi's apprentice, both helped me see the hope of persevering." Mr. Yi was an An's mentor at the time. "Please accept An's bow." As he spoke, Sun Nen quickly stood up and bowed to Yigu. "Absolutely not." As Yigu spoke, he hurriedly got up and went to help Sun Nen. The next moment, Yigu placed his hand under Sun Nen's hand. This was originally a very normal greeting, but as soon as their hands touched, they remembered what Xiaoqing had just said. The two of them instinctively pulled their hands back. Sun Nen's cheeks turned even redder. Yigu was extremely embarrassed at this moment. He thought to himself that if things continued like this, he really wouldn't be able to control himself. Just kidding. Sun Nen is a beauty among beauties. Yigu's ability to remain so serious until now is a testament to his exceptional composure. If it were anyone else, they would probably have already ripped the AK trigger off their face by now. Just as Yigu was thinking of making up an excuse to slip away, suddenly, a system notification sounded in my mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully pampered your wife. Sun Nen's favorability has increased to 40. System rewards: 1 DBA Beginner's Guide, 110 grade 1 10-fold elixir recipes, 55 grade 2 5-fold elixir recipes, and 22 grade 3 3-fold elixir recipes." Upon hearing the system notification, Yigu was completely stunned. He had seen the reward for this pill formula before, so even seeing a third-grade pill formula with triple rewards didn't seem too strange to him. When the favorability rating reaches 30, the reward will be surprisingly high. So the reason there are so many pill recipes, 110, 55, and 22, is definitely because a lot of rewards were given when the favorability rating reached 30. As for this DBA Beginner's Guide, it should be a reward given when you reach 30 points of favorability. Just hearing the name left Yigu completely bewildered. This so-called DBA Beginner's Guide doesn't seem like a product of the Great Xia dynasty at all. Could this be something from my previous life in my world? But what exactly is this thing? I've never heard of it before. Yigu was also at his wit's end, and immediately took a look. DBA for Beginners, a book on business management that can improve your business management skills. Upon seeing the introduction, Yigu suddenly realized something and quickly opened the book's cover. Good heavens, sure enough, a line of large characters caught my eye. Essential reading for doctoral students majoring in business administration. Looking at this line of text, Yigu even thought he was still living on Earth. In this world of cultivation, he actually saw modern products, and he wondered if he had a split personality. DBA is the abbreviation for Doctor of Business Administration, and the system actually rewarded itself with this thing. Based on his previous interactions with Jiang Lian'er, Yigu immediately understood what the system meant. This time, they actually asked me to deliver books. System, you're really something else. Although he said that, Yigu was still looking forward to it. After all, he had received very good hidden rewards for giving Jiang Lian'er the heavenly cold body modification liquid and the 9 meridians cold scripture. Maybe this time too. Thinking about it, Yigu smiled. And then, well, I personally admire you very much. Before I go, let me give you a book. Book? Sun Nen was taken aback and was also curious about what book Yigu would give her. When Yigu took out the DBA Beginner's Guide, Sun Nen was stunned. Is this a book? The books about the Great Xia dynasty tend to be more like those from ancient times. Sun Nen had never seen a book with such a reflective cover before, as if it were coated with a thin film. Yigu handed the book to Sun Nen and said, "These are from other states, so they look a bit different from the books in Jiangzhou. However, the content inside is written in the common script of the Great Xia dynasty, so you can understand it. This book is about how to do business. You'll understand once you read it. Well, I have to go now." After saying that, Yigu immediately ran out of the shop as if fleeing. Sun Nen glanced at Yigu, then at the book in her hand, and opened the cover to take a look. Then she froze. Essential books for doctoral students in business administration? What is business administration? And who is this PhD student? Is he a very successful businessman? I imagine his essential books are kept secret, but I never expected young Master Yi to give me such valuable books. Sunanin sat down at the table and began to study. Outside the shop, Yigu did not leave immediately, but waited for the system's feedback. Really? Soon the system's voice rang out. Ding! The host has gifted Sun Anan the DBA Beginner's Guide, successfully spoiling his wife. Received a hidden system reward, a guide to handling character relationships in the Great Xia Dynasty. Hearing the system notification, Yigu was somewhat bewildered. A guide to handling quest relationships in the Great Xia Dynasty? What is that? Thinking about it, Yigu hurriedly took it out to check, and then he saw the words on the book cover. How to quickly establish an intimate relationship with a young woman, Beginner's Guide. Upon seeing this line, Yigu immediately cursed. Isn't this just a guide to picking up girls? The thing is, you can even use this kind of book as a hidden reward? System, are you crazy or am I crazy? Chapter 6 locally Jiang Lian'er. Although the system's reward left Yigu somewhat speechless. However, putting aside this beginner's guide to DBA, those recipes with over 100 points are still quite appealing. At least these things can be quickly turned into wealth if taken to one's own family's medicine shop. Yigu had no interest in business, but he knew that too, whether in the past life or in the present Great Xia Dynasty. Without money, absolutely nothing is possible. Even improving one's own strength requires a lot of wealth to support it. At a tea stall in Shiliang County, Yilang was sitting here resting when Guzi ran over from not far away. Second young master, you found out everything. Today, with the prices of medicines in all the Yi family shops plummeting, the Zhang family shops are practically deserted. The third young master's move was truly brilliant. Yilang laughed. As expected of my third brother, he has my style. This move put the Zhang family in a very difficult position. If they didn't lower the price, they wouldn't have a market. If they did, they would lose even more money. However, the Zhang family should have received the news as well. Now it remains to be seen how they will respond. Guzi glanced across the road at the imposing mansion across the street, where a plaque bearing the name of the Zhang family hung prominently above the entrance, and couldn't help but chuckle. Second young master is the smartest. By staying here, we can know immediately whatever the Zhang family is up to. Yilang laughed. Nonsense. If I waited for you to remind me, the daylily would be too cold. The Zhang family steward has been inside for half a day now, so it seems the Zhang family should be making some moves by now. As Yilang was speaking, sure enough, the Zhang family's door was pushed open. Then, Zhang Shan came out from inside. Yilang was taken aback when he saw that the girl who came out was a blonde girl about the same age as him. Why is it her? What would she be doing out here? The dog also saw Zhang Shan and asked in the same puzzled tone. Yes, Zhang Shan is just like you, young master. She lived a life of luxury and ease. What can she possibly do? Yilang looked at the dog and was so frightened that he quickly changed his words. A minor slip of the tongue. How could she possibly compare to your abilities, young master? I'm talking about strength. Yilang then looked at Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan's strength is not high either, about the same as Yilang's, also at the 5th level of the body tempering realm. I've never heard of her managing the Zhang family shop before. Why is it that she came out first this time? As Zhang Shan walked towards the shop where the Yi family was located, Yilang waved and greeted her. Let's follow them and see. The two of them quickly followed Zhang Shan. However, after following for about 10 minutes, Yilang then realized that Zhang Shan's goal seemed very clear. She passed by several of the Yi family's shops, but didn't go in. It was as if they knew exactly where they were going. That's what the dog said. Second young master, what do you think she's trying to do? Judging from her demeanor, she's probably heading to that shop owned by the third young master. All our elixirs come from that shop. Dog's words immediately boosted Yilang's morale. Yilang hurriedly replied. Oh no, it might actually be true. If she goes to other shops, she might only look at pills, but if she goes to the third brother's shop, she might cause even bigger trouble. The formulas used by those alchemists when they were making pills were all treasures of our Yi family. Thinking of this, Yilang hurriedly said, what about the third child? They said they were going to deliver goods to Sunanin. Go find the third brother right now and tell him to hurry back to the shop. I'll follow Zhang Shan and see what she's up to. The dog nodded and then hurried away. Yilang followed Zhang Shan the whole way. Sure enough, he soon saw Zhang Shan enter the shop under Yigu's name. Inside the shop, Jiang Lian'er and Hua had just come out of the backyard. Madam, what's so interesting about alchemy? It's so boring. Jiang Lian'er smiled. You don't understand. Experts see the details. In my eyes, every step these alchemists take is valuable experience. However, compared to their husband, their alchemy skills were still somewhat inferior. My husband can refine third-grade pills right from the start. He is a true genius at alchemy. As the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from the shop's main hall. There must be something wrong with your pills. Otherwise, how could they be selling for such a low price? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Lian'er and Hua exchanged a glance, and then the two walked towards the main hall. As soon as she arrived in the main hall, a box of pills was thrown at Jiang Lian'er's feet. Jiang Lian'er looked at the unfamiliar woman in front of her and said coldly, "Girl, what are you doing? Who are you?" Zhang Shan looked at Jiang Lian'er, who was clearly unfamiliar to her. Lotus picked up the box of pills and handed it to Jiang Lian'er, saying something at the same time. This lady is the wife of the third young master of the Yi family, and also the owner of this medicine shop. The third young master's wife? Oh, Jiang Lian'er from the Jiang family, right? So you're Jiang Lian'er, the one who married her husband's younger brother. As Zhang Shan spoke, she also glanced at Jiang Lian'er and muttered to herself. No wonder she comes from the Jiang family. Even a concubine's daughter is so beautiful. It's a pity that she didn't have much status in the Jiang family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent to this small place for a political marriage. Thinking about it, Zhang Shan smiled. I'm so blind, I didn't even recognize the lady. However, Madam is indeed very beautiful. No wonder Yi Zhong didn't want her, but Yi Gu was willing to marry her. Unable to marry her husband, she actually married her own brother-in-law. This is something that everyone in the entire Xiliang County knows about. What are you saying? Lotus said angrily. Our lady and the third young master are together willingly. What business is it of yours, an outsider? It's none of your place to criticize our lady. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shan's face darkened, and she raised her hand to slap Hua across the face. Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your master, and you have no right to speak here? Madam, is this how you train your servants? That's so rude. At that moment, Yi Lang was hiding by the door, and upon seeing this, he was about to rush out. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Lian'er took a single step and stood directly in front of Zhang Shan. He then raised his hand and slapped Zhang Shan across the face. Zhang Shan, having some ability, naturally reacted as well. However, Jiang Lian'er was incredibly domineering. She grabbed Zhang Shan's arm with one hand and slapped Zhang Shan across the face with the other. Instantly, a striking handprint appeared on Zhang Shan's cheek. Zhang Shan was completely stunned. She never expected that Jiang Lian'er would attack her for the sake of a maid. Jiang Lian'er looked at her and said coldly, Lotus is not a servant of my Yi family, but a relative of mine, Jiang Lian'er. What about her? It's none of your business to lecture her. If you dare to touch her again, I will kill you. Zhang Shan was completely stunned. If it were someone else, they might have just retaliated with a few words, but she didn't expect Jiang Lian'er to actually take action. And they even said such harsh things. To be precise, this statement could potentially provoke a direct conflict between the Zhang family and the Yi family. Yi Lang, standing to the side, was clearly not thinking about that at the moment. He looked at Zhang Shan, unconsciously touching his face, his expression full of shock, and thinking to himself, my goodness, is Jiang Lian'er really that fierce? Thank goodness, I didn't marry Jiang Lian'er. This isn't a wife, this is a tigress. It's terrifying. Third brother, I'll never fight you for a wife again. Good luck to you. Chapter 27 Heavenly Grade Ceiling Pulse Cold Palm. Are you playing me? Yi Lang quickly retreated outside the shop. Judging from Jiang Lian'er's demeanor, it's clear that he doesn't need to intervene in today's matter. After all, his strength is the same as Zhang Shan's. If Jiang Lian'er can slap Zhang Shan like that, it means she can slap Yi Lang like that too. He recalled how he had tried to steal Jiang Lian'er and Yi Gu's wives several times in front of them. Jiang Lian'er didn't slap him, so he really hit the jackpot. This is my wonderful sister-in-law. I've made up my mind from now on, she can only be my sister-in-law. While Yi Lang was thinking, Zhang Shan in the shop spoke up. Jiang Lian'er, how dare you hit me? Do you want the Zhang family and the Yi family to go to war? Jiang Lian'er responded calmly upon hearing this. You don't need to scare me. I, Jiang Lian'er, hit you. What does it have to do with the Yi family? If you want revenge, you can always cause trouble for the Jiang family. Zhang Shan was furious. Go looking for trouble with the Jiang family? Unless she doesn't want to live anymore. The entire Jiangzhou belongs to the Jiang family. Even if the Zhang family has some influence in Tianyang City, they're not stupid enough to dare to challenge the Jiang family. That's not even in the same league anymore. If the Jiang family sent just one person, they could wipe out the Zhang family. They might not even need to send anyone to inform the city lord of Tianyang City. There's no need for the Jiang family to send anyone. The city lord of Tianyang City will probably take action on his own. After all, who would want to miss an opportunity to work for the Jiang family? Although Zhang Shan was filled with hatred, she wasn't stupid, and she quickly calmed down. Jiang Lian'er, don't think that just because you've moved out of the Jiang family, I'm afraid of you. You didn't have much status in the Jiang family to begin with. I really don't believe the Jiang family would send people to deal with our Jiang family for your sake. You hit me today, so you can say you represent your Jiang family. But don't forget, you're already married. You're the wife of Yigu, the third young master of the Yi family. You may think you represent the Jiang family, but we may also think you represent the Yi family. Speaking of which, Zhang Shan said coldly, you hit me today, this matter is not over. Just you wait, I'll pay for this slap sooner or later. After saying that, Zhang Shan turned around and left. Jiang Lian'er didn't say anything, but just watched Zhang Shan walk away with a furrowed brow. Zhang Shan is right. If she hadn't gotten married, then no matter what happened, it would still be a matter between the Jiang and Zhang families. But now that she's married, it's really unlikely that she can extricate herself from the Yi family after this slap. My love, Jiang Lian'er felt a pang of regret for her impulsive actions. If I could have been more patient with Lotus, I wouldn't have gotten myself into this trouble for Yigu. Now that Zhang Shan has found a weakness in him, he can use it as a pretext to bring the powerful members of the Zhang family to retaliate. At that time, they will have a legitimate reason to fight, and the Zhang family comes from the Zhang family of Tianyang City. Such a family will definitely have more powerful people than the Yi family. When that time really comes, Jiang Lian'er dared not think any further. Just as Jiang Lian'er's tears were already welling up in her eyes, Dogsy finally brought Yigu back. Yilang happened to be guarding the door and saw Yigu, so he quickly pulled him aside. Why did he go in? Upon seeing Yilang, Yigu hurriedly asked, Yilang hurriedly replied, third brother, I'm so sorry to have troubled you. I didn't know your wife was so fierce. No wonder you dote on her so much. It's all from the experience of being beaten up, right? You're so pitiful. Huh? What are you saying? When did Lian'er become so fierce? And you actually called her sister-in-law? What? Are you trying to steal my wife? Yigu asked. Yilang quickly waved his hand. No. I won't fight over her anymore. Such a fierce wife needs someone like you, the third son, to keep her in check. I can't handle her. What are you talking about? This is completely nonsensical. Yigu was completely dumbfounded. Yilang quickly summarized the key points of what had just happened. You didn't see it, but when your wife slapped me, I felt my face hurt too. That's absolutely insane. Yigu smiled upon hearing this. Oh, you've got it wrong. Lian'er is usually very gentle. She must have been genuinely angry just now. As he spoke, Yigu entered the shop. Seeing this, Yilang hurriedly followed. Upon entering the shop, Yigu saw Jiang Lian'er's pitiful appearance and hurriedly went forward to comfort her. Scared? Come here, husband, give me a hug. Yigu pulled Jiang Lian'er into his arms, completely disregarding what the waiters and customers around them thought. Feeling Yigu's strong chest, Jiang Lian'er's tears instantly fell. My dear husband, I'm so sorry. I couldn't help myself, and hit Zhang Shan. She'll definitely use this as an excuse to attack the Yi family. It's all my fault, Jiang Lian'er said while crying. Seeing this, Lotus hurriedly said, the third young master's fault is all Hahua's fault, not Madam's. If anyone should be punished, third young master, then punish Lotus. I was the one who hit the person. It had nothing to do with the lotus flower. Husband, please punish me instead, Jiang Lian'er hurriedly said. Seeing this, Yigu wiped away Jiang Lian'er's tears and smiled. You did nothing wrong, so why should I punish you? Husband? Third young master? Jiang Lian'er and Hahua were both a little confused. Yigu then smiled. The Zhang family bullied Jiahua first, so you have no problem hitting Zhang Shan. Lotus is not only your family, but also my family, Yigu's family. If someone from our Yi family gets beaten up and no one helps them, wouldn't that be a tragedy for the Yi family? Third young master. Lotus was moved to tears and almost knelt down. After all, she had never heard of anyone speaking up for a maid in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood, so how could the lotus flower not be moved? But if we think about the public, what about the Zhang family? Jiang Lian'er said worriedly. Yigu laughed. Don't worry, your husband isn't here. Do whatever you want, and your husband will hold the sky up for you if the sky falls. Even if you create a hole in the sky, I can patch it up for you. My love. Jiang Lian'er looked at Yigu, and tears streamed down her face once again. Yigu was also surprised by this simple sentence. He actually managed to completely conquer Jiang Lian'er. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Lian'er finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has increased to 100. System rewards. The Dragon and Phoenix Manual is upgraded to the Dragon and Phoenix Couple Manual. The Heavenly Grade Palm Technique, Sealing Cold Palm. 1,000 Sheen Nourishing Pills, and 1,000 Mansion Boosting Pills. Friendly reminder. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has been maxed out. Further favorability will not increase after this, but you can still receive rewards. Please continue to pamper your wife. As long as the universe doesn't explode, pampering your wife will never take a break. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu couldn't help but smile. Heavenly rank palm technique, sealing meridian cold palm. What does that mean? This means that as long as Yigu gives this palm technique to Jiang Lian'er, he will most likely also obtain a top-grade attack technique. What he and Jiang Lian'er lacked most was precisely this kind of attack technique. With this thing, what does the Zhang family have to fear? Perhaps they are no match for the entire Zhang family now, but they possess a heavenly grade physique, heavenly grade cultivation techniques, and now a heavenly grade attack manual. They will grow to a point where the Zhang family will fear them sooner or later. Just as Yigu was thinking about what this ridiculous dragon and phoenix link was, Yi Lang walked over from the side. He looked at Jiang Lian'er angrily and said, "You, Jiang Lian'er. So, all that shrewish act you made when you slapped Zhang Shan was just an act? At home you whine and whimper. Outside you're having sex. Are you playing me?" Chapter 28 Zhang Yu issues a challenge. The sword points to pierce the heavens. Huh? Hearing Yi Lang's words, Jiang Lian'er was clearly also confused. Yigu laughed. Don't listen to his nonsense. As he spoke, Yigu looked at Yi Lang beside him. Your sister-in-law has always been like this. You just don't understand her. Yi Lang seeked helplessly. However, he also realized that he was indeed not suitable for Jiang Lian'er. First of all, Jiang Lian'er, with her background, needs more care and protection, and Yi Lang knew he couldn't do that. Seeing Yi Lang's distraught appearance, Yigu guessed what was going on and laughed. Alright, you and Lian'er are ultimately not meant to be, but as your younger brother, I can't just watch your marriage be delayed. As he spoke, Yigu flipped his hand and took out the dating guide that the system had rewarded him with, and tossed it to Yi Lang. Take it back and study it carefully, then try your best to get into Qingyang Academy. Then you'll have plenty of opportunities to show your skills. What is that? Yi Lang muttered something under his breath. However, after glancing down at the title, Yi Lang's eyes lit up immediately. Pick up artist secrets? Wow. Third brother, you're still the closest to me. You like my own little brother. No, my dear brother. No, it's my own father. You are my real father. Go away. If my uncle hears this, he'll think my aunt and I have something going on. After Yigu finished speaking, he pulled Jiang Lian'er to find a secluded place so that he could give her the sealing meridian cold palm technique. However, at this very moment, a voice came from the doorway. Who is Jiang Lian'er? The voice was deep and powerful, clearly possessing the aura of a qi refining realm expert. Yigu, Jiang Lian'er, and Yi Lang all turned to look over. Suddenly, a burly young man with a face full of pimples appeared at the door. Zhang Yu, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the newcomers, Yi Lang quickly shielded Yigu and Jiang Lian'er behind him. Simultaneously, the low channel. This man is named Zhang Yu, Zhang Shan's older brother, and the eldest son of the Zhang family. His strength is equivalent to the 5th level of the qi refining realm. Upon hearing Yi Lang's introduction, Yigu and Jiang Lian'er were also taken aback. After all, in Shiliang County, reaching the 5th level of qi refining is already considered extremely powerful. Yigu's elder brother, Yi Zhong, also reached the 5th level of qi refining after joining Tianyang Academy for a year. Judging from his situation, Zhang Yu obviously did not attend Tianyang Academy, but was able to achieve this level of strength on his own. This is enough to show that this person is not easy to deal with. That's me. Jiang Lian'er stepped forward and spoke. Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Lian'er with icy eyes. Did you slap my sister? That's right. Jiang Lian'er said neither humbly nor arrogantly that with Yigu backing her up, she was not afraid at all. Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Lian'er and smiled. Very good. You're quite honest. Since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. Since you hit my sister, I, as her brother, can naturally avenge her. As he spoke, Zhang Yu tossed a letter over. The rules of the martial arts world in the Great Xia Dynasty, one-on-one duels. I will be waiting for you at Kaishiku in Shiliang County tomorrow at noon. Of course, since I can seek revenge on you, you can naturally find someone to fight for you. No matter who it is, I'll accept it. Or rather, we can skip it altogether and let my sister return the slap right now. As Zhang Yu spoke, Zhang Shan indeed jumped out from behind. Yi Lang, set upon seeing this. It was clearly your sister who caused trouble at our Yi family shop, yet you all think you're in the right? Zhang Yu laughed. Our Zhang family is a rough and uncouth family. We don't understand the so-called etiquette and rules of you scholars. All we know is to repay evil with evil and grievance with grievance. As he spoke, Zhang Yu looked at Jiang Lian'er. Just tell me straight. Are you going to accept the challenge, or should my sister slap you right now? Jiang Lian'er was still hesitant, but Yigu had already stepped forward to take the letter. We accept this challenge. But please remember whether your Jiang family is right or our Yi family is right. Please keep your voice down next time you speak to my wife. He has a loud voice, but he won't scare anyone to death. Are you Yigu, the third young master of the Yi family? Jiang Yu looked at Yigu with a mocking expression. Yigu nodded. Exactly. Jiang Yu smiled. Very good. If you're a man, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. My love. Jiang Lian'er was a little worried. Yigu patted Jiang Lian'er's hand and looked at Jiang Yu. Do you need anything else? If not, you can go now. People with your temper are likely to scare my wife, so I won't keep you here. Jiang Yu snorted coldly upon hearing this. Oof. I hope you'll still be this tough when you're standing in the ring tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Yu turned around and left in a huff. As soon as Jiang Yu left, Yi Lang, who was standing to the side, looked worried. Oh no, third brother, why did you agree so easily? That's a powerful expert at the 5th level of Qi refining. Judging from his muscles, he's clearly taken the hard path. Even if my older brother could rush back overnight, he might not be a match for him. Yigu Lafit, who said I needed my older brother to take action. My wife is more than enough to deal with him. Jiang Lian'er was also completely bewildered. Husband, have you forgotten? I haven't practiced any martial arts techniques. Relying solely on internal energy is completely unorthodox. Yi Lang also hurriedly replied. Even if my younger brother and sister-in-law also enter the Qi refining realm, what level of the Qi refining realm can they reach? Jiang Yu looks tough to deal with. Third brother, aren't you just setting your sister-in-law up? If all else fails, I'll personally go find my older brother and have him rush back tonight. Yigu Lafit. Don't worry, we can handle it. You should go back now and comfort Grandpa, so he won't worry. Grandpa? That's right, they'll find out soon. I'll go back now. As Yi Lang spoke, he called for Guzi to go ahead. Jiang Lian'er looked at Yigu, equally puzzled as to where his confidence came from. Yigu Lafit. Don't you trust your husband? Jiang Lian'er shukiahit. I believe you have found a martial arts manual, my lord. Yi Gai smiled and flicked Jiang Lian'er's nose. Clever. Come on, I'll show you when we get home. Jiang Lian'er nodded hurriedly. The two then left the shop with Lotus. Sure enough, when I got home, Yi Lang has already informed Yi Shan, Yi Changming, and Yi Chang'an of the news. When pressed by the three men, Yigu simply told them not to worry and to wait and see. Then, amidst the sighs of the three, he took Jiang Lian'er back to his courtyard. As soon as he arrived in the courtyard, Yigu took out the heavenly grade palm technique wind vein cold palm, a reward from the system, and handed it to Jiang Lian'er. When Jiang Lian'er saw that this was actually a top-grade martial arts manual, he was completely stunned. So, are you confident you can beat Jiang Yu now? Jiang Lian'er nodded hurriedly and said, Yes, thank you, my lord, I'll go cultivate right away. Don't wait for me tonight. Upon hearing this, Yigu hurriedly replied, No, remember to balance work and rest. I'll pick you up and take you back to your room later. Got it. Jiang Lian'er smiled and then ran to the pavilion to cultivate. Yigu sat in his chair, quietly waiting for his reward. Sure enough, the system's voice rang out shortly afterward. Ding! The host has gifted the sealing meridian cold palm technique to Jiang Lian'er, successfully spoiling his wife. Obtain the hidden system reward. Heavenly sword technique, sky-piercing sword finger. Chapter 29, The Dragon and Phoenix Union. Subtle sword intent. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu smiled with satisfaction. This is the moment he's been waiting for. However, Yigu did not directly learn this heavenly grade sword technique, sky-piercing sword finger. Instead, he first looked inward and examined the so-called Dragon and Phoenix couple chart that the system had previously rewarded him with. When Jiang Lian'er's affection for him reaches 100%, the Dragon and Phoenix manual didn't indicate the speed of upgrading cultivation. Instead, it turned into the so-called Dragon and Phoenix couple manual, which already piqued Yigu's curiosity. Unfortunately, one thing after another had happened, and he simply didn't have time to look at anything else. Now that I've finally managed to free up some time, I naturally need to study it carefully. As Yigu examined the Dragon and Phoenix couple chart, information soon appeared as expected. Dragon and Phoenix Union Chapter 1. Unlocked when any one of the wives reaches 100% favorability. Already unlocked. Introduction. The Dragon and Phoenix Couples Manual is an enhanced version of the Dragon and Phoenix Manual. In addition to increasing the host's cultivation speed, it also allows the wife to share in the benefits. Function. The cultivation speed of the Dragon and Phoenix Couples Harmony Scripture is increased by 11 times. The current host's wife's cultivation speed is increased to 10 times that of the host. Friendly reminder. There is currently only one wife sharing slot for the Dragon and Phoenix Couples Blessing. Each time a wife's favorability reaches 100, An additional slot will be unlocked, and the Dragon and Phoenix couple's blessing will be upgraded by 1 level. The details are as follows. Dragon and Phoenix Union Chart Level 1. One wife shares a spot, and the wife gains 10% of the host's growth speed. Unlock condition. At least one wife's favorability reaches 100. The second level of the Dragon and Phoenix Union Chart. 2 wives share a slot, and the wife gains 20% of the host's speed boost. Unlock condition. At least 2 wives have a favorability rating of 100. The Dragon and Phoenix Union Chart, Level 3. 3 wives can share a slot, granting the host a 30% speed boost. Unlock condition. At least 3 wives must have a favorability rating of 100. And so on. Looking at the introduction of the Dragon and Phoenix couple's blessing, Yigu couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He never expected that the upgraded version of the Dragon and Phoenix manual, the Dragon and Phoenix couple manual, would be so powerful. Not only can it be shared with your wife, but the effect also increases as the number of wives increases. But this upgrade mechanism, are you serious, system? Good heavens, you're telling me, an upright modern person, to focus on finding a partner in the Great Xia dynasty? Am I that kind of person? Yigu said unhappily. Moreover, even if I agree because it's not easy to obtain this system, will my wife agree? I can't do anything that would make Lian'er unhappy. Yigu meant what he said. Even though he was disabled in both legs, Jiang Lian'er still married him without caring about his disability. This made Yigu decide for the bottom of his heart that he would always be good to Jiang Lian'er. Therefore, in order not to hurt Jiang Lian'er's feelings, he never planned to take a concubine. Of course, if taking Jiang Lian'er as a concubine doesn't hurt his feelings, then it's not something he can't consider, haha. After all, it's a man's nature. Yigu isn't a god. Which ancient emperor didn't have a harem of wives and concubines? Compared to those emperors, I am but a small fry compared to a big fish. Thinking it over, Yigu hurriedly set Jiang Lian'er as the recipient of the sharing. As soon as the settings were completed, Yigu clearly heard Jiang Lian'er say him. She had clearly sensed something, but she didn't understand why her cultivation speed had suddenly increased. Now Yigu's speed has increased by 11 times, while Jiang Lian'er can share 10 times, which is 1.1 times the speed. Although it's not much, at least it's something you can enjoy anytime. Previously, during the Dragon and Phoenix manual, the wife could only enjoy the same speed when the couple cultivated together. But this effect has not changed. This means that Jiang Lian'er can usually increase her cultivation speed by 1.1 times, while when she cultivates with Yigu, she can get the same 11 times speed. Moreover, this effect will increase as the wife's favorability level reaches its maximum. This is simply, bah, my heart is only for Lian'er. How could I think about such things? He keeps getting more and more wives. What do you take me for, system? A scumbag? Although he said that, Yigu was secretly overjoyed, as if to say, system, you're really good at judging people. Huh. Having set up the Dragon and Phoenix couple chart, Yigu then focused his attention on the heavenly rank sword technique. The sword points to shatter the heavens. I thought it was finger technique, but it turned out to be sword technique. As Yigu examined the information carefully, the information about the sky-piercing sword finger also surfaced. Sky-piercing sword finger, a heavenly grade sword technique. No sword is needed during cultivation. Focus on sword intent. Upon mastery, one can achieve mastery without a sword. A simple sentence, yet it deeply shook Yigu. These words seemed to be engraved with sword intent, each one deeply imprinted in Yigu's heart. After reading these few simple words, Yigu was surprised to find that within the myriad true energies within his body, a wisp of sword intent actually emerged. However, this wisp of sword intent was extremely weak, not even comparable to the power of the business path. However, after Yigu began to cultivate according to the guidance of the sky-piercing sword finger, he discovered that the sword power within his body was growing rapidly, like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. However, this growth rate is slowly slowing down. At first, swordsmanship was a completely new field for Yigu. However, the more proficient one becomes in cultivating the sky-piercing sword finger, the slower the sword power naturally increases. Yigu pointed repeatedly at a large tree in front of him. Use your fingers as a sword, and your breath as a form. Keep extending your fingers, and extending your fingers again. Finally, after only 10 minutes, Yigu felt a sword intent shoot out from his fingertips. Although it only flew less than a meter, it was absolutely a huge breakthrough, creating something from nothing. Sure enough, as Yigu continued to cultivate, the distance his sword energy traveled increased, and even its speed improved. Just 1 hour later, Yigu shot out a sword finger, which actually managed to create a dent in the large tree in front of him. 2 hours later, Yi Gu was surprised to find that one of his sword fingers had pierced straight through the thick tree trunk in front of him. Even the sword power within his body changed, leaping to become the most powerful and strongest force in his body besides the myriad true energies. Using Qi as form, I can even condense an invisible sword body using Qi, as expected of a heavenly ranked sword technique. Continue. Yi Gu was endlessly entertained by this, and in the process of his constant sword practice, he made a surprising discovery. His strength had quietly advanced to the 5th level of the Qi refining realm. This unexpected surprise also made Yi Gu extremely excited, so he spent almost the entire afternoon practicing his sword. Jiang Lian'er was also immersed in cultivating the sealing meridian cold palm technique. The two of them left each other undisturbed until 9 o'clock in the evening. Yi Gu then shot out another sword finger. This time, he was surprised to find that the shooting sword finger appeared to be moving very slowly in his line of sight. It was as if one's vision could clearly see through the sword energy, discerning the distribution and changes of every wisp of energy. That meticulous feeling sent a jolt through his entire body. His strength has actually increased again, and he has entered the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. Is this the subtlety of sword intent? A sign of entering the realm of swordsmanship? Yi Gu was shocked. All paths are divided into 5 realms: entry, mastery, control, selflessness, and unity. Each advancement in one's realm will lead to a more refined mastery of the Tao, and at the same time, will make the power of the Tao even stronger. Yi Gu remembered that no matter what path one followed, even at the entry level, it required at least a Heavenly Mansion realm expert to achieve it. Even a Heavenly Mansion realm expert who has reached the entry level in a single path is already considered extremely powerful. But he is only at the Qi refining stage, yet he has already reached the entry level in swordsmanship. Is this the result of the combined effects of a heavenly physique, heavenly cultivation techniques, heavenly martial arts manuals, and the Dragon and Phoenix couple's love manual? Yegusimidet. Even if I were to call myself a monster right now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration, would it? Who's in favor and who's against? Chapter 30. You're so beautiful. Are you blaming me? It was late at night. Inside the study of the Yi family mansion, the old man Yishan, the head of the family Yi Chang'an, and Yi Gu's father, Yi Changming, all gathered together. Even his aunt and Yi Lang were among them. Yishan looked at Yi Lang and asked, "What should I say in my reply?" Yi Lang sighed and said, "It will take at least 2 more days. It seems my brother really won't be able to make it back in time. Weren't we almost at the mass grave a few days ago? Why do we need another 2 days?" Yishan asked, puzzled. In his letter, my elder brother said that things have been quite unsettled at Luanfenggang lately, with monsters lurking there and frequently harassing passing caravans. They stayed at Luanfenggang for 2 days, hoping to eliminate the monster, but unfortunately they failed to catch it. That's why it took some time. Yilang Aplanet. Yishan sighed upon hearing this. What should we do? Since Chong'er couldn't make it back in time, Yi Gu accepted Zhang Yu's challenge. Tomorrow's battle is the focus of the entire city. Isn't this a humiliation for the Yi family? Yi Chang'an said, "Father, don't be too pessimistic. Yi Gu has also entered the Qi refining realm. It's still too early to tell who will win or lose. Yes, I think Yi Gu is a steady and reliable kid who won't do anything reckless. He handled our shop situation very well this time." Mine also said, "But that's Zhang Yu, the 5th level of Qi refining. The orphan only broke through to the Qi refining realm recently. How could he possibly be his match?" Yishan said, "Ye Changmin intergested. Father, I heard from Lian'er that Zhang Yu originally wanted to challenge Lian'er. After all, she came from the Jiang family. Although her status was not high and her strength was not strong, she still had some background. Do you think it's possible for her to beat Zhang Yu?" Yishan shook his head. "It's hard to say. That's what my aunt said. I think we should trust Yi Gu. Jiang Lian'er is his wife after all. Moreover, Yi Gu dotes on her so much, yet Yi Lang wouldn't give her even if he tried to take her away, which is enough to show that he truly loves Jiang Lian'er. I don't think Yi Gu would let Zhang Yu act recklessly. If he didn't have confidence, he wouldn't have let Jiang Lian'er accept this challenge." Yes, on-road. The eldest daughter-in-law's words make sense. Since Chong'er can't come back in time, we can only hope that Yi Gu is a steady person and won't do anything reckless. As he spoke, Yishan looked at Yi Lang. "Tomorrow, you must go to the site and keep an eye on things. If anything changes, come back and tell us immediately." "Yes." Yi Lang hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family of Shiliang County, the head of the family, Zhang Bohan, sat at his desk with Zhang Yu and Zhang Shan standing in front of him. Zhang Yu spoke up. "Father, that Yi Gu has accepted my challenge. Although there are rumors that the kid's legs have healed, You should have entered the qi refining realm. But don't worry, I haven't spent all these years in the qi refining realm for nothing. If he dares to come tomorrow, I will make sure the Yi family is disgraced in Xiliang County. I'm not worried about the challenges. I know best how well you've mastered the wild tiger strength. Don't even mention Yigu. Even his wife from the Jiang family is no match for you. What I'm really worried about is the elixir market in Xiliang County. Zhang Bohan said, Father, you are too kind. If you had just driven the Yi family out of Xiliang County, wouldn't this market belong to our Zhang family? Zhang Yuedao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bohan rebuked him. Madness. Aside from cultivating your skills, why doesn't your brain grow? These elixirs are not for ordinary people, but for cultivators. Ordinary people are like ants, but these cultivators are also ants with potential. The Yi family has been operating in Xiliang County for many years and has an excellent reputation. Even if we want to drive them away, it can only be if they themselves cannot bear to leave. And it is absolutely not the case that we use force to drive them away. Don't you know the difference? What's the difference? Zhang Yu clearly didn't understand. Zhang Shan said, Brother, these cultivators won't stay in Xiliang County forever. Their ultimate goal is to get into Tianyang Academy. The Yi family's pills have been the cheapest in the entire Tianyang city over the years, and these cultivators are more or less grateful to them. If you use force to drive them away, these people will definitely harbor resentment towards our Zhang family. If one of them gains power, they may even target our Zhang family or the main family of Tianyang City. This is creating enemies for the family. Secondly, the Yi family has an excellent reputation in Xiliang County. Forcibly driving them away will only make the Zhang family a target of public criticism in Xiliang County. The entire Tianyang City is not only in Xiliang County that there are pills, they may even go to other cities to buy them directly, which means our Zhang family will have no business to do. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bohan couldn't help but scold Zhang Yu. Shan'er knows better than you. Next time, use your brain more. Don't just practice the wild tiger strength and make yourself stupid. Father, Zhang Yu, speechless, asked, So you're saying there's no way to resolve the current situation? Zhang Bohan said, If we were waiting for your advice, the Zhang family would have been finished long ago. 2 days ago, I wrote to my master, asking them to find a way to cut off trade routes between the outside world and Xiliang County. Even just 2 or 3 days is fine. The Tianyang Academy's recruitment team will arrive soon. In a few days, the Yi family will run out of pills. Let's see what they do then. At this critical juncture, if the pills run out, their reputation will plummet. That will be the time for our Zhang family to seize the opportunity to win over their Yi family's loyal customers. Reputation is a powerful thing. When it's good, it's great. But once it collapses, nothing can save it. Dad is so smart. Zhang Yu laughed. Zhang Bohan said, You don't need to worry about business. If you can make the Yi family suffer a crushing defeat tomorrow, our Zhang family's prestige in Xiliang County will also soar. Whether you can help Dad out depends on you. Zhang Yu hurriedly replied, Father, please rest assured. Your son will definitely win. Inside a room at the Yi residence, Jiang Lian'er looked at Yigu with a flushed face. It's only 10 o'clock, my love. Stop fooling around. I want to cultivate a little longer. After all, I have to fight Zhang Yu tomorrow. Yigu laughed. I can take your place tomorrow. Besides, cultivation should be done in moderation. A balance between work and rest is more efficient. Jiang Lian'er said, No, I'm the one who caused this trouble, so I'm the one who has to fix it. Moreover, even if I lose, it won't be considered a loss of face for the Yi family. You can't take this from me, my husband. Seeing how serious Jiang Lian'er was, Yigu could only sigh helplessly. All right, I'll do as you say. May we retire for the night now, my lady? Jiang Lian'er blushed and said, It's only 10 o'clock and you're already ashamed? Yigu remained silent upon hearing this. No, how can you blame me? You're so beautiful. How can you blame me for being a lecher? If it's not your fault, is it mine? Jiang Lian'er countered with a question. Yigu hurriedly said, That's not my fault. Blame it on the fact that the lady is too beautiful. You. Jiang Lian'er's pretty face turned even redder, and she said coquettishly, Smooth talker. Taking a break now is fine, but you have to grant me one condition, my husband. Yigu hurriedly said, I'd agree to do it for 100, let alone just 1. It's actually quite simple. You're not allowed to stay up so late tonight. I have to play a match tomorrow, so I need to get some rest. Yigu asked with a suspicious look. Madam, are you serious? In every previous instance, it was you who refused to cease hostilities for a long time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er's face immediately turned red to the roots of her neck, and she hurriedly replied, Oh dear, why do you speak the truth so readily? What if someone overhears you? How embarrassing. Yi Gaia pounced on Jiang Lian'er and pinned her to the bed, kissing her as he spoke. Don't worry, it's just the two of us here. No one can hear us. Nobody can see it. Chapter 31, because of the name. Stop staring at my wife all the time. The room was filled with enchanting beauty. And on a certain official road, only 2 days' journey away from Shiliang County, a group of people set up tents and created a temporary camp. A burly young man was urinating in the shadows where the campfire couldn't reach. Suddenly, the bushes to the side trembled, startling the young man. Who? Unexpectedly, a person actually emerged from the bushes. The man straightened his not-so-disheveled clothes and smiled. It's so late, and you're still not resting. The burly young man was speechless when he saw the other person. Oh, it's senior brother Jiang. Where have you been so late? Why are you coming back from this direction? Jiang Lian'er laughed. We patrolled the area. You know there are monsters lurking in the mass graves around here, so we need to be careful. By the way, Yi Zhong, is Xiaoru resting? Jiang Lian'er asked. The burly young man was Yi Gu's elder brother, Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong smiled upon hearing this. I just fell asleep, and you still care about senior sister Sun so much, senior brother Jiang? It's been so long, and you still haven't won her over? Jiang Lian'er smiled wryly. There's nothing I can do. A wild horse is hard to tame, unlike you, brother. I heard your family has found you a wife, and they're just waiting for you to come home and get married. And apparently, she's from the Jiang family. You're so lucky, brother. Yi Zhong waved his hand and laughed. The marriage arranged by her family could never compare to senior sister Xuanru. Although she came from a Jiang family, she was ultimately just an illegitimate daughter. But now that my family has chosen her, I certainly won't treat her badly. It's getting late. I'm going back to rest now, senior. Jiang Lian'er waved his hand. We'll be back in Shiliang soon, I understand. Get some rest. Without further ado, Yi Zhong returned to his tent. Jiang Lian'er looked at Yi Zhong's tent and sneered inwardly. When you get home and find your wife has been married to your brother, I hope you can still laugh. Shiliang County can no longer accommodate your Yi family. The next morning, when Jiang Lian'er got up, Yi Gu was still huddled in bed, watching Jiang Lian'er wash up with lingering interest. Madam, you called me a pervert last night. Doesn't it prove that getting enough rest early is more beneficial for cultivation? Jiang Lian'er blushed upon hearing this and said, although I don't know why, after just one night's sleep, I actually broke through to the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. But what you said, my husband, does seem to make sense. It seems I need to balance work and rest from now on. Ye wu la fit. You still haven't grasped the key point. The key point isn't that you balance work and rest, but rather who you balance work and rest with. If you accompany me to rest early every night, I guarantee your strength will improve much faster than if you cultivate on your own. Yi Gu was telling the truth. After all, when they cultivated together, Jiang Lian'er could obtain all the cultivation boosts from the Dragon and Phoenix coupled manual. However, she herself could only obtain 10 points through cultivation, which is a huge difference. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Aren't you ashamed? Get up now, Jiang Lian'er urged, and at the same time went to pull the string. Yi Gu seized the opportunity to pull her closer to his arms and laughed. It's still early. How about we cultivate a little longer? As he spoke, Yi Gu pulled Jiang Lian'er back into the bed. This made Jiang Lian'er shout incessantly. I just finished washing up, and my hair is all messed up again. Honey, it itches so much. At 10 a.m., there was 1 hour left before the agreed-upon duel time with Zhang Yu. Yi Gu finally went out with Jiang Lian'er. Inside the carriage, Yi Lang sat opposite him, holding a letter written by Yi Chong. Yi Lang Lafit. Third brother, third sister-in-law. I have a question for you, to test you. This is a question my older brother mentioned in his letter. Could you please help me analyze it? Yi Gu and Yi Lang nodded, and then Yi Lang began to speak. The older brother said that among the students in their year at Tianyang Academy, there was a senior named Zhang Debiao. There was a senior female student named Sun Ruru. Zhang Debiao liked Sun Ruru, but she didn't like him. Why? What did you say? Sun Ruru? Yi Gu was taken aback when he heard this name. It immediately reminded him of Sunanen. Could these two be sisters? What's wrong, my husband? Seeing Yi Gu's furrowed brows, Jiang Lian'er asked with concern. Yi Gu hurriedly said, don't you guys think the name Sun Ruru is a bit strange? Jiang Lian'er and Yi Lang looked completely bewildered upon hearing this, clearly not finding anything strange about it. No, Sunanen and Sun Ruru, didn't you suspect that these two people had some kind of relationship? Yi Gu reminded him. However, Jiang Lian'er and Yi Lang were still completely bewildered. What kind of relationship could they possibly have? Yes, what kind of relationship could they possibly have? Hearing their questions, Yi Gu was completely numb. Okay, he admitted that the people of the Great Xia dynasty did indeed think differently from him, a modern person. Yi Gu thought of a different angle and asked, did Sun Ruru have any sisters? Yi Lang said, I have an older sister, but I don't know her name. This Sun Ruru is the daughter of the city lord of Tianyang City, and has a noble status. Don't you guys think that Sunanin's name sound a lot like Sunruru's? Could she be Sunruru's older sister? Yigu reminded him. Yi Lang and Jiang Lian'er were both taken aback upon hearing this. Jiang Lian'er said, now that you mention it, it does seem to be true. Yi Lang then said, that's unlikely. It's more likely just a coincidence. After all, Sunruru's father is the city lord of Tianyang City. If Sunanin is also his daughter, how could he possibly let his daughter come to Shiliang County to do business? Third brother, you're definitely overthinking it. Jiang Lian'er said. What my second brother said seems to make sense. Seeing that Jiang Lian'er had no judgment of her own, Yigu stopped worrying about it. He believes this is highly likely. No wonder Sunanin kept saying that her family disagreed, especially her father, who was the city lord. It would indeed be difficult for her to resist. You should help me analyze the problem. This Zhang Debiao is the young master of the Zhang family in Tianyang City. With its privileged background and wealthy family, the Zhang family of Tianyang City is second only to the city lord Sun family in wealth. Zhang Debiao was very attentive to Sun Ru, so why do you think she didn't like Zhang Debiao? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er actually started analyzing it. Do you think it might just be that you don't like them, or that you just don't click with them? Yi Lang shook his head. My older brother said, it shouldn't be. Putting aside feelings, Sun Ruru is not a difficult person to get along with. And she said she didn't like Zhang Debiao even before she had met him. How can you talk about chemistry if you haven't even met? My husband, what do you think is the reason? Jiang Lian'er asked. Yigu said helplessly. Is this question difficult? The answer is obvious. Because of the name. Name? Jiang Lian'er and Yi Lang were both a little confused, clearly not understanding what Yigu meant. Yigu said helplessly. A talented young man named Zhang Debiao. If it were you, would you like it? This. Jiang Lian'er silently named Zhang Debiao twice in her mind, then smiled awkwardly. It doesn't sound very good, but you can't judge a person by their name. Yi Guodao. It's certainly not good to judge a person by their name, but a good name can leave a good impression. Take your name, Madam, for example, Jiang Lian'er. The first time I heard it, it gave me a feeling of fragility, making me want to cherish and protect it. Second brother, don't you think so? Ye Lang nodded hurriedly. That's right. And it's not just the first time I've heard it. Every time I hear it now, I want to protect and cherish you. Upon hearing this, Yigu shoved Yi Lang's head aside. Go away and play somewhere else. It's not your place to be protected or cherished. You should take some time to read a dating guide instead of just staring at my wife all day. Chapter 32. My husband, I think I've killed someone. Miss, the competition doesn't start for another hour. Why are you in such a hurry? Inside Enrudan Pharmacy, Xiaoqing said with a speechless expression. Ahead of her, Sunan had already packed her things and urged her on. You don't understand, the book that young master Yi gave me yesterday was truly amazing. The knowledge about business management contained there completely refreshed my understanding of business. Young master Yi gave me such an important book. How could I not go and see the competition between the Yi family and the Zhang family? What's more, the person competing is said to be Yigu's wife, Jiang Lian'er. Miss, that is Yigu's wife, Jiang Lian'er. Shouldn't you be gritting your teeth and hating her when you mention her? Why do you look so excited? Xiaoqing asked, puzzled. Why should I be angry? Sunanin was puzzled. No, you did that with Yigu yesterday. You clearly like him. Jiang Lian'er is your rival in love. Why don't you hate her? Xiaoqing said. Sunanin's pretty face immediately turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Yi and I are completely innocent. There's no such thing between us. Besides, even if I like young Master Yi, it has nothing to do with Jiang Lian'er. It's my freedom to like whoever I want. If young Master Yi really gets together with me, it means I'll have to take away some of Lian'er's affection. It would be good enough if Lian'er didn't hate me. So why would I hate her? Miss, you told the truth after all. You do like Yigu. Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Sunanin's pretty face turned even redder, and she immediately turned around and said, I'm ignoring you now. I'm leaving first. You can keep thinking whatever you want. Hey, miss, wait for me. Seeing that Sunanin really turned around and left, Xiaoqing hurriedly followed. Inside the Yi family medicine shop, Yigu handed over all the pill formulas he had obtained yesterday to Elder Qin. There are nearly 200 prescriptions for these pills. Once they are put into use, the Yi family's profits from pills will increase exponentially. Even if they were to forego some profits, the Yi family's pills would still be extremely cost-effective. It can be said that even without today's match with Zhang Yu, these hundreds of prescriptions for medicinal pills alone are enough to make the Yi family invincible. Of course, all of this depends on the Zhang family of Tianyang City truly being willing to abide by the market. If the Jiang family resorts to underhanded tactics, then it's clearly unrealistic to think they can change everything with just a few pill formulas. However, these pill formulas were of little use to diligent alchemists like Elder Qin. That was enough to excite them for a long time. Although I cannot share the formula with others for alchemy, as an alchemist, it is an honor to witness such a powerful formula. For them, it was like a cultivator obtaining a top-grade cultivation technique, an incredibly exciting event. Third young master, I have lived most of my life and have never seen such a pill formula before. And you have actually given me hundreds of doses. I admire you. I truly admire you. Old Qin was very excited. Yigu patted Old Qin on the shoulder and smiled. There will be many more such prescriptions in the future, so you can just focus on studying them. If you break through to become a fourth-grade alchemist in the future, I will also give you a fourth-grade pill recipe. Upon hearing this, Old Qin was so excited he almost knelt down. Thank you so much, third young master. Yigu quickly returned to the carriage. Seeing that there were already quite a few people on the street outside, they were gathering towards Kaishiku. Yigu also smiled. It's almost time. Let's get ready to keep our appointment. Jiang Lian'er nodded excitedly. Today's battle with Zhang Yu was, strictly speaking, her first real fight since breaking through to the Qi refining realm. Now that she possesses the heavenly rank 1 martial arts manual, the Sealing Meridian's cold palm, she naturally has some expectations in her heart. Instead, Yi Lang, standing to the side, looked worried. I really don't know where you two get your confidence from. That's Zhang Yu. Don't let the fact that this guy didn't get into Tianyang Academy fool you. I heard that years ago, he also went out to train with the Zhang family's merchant caravan in Tianyang City. All of his strength was honed through sheer hard work, especially his wild tiger strength, which made his physical strength far exceed that of ordinary people. Third brother, you're a grown man, yet you actually let Lian'er deal with him. Before Yigu could speak, Jiang Lian'er spoke first. Second brother, it was my own initiative that led to this. After all, I'm the one who caused this trouble, so I should be the one to clean it up. Yigu shrugged as if to say something. You see, this isn't something I can decide, is it? Seeing that the two of them were a harmonious couple, Yi Lang didn't say anything more, but his face was still full of worry. Meanwhile, at this moment, in Kaishiku, Shiliang County. Yesterday, Zhang Yu announced that he would be facing off against Jiang Lian'er from the Yi family here. Therefore, Kaishiku is even more bustling than before today. Besides the vendors hawking their wares, it also attracted countless cultivators. Of course, the level of these cultivators is generally not very high. Hey, who do you think will win today? Is that even a question? It's definitely Jiang Lian'er. She's from the Jiang family. I doubt it. Aren't there rumors circulating that Jiang Lian'er is just an illegitimate daughter in the Jiang family and not valued at all? That's true. I heard from my cousin who lives in Tianyang City that Zhang Yu of the Jiang family is a genuine expert at the 5th level of Qi refining. His wild tiger strength is a powerful and hard-hitting technique. How could Jiang Lian'er, a woman, be his match? It's strange, really. The three brothers actually pushed a woman out to fight. It's just outrageous. Who says it isn't? The crowd at the scene was abuzz with discussion. Sun Enin, who was standing in the crowd, frowned upon hearing this. Xiaoqing, standing to the side, expressed her concern. Miss knows Zhang Yu's situation best. Can Jiang Lian'er be his match? Sun Enin shook her head. I don't know, but I believe in young Master Yi. Since he dared to send Lian'er out to fight, he must have his reasons. Oh, here they come. As Sun Enin spoke, she quickly pointed to one side of the market entrance. Sure enough, a carriage had already arrived. A moment later, amidst gasps from the crowd, Yigu and Yi Lang indeed got out of the car with Jiang Lian'er. They spotted Zhang Yu immediately, standing in the makeshift arena. He was looking at them with a disdainful expression. I thought you guys were too scared to come. Zhang Yu laughed. Yigu helped Jiang Lian'er down from the carriage while laughing. Isn't the time up yet? Why are you in such a hurry to lose to my wife? Zhang Yu snorted coldly. Hey Yi, I don't like verbal battles. If you're so capable, let's settle this in a ring. Yi Gai smiled and said nothing more. Jiang Lian'er, who was next to him, nodded to Yi Gai and then stepped onto the arena under everyone's gaze. At this moment, everyone present held their breath, clearly afraid of missing any exciting scenes. As soon as Jiang Lian'er stepped onto the stage, Zhang Yu began to speak. Girl, if you surrender now, I might consider not fighting. Otherwise, with your small frame, one sigh. Sorry, I don't like verbal battles either. You should just take action. Zhang Yu was interrupted by Jiang Lian'er before he could finish speaking. This made Zhang Yu's face turn very ugly. Oof, you're so arrogant. Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. As soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, without even using his savage tiger force, his towering body instantly charged towards Jiang Lian'er. Jiang Lian'er was, after all, a girl, and she had never experienced anything like this before. Seeing Zhang Yu's fierce appearance, she thought he was going to kill her right away, so she quickly used the sealing meridian cold palm technique. As Jiang Lian'er slapped him, a massive, visible ice crystal hand instantly struck Zhang Yu. Compared to that giant icy hand, Zhang Yu's towering body looked like a tiny chick. There was a loud bang. The giant ice crystal hand shattered, and Zhang Yu was sent flying backward. He then crashed heavily to the ground, remaining motionless, with only a trail of blood flowing from beneath him. Jiang Lian'er panicked upon seeing this and shouted at Yi Gu below the stage. "My lord, I think I've killed someone. What should I do?" Chapter 33. My husband, you're amazing. What aspect are you referring to? Jiang Lian'er's shout left all the villagers watching in the audience completely dumbfounded. An uproar erupted from the crowd instantly. My God, what's going on? Zhang Yu was slapped to death. Is this for real? Did the battle even start? How did it end so quickly? Bah, I was just praising Zhang Yu for coming here, but he can't even withstand a single move. This is a disgrace to cultivators. Who just said Zhang Yu is at the 5th level of Qi refining? Is the 5th level of Qi refining really that weak? Isn't it because Jiang Lian'er is too strong? Sure enough, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Although she is not valued in the Jiang family, she still crushes Zhang Yu in our small place. Xiaoqing, standing in the crowd, also exclaimed in admiration. Miss, Jiang Lian'er's strength is just too much. Why don't you just find someone else to like? If you fight her for your man, I'm not sure I can protect you. I might not even be able to withstand one of her slaps. Sun Nen couldn't help but look at Xiaoqing, her face full of shock. You are a peak expert at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, only one step away from the Heavenly Mansion realm. Even you're not confident about what to do next? Xiaoqing nodded hurriedly. That palm strike was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. The technique must be at least of the Earth rank. That shouldn't be the case. Didn't father say that she wasn't valued by the Jiang family and that her strength was only at the body-tempering realm? How did it suddenly improve so much? Sun Nen was very surprised. Yi Gu, who was also in the crowd, saw this scene and rushed onto the stage. Jiang Lian'er quickly grabbed Yi Gu's sleeve, looking worried. My lord, what should I do? I think I've killed someone? The city lord of Tianyang City will definitely send people to arrest me. Yi Gu reassured him. Don't worry, you didn't kill anyone. Cultivators aren't so easy to kill, and Zhang Yu's strength isn't that much different from yours. He was just knocked unconscious by you. Don't believe me? Just look. As Yi Gu spoke, he took the water bottle from his waist and poured it over Zhang Yu. Sure enough, Zhang Yu woke up a moment later. He looked around in bewilderment, clearly unaware of what had just happened. But at that moment, the whispers of the people around him clearly reached his ears. He's not dead. He's lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Exactly. If he can't win, why not just admit defeat? Playing dead is a disgrace to cultivators. So this is what the young master of the Zhang family is like. I really learned something new. It's hilarious. He challenged someone, only to be slapped unconscious. He's definitely a unique character in the cultivation world. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Zhang Yu finally realized what had happened and remembered what had just occurred. He had only been careless for a moment and hadn't activated the Wild Tiger Force, but who knew that Jiang Lian'er's attack would be so domineering? He knocked himself unconscious right away. This enraged Zhang Yu, and his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Jiang Lian'er. You bitch! How dare you humiliate me? You're asking for it. Zhang Yu roared and charged straight at Jiang Lian'er. Seeing this, Jiang Lian'er quickly pushed Yi Gu aside and shouted, Husband, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yu rushed over. Jiang Lian'er dared not be negligent and immediately unleashed the sealing meridian cold palm once again. In an instant, everyone saw a huge ice crystal hand slam down towards Zhang Yu again. This time, however, Zhang Yu was clearly on guard, and an aura of dominance instantly emanated from his entire body. The next moment, the giant icy hand slammed directly onto Zhang Yu. In an instant, the giant ice crystal hand shattered, but Zhang Yu also trembled all over and was almost sent flying backward. Although he managed to steady himself, he then spat out a mouthful of blood. Clearly, even with the protective power of the Wild Tiger Force, he was still severely injured. Most importantly, for some reason, the sealing meridian cold palm seemed to freeze his meridians the moment it struck him. This caused his strength to begin to decline without him even realizing it. Jiang Lian'er naturally knew that this was the truly terrifying aspect of the sealing meridian cold palm, which could seal the opponent's meridians during combat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the sealing meridian cold palm. Zhang Yu knew that he could not back down now. Otherwise, he would really become a laughingstock in Shiliang County. They might even become stepping stones for Jiang Lian'er or even the Yi family. So even though he was seriously injured, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue charging towards Jiang Lian'er. Seeing that Zhang Yu was still persistent, Jiang Lian'er slapped him again. Upon receiving the slap, Zhang Yu immediately coughed up blood, and even his nose bled. At the same time, Zhang Yu felt that his meridians had been almost completely sealed by the ice. If it happens again, I'm afraid I'll completely lose my fighting ability. And whether it can withstand the pressure is another question. Jiang Lian'er was about to unleash her third strike. In his desperation, Zhang Yu's gaze fell on Yi Gu, who was still standing at the edge of the arena. I'll kill you. Zhang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he immediately turned around and rushed towards Yi Gu. Even Jiang Lian'er hadn't expected this turn of events. By the time she tried to stop it, it was too late. Husband, be careful. Young Master Yi, be careful. Jiang Lian'er and Sunanen in the audience shouted almost at the same time. Yi Gu also felt a gust of wind rushing towards his back. He instinctively turned and crouched down, then pointed out with his sword-like finger. As luck would have it, as soon as Yi Gu pointed his sword finger, he saw Zhang Yu land right on it. He saw that this guy was about to ambush him. Yi Gu's expression also darkened. Then, a terrifying sword intent instantly pierced into Zhang Yu's abdomen. Then, with a bang, the back of Zhang Yu's clothes burst open like a flower. His skin, however, was completely undamaged. This is the essence of swordsmanship. Yi Gu has still reached the entry-level realm of subtlety in swordsmanship. Manipulating sword intent allows one to severely damage an opponent's internal organs without breaking their skin. As Yi Gu unleashed his sword finger, Zhang Yu froze on the spot because he discovered that his dantian had shattered. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that he had painstakingly cultivated and accumulated in his dantian dissipated completely at this moment. They couldn't even catch it. Meanwhile, the villagers watching below were stunned. Was that sword intent just now unleashed by Yi Gu? How is this possible? Isn't Yi Gu a cripple? That sword intent was too terrifying. Could it really be something he could unleash? Unexpectedly, the strongest person in the Yi family is not Jiang Lian'er, but the third young master Yi Gu. To be honest, I couldn't have blocked that sword strike at all. Among the crowd below, Xiaoqing's mouth dropped open in shock. That sword strike is too powerful. There's no way I could possibly block it. Miss, you didn't say this guy was that strong. Xiaoqing said. Sunanen was also completely bewildered. He never told me he was this strong. No, not a prostitute. What about your indenture? He's so powerful. What if he refuses to let you buy your freedom and insists on making you his woman? Xiaoqing exclaimed in surprise. Sunanen asked in return. Does he really know how? Xiaoqing was dumbfounded. If you're not a lady, why do you look so expectant? I didn't. You're lying. You still can't admit it, even though you clearly have it. Who is it? What does he have to do with me? While the two were arguing, Jiang Lian'er excitedly ran to Yi Gu's side and laughed. My husband, you're amazing. Yi Gu smiled and asked in return. I have so many great qualities. Which one are you referring to? Jiang Lian'er blushed instantly, feeling both ashamed and indignant. There are so many people here, my husband, you're so annoying. Chapter 34, Lian'er delivered my love letter? Yi Gu is stunned. At this moment, the people around them were clearly still unable to believe that this competition had attracted the attention of the entire Shiliang County. It's over just like that. The process involved only 3 slaps and a sword finger strike. Zhang Yu finally came to his senses and felt the empty spiritual energy of heaven and earth within his body. He went completely mad and charged straight at Yi Gu. Unfortunately, even when he had the strength, he was no match for Yi Gu. What's more now, before he could even get close to Yi Gu, he was stopped by the Zhang family servants below the stage. Young Master Zhang, you can't act recklessly. Yes, young Master Zhang, you are already in the wrong for launching a sneak attack. If you don't stop now, Yi Gu can kill you without any qualms. Young Master Zhang, with everyone's persuasion, Zhang Yu finally calmed down. The blow was felt in the heart, not the body, when years of cultivation were destroyed in an instant. Yi Gu turned around and looked at Zhang Yu and said, this great battle started when your younger sister caused trouble in my Yi family's medicine shop and injured my Yi family members. My wife was furious and taught your sister a lesson. Then you can seek justice for your sister and arrange a martial arts duel. Unfortunately, you are no match for my wife, and in the end you tried to ambush me. That's why it ended up like this. The current situation is entirely your own fault. Heaven is above, and everyone can see it clearly. If you're still not satisfied, you are welcome to send your Zhang family from Tianyang City to seek revenge on our Yi family. Our Yi family will be next. Goodbye. After Yi Gu finished speaking, he led Jiang Lian'er down the stage. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, sitting in the audience, asked in confusion. Why is Yigu saying all this? Sunanen, who was standing next to her, laughed. You don't understand. He said this seemingly to Zhang Yu, but actually to the crowd of onlookers. These people had only heard rumors and were not sure why Zhang Yu and the Yi family had challenged each other to a duel. After Yigu explained, these people understood what had happened, since Yigu was one of the parties involved, and these people will soon spread the news. The Zhang family was in the wrong this time, so even if the Zhang family of Tianyang City was really angry, they wouldn't dare to do anything to the Yi family. Otherwise, if we were in the wrong and forcibly take action against the family, we would be violating the laws of the Great Xia dynasty. Father wouldn't agree either. Yigu was reminding the Zhang family that Tianyang City still has a city lord, so it's best not to openly use force to bully the Yi family. Xiaoqing asked, puzzled. But the Zhang family is a prominent family in Tianyang City. They can't come openly, but they must have some underhanded tricks up their sleeves. Is Yigu not afraid of these things? Sunanen smiled. What underhanded tactics would they use? The Zhang family is in business. Would they really wage a price war against the Yi family? Given the prices the Yi family has recently offered for the pills, no one could withstand such losses if they were selling them. Even now, I dare not easily leave the Yi family, otherwise I won't be able to sell the pills at all, because the price they offer is too low. Therefore, the Zhang family is no match for the Yi family in business. As for sending someone to assassinate him, that's a possibility. However, the Yi family is not to be trifled with. If he wanted to destroy the Yi family quietly, could he do it without sending out several experts at the Heavenly Mansion realm, or even the Golden Core realm? The Zhang family has been secretly causing trouble in Tianyang City for quite some time now. Father had wanted to deal with them for a long time, but unfortunately he hadn't found any solid evidence. If the Zhang family really resorts to such a desperate measure this time, Father will not let this opportunity pass, so the Zhang family dares not act recklessly. Hearing Sun Anen's explanation, Xiaoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. The Zhang family is indeed annoying. If it weren't for that Zhang family member insisting on pursuing Miss, she wouldn't have had to go to Shiliang County to do business. Xiaoqing was interrupted by Sun Anen before she could finish speaking. As the competition ended, the onlookers began to disperse. Sun Anen also greeted them. Okay, let's go. Xiaoqing was taken aback and quickly replied. Since we're already here, won't you meet young Master Yi? No need for that. I'm just here to watch his competition, not to see him. Sun Anen said in a low voice. Xiaoqing said something upon seeing this. Do you even believe what you're saying? After saying that, Xiaoqing waved to Yi Gu and shouted. Young Master Yi, over here. Our young lady is here. Xiaoqing. Sun Anen immediately looked anxious and hurriedly straightened her clothes. Xiaoqing whispered when she saw this. She even said she didn't like him. Women dress up for the ones they love. If you don't like him, why are you tidying your clothes? You. I didn't. Sun Anen retorted illogically. Yigu had already brought Jiang Lian'er over. Miss Anen, you're here too. Yigu laughed. While we were at it, we can take a look. Sun Anen said. At the same time, Sun Anen and Jiang Lian'er exchanged a glance and nodded symbolically. Sun Anen hurriedly said, Sister Lian'er's strength is truly astonishing, and young Master Ye's strength is also very strong. If I hadn't seen it today, I would never have imagined it. The two of you are truly a match made in heaven. Jiang Lian'er smiled. Actually, it's all thanks to my husband. If it weren't for him, my strength wouldn't have improved so quickly. As she spoke, Jiang Lian'er stepped forward and took Sun Anen's arm affectionately. Sister Anen, even though you can't cultivate, you should still come to the Yi residence often and chat with your husband. My husband is also an alchemist, so I think she'll have a way to help you cultivate. Is young Master Yi an alchemist? Sun Anen was taken aback. Yi Wu laughed. I suppose so, but Miss Anen's condition is probably beyond the cure of pills. As I said before, business is also a way of life, and Miss Anen's way of life may not be of much help to elixirs in the business world. Anen understands. Regardless, thank you, young Master Yi. Anen has other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. As Sun Anen spoke, she turned and left with Xiaoqing. Yi Gu watched the two disappear around the street corner before calling Jiang Lian'er home. However, Jiang Lian'er smiled and asked Yi Gu, Husband, do you like Sister Anen? Yi Gu said upon hearing this, I don't dislike it, but I wouldn't say I like it either. Do you believe in love at first sight? Jiang Lian'er asked again. Yi Gai smiled and said, All love at first sight is nothing more than lust at first sight. If lust at first sight is considered love at first sight, then it is love at first sight. Then I've fallen in love with so many things at first sight. Jiang Lian'er smiled. If you don't dislike Sister Anen, then it means that you can gradually develop feelings for her. Husband, why don't you marry Sister Anen and bring her back to the Yi family? That way, he can see the shop's bills from now on. I really don't want to see the bill. Jiang Lian'er feigned grievance. Yigu was completely dumbfounded. What did you say? You are my wife, and you actually want me to take a concubine? Is that not allowed? Besides, what does your taking a concubine have to do with whether I am your wife or not? Jiang Lian'er was completely bewildered. I know that letting you take only Anin as a concubine is too little, but I currently feel that Anin is the only one who is good enough for you. When I find other girls in the future, I'll definitely keep an eye out for you, okay? Yigu patted Jiang Lian'er's head as he spoke. He doesn't have a fever. Why is he talking nonsense? Jiang Lian'er grabbed Yigu's hand and said earnestly, My dear husband, I'm serious. And thankfully you don't dislike Sister Anin, actually just now. What did you just do? Yigu felt that this girl must have done something behind his back. Sure enough, Jiang Lian'er lowered her head and said, Actually just now, I secretly slipped a letter into Anin's pocket while pretending to get close to her. A letter? What letter? Yigu asked. Jiang Lian'er asked timidly. It's a love letter. This is for you, my husband. What did you say? You delivered love letters to other women without my knowledge? Yigu was completely numb. I'm sorry, my dear husband. I only helped you because I knew you didn't dislike Sister Anin. If you don't like her, I'll go ask her for it back. Jiang Lian'er was almost in tears. Yigu then grabbed her and said, Forget it. It would be too embarrassing to let you go ask for it. Let's go home. Although he said that, Yigu was secretly overjoyed and exclaimed, You've already given it away. Do you still want it back? There's no door at all. Not only is there no door, there aren't even any windows. I've welded them all shut. Chapter 35, entering the 7th level of Qi refining. What exactly happened? Husband, do you not want to take a concubine? On the way home, Jiang Lian'er asked. Actually, if you don't want to take a concubine, Lian'er won't force you. It's just that I was born and raised in a Jiang family. Every man in the Jiang family has several wives, and even the head of the family has 30 wives. So I'm afraid you won't take a concubine because of me. Actually, Lian'er is already very content to have met you. You don't need to worry about Lian'er so much. Seeing Jiang Lian'er's cautious manner, Yigu felt sorry for her and took her hand, saying, You may not know this, but in the place where I used to live, most people practice monogamy. So, I've never even considered taking a concubine. But this isn't where you used to live, so you have to adapt to local customs. Jiang Lian'er said. Yigu was stunned. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Moreover, Jiang Lian'er doesn't mind him taking a concubine, so it would be somewhat fake for him to pretend to be reserved. What man doesn't want to have multiple wives and concubines? Yigu was a man too, so naturally he was no exception. Thinking of Yigu Dao. Actually, I don't oppose taking concubines, but I don't want to take concubines just for the sake of taking concubines. If there is no real affection or attraction, then that affection cannot be cultivated. Let's see how fate brings us together. Just like you and me. If we're meant to be, we'll be together eventually. Besides, if you don't want to look at the ledgers, then don't. You don't need to make me take a concubine, just so I don't have to look at the ledgers. I've said it before, with me you don't need to be careful. Just be yourself and be happy. Jiang Lian'er was deeply moved and nodded as she leaned against Yigu's chest. My dear husband, you are so good to me. On the other hand, back in the shop, Sun Anin finally discovered the extra letter in her pocket while changing her clothes. But when she saw that the letter was actually a love letter, her cheeks turned red. Why would Yigu write me a love letter? He wouldn't really, but he clearly has Lian'er. So isn't he afraid of hurting her by doing this? Although Sun Anin said that, her eyes couldn't help but glance at the contents of the letter a few more times. Wait a minute. Sun Anin, why do you seem a little happy? No way, Xiaoqing was right. I'm really tempted, but he already has a wife. Suddenly, Sun Anin noticed that the handwriting in the love letter seemed a bit off. She quickly took out several sheets of paper from a box. The above text was written by Yigu. It contains his business advice for the shop. Upon comparison, Sun Anin indeed discovered that this was not Yigu's handwriting at all. It's Jiang Lian'er's instead. She also had a sample of Jiang Lian'er's handwriting. After all, she was cooperating with the Yi family to sell pills. Jiang Lian'er is currently managing Yigu's shop, so it's not surprising that there are samples of her handwriting. The handwriting on the letter was Jiang Lian'er's. Sun Anin was completely stunned. The love letter written by Sister Lian'er was actually signed by Yigu. What are they doing? Sister Lian'er not only doesn't mind Yigu taking a concubine, she's even helping him. The more Sun Anin thought about it, the more turbulent her emotions became. In the end, he simply stopped reading it and quickly put the letter away. The letter can be put away, but how can the contents that are seen be put away? Afternoon. News of Jiang Lian'er and Yigu's battle against Zhang Yu spread quickly. Some are happy, some are sad. Inside the Yi residence, everyone was festively decorated and celebrating after receiving Yilang's report. To celebrate this, Hayama even ordered a banquet to be held throughout the prefecture that evening. Yi Changming and Yi Chang'an even came to see Yigu in person. They were given a lot of spirit stones so that they could cultivate diligently. On the other hand, the Zhang family presents a completely different picture. When they learned that Zhang Yu had not only been defeated, but his cultivation had also been destroyed, Zhang Bohan felt a wave of dizziness and almost fainted. Father, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to start cultivating again. Dad, you have to believe me. Zhang Yu's face was covered in tears. On the other hand, Zhang Bohan's eyes were bloodshot, clearly unable to accept it for the time being. Father, although the destruction of the Dantian is a serious injury, there are still pills that can repair it. There is still hope for my brother. Zhang Shan, standing nearby, also spoke, her heart filled with regret. If she had known the outcome would be today, she would never have taken her brother to Yigu to make the bet. Zhang Bohan looked at the two of them and said something. I wish you could recover, but do you know how precious the pills for repairing the Dantian are? We are just a branch of the Zhang family. They won't help us. If we fail to capture the elixir market in Shiliang County this time, even I, your father, will lose the Zhang family's trust. Why? Zhang Bohan sighed and waved his hand, clearly not wanting to say anything more. Large families have their own rules. You can enjoy the shade of the big family tree, but at the same time, you also have to be useful to the family. Otherwise, Jiang Lian'er would be the result. A young lady from a wealthy family was sent to a remote and impoverished area for a political marriage. Isn't this tragic? She met Yigu, but what if she had met a scumbag? Life might be completely different then. This is the helplessness of people from large families. Inside a room at the Yi residence. See, I wasn't lying to you. Sleeping more increases your strength much faster than tedious cultivation. Yigu lay in bed, poked his head out, and looked at Jiang Lian'er, who was getting dressed, and smiled. Jiang Lian'er's face was still flushed, and she said with shame and indignation, "Shameless, doing that kind of thing in your room during the day." Yigu, however, spoke with utmost seriousness. Was I lustful? I was doing it for cultivation. Just tell me if you've broken through to the 7th level of qi refining. Jiang Lian'er said upon hearing this. It is indeed strange that my strength always breaks through unintentionally every time I'm intimate with you, my husband. How strange. Yigu laughed. This is what they call working together as a team makes the work easier. Indeed, Yigu and Jiang Lian'er spent another afternoon diligently cultivating in their room. With the acceleration of the Dragon and Phoenix couple scroll, the two of them also broke through to the 7th level of Qi refining realm. However, Yigu also discovered that although the acceleration effect of the Dragon and Phoenix couple scroll was powerful, however, as their strength approached the Heavenly Mansion realm, the two of them, the rate of improvement has gradually slowed down. Even if the speed is slow, it's still much faster than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, the cultivation process is enjoyable, so Yigu is happy to accept it. That evening, Yigu took Jiang Lian'er to a banquet at the Yi residence. However, as soon as they arrived at the main hall, they saw that only the maids were busy preparing dinner. The person in question didn't see a single person. One of the maids saw the two of them and hurriedly ran over to say something. Third young master's wife, you've finally arrived. The gentlemen are all in the study. Please go there as soon as you arrive. What happened? Yigu hurriedly asked. All the important people are gone. Something has clearly happened. The maidservant hurriedly replied. I don't know either. You and your wife should go and check on yourselves. Upon hearing this, Yigu stopped talking and immediately pulled Jiang Lian'er towards his grandfather's study. As soon as he entered the study, he heard a familiar voice. It was none other than the voice of his own shopkeeper, Manager Chun. Manager Chun said urgently, Masters, gentlemen, if this matter isn't resolved quickly, our Yi family is likely to suffer a complete loss of reputation and disgrace this time. Upon hearing this, Yigu immediately pushed open the door and went inside, asking as he did so, what exactly happened? Chapter 36, A half-step heavenly demon heads to the Xia King's temple at night. Yigu, you finally arrived. Quickly, sit down and let's talk. Upon seeing Yigu, Yishan hurriedly greeted him. Yigu didn't waste any words. He pulled Jiang Lian'er to sit down on the chair next to him, and then asked, Manager Chun, what happened? Why didn't you come directly to me? Manager Chun said helplessly, I want to look for him, but Qingye said you were resting and wouldn't see anyone. I had no other choice but to find the master. Upon hearing this, Yigu scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, he had spent the entire afternoon cultivating in his room with Jiang Lian'er, and he had even instructed Qingye not to see anyone. Let's get to the point. Yigu quickly changed the subject. Manager Chen didn't waste any words and immediately spoke. It's the Xia King Temple. Something's happened there. What happened? Yi Gu frowned. He knew of the Shaowang Temple. Like the mass grave, it is a place on the trade route between Shiliang County and Tianyang City. The trade route between Shiliang County and Tianyang City is actually just one road, but this road splits into two places, Luanfenggang and Shaowang Temple, in the middle. In the beginning, there was only one road to the trade route, the mass grave. However, there were too many people buried in the mass grave. People from all around died and were buried there. Over time, strange things often happened in this mass grave. In order to ward off evil spirits, everyone contributed money to build the Shaowang Temple on the mountainside opposite the mass grave. It was used to deter people from haphazardly buried graves. After the Shaowang Temple was completed, many people would change their route and go to the Shaowang Temple instead of going to this place. Over time, this led to the formation of a trade route with two separate roads in between. After Yi Gu transmigrated, he heard about the Xia King, the true master of the Great Xia dynasty, more than once. Unfortunately, due to his previous leg problems, he had never been to the Xia King Temple and had never seen the statue of the Xia King enshrined inside. Hearing Yi Gu's question, Manager Chen didn't dare to waste any words and quickly explained. A powerful demon has appeared near the Shaowang Temple and has already killed 7 or 8 people. A caravan that hired 3 Qi refining realm level 5 experts was all killed. Our Yi family's caravan was among them. But now that the great demon has blocked our way, we can't get back. As he spoke, Manager Chen looked at Yi Gu anxiously. Third young master, you must think of a way. At the latest, the recruitment team from Tianyang Academy will arrive in Shiliang County by tomorrow evening. Right now, cultivators in Shiliang County are all waiting to buy pills, and the sales of pills will skyrocket after tomorrow evening. However, our current inventory and herb reserves simply cannot withstand such large-scale consumption. Tomorrow night, our reserves of herbs and elixirs will only last until tomorrow night at most. If the caravan cannot bring back the herbs by the morning after tomorrow, our Yi family will face a situation where there are no herbs left to refine elixirs. Over the years, if Danqing announces that it has no pills at such a critical juncture as the enrollment of Tianyang Academy, it will be a devastating blow to the reputation of our Yi family. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu basically understood what was going on. The reason why the Yi family was able to accumulate such popularity and prestige in Shiliang County is, frankly speaking, because of Danqing. They don't raise prices when elixirs are in short supply, and they've never run out of elixirs in years. This is how they've built a good reputation. However, if they were recruiting students for Tianyang Academy, a time when they needed elixirs the most, the Yi family wouldn't be able to produce any. That would affect these cultivators' chances of getting into Tianyang Academy. Destroying someone's future and depriving them of their money are the same thing, akin to killing their parents. The Yi family situation at that time is predictable. I remember the shop's herb reserves should be enough to last 5 days, right? How come they can only last until tomorrow night? Yi Gu asked. Manager Chun was about to speak when his aunt interrupted him. Yi Gu, this is all your aunt's fault. The pill formula you prepared has caused the price of our Yi family's pills to drop so much that many individual investors want to buy from our Yi family. I figure it would increase sales, and it didn't matter who I sold to, so I got Manager Chun to agree. I didn't expect these retail investors to buy so much at once. This has led to our Yi family's reserves being insufficient. I'm so sorry. Yi Gu waved his hand. And he did the right thing. We're in business to make money. It doesn't matter who we sell to. The problem stemmed from the fact that the herbs couldn't arrive in time. So it's not Aunt's fault. Third brother, thank you. For the first time, Yi Lang looked at Yi Gu with genuine gratitude. It seems he was also afraid that his mother would be punished. After all, it concerns the Yi family's reputation, so it's no small matter. Yi Gu asked again. Shopkeeper Chun, although the Shaowang Temple is haunted by monsters, can't we still walk through the mass grave? Why didn't the caravans detour through the mass graves? Manager Chun hurriedly replied. Third young master, you are unaware of this. Didn't the Tianyang Academy's admissions team spend 2 days at the mass grave trying to clear out the monsters a few days ago? During those 2 days, they did find a monster, and in the process of fighting it, it cleaved a 10-meter wide crater in the trade road. The road still hasn't been repaired, so carriage caravans can't get through there at all. So, the only way to solve the herb problem is to deal with this monster? Yi Gu frowned it deeply. I asked Jiang Lian'er, who was standing to the side. What about Tianyang City? The Tianyang City Lord's Mansion has a garrison composed of cultivators, who are relieved of their demon-slaying duties. Did they not go? Shinjan said. It would take at least 3 days to get from Tianyang City to Shaowang Temple. Once they arrived and eliminated the monsters, and with the caravan returning and the pill refining done, 5 days would have passed. By then it might be too late. Could I write a letter to my older brother? Yi Lang asked. Yishan waved his hand. Chong'er is with the Tianyang Academy's recruitment team and cannot leave the group without permission. We family don't have that much influence to ask them to detour to Xiaowang Temple. Moreover, Chong'er only has the strength of the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Even if he went, he would probably not be a match for that half-step Heavenly Mansion great demon. If things don't work now, Father, absolutely not. Yes, Father, you are so old, you absolutely cannot go. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changming hurriedly said. But now, in the entire Xiliang prefecture, is there another person besides me who is at the 9th level of Qi refining? We don't know how powerful Zhang Bohan, the patriarch of the Zhang family, is, but he certainly won't go. This situation is a godsend for the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Ye Gu spoke up. Grandpa, you really can't go. It will take almost a whole night to get from Xiliang County to Xiwang Temple. Your body can't handle it. I'll go. You? Yi Shan and the others were all taken aback. Ye Gu said seriously, don't worry, I'll find a way to deal with that great demon. But that's a powerful demon at the half-step Heavenly Mansion realm. So going there would be fraught with danger. Yi Changming hurriedly said that he clearly did not want his son to go. Jiang Lian'er, who was standing nearby, quickly stepped forward and took Ye Gu's arm, saying, Father, Grandpa, I'll go with my husband. Both of us are at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, so we still have a chance to deal with that great demon together. Even if we can't kill them, we can definitely lure them away so that the caravan can pass through safely. This, Grandpa, Father, time waits for no one. We must set off now. Ye Gu Urgit. Seeing this, Yishan could only sigh. Go early and come back early, and be careful. Chapter 37, The Fanged Green-Backed Ape, with a beast taming ring? A moment later, outside Xiliang County, Ye Gu and Jiang Lian'er set off immediately. Looking at the night clothes she was wearing and the black gauze covering her face, Jiang Lian'er asked curiously, My lord, we're going to eliminate a great demon. Why are we dressed like thieves? I can understand wearing a night clothes to avoid being detected by powerful demons, but what's the purpose of this mask? Ye Gu laughed as he traveled. This was shared by my older brother. He said that some monsters are very sensitive to their aura, and wearing a mask can reduce the probability of being detected by these monsters. I don't know if it's true or not, but wearing a mask doesn't seem to affect anything. It's always good to be extra careful. Jiang Lian'er nodded. The journey is not short. Let's try to get there before dawn and deal with the great demon. In this way, we won't miss the Tianyang Academy's enrollment team entering the city. It won't delay our admission to Tianyang Academy. Ye Gu nodded, then asked, By the way, take out Manager Chen's information about that great demon, and let's take a look. Jiang Lian'er nodded, and then took out a piece of paper on which was recorded the information of this great demon. The Zhang family of Xiliang County. Master, you said that the Zhang family has produced a fanged blue-backed ape that is half-step into the Heavenly Mansion realm this time. This kind of monster is known for its strong defense. Even though stronger than to have a hard time killing it. Doesn't that mean that without the help of a Heavenly Mansion realm expert, no one can deal with this monster? Butler Lin said excitedly. Zhang Bohan nodded with a smile. That's right. Such a monster was placed in the Xiaowang Temple, and the road to the mass grave was destroyed by the Biao's nephew. Within 3 to 5 days, the caravans from Xiliang County will not be able to return. I wonder how long the Yi family's pills can last. Once they sell out their pills and their reputation collapses, that will be a great opportunity for our Zhang family to seize the market. Butler Lin smiled upon hearing this. Congratulations, sir. With this, your status within the Zhang family will surely rise significantly. Then there is hope for the young master's dantian to be repaired. Zhang Bohan sighed upon hearing this. As for Yuer's matter, we'll have to wait for now. If we can capture the pill market in Xiliang County this time, and ask the Zhang family in Tianyang City for a pill to rebuild their dantian, they should agree. But if we fail, my son and I will be completely finished, and it might even be Lian'er and Xiao Shan who suffer the consequences. Butler Lin said hurriedly, Master, please don't say such discouraging things. That fanged blue-backed ape is not so easy to deal with. In my opinion, the Yi family is doomed this time. Let's hope so. After setting things up for so many days, now we're just waiting to see the results. Zhang Bohan remarked with emotion. Butler Lin said this while massaging Zhang Bohan's shoulders. Actually, sir, with the Zhang family's strength in Tianyang City, dealing with a small Yi family shouldn't be difficult for them. Why not just send a few experts over and wipe them out? Why go through all this trouble? Zhang Bohan said upon hearing this. Do you think no one cares about this world? Let's not even talk about whether that old fox, the city lord of Tianyang City, will make a move against the Jiang family. Just look at Jiang Lian'er, the daughter-in-law the Yi family recently married. Although she is an illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she is still a member of the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family is powerful and looks down on the Yi family, the friendship between the older generation is still there. If the Yi family is destroyed, the Jiang family will lose face and will naturally not let the Jiang family off the hook. How could those old foxes from the Jiang family in Tianyang City not have thought of this? That's why the Yi family could only be driven away. They absolutely could not be wiped out. Otherwise, the Jiang family will be in trouble soon after the Yi family is wiped out. Although the Jiang family looks down on the Yi family, they will not tolerate anyone destroying the Yi family. Otherwise, the Jiang family would not have honored the marriage agreement from back then. Butler Lin said awkwardly upon hearing this. It's this old servant who's confused. You have such keen insight, sir. Zhang Bohan leaned back in his chair and laughed. All right, stop flattering me. The outcome of the pill industry in Shiliang County will depend on these next 2 days. You better keep a close eye on things. Yes, that's what Butler Lin said. Meanwhile, after leaving Shiliang County, Yigu and Jiang Lian'er headed straight for the Xia King Temple. To save time, the two did not follow the main trade route. Instead, it traversed several mountain peaks. Monsters often appear on these mountains. However, powerful monsters like the fanged green-backed ape are not common here. With the two of them being careful throughout the night, they had pretty good luck. They did not encounter any monsters blocking their way. And there was still an hour before dawn. The two of them finally saw the Xiaowang Temple on the mountainside in the distance. It was a small temple, standing out conspicuously on the bare mountainside. What's even more obvious now is the trade route near the Xiaowang Temple. Sure enough, a huge monster was lurking there. The beast seemed to be in a very violent mood, and the two people could hear its roar from a great distance. And about 1 kilometer away from the tusked blue-backed monkey. It was brightly lit and had many tents. Clearly, those were caravans waiting to return to Shiliang County. Yigu and his companion observed for a while before heading towards the fanged blue-backed ape. About half an hour later, the two of them arrived in front of the fanged blue-backed ape. As they drew closer and sensed the powerful aura emanating from the blue-backed ape, the two of them couldn't help but swallow hard. Should I do it? Yigu asked. Jiang Lian'er quickly grabbed Yigu's hand. My lord, let me try first. You can't encounter a half-step heavenly mansion realm demon beast every day. If I can't do it, then you can try. Yigu nodded. Jiang Lian'er possesses a heavenly grade physique, as well as heavenly grade cultivation techniques and heavenly grade attack manuals. They still have the strength to fight at a higher level. Since she wanted to try it out, Yigu naturally wouldn't stop her. Jiang Lian'er didn't waste any words and quickly stepped forward. The next moment, her sealing meridian cold palm struck directly at the fang-toothed green-backed ape. And that fanged blue-backed ape was indeed worthy of being a half-step heavenly mansion realm expert. The moment Jiang Lian'er struck out with her palm, the fanged blue-backed ape sensed danger. Its massive body suddenly arched, and at the same time it let out a deafening roar at Jiang Lian'er. In the blink of an eye, the fanged blue-backed ape roared and raised its towering fist, slamming it directly towards the giant ice crystal palm. Boom! A fist and a palm collided instantly. Yigu saw that the giant ice crystal palm shattered instantly, but the fanged blue-backed ape was also forced back several steps by this palm strike. The hair all over its body was blown wildly by the huge shockwave. In just one exchange, a large area of the fanged blue-backed ape's fist was frostbitten. Yigu understood this as well. This fanged blue-backed ape was no match for Jiang Lian'er. Although Jiang Lian'er might not be able to kill it for the time being, as long as the blue-backed ape doesn't run away, it will eventually be beaten to death by Jiang Lian'er. With a top-tier physique, top-tier cultivation techniques, and top-tier attack manuals, if you still can't fight beyond your level with such a configuration, then you're really letting the system down. Yigu smiled to himself. However, at that moment, Jiang Lian'er suddenly shouted, My lord, look quickly at the neck of that blue-backed ape. Upon hearing this, Yigu quickly looked over. Good heavens! The next moment he saw that on the neck of the fanged blue-backed ape, because the fur was blown up by the giant paw, a fiery red ring was revealed. The ring fit perfectly around the neck of the fanged blue-backed ape. Jiang Lian'er exclaimed in surprise. That's a beast-taming ring. It can control demonic beasts. This monster didn't come here on its own. It was probably controlled by someone. Upon hearing this, Yigu's expression also turned grim, and he said, You kill it. I'll go look around and see if anyone's there. After saying that, Yigu rushed towards the Xiaowang temple next to him. Chapter 38 Crescent Moonblade Technique. A heavenly mansion realm expert? The entire mountain range where the Xiaowang temple was built was completely bare. That's why Yigu and Jiang Lian'er were able to spot this solitary temple at a glance. At this moment, they discovered the beast-taming ring on the fanged blue-backed ape. This is enough to show that the fanged blue-backed ape was driven here by someone, rather than coming here of its own volition. The beast-taming ring is a magical artifact that can control demonic beasts. This kind of thing is very expensive, and ordinary people simply can't afford it. The Great Xia dynasty and its subordinate cities all have city lords. The main purpose was to train the army of demonic beasts. So while this kind of thing is precious, it is not rare. Jiang Lian'er had seen him more than once when she was in the Jiang family. That's why I recognized it at a glance. And there was basically nowhere to hide in the entire mountain range where Xiaowang Temple was located. So when Yigu discovered that the monster actually had a beast-taming ring, the first place he thought of was where to hide. That is the Xia King Temple. Sure enough, as Yigu rushed into the Xiaowang Temple, he immediately saw a bonfire that had just been extinguished. Although the campfire was extinguished by water, the remaining warmth clearly indicated that someone had just been there. Yigu also became extremely focused, and, at the same time, released his own aura. Hopefully, we can find out if someone is really hiding here. The Xiaowang Temple is not large, with only 2 rooms in total. One is the main hall, in the center of which stands a huge stone statue, which is clearly carved to be the ruler of the Great Xia dynasty, the King of Xia. This was the first time Yigu had ever seen a statue of the Xia King. He was a burly, imposing middle-aged man. He held a long sword in his hand, supporting himself on the ground, and looked incredibly heroic. As for his appearance, he gives the impression of being the embodiment of justice and power. Looking at the statue of King Xia, Yigu couldn't help but sigh. King Bukue of Xia was a remarkable figure. Even a single statue of him could awe people. If I met him in person, I'd be kneeling down right then and there. Yigu didn't look at the statue much. He noticed that the fruit offered in front of it hadn't been touched. These people clearly didn't want anyone to know that someone had spent the night here. Therefore, they're very careful in everything they do. Yigu then went into the inner room, which was a resting room. An old man who had fallen into a coma was lying on a bed. It was the old monk who stayed behind at this Xiaowang temple. However, the old man was clearly drugged and didn't even realize it. Yigu was wondering whether he should wake the old man up to ask about the situation. But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a presence sweeping past from outside the Xia King Temple. At the same time, his entire expression changed. Not good. Remembering that Jiang Lian'er was still outside, Yigu didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed out. Really, as soon as he rushed out of the Xiaowang Temple, he saw 3 figures dressed in black rushing towards Jiang Lian'er. Jiang Lian'er was still dealing with a fanged blue-backed ape and had no energy to pay attention to the 3 people attacking from behind. Upon seeing this, Yigu hurriedly called out, "Madam, be careful." After saying that, a sword-shaped finger shot towards the 3 of them in an instant. Yigu's swordsmanship has reached the entry level. Before the black-clad man could even react, Yigu's sword finger pierced through his body, killing him instantly. The other 2 were also startled by what they saw, clearly not expecting Yigu to be so strong. Jiang Lian'er had already reacted by this moment. The instant she created distance between herself and the fang-toothed green-backed ape, she unleashed a sealing cold palm strike at the remaining 2 people. Those 2 people were probably both at the first level of the Qi refining realm. This palm strike left him no chance to resist. His bones were instantly broken and his tendons snapped. Fortunately, he didn't die, but he was crippled. Yigugang woke up and asked them who had sent them. But at that moment, a blade of light suddenly slashed from his side. The blade's edge was shaped like a crescent moon, as if it were slashing towards him. Yigu dared not be negligent and instantly shot out a sword finger, which slammed into the blade light. As the 2 attacks collided, Yigu was shocked to see what happened. Although his own sword finger pierced through the blade's edge, but the blade's edge still slashed towards him. In a moment of desperation, Yigu had no choice but to dodge. At the same time, he saw that there was a man in black robes standing on one side of the Xiaowang Temple. That person was clearly much stronger than the other 3. Seeing that Yigu had dodged his attack, the man in black robes seemed to be enraged. Instantly, a terrifying aura émerged. The moment this aura was released, even Jiang Lian'er, who was standing nearby, was taken aback and hurriedly called out. He's a powerful expert at the Heavenly Mansion realm. Husband, be careful. Yigu shouted. Don't worry about me. You deal with the blue-backed apes first. Jiang Lian'er nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, she was indeed overwhelmed with other matters. The black-clad man from Tianfu realm clearly possessed a beast-taming ring, controlling the green-backed ape to relentlessly attack Jiang Lian'er. It left her no time to spare. Yigu looked at the man in black robes in front of him and said in a cold voice, "Who exactly are you? Why do this?" The man in black robes sneered upon hearing this. "You don't deserve to know." After saying that, the man in black robes attacked again. He instantly brandished a large, gleaming sword in his hand. At the same time, crescent-shaped blades slashed towards Yigu. The opponent was already a Heavenly Mansion realm expert, and this blade, Aura Manual, also seemed quite powerful. Seeing this, Yigu naturally dared not be negligent. With a series of flicks of his sword, several sword beams shot out in an instant. Fortunately, Yigu was already quite skilled in swordsmanship, so he didn't seem flustered in dealing with the situation. When the other party saw that Yigu was able to withstand his blade light with only the strength of the 7th level of Qi refining, his expression instantly darkened. He raised his broadsword and charged straight at Yigu. Upon seeing this, Yigu instantly conjured a wisp of sword blade at his fingertips and responded in kind. The two collided instantly. Although Yigu did not have a sword in his hand, the blade formed by his sword fingers was in no way weaker than the broadsword in his opponent's hand. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. The man in the black robe was also shocked. How could someone at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm fight me like this? When did such a prodigy appear in Shiliang County? He is a genuine expert at the Heavenly Mansion realm. But at this moment, they were completely helpless against the other party. As the two fought for longer and longer, Yigu gradually discovered something surprising. Surprisingly, a surge of sword energy emerged from the true energy of all things within his body. Indeed, all things are just that distorted. At this moment, when fighting against the opponent, all things can comprehend the power of the sword from the opponent's sword techniques. It would be difficult for me to lose, even if I wanted to. As the power of the sword within Yigu's body grew stronger, the man in black robes was shocked to discover this. This kid, who's only at the 7th level of Qi refining, is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with the longer we fight him. The opponent seemed to be familiarizing himself with his swordsmanship and sword intent, which shocked him greatly. At this moment, the sky was gradually beginning to brighten. Even the fanged blue-backed ape beside them was showing signs of defeat under Jiang Lian'er's constant bombardment. The situation was clearly out of control. The man in black robes instantly swung his sword at Yigu again. Yigu fought with increasing ferocity, showing no sign of retreat, and directly blocked the attack. Clang! As the sword and blade clashed, the two were instantly forced back several steps. To Yigu's surprise, after that attack, the black-clad man quickly rushed towards the mountain range behind him. They're obviously trying to escape. Jiang Lian'er had finally dealt with a green-backed ape and shouted upon seeing this. "Is my husband no longer going to pursue me?" Yigu waved his hand to stop Jiang Lian'er. "No need. The most urgent task is to open up trade routes and solve the Yi family's immediate crisis. As for who this person is, I think we'll find out soon." "Why? Didn't he already run away?" Jiang Lian'er asked, puzzled. Yigu said calmly, "Look at the direction he ran in. What's that place over there?" Jiang Lian'er was taken aback and quickly said, "The chaotic graveyard." But the business opportunities in the chaotic graveyard weren't ruined by the Tianyang Academy's investment promotion team. There are no other teams passing by right now, only the admissions team from Tianyang Academy. He ran in that direction. Could this person be one of the admissions officers from Tianyang Academy? Chapter 39, The Recruitment Team Arrives. Big Brother is finally back. A powerful expert from the Heavenly Mansion realm wouldn't come to a small place like Shiliang County for no reason. This person is most likely part of the Tianyang Academy's admissions team. Even if it isn't, they're probably people sent by the Zhang family of Tianyang City. Ye Gudao. The Zhang family? Indeed, if the trade route is delayed for 2 days, the Yi family will truly be finished. The Jiang family is indeed the prime suspect, Jiang Lian'er said. But precisely because of this, shouldn't we chase after him and stop him? Jiang Lian'er asked. Yigu shook his head. That's too risky. We don't know how many of their people are in the recruitment team. Moreover, our eldest brother is also in the group. If we catch up with him, his situation won't be good either. Anyway, the recruitment team will arrive in Shiliang County by evening. We'll still have a chance to find out who this person is. Jiang Lian'er nodded. We'll do as you say, sir. So what should we do now? Yigu looked at the fanged blue-backed ape that had died tragically behind him and said, I remember you have a storage ring? Take this beast's corpse. You can sell it for a good price when you get back. The caravan should be arriving soon. For safety's sake, let's go back with the Yi family's caravan. Good. Jiang Lian'er nodded, and then went to collect the corpse of the fanged greenbacked ape. Sure enough, a large group of people ran over a moment later. These people were all honest, unassuming individuals with little real ability who made a living by running caravans. There were some guards in the group whose strength was at the Qi refining realm. However, it was clear that these people were unable to break through the blockade of the fanged bluebacked ape. After Yi Gu removed his mask, a man in his 40s stepped out from the crowd. Third young master? What brings you here? Third young master. Yi Gu looked at the other person, but he was somewhat unfamiliar with him. Obviously, he had never met anyone from the caravan. Third young master. I am the leader of the Yi family's caravan. You could just call me Old Lu. Hello, Lao Lu. Do me a favor. Yi Gu said. He then pointed to the few shadowy figures that weren't quite dead yet. Have someone take them to the city lord's mansion in Tianyang City and say that they controlled the fanged greenbacked ape to block the trade route. Let the city lord worry about the rest. Well, Old Lu quickly replied. However, just as Lao Lu was preparing to send men to kidnap those shadowy figures, the shadowy figures suddenly let out a roar, then bled from all 7 orifices and died instantly. My lord, it's them. Jiang Lian'er was also taken aback. Yi Gu's eyes were icy cold. He's even Deadpool. He's really loyal to his master. Third young master, shall we still send it? Old Lu asked. Yi Gu nodded. Even if they die, we have to send them over. We can't let the people behind the scenes rest easy. We have to send them some trouble. Old Lu nodded and immediately arranged for people to carry the body away. Yi Gu then addressed Old Lu. Tell the caravan to set off immediately, and I will personally escort you back. Well, Old Lu was filled with excitement and hurried to call the caravan to set off. They returned to Shiliang County with a caravan. Therefore, this speed is naturally not as fast as the speed at which he and Jiang Lian'er traveled together. Fortunately, the caravan had many carriages, so the two of them could take this opportunity to rest. Is the carriage the place? Yi Gu asked. Do you know where that crescent moon blade technique comes from? Jiang Lian'er shook her head upon hearing this. I've never seen this before. My lord, are you trying to determine from this swordsmanship whether the Zhang family is behind this behind the scenes? Yi Gu nodded. Those people are dead, and the one from Tianfu realm ran away too. Although I'm almost certain that the Zhang family is behind this, I ultimately have no evidence. Those dead people probably can't be traced in the Zhang family's official records at all. A family like that wouldn't be so careless. Jiang Lian'er pursed her lips upon hearing this. Doesn't that mean we have absolutely no way to deal with the Zhang family? That's way too good for them. Yi Gu dialed. Not necessarily. The truth is the truth. If that expert from the heavenly realm is really in the recruitment team, I will definitely recognize him once I get a chance to fight him. I'm just afraid he'll hold back and not make a move. That's the most troublesome part. Jiang Lian'er didn't know how to comfort Yi Gu, so she could only hold his hand tightly. Seeing this, Yi Gu smiled and said, Forget it. I'll stop thinking about it for now. Let's take it one step at a time. The two then rested inside the carriage. By the time the carriage procession returned to the city gate of Shiliang County, it was already evening. Yi Gu spotted Yi Lang from a great distance. The guy was actually waiting for them right at the city gate. Seeing Yi Lang running over, Yi Gu couldn't help but smile. Your strength has actually reached the 7th level of the body tempering realm? Yi Lang smiled and said, I just broke through today. With so many things happening at the Yi family lately, if I don't improve my strength, I really won't be able to help with anything. Oh right, Big Brother's back. The recruitment team entered the city 10 minutes earlier than you. Yi Lang laughed. Yi Gu then said, Let's not rush to find our elder brother. We'll go after the caravan reaches the shop. Also, come up here, I have some questions for you. Seeing Yi Gu's serious expression, Yi Lang didn't waste any words and immediately got into the carriage. Yi Gu asked, Do you know what famous attack techniques the Zhang family has? What weapons are the members of their family skilled at using? Yi Lang was taken aback upon hearing this. Why are you asking this? I don't know much about the Zhang family. I've only heard some of the courtesans of the restaurant mention that the Zhang family seems to specialize in swordsmanship. There is a local specialty sword technique called the crescent moon sword technique. This sword technique, once unleashed, resembles a crescent moon and possesses immense destructive power. But what happened? Yi Lang hurriedly asked. Jiang Lian'er recounted what had happened that day to Yi Lang, which immediately enraged him. They were so despicable in their attempt to seize the elixir market in Shiliang County. They even attacked you? Sister-in-law, are you all right? Yi Gu was speechless. Shouldn't you care more about me? Yi Lang gave an awkward smile. I'm used to caring for my younger siblings. Honestly, now that we know it was the Zhang family who did it, shouldn't we take revenge? Or should we just report it to the authorities? Yi Gu said helplessly. I know, but do you have any proof? The fact that the Jiang family practices the crescent moon saber technique cannot be used as evidence. After all, there are many similar sword techniques, so you don't need to worry about that. I'll figure something out. As they were talking, the caravan finally arrived at Ye's shop. Seeing several truckloads of herbs, Chen Zhangui finally felt relieved. Yi Gu, still thinking of his elder brother, immediately greeted him. Let's go find our big brother. Yi Lang looked at Yi Gu with suspicion. Have you really forgotten? You still dare to go looking for your older brother? You married the woman who should have been his wife, and now you're going to see him again. Aren't you afraid he'll punish you? Yi Gudiao. So what? He'll find out sooner or later anyway. And I believe my brother is a reasonable person. Do you really think so? Yi Lang clearly didn't believe it. Well, I'm not going. I'm afraid my brother will beat me up too. I'm going home first. You guys go ahead. After saying that, Yi Lang made his escape. Seeing this, Yi Gu did not force the issue and said to Jiang Lian'er, Madam, shall we go? Jiang Lian'er was also somewhat worried. Husband, do you think my elder brother might go crazy? Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, my older brother is very steady. Even if he finds out, he won't go crazy. After all, he's the one who dawdled and came back so late. And you're already mine. What else can he do? As he spoke, Yi Gu pulled Jiang Lian'er into his arms. Jiang Lian'er blushed and nodded. Chapter 40 Primordial Secret Technique to Live as Long as You. Sifang Street, Shiliang County. At this moment, Sifang Street was packed with people, and the streets were deserted. Many practitioners spend a year, or even several years, in arduous cultivation, just to wait for this moment. Waiting for the Tianyang Academy's admissions team to arrive so I can join Tianyang Academy. The admission rules for Tianyang Academy are also very simple. Anyone who reaches the 5th level of the body tempering realm before the age of 20 can enter Tianyang Academy. Those over 20 years old need to increase their cultivation level according to their age. After all, Tianyang Academy was also a place for cultivating talents for the Great Xia dynasty. Besides those with exceptional talent, this talent pool also naturally includes older cultivators who have accumulated experience over time. The former will be the future pillars of the Great Xia dynasty, while the latter will leverage their age and experience to become local officials in various regions of the Great Xia dynasty. These local officials don't need to be very powerful, but they do need to have exceptional life experience. In Sifang Street, a fighting arena has been set up. This is the recruitment arena. To verify each applicant's abilities, they must spar with the recruitment team to prevent any false claims about their skills. At this moment, Yi Zhongzhen and Zhang Debiao were setting up the last few things on the arena. Zhang Debiao heard the cultivators watching from below the stage shouting, My younger brother is marrying his sister-in-law. I'm curious, so I asked, what are they shouting? What? A younger brother marrying his sister-in-law? Does such a thing really exist? Zhang Debiao clearly knew something, but he pretended not to. Yi Zhong, who was standing to the side, smiled upon hearing this. Who knows what strange thing happened in Shiliang County this time? A younger brother marrying his sister-in-law. I've never heard of it before. Zhang Debiao laughed. Yes, it's really rare for a younger brother to marry his sister-in-law. If this happened to me, I definitely wouldn't do it. At the very least, it would cause a falling out between the brothers. Yi Zhong, what about you? If it were you, would you turn your back on your family? Yi Zhong was taken aback upon hearing this, then laughed. I don't know. They're brothers after all. I'm not sure I could bring myself to do it, but I think I'm going crazy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Debiao smiled, but didn't say anything. He then turned around and walked off the stage, but gave Yi Zhong a meaningful look before leaving. At this moment, Yi Gu finally brought Jiang Lian'er to Sifang Street. Good heavens, the two of them were shocked by what they saw as soon as they arrived. The place was packed with people. All they could see besides countless heads was the arena that had been set up in front of them. Yi Gu saw Yi Zhong on the arena and called out to him a few times. However, there were too many people, and the sound couldn't get through at all. Even Jiang Lian'er was squeezed so much that she could hardly stand. Upon seeing this, Yi Gu immediately picked up Jiang Lian'er and placed her on his shoulder. Jiang Lian'er felt a warmth in her heart upon seeing this scene, and couldn't help but kiss Yi Gu on the cheek. Thank you, my love. Yi Gai smiled and said, Let's see if we can find my older brother. You must have seen his portrait before. Jiang Lian'er nodded and began searching ahead. However, instead of finding Yi Zhong, she saw Sun Anin not far away. Sun Anin was seen craning her neck, seemingly looking for someone as well. Sister Anin, Jiang Lian'er shouted. Sun Anin looked over upon hearing the sound, and was taken aback when she saw Jiang Lian'er sitting on Yi Gu's shoulders. He then smiled and nodded. Why isn't Sister Anin coming over? Seeing that Sun Anin hadn't come over, Jiang Lian'er quickly called out to her. Husband, let's go find Sister Anin. She seems to be looking for someone too. Yigu nodded, immediately put Jiang Lian'er down, and the two of them squeezed through together. When Yigu and the other person appeared beside her, Sunanen was clearly taken aback. Especially when he looked at Yigu, his gaze became somewhat evasive. This startled Yigu. She probably saw the love letter Lian'er wrote, which is why she doesn't dare to look at me. It seems I need to find an opportunity to apologize to Sunanen. Lian'er's love letter was really too abrupt. Yigu shook his head helplessly, but Jiang Lian'er was doing it for him, so Yigu naturally wouldn't be angry with her. Jiang Lian'er asked, Sister Anin, are you looking for someone? Sunanen nodded. I have a friend who's in the recruitment line, but there are just too many people here. Jiang Lian'er smiled. That's easy. Just have your husband carry you on his shoulders, and he'll be able to see you. Oh, that's not a good idea. Are you looking for someone too? Sunanen hurriedly said that she had just seen Yigu carrying Jiang Lian'er on his shoulder. Jiang Lian'er smiled. We are looking for Brother Yigu. There's no rush. He'll return to the Yi residence once he's finished with things here. Your matter is more urgent. Let your husband carry you. Let's forget about it. Let him carry you. Sunanen was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Yigu said helplessly, Am I that small and thin? Are you really that worried about me carrying this? After saying that, Yigu actually picked up Jiang Lian'er and Sunanen on his shoulders, one on each side. The two women were taken aback when they saw this. Sunanen, in particular, blushed immediately. After all, this was the first time she had ever been so intimate with a man. Jiang Lian'er, standing beside him, looked at Yigu with a warm feeling flowing through her heart. She knew perfectly well that Yigu carried them all on his back because he didn't want Jiang Lian'er to be upset. After all, it would be painful for anyone to see their husband carrying another woman, even if this person is someone she approves of and wants her husband to marry. What Yigu didn't expect was that this was just a small matter for him. But to his surprise, he heard the long-lost system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability has reached its maximum and cannot be increased further. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix couple scroll level 1 upgrade increased to 12x, 100 chi nourishing pills, 100 mansion boosting pills, and a secret technique for longevity. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu smiled. He didn't need to mention the Dragon and Phoenix couple scroll and the pills. What interests him most is this so-called secret method to live as long as the Emperor. This was something he had never seen before. Thinking about it, Yigu hurriedly opened the system to check, and what he saw left him dumbfounded. Living together for life, level 1. A primordial chaos level secret technique. Upon activation, it allows the user to select an opponent and perish together with them. Currently, the strongest opponent that can be eliminated with living together for life is someone at the same level as the host at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Opponents stronger than the host cannot be selected. Friendly reminder. Continuing to pamper your wife, whose affection level is already maxed out, will increase the level of living together for life, thereby enhancing the strength of your chosen partners. These partners' strength can surpass your own, so please continue to pamper your wife. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Yigu immediately started cursing. How brain-dead must I be to think of taking down an enemy of equal strength together? Can an enemy of the same level defeat me? I'm only at the 7th level of Qi refining, yet I can still fight against a Heavenly Mansion realm expert. You stupid dog system. Despite the insults, Yigu knew the truth. The true strength of this company, which shares the same lifespan with you, lies not in the present, but in the future. As long as you continue to pamper your wife and maximize her affection, your relationship with the Juntong Show secret manual will continue to improve. This also means that in the future, one can choose to perish together with someone stronger than oneself. Imagine how exhilarating it would be to be a Heavenly Mansion realm expert like yourself, dragging King Xia down with you in death. It seems the Xia King would have to grant his every wish, though of course, he certainly can't do that right now. Moreover, Jiang Lian'er is the only wife whose favorability rating is maxed out, and it's not easy to continue to be a favored wife recognized by the system after the favorability rating is maxed out. Therefore, this will likely be a bit slow in terms of advancement to Juntong Show's level. However, Yigu didn't care. This so-called primordial chaos level secret technique left Yigu somewhat bewildered. Aren't secret techniques, like cultivation methods, only available in 4 grades? Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow? What level is Harmony OS level? Chapter 41 My wife? My wife. Her husband is here. Lian'er. And do you know what other grades of cultivation techniques there are besides Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow? Yigu asked. Jiang Lian'er comes from the Jiang family, while Sunanin is very likely the daughter of the city lord of Tianyang City. These two people come from far higher social classes than me. They might actually know. Sure enough, Jiang Lian'er spoke up. All I know is that above the 4 ranks of heaven, earth, black, and yellow, there is one more rank. But I don't know the specifics, and I don't have access to these things even within the Jiang family. I know that. Sunanin spoke up. Oh, what is it? Yigu hurriedly asked. It's at the celestial spirit level. Sunanin said. I heard about it from my father. He said that in the Great Xia dynasty, the 9 families of the 9 states could only cultivate the highest grade heavenly rank techniques. However, the king of the Great Xia dynasty cultivated a celestial spirit level technique, which is why he was able to become the ruler of Great Xia. Yigu frowned slightly upon hearing this. Celestial spirit level? That's not the primordial chaos level. Is the primordial chaos level even above the immortal spirit level? Yigu couldn't guess either, but the system couldn't possibly give him something worthless, could it? Thinking about it, Yigu stopped worrying. He realized that his current strength was indeed not enough to reach that level. When we become stronger, we will naturally find out. Just as Yigu was thinking, Jiang Lian'er suddenly pointed to the arena in front of her and shouted, Husband, husband, your elder brother. Yigu hurriedly looked up. Sure enough, he saw Yi Zhongjing standing on the arena, looking at him and smiling. Then he stepped off the arena, clearly intending to come over. What Yigu didn't notice was that a young woman was also looking in their direction, not far from Yi Zhong. But when she saw Sunanin sitting on Yigu's shoulders, she was clearly stunned. Sunanin also saw her, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She quickly said to Yigu, Put me down, I need to go back. Huh? So urgent? Yigu hurriedly put Sunanin down. Jiang Lian'er also asked, Sister Nin, it's still early. Are you going back already? Sunanin nodded. I have some things to do at the shop, so I'll be leaving now. You guys keep looking. After saying that, Sunanin quickly left. Jiang Lian'er said, watching her retreating figure, Honey, is Sister Nin angry because of the love letter? It seems like she's been avoiding us. Yigu sikit. Whether she's angry or not, we don't know, but she's definitely avoiding us. Girls are shy, and if you just hand them a love letter, they'll definitely feel embarrassed. I'll go apologize to her then. Jiang Lian'er was about to leave when Yigu stopped her. I'll go. The medicine shop is packed with people during the day. It's not appropriate to go there and bring this up. I'll talk to her after her shop closes tonight and explain things to her. It's not safe for a girl like you to go out at night alone. I'll go instead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er looked at Yigu and said earnestly, My dear husband, you are so good to me. Yi Gai smiled and affectionately ruffled Jiang Lian'er's hair. As the two were talking, Yi Chong finally appeared in front of them. Looking at Yi Zhong, Yigu also smiled. Brother, it's been almost a year since I last saw you. You've lost weight. Yi Zhong similet. You're teasing me again about how big your brother is, aren't you? Let me tell you, in the entire Tianyang Academy, there isn't another man with a physique as robust as your brother. I'd heard from my second brother that your leg was better, but I didn't expect it to be so completely healed. I'm so happy for you. But you still need to rest and don't run around, okay? Yigu smiled and nodded. Your older brother is actually a very good person, but he's always studying at Tianyang Academy, so we don't have many opportunities to get to know each other. Oh, by the way, I noticed you and this girl were behaving intimately. I wonder who she is? Yi Zhong asked. Jiang Lian'er smiled awkwardly upon hearing this, her heart immediately leaping into her throat. After all, she was originally going to marry this man, but by some twist of fate, she ended up becoming his sister-in-law. Seeing that they were about to meet again today, and that Yigu was about to reveal the truth, Jiang Lian'er couldn't help but feel nervous. Oh, this is my wife. Yigu, on the other hand, appeared quite calm. Yi Zhong was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. Your wife? Third brother, you're married? Yigu nodded. Holy crap. No way. I've only been gone for a year, and you've already gotten married? You're so unfair. You didn't even write to me when you got married. It's not that I don't want to write letters. It's that Grandpa won't let me, saying he's afraid it will affect your cultivation at the academy. Yigudao. Yi Zhong smiled upon hearing this. Nonsense. How could something like this affect my cultivation? I think it should double my cultivation speed. Jiang Lian'er broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking to herself, It's a good thing I didn't write to you about this, or I don't know if you would have gone crazy. Yi Zhong looked at Jiang Lian'er and Yigu and smiled. That's great. You're married now, so you can't come back anymore. You must treat that girl well, okay? Yes, I'll remember that, brother. Yigu nodded. Yi Zhong then asked, All right, I still don't know what my sister-in-law's name is. Jiang Lian'er's heart jumped in her throat upon hearing this. Yigu, however, spoke slowly and deliberately. Oh, it was my oversight. My wife's surname is Jiang, and her given name is Lian'er. She is from Jiangzhou. Oh, her surname is Jiang, and her given name is Lian'er. Jiang Lian'er. What a good name. Before Yi Zhong could finish his praise, he suddenly froze. He looked at Yi Gu to confirm. What did you say? Her name is Jiang Lian'er? That's right, brother. Her name is Jiang Lian'er, and she's your sister-in-law. Yi Gu nodded. Yi Zhong could no longer remain calm. He looked at Jiang Lian'er, then at Yi Gu, and exclaimed excitedly, My wife. My wife? I was just telling you to treat your sister-in-law better, but you married my wife, you little brat? So it turns out that the story people in the city were talking about a younger brother marrying his sister-in-law was your doing. My wife. Yi Zhong was extremely excited, clearly on the verge of going crazy. Jiang Lian'er nervously grabbed Yi Gu's sleeve. However, Yi Gu remained calm. Brother, you've got it wrong. Jiang Lian'er is my wife, not yours. As for what you said about marrying your sister-in-law, that's right. That's me. You. Yi Zhong was furious. He grabbed Yi Gu by the collar and said angrily, Come home with me and give me a reasonable explanation. My wife. You actually married my wife. Even if you were my own brother, it wouldn't be right. You have to give me an explanation today. Brother, this isn't my husband's fault. Jiang Lian'er quickly tried to dissuade her. Her attempt to dissuade him only made Yi Zhong angrier. The younger brother marrying his sister-in-law is unheard of. You are, after all, a daughter of the Jiang family. Even if you're just an illegitimate daughter, you should at least know some basic manners and shame. If he wants to marry you, then marry him. Aren't you ashamed? Yi Gu originally wanted to have a proper talk with Yi Zhong, but when he saw Yi Zhong criticizing his wife, Yi Gu immediately became unhappy. He flung Yi Zhong's hand away and said in an icy tone, Brother, if you want to talk about something, just talk about it. Why are you scolding her? What did my wife do wrong? Besides, what right do you have to criticize her? Her man is still here. Yi Zhong's eyes were filled with anger as he pointed at Yi Gu. Well, I don't have a right to reprimand her, right? Well, I certainly have the right to say something to you. I'm your older brother. Come on, you're coming home with me right now, and in front of Grandpa, you'll explain to me all the dirty things you've done. Walk. After saying this, Yi Zhong pulled Yi Gu along and headed towards the Yi residence. Chapter 42. Thank you, Brother Xia, for your kindness. I didn't. Inside the Zhang family study. What did you say? My lord, the caravan is back. Yi Gu and Jiang Lian'er personally brought them back. It is said that Jiang Lian'er also killed that half-step Heavenly Mansion realm demon. Butler Lin said excitedly. Zhang Bohan, who was standing in front of him, was completely stunned. He plopped back down in his chair, his face ashen. It's over. It's completely over. The recruitment team has arrived in Shiliang County, and the Yi family's pills can be produced normally. We simply can't afford the prices of their pills. We're doomed. Completely doomed. Zhang Bohan almost cried as he spoke. Butler Lin said hurriedly, My lord, there is still a chance for things to turn around. At least they haven't obtained any concrete evidence to prove that this matter is related to you and the Zhang family of Tianyang City. This is already a pretty good situation, sir. Zhang Bohan was taken aback upon hearing this and quickly asked, Was there really no evidence left of the scene? It's Lin the steward, said the steward. I found out that Yi Gu killed several of the bodyguards who were guarding the monsters at the scene. They were probably people sent by the Zhang family of Tianyang City. However, as you know, these people are not on the list, and on the surface, there's no clue that they have any connection with the Zhang family. Yi Gu sent their bodies to the city lord's mansion. Even if City Lord Sun knew that the Zhang family was responsible, he couldn't do anything to the Zhang family without evidence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bohan said, What do I care about the fate of my own family? Those people ride roughshod over me every day. Why would I care about them? My biggest worry right now is our situation. If things in Shiliang County are not handled properly, the consequences could be unimaginable. Yuer has been crippled again. How did things get to this point? Zhang Bohan finally broke down in tears, covering his face. Inside the main hall of the Yi residence. Upon learning that Yi Zhong had returned in a menacing manner with Yi Gu and Jiang Lian'er, the Yi family members knew what had happened. So when Yi Chong and his two companions arrived at the main hall, they saw Yi Shan, Yi Changming, Yi Chang'an, their aunt, and even Yi Lang already waiting for them. Grandfather! Upon seeing Yi Shan, Yi Zhong called out, though his tone clearly betrayed a hint of anger. What are you doing? Yi Shan spoke up. Yi Zhong couldn't hold back any longer and asked directly. Grandpa, was it you who told me to come back for my wedding half a month ago? It's me. Yi Shan nodded, neither denying it nor denying it. You told me to marry Jiang Lian'er, the illegitimate daughter of the Jiang family, in order to fulfill the marriage agreement between the Jiang family and the Yi family, right? That's right. Now tell me, what does this mean? Before I even got home, Jiang Lian'er had already married my third brother and become his wife. Aren't you afraid that the Yi family will be ridiculed by outsiders for your brother marrying your sister-in-law? Shut up. Yi Shan smashed a teacup to pieces, his chest heaving with anger. Yi Chang'an, who was standing to the side, hurriedly said, "You unfilial son, how dare you speak to your grandfather like that? Kneel down." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhong looked at Yi Chang'an. Although this was his biological father, his reason was clearly consumed by anger. "Your father told you to kneel down. Didn't you hear him?" The eldest aunt, who was standing nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and scolded her. Good heavens, Yi Chong and Yi Lang are indeed twins. They're both afraid of their mother. Yi Zhong immediately knelt down, but his expression clearly showed that he was still unconvinced. Yi Chang'an said, "We asked you to come back and get married, but you dawdled and dragged your feet, taking half a month to travel a 5-day journey. Oh, you're blaming your grandfather now? Let me tell you, it was your father, me, who persuaded Yi Gu to marry Jiang Lian'er. Not only your grandfather, but everyone in the Yi family except you agreed." As Yi Chang'an was speaking excitedly, Yi Lang suddenly raised his hand and said, "I actually disagree. I also want to marry Jiang Lian'er." "Shut up." His aunt scolded him angrily, and Yi Lang could only shut his mouth in embarrassment. Yi Zhong, kneeling on the ground, was completely numb from watching. Looking at Yi Lang, his eyes seemed to be saying something. "You're my own brother? You fucking want to marry my wife? Marry your sister-in-law? Are you a dog?" Yi Lang hurriedly replied. "Brother, don't get me wrong, that was before. I don't want to think about it at all now. Jiang Lian'er will always be my sister-in-law and my third brother's wife." Yi Lang had just finished speaking when he suddenly realized he had made a mistake and quickly covered his mouth. Yi Chang'an then looked at Yi Zhongdao. "Yi Gu marrying Jiang Lian'er is something that your grandfather, your second uncle, your father, your mother, and I all agree to. You came back late, so you can only blame yourself. What does it have to do with Yi Gu?" Yi Zhong looked up at Yi Chang'an. "He marry my wife? You're saying it's none of my business? Jiang Lian'er is so beautiful, and I haven't even met her once, yet she's already someone else's wife. You're saying it has nothing to do with me? Dad, are you my real dad?" Yi Lang was taken aback. That sounds familiar. I think someone said that before." Hayama finally spoke. "So what do you want? Do you expect a woman to serve 2 husbands?" "Absolutely not." "No." Yi Gu and Yi Zhong spoke almost simultaneously. Jiang Lian'er's face was also full of worry. If she really had to do that, she would rather die. Yi Zhong spoke up. "Although I, Yi Zhong, am not talented, I'm unwilling to share my wife with others. Not even my own brother." As he spoke, Yi Zhong looked at Yi Gu. "I challenge him to a duel. Whoever wins gets Jiang Lian'er. Do you treat my wife like an object?" Yi Gu was also furious. "Absurd. Jiang Lian'er is already your sister-in-law, and you still want to duel with Yi Gu? Are you insane?" The eldest aunt scolded. However, this time Yi Gu waved his hand to interrupt his aunt. "I accept my challenge to a duel with my elder brother. My elder brother has been disrespectful to my wife on 2 separate occasions today. If I can't even protect my woman, how can I be a husband? Brother, you want a duel? Then please do." After saying that, Yi Gu walked directly towards the courtyard outside. Yi Shan and the other 2 tried to persuade him, but Yi Zhong had already drawn a long spear and chased after them. "Husband, be careful," Jiang Lian'er called out and followed them out. This shout only enraged Yi Zhong, who charged straight at Yi Gu. "Du Jai Dao Gao, give me back my wife." Yi Gu looked at Yi Zhong and said coldly, "My wife. No one is allowed to bully her except me. Even if you're the eldest brother, it's still not allowed." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Gu rushed over. 10 minutes later, Yi Zhong lay on the ground. Yi Gu pressed his head down and said coldly, "Brother, I'll ask you one more time. Jiang Lian'er, whose wife is she?" Yi Zhong was furious. "You stole my wife, and you even dare to hit me. This is outrageous. I'm the boss. Tell me, whose wife is she?" Yi Gu spoke again, while increasing the pressure on his hands. "Yi Gu, don't even think about it. Whose wife is she?" Yi Gu asked again. Finally, the excruciating pain from his cheek rubbing against the ground became unbearable for Yi Zhong, and he hurriedly spoke up. Let me go. Let me go. My face is practically glued to the ground. One last time, whose wife is she?" Yi Gu persisted relentlessly. Finally, Yi Zhong couldn't hold on any longer. Your wife, is that enough? I'm your older brother. Are you really going to kill me?" Yi Gu finally let go of Yi Zhong's hand and pulled him up. Then he turned to Jiang Lian'er, who was standing to the side. "Madam, come here and thank your elder brother." Jiang Lian'er smiled, quickly walked over, bowed, and said, "Thank you for making this possible, brother." Seeing Jiang Lian'er's breathtakingly beautiful appearance, Yi Zhong became anxious. I didn't. Chapter 43, Yi Chong steals the book. A beating and a treat. Grandpa, uncle, aunt and father, did you all hear that? My elder brother has already acknowledged that Lian'er is my wife, so there's no need for us, husband and wife, to say anything more about the rest. It's getting late, so let's go back and rest. Yigu didn't waste any words. After speaking, he took Jiang Lian'er and left. Yi Zhong watched the two leave with longing eyes, feeling incredibly sorry for them. Brother, take it easy. Yi Lang stepped forward and patted Yi Zhong on the shoulder. Yi Zhong Dao. They said they're going back to rest. Does that mean they want to sleep? Sleep together? Dude, they're a married couple. What else are they supposed to do but sleep in bunk beds? Yi Lang remained silent. Bunk beds aren't a bad option either. Yi Zhong Dao. Those bunk beds are for brothers. You sleep with your brother? Yi Lang said. Yi Zhong immediately burst into tears. They slept together. My wife is no longer clean. Ah, that's my wife. That's enough. Yi Shan couldn't stand it any longer and reprimanded him. How old are you? Why are you not as sensible as Lian'er? Grandpa, you were the ones who tricked me first, and Yi Gu stole my wife. Yi Zhong was clearly still unwilling to accept it. Yi Shan spoke up. You keep saying we tricked you, so why didn't you come back sooner? The wedding date was set by the Jiang family. Do you think we can change it? Yi Gu didn't steal your wife. He saved you. What's the meaning? Yi Zhong was puzzled. The wedding date set by the Jiang family was approaching, and Jiang Lian'er and her daughter were already waiting in the main hall on the day. But you haven't come back yet. What are we supposed to do? That's the Jiang family. The delay in the wedding not only ruined the Yi family's reputation, but it also incurred the wrath of the Jiang family. Will our Yi family be able to afford it at that time? Despite facing criticism for marrying his brother's wife, Yi Gu married Jiang Lian'er, thus ensuring the peace of our Yi family. Moreover, you keep saying that Jiang Lian'er is your wife, but have you ever considered her situation? On her wedding day, the groom didn't show up. How is she supposed to face all of this? If word gets out, she will become a laughingstock of the whole world. You keep saying she's your wife, but you've never really considered her feelings. All you care about is her looks. I'm actually glad that Yi Gu married her. At least Yi Gu truly loves her. Have you ever cared about her? Yi Zhong was speechless, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Yi Shan, however, had already gotten up and left. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changming sighed and followed. Before leaving, his aunt gave Yi Lang some instructions. Try to persuade your older brother. Then my aunt left too. Seeing that only he and Yi Lang remained in the hall, Yi Zhong immediately burst into tears. Second brother, my wife is gone. Yi Lang sighed and stepped forward to comfort him. It's no big deal, my wife is gone too. We're truly brothers. If we lose our wives, we lose them too. What does that mean? Yi Zhong clearly did not understand. Yi Lang said helplessly, it's because you didn't make it back that day. Father originally wanted me to marry Jiang Lian'er, but I was out at a restaurant that night, so he refused. Otherwise, how could the third son have gotten such a good deal? Yi Zhong was furious. Yi Lang hurriedly tried to persuade him. Brother, I didn't manage to get one either, so we're on the same side now. But honestly, you should probably just give up. Jiang Lian'er's heart now belongs only to the third son. You can't take him away from her. Yi Zhong replied seriously upon hearing this. I don't believe it. I'm not reconciled. I must take Jiang Lian'er back. She's my wife. Yi Lang was taken aback. Why does that sound so familiar? What's wrong with me tonight? I keep hearing familiar phrases. Yi Lang thought to himself. Brother, I wasn't rational enough. Think about it yourself. The third brother and Jiang Lian'er have been married for so long. Is it meaningful for you to take them back now? Maybe your third brother's wife is already pregnant. You snatch her back and then expect to raise your third brother's son? He's dreaming. Yi Zhong started crying again as he spoke. She must be pregnant. The third brother's leg is all healed, yet he dragged Jiang Lian'er back to sleep so early, and they even slept together. It's impossible for me not to get pregnant. My third son is trying to seduce my wife again. I can't take it anymore. Yi Lang patted Yi Zhong on the back and said, Brother, really you should take it easy. Once you take it easy, you'll realize that Jiang Lian'er is nothing. The third brother said, among so many senior and junior students at Tianyang Academy, is there not a single one who can compare to Jiang Lian'er? We should take a long-term view. Yi Zhong was taken aback when he heard this, and he did indeed think of someone. But thinking of Zhang Debiao's fate, he quickly shook his head. No, Tianyang Academy does have many beauties, but there's probably only one who can compare to Jiang Lian'er. But that girl is too proud of herself. She doesn't even look up to the young master of the Zhang family in Tianyang City. So why would she look up to me? Yi Lang smiled upon hearing this. I'm still here, aren't I? To be honest, the third brother is not bad. He felt guilty knowing he had stolen both of our wives. This guy gave me a dating guide. As he spoke, Yilang took out the dating guide that Yigu had given him. As long as we study diligently according to the contents of the manual, we can easily surpass even 10 senior and junior students, let alone one. I've set a small goal, to join Tianyang Academy this year and bring 10 senior and junior students back next year. Then, I'll make my third brother so envious. Really? This thing really works? Let me see. Yi Zhong took the dating guide as he spoke. Good heavens, he was getting more and more engrossed in reading it. Yi Zhong immediately grabbed the book and ran to his courtyard. Second brother, I'll borrow this book for a few days and return it to you later. Seeing this, Yilang quickly chased after him. Hey bro, you can look all you want, but why are you trying to snatch the book? That was a gift from the third brother. In Yi Gu's room, Jiang Lian'er patted her chest and said, Tonight was too dangerous. That's your older brother. How could you actually dare to beat him up? Ye wu laugh it. My older brothers never bullied me when I was little. We actually had a very good relationship. I'm beating him up today to teach him that there are some bottom lines that can't be crossed. Won't that affect your brotherly relationship? Jiang Lian'er said worriedly. She didn't want to cause discord among the three brothers because of herself. Ye wu laugh it. Don't worry, you don't know my older brother. He's not much better than the second brother, and he's even slower to realize things when it comes to relationships. The only reason he's unwilling to give up is because you're pretty. Men's IQ always drops when they see a beautiful woman. The problem is, you've already hit him, so what are you going to do next? Jiang Lian'er asked. Ye wu similet. My older brother is the type of person who picks up sesame seeds, but loses watermelons. He's keeping an eye on you now, and naturally won't give up, but I've already come up with a plan. What countermeasures? Jiang Lian'er asked curiously. The solution is simple. Give him a trivial matter, and he'll naturally turn his attention away from you. The big watermelon. Do you mean to find something else, or something else, to distract him? Clever. Ye wu laugh it. Just find something or something that interests him, and he'll naturally ignore you. Once he realizes that he doesn't actually like you and is just attracted to you, he won't bother you anymore. I haven't figured out what he's interested in yet. And you're right about one thing. No matter what, I beat him up today, so it's best if this thing is good for him. This can be considered giving him a treat after the beating. Jiang Lian'er nodded with a smile. My husband, you are so clever. By the way, my dear husband, you should leave now, and will probably be asleep by now. Yi Gu was taken aback, then remembered that he still had to go see Sun and tonight. She apologized for Jiang Lian'er slipping her the love letter. Chapter 44 Close Combat Sword Embryo. Actually, I like you too. It was late at night. Inside Enrudan Pharmacy. Sun and hurriedly closed the shop door and gave instructions to Xiaoqing beside her. Go and guard the door, don't let anyone in. It's Miss. Xiaoqing hurried to the shop entrance. Sun then turned around and smiled at Sun Ruru, who was drinking tea at the tea table behind her. Drink slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Sun Ruru said, Sister, we're blood sisters. How can you act like we're having an affair? And you even sent Xiaoqing to keep an eye on things outside. Don't you know who I'm guarding against? Sun said irritably. Sun Ruru smiled and said, Don't worry, the eldest son of the Zhang family didn't come to Shiliang County. I asked my father to find someone to arrange for him to go to other cities to recruit people, so that my sister won't be bothered by him. You really understand your sister. Sun smiled. Sun Ruru then quickly took out a small sword that looked like a pendant from her bosom and handed it to Sun. Sister, praise me. I wear this sword embryo close to my body every day. Isn't it well nurtured? Sun took the small sword and nodded repeatedly. The small sword was only the size of a palm, but it was crystal clear and glowed with a pale blue light. It's clearly not an ordinary sword. This sword embryo should have already reached the top level of the Xian grade. Sun Ruru nodded. That's right, Dad said that in at most another year, we will definitely reach the earthly rank. At that time, he will find someone to help me forge the sword embryo into a component of the finished product. Sun nodded. After 16 years of nurturing, this sword embryo has long since become one with your mind and spirit. Forged into an earth-grade sword, its power in your hands is comparable to a heaven-grade sword. With your strength, you'll be able to rank in the top 10 at Tianyang Academy, and you'll definitely get the chance to compete in the Jiangzhou trial a year from now. Our Sun family is about to produce another official, and she was a female official. Don't complain about me not being able to cultivate later. Sun Ruru said, Sister, you're teasing me again. Although the top 10 students from Tianyang Academy will get the opportunity to participate in the Jiangzhou trial. However, it is too difficult to stand out and be hired by the Great Xia dynasty. I must try to pass the Tower of Babel of Tianyang Academy before the Jiangzhou trial begins. Only in this way can I hope to make a name for myself in the Jiangzhou trial. The Tower of Babel? That's way too difficult. He probably hasn't even cleared it yet. Sun Enin said. Sun Ruru nodded. That's right. But sis, he seems to really like you. And he comes from a good family too. The eldest son of the Jiang family. Are you really not going to consider it? Sun Enin shook her head. He is just like his father, only caring about profit. If I were not his daughter, why would he have taken a liking to me, given that I cannot cultivate? That's true. Since my sister doesn't like him, then we should just ignore him. I'll protect my sister from now on. I'd be so grateful if you could take good care of yourself. Sun Enin smiled. Just as the two were talking, Xiaoqing suddenly peeked out from the doorway. Miss, someone's here. Didn't we say no one was allowed in? Sun Enin said. This person is different. He is Yigu. Xiaoqing said. Yigu? Who's that? I don't know him. What's so special about him? I'm not seeing him. Don't interrupt my chat with my sister. Sun Ruru said. Sun Enin then hurriedly said. Stop fooling around. Xiaoqing, let him in. Xiaoru, go hide in the inner room for a bit. He's not as strong as you, so he won't be able to spot you. Sun Ruru was taken aback. Sister, who exactly is this Yigu? We finally managed to meet, and you actually did this for him? Second miss, just listen to me, he's coming soon. This Yigu might be your brother-in-law in the future. Xiaoqing hurriedly said. Sun Ruru was taken aback. Brother-in-law? So, sister, you don't like Zhang Diho? You have someone you like? I want to see. As she spoke, Sun Ruru shoved into the inner room, leaving a crack in the door so she could peek outside. Just as Sun Ruru entered the room, Xiaoqing led Yigu in. Sun Enin hurriedly stepped forward and said, Why is young Master Yi here so late? Sun Enin gestured for Yigu to sit down, but then she realized something. Sun Ruru had actually forgotten to take her sword embryo. The sword embryo was placed on the table at that moment, and it was very conspicuous. Fortunately, this thing was like an accessory. Yigu only glanced at it before looking away. Yigu was also a little embarrassed at this moment, but since he had already come all this way, he had to resolve this matter. Thinking of Yigu, he spoke up. Enin, actually, I came here tonight on behalf of Lian'er to apologize to you. She slipped you a love letter without my knowledge, and you've probably seen it. Lian'er didn't mean anything by it. She just thought you were a nice person, and since I told her I was impressed by how good you were to me, she wanted to help me. But today, I noticed you seemed to be avoiding us, so I thought I'd come and explain things clearly. Don't take it to heart. Lian'er won't do that again. Upon hearing Yigu say that he had some feelings for her, Sun Enin's pretty face blushed. Young Master Yi, you're too kind. In the Great Xia dynasty, it's perfectly reasonable for wives to choose women for their husbands. Sister Lian'er hasn't done anything wrong. Yi Guodao. Perhaps this is normal in your Great Xia dynasty, but it is not appropriate here. Actually, where I used to live, it was all monogamous. Lian'er told me to follow local customs. Actually, I don't object to taking concubines, but I feel that I shouldn't just take any girl as a concubine. If you don't truly like someone and have feelings for them, how can you cultivate emotions? Wouldn't that just turn into a purely physical transaction? And this girl also has to have feelings for me. After all, feelings are mutual. I apologize for being so impulsive before, Lian'er, without understanding the situation. Young Master Yi, you flatter me. Sun Enin said, and at the same time, the way he looked at Yigu also changed. Clearly, she had never heard anyone say such a thing before. Yigu stood up and said, Now that things are clear, I'll take my leave. Regarding future cooperation on pills, I will send someone else over, and I will try not to disturb Miss Enin unless necessary. The admissions team from Tianyang Academy has arrived, and I should be leaving Shiliang County soon. Miss Enin can then focus on her business in Shiliang County without worry. We'll probably be meeting much less often. Goodbye. After Yigu finished speaking, he was about to leave. But at that moment, Sun Enin spoke up. Young Master Yi, is there anything else? Yigu turned his head and asked. Sun Enin hurriedly said, Are you going to Tianyang Academy? Yigu nodded. Sun Enin seemed somewhat dissatisfied with this result. She bit her lip and suddenly said, Young Master Yi, actually I. Sun Enin hesitated, biting her lip and muttering to herself. Sun Enin, young Master Yi has feelings for you, and don't you feel the same way? Young Master Yi is about to go to Tianyang Academy, but you still don't know when you will be able to return to Tianyang City. If you don't express your feelings now, you'll really miss out. From childhood to adulthood, the things you like have either been missed or simply not meant to be. Must we really turn away this marriage that has knocked on our door today? Sun Enin, being brave once won't kill you. What are you hesitating about? Thinking of this, Sun Enin suddenly closed her eyes and mustered her courage to speak. Young Master Yi, actually I like you too. After saying that, Sun Enin turned around with her pretty face flushed red and said incoherently, You are gentle and refined, with an extraordinary demeanor and a sincere attitude. I am willing to marry you, and I would also like to get to know you better. I'm just afraid that my sister Lian'er will be heartbroken. Young Master Yi, I don't know how to express myself. I've never experienced anything like this before. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 45 Mutual Confessions. Yigu, you perverted bastard. Late at night, on the streets of Shiliang County, Zhang de Biao carried 2 bags of packaged pastries in his hand, muttering to himself as he walked. My brother's really something. Sun Yinan is a useless woman, yet he still specifically asked me to send her Tianyang City specialties. Even though she was the eldest daughter of the Sun family, her status was not low, and she was quite beautiful. But just because she can't cultivate, she's only fit to be a concubine. Is it really necessary to take this so seriously? Besides, Sun Yinan is unable to cultivate, so what cultivator would want her? Brother is worrying for no reason. Sigh, our Sun Ru is still the best. But then again, they were born to the same parents, so why is there such a big difference in personality between Sun Ru and Sun Yinan? One is as gentle as water, the other is passionate as fire. I don't understand. As Zhang de Biao spoke, he walked towards Enru Dan Pharmacy. Meanwhile, inside Enru Dan Pharmacy, Yigu also looked at Sun Yinan, who had her back to him with disbelief. Young Master Yi? Seeing that Yigu remained silent, Sun Yinan also spoke up and asked. Yigu snapped out of his daze and hurriedly said, I never expected that you would have feelings for me too. Since that's the case, let's look at it from all angles. Sun Yinan didn't speak, but she nodded. This scene, however, was witnessed by Sun Ruru through the crack in the door, who muttered to herself. This guy's character is alright, Yigu. He comes from a Yi family of Shiliang County, although it's not a very prominent family. It's barely acceptable. The most important thing is that my sister likes it. Outside the room, seeing that Sun Yinan had her back to him, Yigu smiled. It's only natural for men and women to be in love, so there's no need to be so shy. Let's have a cup of tea and chat for a while. Sun Yinan nodded, her tense mood easing somewhat. Yigu personally poured tea for the two of them, and then talked about the half-step talent demon on the official road outside the city. Sun Yinan was also surprised to hear that such a thing had happened. I now get all my elixirs from the Yi family. The caravan has long since dispersed. I didn't even know this had happened. Are you and Lian'er alright? Yigu shook his head. Lian'er is alright. She killed that great demon. Killed her? Sister Lian'er is supposed to be at the 7th level of Qi refining, right? How could she kill a half-step Heavenly Mansion realm demon? Sun Yinan was taken aback, and even Sun Ruru in the room was stunned. She was very clear about the difference between the Heavenly Mansion realm and the Qi refining realm, because she herself was at the Heavenly Mansion realm. Although that great demon was only at the half-step Heavenly Mansion realm, it was still not something that a 7th grade Qi refining realm cultivator could deal with. The difference in strength between them is enormous. Ye Guidao, Lian'er has the strength to fight opponents of higher levels, so you don't need to worry. As for the Zhang family, after this incident with the caravan, they probably won't make any further moves in the near future. On the day I hunted the great demon, I also encountered a Heavenly Mansion realm expert who seemed to be hiding in the recruitment team of Tianyang Academy. I will find an opportunity to expose him. Once he is exposed, the Zhang family will be disgraced in Shiliang County. Then you can run your business with peace of mind. As he spoke, Yigu took out the indenture and placed it on the table. Upon hearing this, Sun Ru, who was in the room, frowned slightly. A Heavenly Mansion realm expert hiding in the recruitment team? Aren't Zhang de Biao and I the only Heavenly Mansion realm experts in the entire team? Could it be him? My sister had mentioned before that the Zhang family had expanded their business into Shiliang County. I never imagined that they were the ones who released the demonic beast to block the official road. How utterly despicable. Outside, Yigu was looking at the indenture. As for this indenture, you can take it back if you want, or I'll change it into a marriage contract later. Letter of appointment? Upon hearing this, Sun Yinan blushed and lowered her head. If I really end up with you in the future, what difference does it make whether I sell my body or not? Keep it. Yigai smiled and said, I told Lian'er that I would always treat her well and would never let her regret following me. The same goes for you. If you want to start a business, I will fully support you. Go for it with confidence, and I will clear all obstacles for you. Sun Yinan looked up at Yigu, her eyes filled with emotion. Don't worry, young Master Yi. I will definitely manage the shop well and strive to return to Tianyang City as soon as possible. You could go to Tianyang City to study and cultivate in peace. Yigu smiled and nodded, then stood up and said, It's getting late, and I'm so happy to have learned how you feel tonight. I'll be going now. Sun Yinan nodded with a smile. Me too. Please take care, sir. Yigu nodded and was about to leave when his gaze fell once again on the sword embryo on the table, so he picked it up casually. This little sword looks quite exquisite. Is it yours? Sun Inen nodded hurriedly, but her heart was in her throat. Sunru, who was in the inner room, was furious when she saw that Yi Gu had taken her sword embryo. That's my sword embryo. Put it down, you filthy man. Young master, is there anything special about this little sword? Sun Inen hurriedly asked, hoping that Yi Gu would give her the sword embryo as soon as possible. This thing is of no use to her, or Yi Gu. But for Sun Ruru, that was something more precious than her life. Sun Ruru wore it close to her body for 16 years, nurturing it to its current top-grade, Shen-level quality. Once it is forged into a sword, her strength will soar to the Earth rank, at which point Sun Ruru will be able to unleash power comparable to a heaven rank weapon by using the unity of man and sword. It can be said that this sword embryo is not only Sun Ruru's life and fortune, but also the most important thing for the entire Sun family. Yi Gu looked at Xiao Jian and said, "It looks exquisite, but I don't care. What I'm thinking about is you." Sun Inen was puzzled. You're carrying such a beautiful little sword. You must really want to cultivate, right? It's a pity your body can't cultivate. That's why you went into business. How could I not know the bitterness in it? Don't worry. I'll find a way to help you. Yi Gudao. Sun Inen felt a surge of warmth in her heart upon hearing this. To be honest, Yi Gu's words really touched the softest spot in her heart. Born into the Sun family, her father was the lord of the city, and her younger sister was exceptionally gifted from a young age. However, Sun Inen struggled with the fact that she was unable to cultivate. Unfortunately, no one can defy fate. She'd just come to terms with it all over the years. He had never told Yi Gu any of this, but Yi Gu still noticed it. Sure enough, you can tell if someone truly cares about you from the details. Thank you, sir, but I'm used to it now and have long since come to terms with it. Sun Inen said, Yi Gu nodded. I'm not worried about your calm and optimistic nature, but don't give up. As I said, there are principles to business, and you are cultivating yourself by doing business. As he spoke, Yi Gu prepared a hand over the small sword. But at that moment, he noticed a peculiar fragrance emanating from the small sword. Yi Gu found it strange, so he raised his hand and held the small sword to his nose to smell it. It really does have a unique fragrance, though I can't quite put my finger on what spices it's made of. This fragrance is so unique. Did you create it? Yi Gu looked at Sun Inen as he spoke. However, Sun Inen covered her mouth in surprise and froze on the spot. Inside the room, Sun Ruru, who witnessed this scene, was filled with murderous intent and cursed inwardly. He smelled my sword embryo? This guy actually smelled my sword embryo? That's something I wear close to my body. How is it any different from my underwear? Yi Gu, you perverted bastard. Chapter 46, Sun In's goodwill rises. So, it was you that night. What's wrong? Yi Gu was clearly unaware of what he had done. Looking at Sun In's almost dazed gaze, he asked a question. Sun Inen came to her senses and saw that Sun Ruru had actually held back from rushing out, and her heart finally settled down. However, the current stalemate had to be broken, so she quickly snatched back Sun Ruru's personal sword embryo and placed it on the table. Then, grabbing Yi Gu's hand, they ran out of the shop. Before leaving, he made sure to close the door behind him. As soon as the two stepped out of the shop, Sun Ruru rushed out from the room inside. He picked up his personal sword from the table and examined it from left to right. This sword embryo is not something fragile, so naturally Yi Gu could not damage it. Looking at the sword embryo in her hand, Sun Ruru exclaimed, My sword embryo is no longer clean. Yi Gu, you perverted bastard, you big scumbag. He's dating my sister, and he still dares to flirt with me. Sun Ruru felt like killing someone, but she was still somewhat rational, even though Yi Gu smelled her personal sword embryo, which made her very uncomfortable. Ultimately, Yi Gu smelled it without knowing it, which can only be considered as teasing her without her knowledge. This is why Sun Ruru held back from rushing out earlier. At this point, she was in an even more difficult position to lash out. If she rushed out and Yi Gu found out that he had just smelled her personal sword embryo, the situation would likely become even more awkward. I'm so angry. I'll get my hands on you another time. Su Ruru was so angry, she jumped up and down. Outside the shop, seeing Sun Inen's relieved expression, Yi Gu asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Hey, don't you think it's too stuffy in the shop? Let's come out for some fresh air. Sun Inen quickly made up an excuse. Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this and looked up at the sky. The night was deep, and the sky was dotted with stars, which made Yi Gu sigh with emotion. In my past life, I had never seen such a starry sky in the city. I could only see such a brilliant Milky Way when I was sleeping on the roof in the countryside during the summer. Seeing Yi Gu looking up at the sky, Sun Inen followed suit and looked up as well. The next moment, she was also attracted by the beautiful stars in the sky and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. So beautiful. Yi Gu smiled and said, Yes, Sometimes, just quietly looking at the stars is quite satisfying, don't you think? Sunanen smiled. Just then, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Sunanen was about to raise her hand to point, but when she pulled her hand away, she realized that she was still holding Yi Gu's hand. With just one twitch of her arm, Sunanen switched to her other hand. Look, a shooting star. Her subtle movements naturally did not escape Yi Gu's eyes and the sensations emanating from his hands. Sunanen didn't say anything, and Yi Gu naturally wouldn't expose it either. The two of them held hands and looked at the stars together, neither letting go nor revealing their true feelings. Yi Gu felt this subtle ambiguity and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Indeed, the ambiguous period is the most beautiful stage in the entire dating process. Just as the two were quietly admiring the stars, a voice finally rang in Yi Gu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Sunanen's favorability has increased to 50. System rewards. The first level of the Dragon and Phoenix couple scroll is increased to 13 times. 1 copy of the complete collection of Earth-grade elixirs. 100 copies of the second-grade 10-fold elixir recipe, and 50 copies of the third-grade 5-fold elixir recipe. Listening to the system notification sound, Yi Gu couldn't help but smile. He knew the system would definitely give him a reward tonight. After all, he and Sunanen had already established a relationship, so their favorability towards each other would definitely increase. Upon hearing about the complete list of Earth-grade pills among the reward items, Yi Gu couldn't help but feel very excited. The complete guide to Xian-grade pills given to him initially enabled him to master the refining of pills from grades 1 to 3. This complete collection of Earth-grade pills must be at least grade 4 to 6. Thinking about this, Yi Gu hurriedly checked the information in the complete book of Earth-grade pills. Sure enough, the information came out very quickly. The complete guide to Earth-grade elixirs. This book details the refining methods and precautions for 4th to 6th grade elixirs published by the Great Xia dynasty. Looking at this line of description, Yi Gu couldn't help but smile. With this complete guide to Earth-grade pills, as long as you have the corresponding pill formula, you can become a genuine 6th-grade alchemist. Why not offer the elder brother a reward by starting with these medicinal pills? An idea popped into Yi Gu's mind. To make his elder brother completely give up on Jiang Lian'er, giving him a pill he desperately needs is indeed a good idea. Moreover, I am currently capable of refining 6th-grade pills. As long as I find a suitable pill formula and buy the herbs, I can start refining them. Yi Gu then began to examine the other rewards. Not to mention the Dragon and Phoenix couple's blessing. It increases every time you successfully pamper your wife. However, Sunanen's favorability rating is only 50, so the Dragon and Phoenix couple chart remains at level 1 and has not changed. The longevity with you rank only increases when you have a wife whose affection level is maxed out, so there's no change. As for the remaining grade 2 10-fold pill formula and grade 3 5-fold pill formula, these things are of little use to Yi Gu at the moment. However, it is crucial for the future development of the Yi family. For the Yi family's pill business, if they want to expand beyond Shiliang County in the future, these pill formulas that can multiply production will be absolutely crucial. After putting everything away, Yi Gu prepared to first see what kinds of pills, ranging from 4th to 6th grade, were available, so that you can find the corresponding prescriptions and herbs yourself. However, before he could check, a voice suddenly came from the street corner. You, Sunanen. Instead of my elder brother, she actually hooked up with a country bumpkin from Shiliang County. You're supposed to be Lord Sun's daughter, but you're truly blind to accept such trash. Yi Gu and Sunanen looked over upon hearing the sound. A man with fairly handsome features was standing at the street corner, carrying some pastries in his hand. Yi Gu looked at him and felt that he looked somewhat familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Sunanen, who was standing next to her, frowned slightly and spoke. Zhang de Biao? My affairs, Sunanen's affairs, have nothing to do with you, and even less to do with your elder brother. Who I choose to be with is my business. Zhang de Biao's voice also turned cold upon hearing this. What's going on with you? What do you take my older brother for? A monkey to be played with? As he spoke, Zhang de Biao also looked at Yi Gu. A country bumpkin like you dares to steal my brother's woman? You're asking for trouble. D. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang de Biao rushed towards Yi Gu. With a flick of his wrist, a long sword instantly appeared, and he slashed at Yi Gu from a distance. With a flash of the blade, a cold, gleaming blade of light slashed straight at Yi Gu. Sunanen was shocked to see this and hurriedly shouted, Young Master Yi, get out of the way. Sunanen immediately tried to pull Yi Gu away, but Yi Gu pulled Sunanen behind him instead. At the same time, he coldly watched the blade light flying towards him, and then shot out a sword finger. Bang! The sky-piercing sword finger instantly shot out a sword beam, which directly pierced through Jean de Biao's blade beam. The blade's edge shattered instantly. This scene shocked Jean de Biao. His gaze was fixed on Yi Gu, and for a moment he couldn't utter a single word. Yi Gu looked at Jean de Biao and said coldly, "It turns out that the Heavenly Mansion realm expert who appeared at Xiaowang Temple that night was actually there. It was you." Chapter 47, The Truth is More Important Than Evidence. That night at Xiaowang Temple, both Yi Gu and Jean de Biao wore masks, concealing their true faces. So neither of them knew who the other was. Yi Gu only suspected that the other party was probably hiding in the admissions team of Tianyang Academy. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Jean de Biao, and the two of them clashed again so soon. In the clash of moves, it becomes easy to recognize the other party. Jean de Biao clearly didn't want to admit it, and hurriedly said upon hearing this, "I don't know what you're talking about. What's Xiaowang Temple? I've never been there. And do you have any evidence to prove it was me?" Yi Gu shook his head helplessly upon hearing this, for he indeed had no evidence. If there is evidence, then we don't need to care who that mysterious Heavenly Mansion realm expert is. We could just send the evidence to the city lord of Tianyang City. He will naturally investigate and find out the truth. Thinking of Yi Gu Dao, your Zhang family's crescent moon saber technique is not difficult to recognize. The result of our exchange just now clearly demonstrated it. Jean de Biao laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha, that's absurd. I've never heard of using a similar set of knife techniques as evidence. My Zhang family is a prominent family in Tianyang City, with a population of over 2,000. This doesn't even include the collateral relatives scattered in various places. All of these relatives practice the crescent moon blade technique, but they don't usually act on our master's orders. So how can you say that I was the one at the Xiaowang Temple that night?" Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. "All that you've said is just an excuse for yourself, exonerating me. So what if you are? I'll still say the same thing. You have no evidence. What makes you think it's me?" Jean de Biao looked smug. Sun Inen, who was standing next to her, also quickly spoke up to remind her. "Young Master Yi, without evidence, even if my father were the lord of Tianyang City, it would be difficult to convict the Zhang family." Upon hearing this, Yi Gu said, "I know, but the truth is far more important than the evidence itself. Those cultivators who died tragically at the hands of the Fang demon ape, the caravan members, and the small-time pill shops that were affected and whose businesses were likely to go bankrupt. They all have the right to know the truth. I'm only responsible for telling them. Whether they believe me or not is none of my business. Are you trying to tell everyone in Shiliang County that the Zhang family is the murderer without any evidence?" Sun Inen hurriedly asked. Yi Gu nodded without denying it. Sun Inen's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "The Yi family has an excellent reputation in Shiliang County. If you stand up and say these things, they will definitely believe you. The Zhang family's business in Shiliang County will inevitably be unable to continue. But have you ever thought about this? You have no evidence, yet you publicly claim that the Zhang family are the murderers. This is already considered slander and defamation. The Zhang family can use this as a reason to attack your Yi family. At that time, even the lord of Tianyang City will find it difficult to intervene." Yi Gu understood Sun Inen's meaning. It was like two families in a village, one of whom accused the other of being a bunch of liars. Although everyone in the village knew that the first family was a liar, no one could produce any evidence. If someone retaliates and hits you, it's considered a legitimate reason. Even the village chief can't easily show favoritism to either side. Yi Gu smiled and said, "Sometimes, telling the truth doesn't necessarily mean I have to get involved. What do you want to do?" Sun Inen asked curiously. Yi Gu smiled and said, "You'll find out tomorrow." After speaking, Yi Gu looked at Jean de Biao, who had remained silent. "Jean de Biao, right? Now that you know I'm going after your Zhang family, do you want to consider killing me tonight? After all, such opportunities are rare." Upon hearing this, Sun Inen looked worried and quickly stood in front of Yi Gu. Jean de Biao looked at Yi Gu with an extremely gloomy expression. "The Yi family, right? I admit that your Yi family has some reputation in Shiliang County, but you should be very clear about the difference between your Yi family and our Zhang family. I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of making enemies of the Zhang family." Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. "Do we even need to think about it? When your Zhang family took the initiative to become enemies with our Yi family, you probably never thought of it. Not content with having secured the pill business in Tianyang City, they also want to enter the pill industry in Shiliang County. Alright, our Yi family values harmony and will not exclude anyone for doing business in Shiliang County. But no business does things this way. Entering Shiliang County is not the end of it. They also want to drive out the Yi family, swallow up the individual investors, and take over the entire Shiliang County pill market. Don't you think your Zhang family has too big an appetite? Don't we, the Yi family, need to survive? Don't those individual investors need to support their families? At this point, Yi Gu said with an indifferent expression, our Yi family is currently very weak, but if you make it so that we can't even get food, do you think we won't flip the table? You. Zhang de Biao was speechless for a moment. Even Sun Inan, who was standing next to him, cast an approving glance at Yi Gu. Indeed, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If you destroy someone's livelihood, who wouldn't fight back? Excellent. I've learned something new today. No wonder they've managed to hold their ground in Shiliang County. I really underestimated the Yi family before. Yi Gu, is it? I'll wait and see how you deal with the Zhang family. As Zhang de Biao spoke, he suddenly remembered something and laughed. Oh, I heard from your older brother that you're going to apply to Tianyang Academy, right? Then I would love to welcome you. I can't wait for you to join Tianyang Academy. Once we get to Tianyang Academy, I'll have plenty of ways to make you suffer. Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. Really? I'll wait and see. After saying that, Yi Gu raised his hand and took Sun Inan's hand again, smiling as he spoke. If you're not going to fight, then get lost and don't ruin our date. You. Zhang de Biao gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. This kid is a bit strange. Last time I fought him, I was clearly much stronger than him, but the fight only got worse and worse. If I really lose to him tonight, my reputation will be ruined. Thinking that Zhang de Biao had shifted his focus to Sun Inan. Sun Inan, you'll regret this. Sun Inan merely glanced at Zhang Dong indifferently upon hearing this, completely ignoring him. Seeing that he had been rebuffed, Zhang Dong could only turn his sleeves and leave. After watching Zhang Dong leave, Sun Inan asked, Young Master Yi, what is a date? Yi Gai smiled and said, It's about two young people enjoying a romantic evening under the moon and flowers, exchanging sweet nothings, kissing and hugging, and so on. Huh? Sun Inan's pretty face immediately turned red, and she hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, it's getting late. You should head back soon, lest you keep your little sister, Lian'er, waiting anxiously. You two seem to have a deep sisterly bond. Well then, I'm leaving. Yi Gu fit. Sun Inan nodded, and then Yi Gu left. No sooner had Yi Gu left than Sun Ruru ran out of the shop. At this moment, she had clearly forgotten about Yi Gu teasing her sword embryo, and said as soon as she came out, What a pity, why didn't they fight? I really want to see if Yi Gu was just bragging. Zhang de Biao is a Heavenly Mansion realm expert. Can he really fight across levels? Sun Inan said irritably, You know Zhang de Biao is a Tianfu realm expert. What if young Master Yi gets injured? Oh my god, sis, are you serious? You're already feeling sorry for your man? They already have wives. If you marry into that family, you'll only be a concubine. Father definitely won't agree unless you become a wife. Sun Ruru said. Sun Inan playfully flicked Sun Ruru's nose and said, It's me getting married, not my dad, so I don't care. Seriously, you actually want to marry him? Sun Ruru, you tricked me into revealing information. Sun Inan's pretty face immediately turned red all the way to the roots of her neck. Sun Ruru smiled. I'm just concerned about you. However, to be fair, this Yi Gu is quite special. He is neither humble nor arrogant in the face of Zhang de Biao and the Zhang family, which is different from those sycophantic young masters of Tianyang City. He's interesting. Introduce him to me later, okay? Chapter 48. A grade 4 marrow cleansing pill. Enlightenment after 2 refinements? Inside the Onru Dan medicine shop, Sun Ruru asked in confusion. I just can't understand it. Yi Gu provoked Zhang de Biao so much, yet Zhang de Biao still didn't dare to make a move. Has he really chickened out? Sun Inan smiled. Zhang de Biao is arrogant. If he didn't have real concerns, how could he have refrained from taking action? It seems that he didn't get any benefit from young Master Yi that night at Shaowang Temple. Sun Ruru clicked her tongue in amazement. Sis, you really hit the jackpot this time. My brother-in-law hasn't even joined Tianyang Academy yet, but he's strong enough to fight Zhang de Biao. You have to know that among the latest batch of disciples at Tianyang Academy, besides me, Zhang de Biao is the strongest. Young Master Yi's strength is indeed beyond my expectations, and even Sister Lian'er's strength is very strong. I still remember when I first met Sister Lian'er. She had just entered the Qi refining realm, but I never expected that she would be able to kill a half-step Heavenly Mansion realm demon recently. Sun Inan said. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruru's eyes lit up. Cease. Do you think your husband might have some secret method to quickly increase his strength? Otherwise, how could his and Jiang Lian'er's strength have improved so quickly? I don't care. You have to ask my brother-in-law for me later, if he really has it. I want it too. In another year, the Jiangzhou trial will begin, and I still need to participate in the Tower of Babel at Tianyang Academy. If my brother-in-law really has such a secret method, you must ask him for me. I'm his sister-in-law, after all. If he doesn't help me, I won't let you into his bed. Aren't you ashamed? Sun Yin said with shame and indignation. By the way, if young master Yi really intends to take action against the Jiang family, I'm afraid the Jiang family won't let it go easily. Send a message to your father and tell him to send someone to keep a close eye on the Jiang family. I'm afraid the Jiang family might go so far as to send someone to assassinate the Yi family. Sun Rura nodded. Don't worry, your father has always had people keeping an eye on the Jiang family. As long as they don't do anything underhanded, it's fine. But if they do, they will definitely not escape your father's eyes. That's good. Sun Yin then felt somewhat relieved. Inside the largest auction house in Shiliang County, Yi Gu was sitting in the private room at that moment. Opposite him sat an old man. The old man spoke first. The third young master is a rare guest at our auction house. I wonder what he wants to buy so late at night. What are the highest grade elixir formulas and corresponding herbs available here? Yi Gu didn't waste any words and asked directly. Since I've decided to send my older brother some dates, I'd better do it sooner rather than later. After all, with others constantly thinking about his wife, Yi Gu couldn't sleep soundly. The old man laughed. There is only one formula for a grade 4 marrow cleansing pill, along with the corresponding herbs. As for the others, they either have the formula but no herbs, or they have the herbs but no formula. As you know, Shiliang County is a small place. Usually only Qi refining realm experts are active there, and it's rare to see even one Tianfu realm expert. Therefore, most of the pill formulas in our auction house are of grade 3 or lower, and we don't prepare many herbs either. Each major pill shop has its own caravan. The only exception is the marrow cleansing pill, which is the most readily available. It is needed in cities of all sizes, so only one set of the 4th grade marrow cleansing pill was prepared. Yi Gu nodded upon hearing this. Then take the whole set of marrow cleansing pills. Yi Gu had heard of the marrow cleansing pill before. It was said to enhance a cultivator's talent. Therefore, regardless of the size of the city, any family with some wealth is willing to buy it for their descendants. However, this marrow cleansing pill is not cheap. Therefore, unless someone is exceptionally gifted, they generally won't choose to buy it. After all, it's only a 4th grade pill, so even if it can improve talent, the improvement is really limited. Truly wealthy families typically choose elixirs of the same function, either the 6th or 9th grade. Yi Zhong and Yi Lang are both quite talented, so his aunt never bought him anything. My elder brother is only at the 5th level of Qi refining realm now, so giving him a 4th grade marrow cleansing pill is enough. Giving him this date should be enough to make him give up on Lian'er. It's a pity there's only one set of herbs, otherwise I would have sent one to my second brother too. Yi Gu was making plans in his mind. After all, he's my second brother. If he finds out that I only gave gifts to my eldest brother and not to him, he'll probably cause trouble again. A moment later, Yi Gu left the auction house with the formula for the marrow cleansing pill and the complete set of herbs. The prescription was expensive, and with the addition of herbs, Yi Gu had completely spent all his money. However, once the pill formulas are handed over to my shop, they could be used by other alchemists. So it's not a loss. You could even call it an investment. Carrying the prescription and herbs, Yi Gu went straight home. Seeing that Jiang Lian'er had already fallen asleep, Yi Gu did not disturb her. He arrived alone in a pill refining room with his belongings. This was prepared by Yi Gu for Jiang Lian'er when she wanted to refine pills at home. This has come in handy now. Yi Gu arranged all the pill formulas and herbs, and then began to examine the complete list of earth-grade pills in his mind. Sure enough, he soon found out the process of refining the marrow cleansing pill. Marrow cleansing pill, a 4th grade elixir. During the refining process, it is important to release the heat from the furnace in a timely manner to prevent the loss of medicinal efficacy. Additionally, it requires. I have read the reminders and precautions for the entire refining process. Yi Gu then began to refine it. The 4th grade marrow cleansing pill can be divided into 3 levels based on the refining method. They are 2 pattern marrow cleansing pill, 1 pattern marrow cleansing pill, and pure white marrow cleansing pill. These 3 levels represent the medicinal effects and efficacy of the marrow cleansing pill. The second patterned one has the worst medicinal effects, and one piece on a market costs about 3,000 spirit stones. A single patterned one can sell for about 5,000 spirit stones. Pure white marrow cleansing pills are not commonly seen on the market because they are too expensive, costing at least 10,000 spirit stones. Moreover, to refine the pure white marrow cleansing pill, one must be at least a 6th grade alchemist. Therefore, unless you have family connections, you can only get the pure white marrow cleansing pill. Otherwise, you can only choose the 2 pattern and 1 pattern marrow cleansing pills available on the market. This is mainly because the pure white marrow cleansing pill is too expensive. With the money spent on this, it's better to add some high-grade pills. Yigu quickly added the herbs one by one into the Dao Dan furnace. Then, strictly follow the records and carefully perform each step. Soon, the fragrance of the elixir filled the room. Just as Yigu was waiting for the final moment when the elixir was completed, suddenly he felt a surge of power within him. And upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that is the power of alchemy. I had long heard that there was a way to refine pills, but I never expected that I would understand it on my second attempt. As expected of the creature that governs all things, it's amazing. Yigu was quite surprised. This was only his second time refining pills, yet he had already comprehended the power of the Tao of pills. If other alchemists knew this, they would probably be furious. Although Yigu is currently mainly cultivating the way of the sword, who would mind if they were proficient in many other paths? Moreover, he possesses a complete collection of earth-grade pills, so he will inevitably need to refine pills frequently in the future. The Tao of alchemy requires him to do almost nothing. He can continue to improve his level simply by refining more pills. This is practically free money. Why would I refuse? As Yigu was pondering this, a buzzing sound came from inside the alchemy furnace. Clearly the pill is done. Ignoring the scorching heat of the alchemy furnace, Yigu put on gloves and opened the lid. As the smoke dissipated, a pill appeared before him. The pill was pure white and smooth as jade. It was none other than the best of the fourth-grade marrow cleansing pills. The pure, white marrow cleansing pill. Chapter 49. Kill all the powerful members of the Jiang family. The next morning, since today is the first day of the official enrollment for Tianyang Academy, Yigu and Jiang Lian'er got up early. While getting ready, Jiang Lian'er was overjoyed to learn that Sunan also had feelings for Yigu. I knew my husband was so outstanding. Sister Inen would definitely like you. That's great. I won't have to look at the ledgers anymore. You bastard, this is the first time I've ever seen a wife so happy when her husband wants to take a concubine. Yigu said helplessly. Jiang Lian'er smiled and hugged Yigu from behind. I know my husband's character. I'm not afraid. Yigu dial. Okay, you only had one night of peace and quiet, and you want another shot? Hurry up and wash up. We have a lot to do today. Huh? It's just participating in a college entrance exam, isn't it? Jiang Lian'er asked. Yigu shook his head. I met that mysterious Heavenly Mansion realm expert last night. Huh? Who is it? Jiang Lian'er hurriedly asked. Zhang Debiao is a student from Tianyang Academy, who is among the students being recruited this time. Was it him? Jiang Lian'er had heard Yi Lang mention this person before, but she never expected it to be him. He is a member of the Zhang family, and today I will tell the truth to the people of Shiliang County. If the Zhang family gives up now, that's fine, but if they refuse, our Yi family is afraid we'll have to completely break ties with them. Hearing Yigu's words, Jiang Lian'er also felt a little worried. My lord, what do you intend to do? Yigu laughed it. Don't worry, I've thought it all out. You go wash up first, and we'll go see Grandpa and the others later, so I don't have to explain it a second time. Jiang Lian'er nodded. A moment later, inside the main hall of the Yi residence, Yi Shan, Yi Chang'an, Yi Changming, Yi Zhong, and even Yi Lang and his aunt all came. Yi Shan sat in the main seat and asked, Yigu, today is the day for Tianyang Academy to enroll students. Why didn't you hurry up and register for the exam? Why did you call everyone here? Yi Chang'an also said, Yes, third brother, your eldest brother is back. He knows the procedures. Why don't you just have him take you there? Yi Changming asked, Orphan, is there something you need? Yigu nodded. Grandpa, uncle, I called you all here today because there's something I'd like to ask for your opinions on. What's up? Yi Shan frowned slightly. Over the past few days, he had come to know very well that Yigu was not a reckless person, yet he was so serious at this moment. There must be something really important going on. Yigu dial. The night the monsters blocked my way at Shawang Temple, I encountered a powerful expert at the Heavenly Mansion realm. This person is skilled in swordsmanship. I later asked my second brother about it, and his swordsmanship is exactly the same as the Zhang family's crescent moon sword technique. Last night, I ran into Zhang Debiao from Tianyang Academy again. I suspect that he is the same Tianfu realm expert from Shawang Temple that night. What did you say? Yi Zhong was stunned upon hearing this. Yi Lang, standing to the side, then spoke. Brother, do you believe me now? The Zhang family has already made a move against our Yi family in secret. Your classmate Zhang Debiao is just putting on an act in front of you. This guy, I never expected him to be so hypocritical. Yi Zhong was also furious. Yes, on road. Although this matter has been resolved, are you worried that the Zhang family will not let it go? Yigu nodded. That's right. The Zhang family is powerful, although it's rumored that Lord Sun and the Jiang family have been fighting each other openly and secretly for many years. But we can't place all our hopes for the survival of the Yi family on Lord Sun. Today I will find a way to expose the Jiang family's actions to the public. At that time, our relationship with the Jiang family will become even more strained. So today, I'd like to ask for everyone's opinion. You say, yes on road. Yigu paused for a moment before speaking. First, let the Jiang family stop here, and we can live in peace with them. Secondly, the Jiang family is using their power to intimidate us. We either have to give up Shiliang County and relocate as a whole clan, just like we did many years ago. Alternatively, move away from Shiliang County and settle in Tianyang City to fight the Jiang family to the end. The Jiang family might even send assassins, and since it concerns the entire Yi family, I dare not make a decision. Yi Lang said upon hearing this. It's not that serious, is it? If you don't tell anyone about Zhang de Biao's affair today, there's still room for things to be resolved, right? Yes. Zhang de Biao is incredibly capable. If word gets out, the situation between the Yi family and the Zhang family will truly be beyond repair. Yi Zhong also mentioned this. However, the eldest aunt standing to the side rebuked her angrily. You two idiots. Good boy Dong Dong, think about it. If we, the Yi family, swallow our anger and don't speak up, do you think the Zhang family will let us off the hook? The Zhang family's goal is the elixir business in Shiliang County. As long as the Yi family remains in Shiliang County, the Zhang family will never be able to conquer Shiliang County. Therefore, wiping us out or driving us away is their only option, unless they can give up the elixir business in Shiliang County. Yi Chang'an said, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Once greed takes hold, how can it be so easy to suppress? Moreover, it's about confronting a family that is weaker than oneself. It's only thanks to the fact that we are now in the Great Xia dynasty that there are still some laws in the world. Back in the days of the 9 provinces' struggle for supremacy, there weren't so many concerns. It was commonplace for powerful families to wipe out smaller families overnight. Yiguno did. That's right. We were born in a good era. Although there are still injustices, at least vulnerable families and groups have legal protections. The Imperial Dragon Division of the Great Xia dynasty is no pushover. At least the Zhang family wouldn't dare to openly give us any leverage, which is also our chance to fight back. Upon hearing this, Yigu looked at the crowd. Whether or not to retaliate is ultimately not in our hands. The key question is what the Zhang family actually wants to do and how far they can go. I'm just reminding everyone that we need to be fully prepared to deal with this. It's one thing if the Zhang family gives up, but what if they actually take action? Should we leave Shiliang County? Or should we settle in Tianyang City and fight the Zhang family to the bitter end? Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Yi Lang and Yi Zhong clearly knew that this was not something they could decide, so they simply kept quiet. Yi Chang'an and Yi Changming both looked at Yi Shan. After all, he was the head of the family. The aunt next to her was quite straightforward and said directly, I support the third son. These days I've seen it clearly. The Zhang family was driven to desperation, and that's all thanks to the third son. Our Yi family's revenue these days is several times higher than before. I believe in my third son's abilities. Compared to my 2 good-for-nothing sons, I believe in my third son more. Mother. Yi Zhong and Yi Lang cast speechless glances at them. It's as if to say, how can you talk about your own son like that? Yi Shan asked, Yigu, you've thought of so much in advance. You must already have a plan in mind. Share your thoughts. Yigu said upon hearing this. We've taken over Tianyang City and will fight the Zhang family to the bitter end. Our medicines have a price advantage. In a business competition, the Zhang family is definitely no match for us. Once they take action, they will inevitably violate the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, and neither Lord Sun nor the Great Xia dynasty will let them off. But what if they try to assassinate him? Yi Shan asked. This is the most crucial point. Yigu said, assassination is indeed troublesome, but it's not without ways to counter it. If they kill all the powerful members of the Zhang family, they will have no way to assassinate them. What? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Killing all the powerful members of the Zhang family is not only defying the heavens. This method of solving the problem is completely contrary to what is expected. Chapter 50, I'm not running away this time. I want clothes. Third brother, if you're just venting, that's one thing, but if you're really going to do it, then you've really gone crazy. Zhang Xian, the patriarch of the Zhang family, is a peak nascent soul realm expert, and his strength is about to enter the Mahayana realm. Lord Sun is only at the Mahayana realm, and even he is very wary of him. How could you possibly kill all the strong members of the Zhang family? Yi Chang'an said. Yigu smiled upon hearing this. It's not that I want to kill them, but you said that City Lord Sun has reached the Mahayana realm. If he goes all out, do you think the Jiang family can be destroyed? But Lord Sun has no reason to help us, and the Jiang family has left no evidence against us. Yi Chang'an said, Ye wu la fit. There isn't one now, but if the Jiang family dares to attack our Yi family, and our entire Yi family is in Tianyang City, do you think they might leave any evidence against them? With the City Lord Sun making his move right under his nose, all we need to do is figure out how to survive. The Jiang family not only had to consider how to kill us, but also how to avoid giving us any leverage. They will only be more cautious than we are. Yi Chang'an said, what you say makes sense, but isn't this too risky? If the Jiang family goes all out, the last remaining foundation of our Yi family will likely be completely destroyed. But my aunt said, if we don't fight back, will the Jiang family let us go? Unless, like many years ago, the whole family has to run away. Otherwise, it will be difficult to live in peace. Yi Chang'an also fell silent. Indeed, what his aunt said was true. They either run away or fight to the death. It's almost impossible to get the Jiang family to voluntarily seek peace. Ye Guidao. That's the situation. Grandpa, please make the decision. Yishan didn't speak, but kept tapping the armrest of the chair. Almost 5 minutes passed before he finally sighed and spoke. Everyone says that things will bounce back after hitting rock bottom. Our Yi family once had a glorious history in Qianzhou. But now things have turned out like this. It's about time they hit rock bottom and bounce back. I'm not afraid of death, but I really can't bear to let you younger generations go on this adventure. Yigu, how confident are you in protecting your loved ones? Yigu said upon hearing this. My eldest brother, second brother, Lian'er, and I will all be going to Tianyang Academy. There, the Jiang family dared not make a move. The only ones they can deal with are you guys, Grandpa. I'm 80% confident I can fend off the Jiang family's underhanded tactics. Yishan nodded upon hearing this. The Jiang family's greatest reliance is nothing more than their strength. As long as they can't wipe us out. Once the Yi family opens a pill shop in Tianyang City, the Jiang family's reputation will inevitably decline over time. This risk is worth taking. Even if we old guys all die, at least we can create a better future for you 3 younger generations. That would be a worthwhile death. I decided not to run this time. Settle in Tianyang City. After speaking, Yishan looked at Yi Chang'an and the other 2. I've chosen to take this chance for my child's future. You won't blame me, will you? Yi Chang'an similit wd. That's my child too, isn't it? Dad, don't worry. That's right. Everyone loves their own child. Grandpa, I support you. Mine also said. Yi Changming didn't speak, but looked at Yi Gu with eyes full of relief. Jiang Lian'er didn't say anything, but quietly took Yi Gu's hand, as if to say something. Wherever you go, I'll go. Yishan stood up and said, all right, since there are no objections, it's settled then. We've started working on moving to Tianyang City in the last few days. Yi Gu, you should also go with Yi Lang to participate in the Tianyang Academy assessment as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu hurriedly replied, Grandpa, there's no rush. Now that we've decided to settle in Tianyang City, I have a suggestion. You say, yes, on road. The Jiang family is being aggressive, but our Yi family is not small either. If we move in a big way, it might attract the attention of the Jiang family. I think we should start today and gradually monetize the items that are inconvenient to carry. Then, 5 days later, we set off together for Tianyang City. 5 days later? Why the rush? Yishan asked in confusion. Yi Zhong, standing to the side, was taken aback, as if he had thought of something. Ye Gudao, because 5 days from now is the day when Tianyang Academy's students return to campus. Every year after the enrollment period ends, the Lord of Tianyang City will send garrison troops to various cities to bring these new students back to Tianyang City. We can work together with the recruitment team. The Jiang family will certainly not dare to act rashly. Yi Zhong thought to himself upon hearing this. Sure enough, this kid really had this in mind. I never realized before that my third brother was so meticulous. Thank goodness he's my brother. If he were my enemy, I'd be devastated. Yishan laughed. Looks like you've been planning this all along, you little rascal. Since that's the case, you'll be in complete control of this matter. The entire Yi family will follow your instructions. Yigu hurriedly said, it's not really an arrangement, but we hope all the elders will cooperate. All right, that's settled then. You may set off now. Yishan waved his hand. Then I went back to my room to rest. As for Yi Chang'an, Yi Changming, and their aunt, they naturally had to busy themselves with moving. After all, this news couldn't be leaked, so they had to handle many things personally. After seeing off several elders, Yigu then looked at Yi Lang and Yi Zhong beside him. Let's go, you two. let's go take the Tianyang Academy's assessment. Yi Zhong hurriedly said. Third brother, I never knew you had so many clever ideas. Tell me, have you ever cheated me behind my back? Yi Gu was about to speak. Jiang Lian'er, who was standing to the side, then spoke up. Brother, please don't say that. My husband isn't usually like this. It's just that the Zhang family is being so aggressive that he's planning a counterattack. Upon hearing Jiang Lian'er speak, Yi Zhong's attitude immediately changed. I don't believe it. I now suspect that you were the one who orchestrated your eventual marriage to Jiang Lian'er. Third brother, I'm your own brother, and you even went after your sister-in-law. Are you even human? Brother, you. Jiang Lian'er was both angry and ashamed. Yi Gu then took Jiang Lian'er's hand, signaling her not to rush. He then flipped his hand and took out a wooden box, which he presented to Yi Zhong. Brother, I'm giving you one more chance now. Take a good look at your words. What? You're threatening me? I'm not easily scared. Even if a beautiful woman jumped out of this box, I wouldn't flinch. Before Yi Zhong could finish speaking, Yi Gu had already opened the wooden box. Suddenly, a pure white pill appeared. It was none other than the pure white marrow cleansing pill he had refined last night. Is this a pure white marrow cleansing pill? Its market value is at least over 10,000 spirit stones. Third brother, where did you get this? Yi Lang couldn't help but swallow hard. Yi Guidao. Oh, I made one last night when I had nothing to do. I was thinking that if I said that, I would be sorry to my older brother for stealing his wife. There's nothing I can do. Lian'er and I are truly in love, so I can't return my wife. This isn't just about sending a marrow cleansing pill to make amends to my elder brother. But since my brother says this is my conspiracy, then it seems there's no point in sending this thing now. Second brother, why don't we just send it? Etc. Just as Yi Lang was about to nod, Yi Zhong pushed him aside and forced a smile at Yi Gu. Third brother, my dear third brother, you really are my brother. Since this pill is for me, I won't be polite. As he spoke, Yi Zhong hurriedly picked up the pills. Yi Lang, seeing this, objected. Brother, your face changed so quickly. Who was it that doubted the third brother just now? Yi Zhong hurriedly said, Don't talk nonsense. How can I doubt my own brother because of a mere woman? As the saying goes, brothers are like hands and feet. Women are like clothes. She's just a woman. How could she possibly affect the bond between us brothers? Is he the third child? Yi Gai smiled but didn't say anything, while Jiang Lian'er whispered in Yi Gai's ear. You've really figured out your two brothers. Before, when my legs were inconvenient and I had nothing to do, I could only study those two. Yi Gu Lafit. Yi Zhong swallowed the marrow cleansing pill and was overjoyed. He even started lecturing Yi Lang. Second brother, did you see that? I've told you so many times to treat Lao San well, but you're always thinking about someone else's wife. There's something good here, but the third brother won't give it to you. Yi Lang was utterly speechless. Who was it that was eyeing someone else's wife? I think I've thought about that before too. Thinking of Yi Lang, he said, Third brother, can I be a little greedy? I want my hands and feet, and I also want clothes. Chapter 51, the third brother will suffocate sooner or later. A sixth-rank alchemist? I can have hands and feet, but you'll have to figure out how to dress yourself. I get cold too. Yi Guidao. Jiang Lian'er smiled and took Yi Gu's arm, her meaning clear. Let's talk about it later. Don't even think about it. I don't want anyone but my husband. Yi Zhong patted Yi Lang on the shoulder and said, The third brother has already given you his guide to picking up girls, and you're still eyeing your sister-in-law? You're greedy. After saying that, Yi Zhong hurriedly chased after Yi Gu, speaking solicitously. Third brother, wait for me. I'll take you to the assessment location. Hey, wait for me. Seeing this, Yi Lang hurriedly chased after them. On the carriage, Yi Zhong said excitedly, Third brother, with your abilities, you don't need to take any assessments at all. When we get there, I'll take you straight to fill out the forms. It'll just be a formality. However, the second brother and his sister-in-law had to take the exam. According to the rules of Tianyang Academy, anyone who could reach the third-grade alchemist level before the age of 20 could directly join the academy. Yi Gu was taken aback upon hearing this, not expecting such a thing to exist. However, he also plans to expose the Zhang family's crimes today, so he needs to find an opportunity to confront Zhang Dubiao. So you really can't just fill out the form directly. Brother, I want to take the exam. Yi Guidao. Yi Zhong was taken aback for a moment, but then he smiled. You can participate in the assessment if you want, but listen to me, go and register your alchemist identity first. Tianyang Academy has two admission channels. One is the alchemist channel, and the requirement is what I just mentioned, reaching the third-grade alchemist level before the age of 20. One is the strength competition channel. Those who reach the 5th level of the body tempering realm before the age of 20 will be specially responsible for sparring and assessment to prevent anyone from lying about their strength. You can have a martial arts contest, but you can't forget your identity as an alchemist. As long as you become an alchemist at Tianyang Academy, you can receive free herbs every month and freely enter and leave the alchemy room of Tianyang Academy. There are many benefits. Yigu smiled upon hearing this. Since there were so many benefits, he might as well register while he was at it. After all, who wouldn't want something for free? Yi Lang, standing to the side, sighed helplessly. It's only been a short time. Third brother, are you on drugs? Or did your luck change after you got married? Not only has his strength improved so quickly, but he can even refine 4th grade pills now. Looking at myself, I'm still stuck at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. I don't know when I'll be able to step into the chi refining realm. Yigai smiled and said, I'll refine a marrow cleansing pill for you later, and you'll be able to enter the chi refining realm sooner or later. Yilang smiled and said happily, the third brother cares about me the most, unlike the eldest brother who only cares about himself. Hey, you little brat, are you looking for a beating? Seeing how well the 3 brothers got along, Jiang Lian'er couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The carriage soon arrived at Sifang Street. Today is also the first day of enrollment for Tianyang Academy. When the group arrived, they were also taken aback by the sheer number of people at the scene. However, about 99% of these people are here to participate in the skills assessment. On the contrary, the alchemist assessment area was completely deserted. Unfortunately, for ordinary people, alchemy and cultivation are extremely mentally taxing. Choosing one path essentially means giving up the other. Therefore, many people still prioritize their own abilities. After all, no matter how skilled one is in alchemy, without real power one will ultimately be subject to others. Yigu is the only one who has achieved such alchemy skills without having studied alchemy at all. Of course, some people are exceptionally talented and can manage both alchemy and cultivation at the same time, but such people are very rare. As soon as everyone got out of the car, Yigu saw that Sunanen was already waiting there with Xiaoqing. Upon seeing Yigu, the two hurried over. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lian'er quickly ran over, grabbed Sunanen's arm, and smiled. Sister Nin, what brings you all here? Sunanen said, this place is the liveliest today, so of course I had to come and take a look. Xiaoqing, standing to the side, added, the excitement is great, but nothing compares to someone else's charm. They arrived an hour ago, and our young lady is completely captivated. Xiaoqing, Sunanen blushed. Jiang Lian'er smiled and looked at Yigu. Yigudo, it's really just an assessment, but I'm still very happy that you came. Let's go. Let's head to the alchemy registration office first. Yigu then walked towards the registration desk. Jiang Lian'er told Sunanen and Xiaoqing to go ahead first, while she walked over to Yi Lang and Yi Zhong, who were muttering to themselves. Yi Lang said, you mean her? Sunanen, the shopkeeper under the third brother. The shopkeeper? A woman running a business? That won't do. She'll have to work in public. I've decided I'm going to marry her. I like her looks. Yi Zhong smiled, and then asked a question. By the way, the third brother didn't do anything to her, did he? Yi Lang scratched his head. I don't know about that. I've only met her twice, but judging from their behavior, they don't seem to be related. Doesn't your sister-in-law have a good relationship with Sunanen? They don't seem like rivals in love. Yi Zhong smiled with satisfaction. That's good, that's good. The third brother really has no taste. Sunanen is clearly much prettier. As Yi Zhong was speaking, Jiang Lian'er suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Ahem, big brother, don't worry about Sunanen anymore. It's also one of my husband's clothes. Let's go, let's hurry and register my husband. What? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhong was immediately dumbfounded. He looked at Sunanen and then at Yigu, and said angrily, I'm not saying this to your sister-in-law, and I'm not trying to be mean. You need to keep an eye on this brat. Doesn't he worry about suffocating from having too many clothes on? Honestly, what a disappointment. After saying that, Yi Zhong hurriedly chased after him. Yi Lang smiled at Jiang Lian'er and then followed. Having acquaintances makes things easier. As soon as Yi Zhong arrived, he asked the student in charge of registration for a form. Then Yigu filled it out. It's nothing more than name, address, alchemist rank, and what pills they've refined. Generally, after filling out the form, the student registering will be given a herbal medicine to prepare on the spot to prevent false reporting. However, Yi Zhong was also a member of the recruitment team, so he naturally didn't need to go through this process. Especially since Yi Gu filled in the alchemist rank as 6th grade. Upon seeing this, the student immediately became excited. Yi is truly amazing. He's actually a 6th grade alchemist. And he's also senior brother, Ye's younger brother. You don't need to refine the elixir on the spot. I'll stamp it for you right now. As he spoke, the classmate was about to stamp his seal, which would signify that Yigu had officially become a member of the Alchemy Hall of Tianyang Academy. However, just as the student was about to stamp his seal, suddenly a voice came from the side, etc. Everyone looked up, and by sheer coincidence, it was none other than Zhang de Biao. Senior Zhang, is something wrong? Upon seeing Zhang de Biao, Yi Zhong's expression also darkened. Now that he knows Zhang de Biao's true colors, Yi Zhong no longer has any good feelings towards him. Zhang de Biao laughed. Yi Zhong, why are you giving your senior such a bad look today? This must be your younger brother, Yi Gu. He has quite a reputation in Shiliang County. Oh, you're an alchemist? Let me see what rank this alchemist is. As he spoke, Zhang de Biao picked up the registration form. However, when he saw that the registration form stated that he was a 6th grade alchemist, Zhang de Biao immediately raised his hand and slapped the student in charge of registration. The student was also confused and hurriedly asked, Senior, what did I do wrong? Why did you hit me? Zhang de Biao angrily rebuked. Open your dog eyes and look at what you wrote. A 6th grade alchemist? Am I blind? But did you slip of the hand? Could a place like Shiliang County possibly have a 6th grade alchemist? Are you dreaming? Chapter 52, As long as the treatment is right, the students and elders don't care. Yi Gu and his group's faces darkened as they watched this scene. They weren't stupid. Zhang de Biao's actions, seemingly a reprimand to the student in charge of registration, were actually a way of teaching a lesson. But actually, it was targeting Yi Gu. After all, it was Yi Gu himself who said he was a 6th grade alchemist, which is why the other party wrote it down. The other party didn't think much of it because they trusted Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong looked at Zhang de Biao and said coldly, Zhang de Biao, the 6th grade alchemist, is what my 3rd brother told me. If you have a problem, you can come at us. Why are you bullying your classmate? What are you pretending for? Zhang de Biao smiled upon hearing this. Wow, now you dare to talk to your senior like that. Do you think that once you arrive in Shiliang County, you've entered your Yi family's territory? But remember this, garbage is garbage no matter where it goes. When your senior is speaking, you need to stand firmly. Understand? After saying that, Zhang de Biao actually raised his hand and slapped Yi Zhong across the face. However, Yi Zhong instantly raised his hand and actually blocked the palm strike. Although you could tell that Yi Zhong's face wasn't looking good, it was clear that he had a lot of trouble blocking that attack. But he did manage to block it. 7th level of Qi refining? How did you break through 2 levels in one go? Zhang de Biao frowned slightly as he looked at it. Yi Zhong had been stuck at the 5th level of Qi refining for a long time, but unexpectedly he broke through 2 levels in a row. This is quite rare. Yi Zhong said calmly. My 3rd brother helped me refine a 4th grade pill called the Marrow Cleansing Pill. Is it okay that my strength broke through 2 levels? Do you really think that the 7th level of Qi refining makes any difference to me? The more Yi Zhong confronted him head-on, the angrier Zhang de Biao became. He immediately withdrew his hand and then slapped Yi Zhong even faster. Clearly, Zhang de Biao used his full strength this time, and Yi Zhong obviously couldn't stop him with his Heavenly Mansion realm strength no matter what. Just as Yi Gu was about to make his move, suddenly, a slender hand grabbed Zhang de Biao's wrist from behind. Who? Zhang de Biao's expression changed, and he quickly turned his head to look. Suddenly, Sun Ruru appeared behind him, looking at him with an icy expression. Zhang de Biao, what are you doing? This is a place for admissions assessments, not your arena. Want to fight? How about a match? You. Zhang de Biao was immediately rendered speechless. He didn't take Yi Zhong seriously, but he really didn't dare to disregard Sun Ruru. Zhang de Biao only has the strength of the 1st level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, while Sun Ruru has the strength of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. Among the new students of Tianyang Academy, Sun Ruru is undoubtedly the number 1. Zhang de Biao is no match for her. Sun Ruru, if you want to help the Yi family, you need to understand the situation. Yi Gu actually dared to impersonate a 6th grade alchemist. Do you know how serious that is? Sun Ruru was also taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly looked at Yi Gu. Is what he said true? Yi Gu no did kindly. Seeing this, Sun Ruru quickly said, I'll give you one more chance. Think it through before you speak. What kind of existence is a 6th grade alchemist? In the entire Tianyang city, there's only one 6th grade alchemist in Tianyang Academy. If you had the strength of a 6th grade alchemist, you could have become an elder at Tianyang Academy. Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. So polite. Becoming an elder isn't out of the question. As long as the compensation is right, the students and elders don't care. You. Sun Ruru was also angered by Yi Gu's words. Others might not know what a 6th grade alchemist meant, but she did. Even in the Great Xia dynasty, a 6th grade alchemist held a certain status. Although the dynasty certainly wouldn't look down on them, the Great Xia dynasty was full of powerful families, and even among those 2nd and 3rd class families, 6th grade alchemists could receive decent treatment. Yi Gu actually claimed to be a sixth-grade alchemist, which Zhang Debiao and even Sun Ruru didn't believe, let alone Sun Ruru. Yi Zhong felt a little uneasy at this moment and whispered, "Third brother, I believe you can refine fourth-grade pills, but a sixth-grade alchemist is no joke. Can you really refine it?" Sun Nin, standing to the side, also looked worried. However, Jiang Lian'er trusted Yi Gu much more in comparison. "My husband says he can refine it, so he definitely can." "Nonsense. I could say I'm a ninth-grade alchemist. Anyone can talk big," Zhang Debiao said disdainfully. "So what do you want?" Yi Gu countered with a question. Zhang Debiao smiled. "Simple. Can't we just have a quick test to see if they're a sixth-grade alchemist or not?" "Okay, you provide the herbs." Yi Gu laughed. Zhang Debiao became anxious upon hearing this. "I'll provide herbs? You must be dreaming. What's the value of a sixth-grade pill? You think you're worthy of asking me to provide pills? You're not going to give up? Then there's nothing I can do. Anyway, I'm a sixth-grade alchemist. Whether you believe me or not is your business." Yi Gu looked completely indifferent. Zhang Debiao frowned as he listened, unsure whether Yi Gu was lying. Sun Ruru, who was standing to the side, then spoke. "Actually, there's no need to refine sixth-grade pills. The standard for assessment at Tianyang Academy is a grade 3 elixir. Our academy can produce third-grade herbs. As long as you can refine third-grade pills, you can pass." Zhang Debiao, who was standing nearby, hurriedly said, "No." Yi Zhong claimed he could refine fourth-grade pills, and he even shamelessly boasted that he was a sixth-grade alchemist. In the end, they were accepted after only refining a third-grade pill. What kind of logic is that? Is this cheating? Besides, the information form has already been filled out. If it were a third-grade alchemist, they would have to refine the pills on the spot. He needs to refine at least a fourth-grade elixir. But we didn't bring any grade 4 herbs. What do you suggest we do?" Sun Ruru said. Zhang Debiao smiled upon hearing this. "I can't afford to offer sixth-grade herbs, but I have plenty of fourth-grade herbs. Yi Gu, do you dare to make a bet with me? I'll provide the herbs, and you'll refine them in front of everyone. We'll refine the grade 4 marrow cleansing pill that your older brother mentioned. I want to see if your older brother is telling the truth or lying. If someone lies, that's a matter of character, and Tianyang Academy doesn't need someone who's full of lies." Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. "Speaking of which, who can be more of a liar than senior brother Zhang? You. Of course, since senior brother Zhang wants to gamble, I certainly can't spoil his fun. But if you're going to gamble, what are your stakes?" Yi Gu countered with a question. "A wager? What wager? I'll give you the herbs to refine. What else do you want as a wager?" Zhang Debiao asked. "Yi Gu simidet. That's not right. You're offering herbs just to invite me to gamble, just like you have to send me an invitation to dinner. These 4 kinds of herbs are an invitation. They can only invite me to see you. But if you invite me to dinner, you can't just accept the invitation, can you? If you lose the bet, what will you give me?" "You." Zhang Debiao was furious. He never expected Yi Gu to be so greedy. But he truly didn't believe that Yi Gu could refine a fourth-grade pill. After all, reaching the fourth-grade alchemist level basically means giving up the path of cultivation. How could Yi Gu be so skilled in cultivation and also be a fourth-grade alchemist? Thinking of this, Zhang Debiao said, "If you want to play, I'll play with you. If you win, you can take any of the fourth-grade pills you refine." "Wrong." Yi Gu interrupted Zhang Debiao. "You invited me to gamble, and since you gave me these fourth-grade herbs, the pills you refine will naturally be mine. How can you say I can take it away at will? Moreover, the admission rules of Tianyang Academy are the same. If Tianyang Academy produces herbs, and the alchemists refine them, they belong to the alchemists. So this shouldn't be used as a bet. You should choose something else. Or should I speak for myself?" Yi Gu smiled as he looked at Zhang Debiao. Zhang Debiao said coldly upon hearing this. "What do you want?" Yi Gu smiled and said, "I don't want to go too far if I win. You give me a set of herbs for a grade 5 spirit sensing pill, and I must see them before the bet begins. What if you lose?" Zhang Debiao asked. "Since it's a gamble, you have to offer me some chips that satisfy me." Yi Gu laughed. "If I lose, I will not only give up Tianyang Academy, but also never join it again. Our Yi family will also leave Shiliang County from now on." Chapter 53. Everyone's watching. "Zhang, are you trying to run away?" "Okay, as you say." Zhang Debiao agreed without hesitation and shouted to his subordinates beside him. "Go to the Zhang family in Shiliang County and have them send me a portion of herbs for a grade 5 spirit-generating pill." "Yes." The subordinate didn't waste any words and left immediately. Zhang Debiao then looked at Yi Gu and smiled. "Yi Gu, I've already sent someone to retrieve the items. It's too late for you to regret it now." "Regret? I'm more than grateful to you for giving me herbs. Why would I regret it?" Yi Gu laughed. "Keep being stubborn. If Shiliang County could produce a fourth-grade alchemist, wouldn't I know? I'm waiting to see how you refine it." Zhang de Biao looked smug. Yigu didn't waste any words. He just watched quietly. Zhang de Biao immediately had the alchemy furnace brought over, clearly intending for Yigu to refine the pills on the spot. Seeing this, Yi Zhong quickly whispered something. Third brother, have you gone too far? Although I trust you, if something goes wrong, we'll have to move. Even a fourth-grade alchemist can succeed every time they refine pills. You should at least need 2 portions of herbs as a backup. Yigu shook his head with a smile. Just kidding, I have a complete guide to earth-grade pills. If I still make a mistake while refining them, I might as well just kill myself. Seeing that Jiang Lian'er always maintained a confident smile, Sun Enin, who was standing to the side, also hurriedly asked, Sister Lian'er, can young Master Yi really refine fourth-grade pills? This is no joke. Zhang de Biao is right. There's only one 6th-grade alchemist in the entire Tianyang city. Jiang Lian'er. If my husband says he is, then he must be. He's already a 6th-grade alchemist. So, refining 4th-grade pills is a piece of cake for him. But this, Jiang Lian'er. Sister Nin, you still don't spend enough time with your husband. After you get married, you can spend every day with him. Now you know why I trust him so much. Passing through, Sun Enin blushed immediately upon hearing this. Zhang Dong's men acted very quickly. Less than 10 minutes. He rushed back with the herbs for the miracle soothing pill. Zhang de Biao then placed the herbs on the table and smiled. Yigu, I've prepared everything. Now it's your turn. Alternatively, you can skip the refining process altogether and openly admit that you are lying. Then take your Yi family members and get out of Shiliang County. You choose. How noisy. Yigu ignored Zhang de Biao, picked up the herbs for the grade 4 marrow cleansing pill that Zhang de Biao had prepared, and immediately lit a fire to begin refining the pill. At this moment, many cultivators who were watching the commotion were also attracted by the commotion. And it wasn't just these cultivators who were watching the spectacle. Even many alchemists whose skills were not up to par came over to watch. Even a 3rd-grade alchemist from the Tianyang Academy's admissions team came over to watch the spectacle. Zhang de Biao asked the 3rd-grade alchemist in a low voice. So, can you tell whether this kid knows how to refine pills or not? That student said, Young Master Zhang, you still can't see that the most important part of alchemy is the process itself. As for the technique and control of the heat, I'll let you know as soon as I have some news. Zhang de Biao nodded. He really didn't believe that Yigu could refine a 4th-grade pill. If he truly possessed such strength, would he be content to stay in a place like Shiliang County? Even in Tianyang City, there are quite a few pill merchants willing to spend money to support a 4th-grade alchemist. While Zhang de Biao was thinking, finally, the alchemy process entered its most crucial stage. With the herbs added to the alchemy furnace, the next step is to monitor the pill-making process and perform various operations. At this moment, the student finally spoke up. Young Master Zhang, this kid's current refining technique is correct. At this point, we need to open the furnace lid to release the gas. Could it be that he really knows how to refine pills? Zhang de Biao frowned slightly. That student then said, Young Master Zhang, rest assured, knowing how to refine and being able to refine are 2 different things. In my opinion, he is indeed an alchemist, but he can't possibly be a 4th-grade alchemist. As you know, there are very few alchemists, let alone those who reach the 4th rank. Senior brother Su is elder Su's own grandson, but he's only a 4th-grade alchemist. This kid comes from Shiliang County and has no alchemist to teach him. How could he be able to refine 4th-grade pills at such a young age? Zhang de Biao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's true. What kind of existence is elder Su? Even his own grandson was only a 3rd-grade alchemist when he was so young. What makes Yigu capable of refining 4th-grade pills? However, just as the two were talking, Yigu suddenly lifted the lid of the alchemy furnace. Immediately, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. The aroma of the medicine immediately excited the onlookers. The aroma of this medicine is absolutely amazing. This is indeed the fragrance of a grade 4 marrow cleansing pill. I smelled it at an auction house before. You smelled it? I thought you ate it. That's a grade 4 marrow cleansing pill. How could I possibly afford it? Just smelling it cost me 500 spirit stones. According to you, does that mean the 3rd young master of the Yi family can really refine 4th-grade pills? I think it's possible. And haven't you noticed that the price of the Yi family's pills has dropped a lot recently? Yes, could it be because the 3rd young master of the Yi family is really a 6th-grade alchemist? I think it's highly likely. Listening to the discussions around him, Zhang de Biao finally became somewhat unsettled. Because what these people said makes a lot of sense. The price of elixirs often depends on the alchemist's skill level. Because the price of herbs does not fluctuate much. However, the results are completely different depending on who refines it. The higher the rank of the alchemist, the greater the yield of pills and the better the quality of the pills. This indirectly reduces the cost of finished pills, thus lowering their price. So, recalling the sudden price reduction of the pills by the Yi family, Zhang Debiao suddenly felt like he had been ripped off. Could it be that the decline in the Zhang family's elixirs is really because of this kid? If he can really refine a grade 4 marrow cleansing pill, then I've really made a huge mistake today. As Zhang Debiao was thinking, the third-grade alchemist classmate next to him suddenly spoke up. Young Master Zhang's situation is not good. I suddenly remembered that this guy was refining fourth-grade pills, while I was just a third-grade alchemist. There were some of his moves that I didn't understand, but he didn't hesitate at all during the whole process, and did it in one go, as if he really knew how to refine a fourth-grade pill. Upon hearing this, Zhang Debiao broke out in a cold sweat, and his blood pressure skyrocketed. You fucking don't understand? Why didn't you say so earlier? I just realized I don't understand it either. Zhang Debiao shoved the classmate aside and turned to go to the toilet to calm his nerves. However, Yigu, who was refining pills, saw this scene and hurriedly said, Hey, what are you doing? Everyone's watching, Zhang. You're not going to run away, are you? Do I look like someone who's running away? I'm going to the bathroom, Zhang Debiao said angrily. Upon hearing this, Yi Lang hurriedly replied, Hey bro, does your stomach hurt? Oh, my stomach hurts so much. I need to go to the toilet. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhong immediately realized what was happening and hurriedly covered his head. Oh dear, my stomach hurts too. Young Master Zhang, let's go to the restroom together. Zhang Debiao was furious and cursed. Just say you want to spy on me. Covering your head and saying your stomach hurts. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not going. Chapter 54, my husband. You're too good at this. Oh dear, my stomach pain has suddenly stopped. Second brother, isn't it amazing? My pain has stopped too. Yinank and Yezonk, fine surprise. This scene left Zhang Debiao's face ashen. Instead, it caused bursts of laughter to erupt from the crowd of onlookers. Even Jiang Lian'er and Suninen, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Yigu suddenly flung open the lid of the alchemy furnace. Instantly, the fragrance of medicinal pills wafted around. As the white smoke dissipated, Yigu quickly took out a pill from the alchemy furnace. When he placed the pill on the table, everyone around him, including Zhang Debiao, was stunned. What Yigu had placed on the table was a pure white marrow cleansing pill. And they clearly knew what such a marrow cleansing pill meant. It's pure white. This is a pure white marrow cleansing pill. My God, this is a pure white marrow cleansing pill worth tens of thousands of spirit stones? I've really had my eyes open today. I never expected to see someone refining a pure white marrow cleansing pill here. Could the third young master of the Yi family really be a sixth-grade alchemist? Nonsense. The marrow cleansing pill is a fourth-grade pill, but a fourth-grade alchemist can usually only refine a 2-pattern marrow cleansing pill. To refine a pure white marrow cleansing pill, only a sixth-grade alchemist can do it. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion. Even Sun Ruru, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but speak up. Although this pure white marrow cleansing pill is still only a fourth-grade pill, it is extremely difficult to even see one in Tianyang City. Only Elder Su of Tianyang Academy would refine 2 of them every year. Unexpectedly, Yigu was actually able to refine it. Sunanin was also stunned, but she thought of the pills given by the Yi family and their price. Could it be that the reason those pills were so cheap was also because of young Master Yi? What method did he use? Sunanin was greatly surprised. After all, the process and cost of refining elixirs were basically public knowledge in the Great Xia dynasty. The only way to lower the price is to have a higher-ranking alchemist refine it. It's simply impossible to significantly reduce costs in other areas. Sunanin genuinely believed that the pills and pricing provided by the Yi family were intended to counter the Zhang family. But now, seeing Yigu's strength as a sixth-grade alchemist, she couldn't help but wonder if Yigu really had some means to lower the price of pills. Zhang Debiao's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. Clearly, besides feeling helpless, he was mostly shocked. After all, if Yigu really is a sixth-grade alchemist, then it's not impossible that Sun Ruru would invite him to be an elder at Tianyang Academy. Most importantly, a sixth-grade alchemist was someone he dared not easily offend. The Zhang family behind him probably doesn't want to antagonize him. After all, the value of a sixth-grade alchemist is extremely high. Young Master Zhang, then I won't stand on ceremony. As Yigu spoke, he put away the medicinal herbs and the spiritual pills on the table. Yi Zhong, who was standing to the side, also took out the registration form again and asked, Senior Brother Zhang, can this chapter be stamped now? Zhang Debiao forced an awkward smile, but remained silent. But this attitude has already said it all. The student who had been beaten next to him didn't dare to be negligent either, and immediately stamped the registration form and sealed it away. From this moment on, Yigu officially became a member of Tianyang Academy. Okay, so next week, Yi Zhonggong wanted to invite Yigu to participate in the strength assessment. But to everyone's surprise, Yigu waved his hand and said, etc. As he spoke, he returned to the alchemy furnace. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the fire was lit again. Almost simultaneously, he took out the ingredients for the spirit-soothing pill that he had just won from Zhang Debiao and began to throw them in. Husband, are you going to refine pills again? Jiang Lian'er war stunned. Even the people around were stunned. Didn't we just finish refining pills? Why are we starting to refine pills again? Yigu then smiled. Now that we have the herbs, let's refine them together. The spirit-sensing pill is not a precious medicine. In fact, it could be considered rather ordinary. This kind of elixir cannot increase one's strength. It can only enhance one's sensitivity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, the improvement is not significant. Although the spirit-generating pill was rated as a 5th-grade elixir, in reality, its value is very low, so no one would refine it or sell it. Because one of its main medicinal ingredients, Ganlin KO, is very valuable. It can be used to refine better pills, so no one would use it to refine the spirit-sensing pill. The reason why the spirit-sensing pill was rated as a 5th-grade pill is because it is too difficult to refine. However, its formula is priced the same as that of a 1st-grade elixir. Therefore, Yigu already had the recipe for the spirit-sensing pill, but he was struggling to gather the necessary herbs. Now that we have these herbs, it's best to refine them directly. Some people might ask, if this spirit-sensing pill is so cheap and its effects are so mediocre, then why bother refining it? We'll find out soon enough. Seeing that Yigu was about to refine pills again, the people around him couldn't help but become interested. After all, it's extremely rare to see a 6th-grade alchemist refining pills in public. Just looking at it is enough for them to brag about for a long time. Seeing that Yiguzhen was about to refine pills again, Zhang Debiao suppressed his embarrassment and did not leave. At this moment, everyone around began to speculate about what kind of pill Yigu was going to refine. Although the 3rd young master wanted the herbs for the spirit-sensing pill, there are too many pills that could be made from these herbs. Yes, for example, the 4th-grade spirit connection pill and the 5th-grade spirit gathering pill are made from herbs that are similar to the spirit-sensing pill. Surely no one actually thinks the 3rd young master is going to refine a spirit-sensing pill. Who would want that kind of pill? I also think that the 3rd young master didn't actually want to refine the spirit-sensing pill. Asking Zhang Debiao for the herbs for the spirit-sensing pill at the beginning was probably just a pretext. What he really wanted to refine must be other precious pills. Hearing the discussions around her, Sun Ruru couldn't help but ask, Sister, what kind of elixir is brother-in-law trying to refine? He probably doesn't need the spirit connection pill or the spirit gathering pill right now. Does he? Sunanen also shook her head. Have no idea. Young Master Yi often acts illogically, so no one knows what kind of elixir he's going to refine. Amidst everyone's curiosity and anticipation, Yigu finally followed the steps outlined in the complete guide to Earth-grade pills. I went through the entire process of alchemy. About 10 minutes later, when he opened the lid of the alchemy furnace and took out the pills, everyone was stunned, because they saw that Yigu had actually refined the spirit-sensing pill. My God, this is insane. The 3rd young master has absolutely gone mad. He actually used such good herbs to refine a single spirit-gathering pill. Even if we weren't the 3rd young master, we would all believe you are a 6th-grade alchemist. So you don't need to specially refine a 5th-grade spirit-sensing pill to prove yourself, right? Yes, 3rd young master. Using such fine herbs to refine the spirit-sensing pill is such a waste. Everyone got excited. Even Zhang Debiao, who was standing to the side, was furious. Those were his own herbs, and this guy actually used them to refine the spirit-gathering pill. This is practically an insult to him. 3rd brother, what are you doing? That's a spirit-sensing grass. It's extremely valuable. Yizhong couldn't help but ask as well. However, Yigu smiled and said, I'm determined to refine the spirit-sensing pill. Moreover, I refined it for someone else. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Sunanen, who was standing to the side. Sunanen was also stunned, clearly not expecting that Yigu had actually refined it for her. You are born unable to cultivate. Try taking this spirit-sensing pill and see if you can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In front of so many people, he directly gave away a 5th-grade pill, even though it was just a spirit-sensing pill. But this sentiment made everyone present envious. Sunanen's pretty face immediately turned red. Jiang Lian'er, who was standing to the side, also smiled. My husband, you're so good at this. Chapter 55, Qi, Refining Level 8. Zhang de Biao is numb. Upon hearing Sun Anin's words, the people around him began to discuss among themselves. Is the third young master crazy to give away a 5th grade pill in public? Crazy? I think you're the one who's crazy. What does this mean? Could it be that the third young master has taken a liking to Manager Sun? Are you kidding me? Sun Anin's stunning beauty and elegant demeanor would surely make even the third prince, let alone the third young master, swoon. That's true. I heard that when Manager Sun first came to Shiliang County, he had quite a few suitors. I didn't expect that even the third young master would fall for him. But didn't he just marry Jiang Lian'er? Would his wife agree to that? Nonsense. Does a man need his wife's consent to marry or take concubines? Are you even a man? That makes sense, but I don't think Jiang Lian'er objects. In fact, she seems to have a good relationship with Sun Anin. Didn't she just hold Sun Anin's hand? I'm so tired. If only my wife were this understanding. Hearing the whispers of those around her, Sun Anin's pretty face turned even redder. Young Master Yi, I cannot accept this elixir. It is far too precious. Yi wu la fit. I believe you that herbs are valuable, but this miracle pill has no market at all. I made this specifically for you. Try it, and see if you can sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But Sun Anin was still somewhat hesitant. Sun Ru, who was standing to the side, had already stepped forward to take the pill and then handed it to Sun Anin. I told my sister, just take the things your husband gave you. Do you really want him to give it to someone else? Right, brother-in-law? Yigu was taken aback and quickly asked, Who are you, young lady? Sun Ruru then realized that Yigu didn't recognize her yet. Yi Zhong, who was standing to the side, immediately realized what was going on when he saw Sun Ruru calling Sun Anin's sister. She is Lord Sun's second daughter. My God, third brother, you actually seduced the eldest daughter of Lord Sun's family. You're trying to reach for the heavens. Yilang also came over. Third brother, when did you start hooking up with Sun Anin? That's so unfair of you. That's Sun Anin. So many powerful families in Shiliang County couldn't win her over, but you managed to do it? Tell me, how exactly did you do that? Yigu shrugged helplessly upon hearing this. It's that dating guide. So, you should read more books in your spare time. It might just help you find a life partner. Upon hearing this, Yilang quickly looked at Yizhong. Brother, give me back my book. Yizhong, upon hearing Yigu say that the book was so important, was unwilling to return it and hurriedly said, Don't panic. Once your brother has thoroughly researched and successfully tested the method and found a wife, he'll return it to you. Yilang objected upon hearing this. By the time you pay me back, I'm afraid I won't be able to get married. No way. You have to pay me back today. If all else fails, we can tear in half. Each of us get one. And then we can swap them after we've finished reading. Yigu was shocked. Could be viewed this way, while they were talking nonsense. Finally, Sun Anin, unable to resist Sun Ruru's persuasion, took the spirit-gathering pill. The effects of the spirit-gathering pill take at least 5 minutes to become apparent. During this time, Yigu casually tossed the pure white marrow cleansing pill he had just refined to Yilang. Having given one to the eldest brother, it's only natural we can't neglect the second brother either. Upon receiving the pure white marrow cleansing pill, Yilang was incredibly excited. Without saying a word, he ate it and then went to the side to meditate and refine it. Yigu then closed his eyes and began to sense the changes in the power within his body. Having refined pills twice before, he had developed alchemical power within his body. Having refined 2 more pills this time, Yigu felt that the power of alchemy within his body was becoming increasingly pure. There's even a feeling that I'm about to break through at any moment. This is about to touch the entry level of Taoist alchemy. He's only refined the pills 4 times. He's practically invincible when it comes to all things. Yigu muttered to himself. But thinking about it, it makes sense since the pills I refined were all grade 3, 4, and 5. Many people may never come into contact with it in their entire lives. But the first thing I encountered was these high-level pills. Their understanding of Taoist alchemy naturally became more profound. With 1 or 2 more attempts at most, I should be able to reach the entry level in alchemy. Unfortunately, high-grade medicinal herbs are extremely difficult to find. Yigu Sikit. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Alchemy wasn't his main path to cultivation, and he was already quite content to improve along the way. After sensing it for a while, Yigu was about to open his eyes. Suddenly, at that moment, an aura emanated from him. At the same time, everyone around was also stunned. Even Sun Anin opened her eyes and looked at him. Meanwhile, the other cultivators watching from the sidelines exclaimed in surprise. He broke through? The third young master actually broke through. Wow, that's the aura of the 8th level of Qi refining. The third young master has actually reached the 8th level of Qi refining? This prodigy is simply too monstrous. He only refined pills twice. How did his strength break through? Isn't it said that one can only choose between alchemy and cultivation? What kind of monstrous talent is this third young master? Amidst everyone's shock, Sun Ruru couldn't help but mutter to herself. What kind of devilish man did my sister choose as her husband? My brother-in-law's alchemy can actually enhance his own strength? No wonder he improved so quickly. No, I need to ask my brother-in-law for help. He must have a solution. Jiang Lian'er also smiled. My husband, your strength has improved again. You've even surpassed mine. Ye wu laugh it. It's all because you've been lazy. I didn't, Jiang Lian'er said. Yigu then leaned close to her ear and said, Really not? Then why did you go to bed so early last night? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er blushed and said shyly, Husband, you're so annoying. It seemed to sense that Yigu's strength had broken through again. Sun Yinan felt both envious and helpless, and could only close her eyes to continue to feel the effects of the spirit-sensing pill. Zhang de Biao, standing to the side, was already numb. You could go toe-to-toe with me even at the 7th level of Qi refining. Now, he has even stepped into the 8th level of Qi refining realm. This kid's strength has increased again, while mine is still stuck at the 1st level of Heavenly Mansion realm. If things continue like this, sooner or later he will surpass me. What kind of monster is this? No, I must tell my father the news as soon as possible. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he is a 6th-grade alchemist will probably make the family reconsider whether to deal with the Yi family. 5 minutes is not a long time. Soon Sun Yinan opened her eyes again, but judging from her expression, she still couldn't sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Sun Yinan said. Yigu then smiled. What's there to be disappointed about? I'm just even more certain of one thing now. You are born to walk the path of business, the pure path of business. That's a good thing. Is this really a good thing? Brother-in-law, are you just seeing things through your lover's eyes? Sun Ruru remained silent. Yigu similet. Do you think I'm trying to please your sister? Isn't that so? Where is the morality in business? Sun Ruru said. Sun Yinan, however, spoke with utmost sincerity. I've experienced the principles of business with young Master Yi. Sun Ruru said. I don't believe it. I want to experience it too. Sun Yinan was taken aback, then remembered that Yigu had held her hand to experience the way of business, and hurriedly said, What business acumen can you cultivate and understand? Don't delay young Master Ye's assessment. As she spoke, Sun Yinan looked at Yigu. Regardless, thank you for the pill, young Master Yi. It's getting late, so you should hurry up and take the test. Yigu nodded, just about to speak. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Sun Yinan's favorability has increased to 60%. System rewards. Chapter 56. The DBA's growth story. A challenge to Zhang de Biao. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Sun Yinan's favorability has increased to 60. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix couple scroll upgraded to 14x, 1 DBA growth guide, 50 grade 2 10x pill recipes, and 30 grade 3 5x pill recipes. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu couldn't help but smile. Sun Yinan is similar to Jiang Lian'er. Just by giving her a pill, her favorability rating increased. Sure enough, when women judge men, they look at the details and whether they care about him or not. Sun Yinan could easily buy the spirit sensing pill if she wanted it. But Yigu gave it to her without her asking, which shows that he cares. Even though Yigu knew that Sun Yinan was unable to cultivate, he still wanted to give her the spirit-sensing pill to try, which showed that he had noticed the detail of what she wanted. You can't fake caring about someone. Thinking this, Yigu took out the DBA Growth Guide, a reward from the system, and handed it to Sun Yinan. What is this? Sun Yinan was taken aback, but when she saw the title on the cover, she couldn't help but get excited. Does this book also have a coming-of-age section? Young Master Yi, where'd you get this from? Ye wu laugh it. If you like it, that's fine. I hope this book is helpful to you. Sun Yinan nodded hurriedly. Many of the management cases and experiences described here were things I had never heard of before. I finished reading the introductory section in just a few days, and I can say that I benefited a lot from it. I never expected there would be a sequel. Sis, what book is this that's making you so excited? It's like you're being abused in our house. We don't even let you read books. Sun Ruru remained non-committal. Sun Yinan said, You don't understand. This book is an absolute treasure for us business people. Thank you, young Master Yi. Sun Yinan hurriedly bowed. Yigu smiled and waved his hand. Sure enough, the system's voice rang out the next moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. The DBA Growth Guide is gifted to Sun Lian'er. Obtain a hidden system reward, a guide on how to quickly build deep friendships with young women. Hearing the system's voice, Yigu could only smile helplessly. This system is really going astray and refuses to turn back. Goodness, even the dating guide has an advanced version. However, when Yigu thought of his two older brothers, he understood why the system had given him this. This was made specifically for the two of them. Without wasting any words, Yigu took out the adult version of the dating guide and tossed it to Yizhong. What? Yizhong was still a little confused, but when he saw the familiar words on the cover and the fact that it was called Growing Up at the end, he was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. Third brother, are you kidding me? There's a sequel to the dating guide? Wow. Thank goodness the second brother isn't here. This book is mine now. Yigu said irritably. He's still your own brother, so show him after you've finished reading. How come my half-brother, who shares the same mother, is treated worse than me, his half-brother? Huh, absolutely. Yizhong laughed, while quickly putting away the girl-chasing manual, Growth Edition. Yizhong then hurriedly began to talk to Yigu about the strength assessment. You already know about the alchemist exam, and becoming an alchemist has many benefits. As for this ability test, there's nothing special about it. It's simply a matter of checking each person's abilities and age. As long as both requirements are met, you will pass. With your abilities, there's naturally no problem, and with me here, you don't even need to take any tests. As he spoke, Yizhong looked at Zhang de Biao beside him. Senior brother Zhang, you should be fine too. Zhang de Biao laughed awkwardly upon hearing this. No problem. No problem. I trust junior brother Yizhong to get things done. Yizhong rolled his eyes at him and ignored him. Ever since he learned about Zhang de Biao's character, he felt increasingly disgusted by him. However, Yigu also discovered a problem. That is, Zhang de Biao's attitude has become very subtle. It seems that after seeing himself successfully refine the pure white marrow cleansing pill and the spirit sensing pill, he began to believe that he was a 6th grade alchemist. Therefore, their attitude is not as firm as it was at the beginning. On the contrary, no matter what he said or did, he always wore an ugly smile. As expected of someone from the Zhang family, even the younger generation exudes cunning. Yigu Sikit. As a family grows larger, it often becomes more profit-driven internally. After all, when there are a few people, everyone is like brothers, but once there are many brothers and sisters, they're not so valuable anymore. Zhang de Biao was clearly that kind of person. For such people, only profit is their top priority. If I were truly a 6th grade alchemist, the Zhang family would probably be tempted to recruit me. If he, as the young master of the Zhang family, were to break ties with me at this time, it's clear that some people in the clan would be dissatisfied with him. Yigu understood these social niceties perfectly well. Sure enough, Yizhong then brought out a registration form for everyone. After taking the pure white marrow cleansing pill, Yilang's strength finally broke through to the first level of the qi refining realm. Many people witnessed this, so Zhang de Biao naturally didn't say anything. Yizhong personally stamped the document, and Yilang was officially admitted to Tianyang Academy. When it came to Jiang Lian'er, Yigu was surprised that Zhang de Biao didn't say much. After all, Zhang de Biao had no idea of Jiang Lian'er's strength. That night, at the Shaowang Temple, Jiang Lian'er was also wearing a veil. Although I may have heard that Zhang Yu lost to her, but given his personality, if he wasn't trying to please me, why wouldn't he say a single word? When it was his turn, Zhang de Biao still had a smile on his face, clearly not intending to make things difficult for him. Seeing this, Yigu smiled helplessly. Sure enough, a person's face and status must be earned by themselves. What was his attitude before he learned that he was a 6th grade alchemist? What is their attitude now? It's really ironic when you think about it. Then think about the Yi family, although there are also business dealings among them. But they value family ties even more. Thinking about it, Yigu actually prefers this kind of family relationship. Yizhong took the seal and prepared to stamp it on Yigu's strength assessment registration form as well. In this way, Yigu has passed the Tianyang Academy's assessment in terms of both alchemy and strength. However, just as Yizhong was about to put down the seal, Yigu raised his hand to stop him. His action drew the attention of many people around him. They clearly didn't know what he was up to this time. Third brother, is there a problem? Yizhong asked. Yigu smiled and said, having just broken through to a higher level, it's a rare treat to have senior brothers and sisters from Tianyang Academy here today. I'll just go through the normal procedures and have a friendly exchange with them. Sun Ruru smiled. Brother-in-law, with your strength, how could ordinary senior brothers and sisters be your match? How about I play a match with you? Sun Ruru did indeed want to see Yigu's strength. After all, he was counting on him to help him. If he couldn't even beat him, how could he help him? Yigu smiled upon hearing this. Forget about you. I'm afraid Anin will worry. No, Sun Ruru wanted to say something more, but Sunanen pulled her back. He gestured for her to stop causing trouble. At the same time, Yigu looked at Zhang Debiao, who was watching the drama unfold. Senior brother Zhang, how about we have a fight? Zhang Debiao was stunned upon hearing this, and then he remembered what Yigu had said outside en route Danfeng last night. I instantly understood what he was going to do. Zhang Debiao frowned slightly and gave a forced smile. There's no need for that. If you really are a 6th grade alchemist, we might become friends in the future. Why make things so tense? Wouldn't it be better to leave yourself a way out? Chapter 57 Sister. You and your brother-in-law are actually innocent? Yigu smiled upon hearing this. You said it yourself. That's for later. But people live in the present, not in the future, right? As for whether we will become friends, that's not something I can decide, right, young Master Zhang? Upon hearing this, Zhang Debiao immediately hesitated. He understood what Yigu meant. Yigu has made up his mind about today's matter, and it seems there's no room for compromise. He did this simply to see the Zhang family's attitude. If the Zhang family truly intended to befriend Yigu, they probably wouldn't care that Yigu offended them today. After all, it was a fact, and Yigu didn't say anything wrong. But what if the Zhang family chooses to oppose Yigu? Yigu naturally didn't care whether he offended the Zhang family today. That's why Yigu said that whether they can become friends in the future is not up to him. Actually, it's the Zhang family's attitude that matters. Yigu, I personally have no grudge against you. I was forced to comply with my family's wishes, so why are you still holding a grudge against me? Zhang Debiao said in a deep voice. Yigu then smiled. Don't you think what you're saying is strange, young Master Zhang? You come from the Zhang family, and you've received no shortage of benefits from them. So why are you now saying you have no choice in the matter? Are those hard-working small business owners destined to go bankrupt and have their families tore apart? That's not what I meant. Zhang Debiao still wanted to defend himself. Yigu waved his hand and said, If you really don't dare to fight me, you can just say so. I am not the kind of person who resorts to force. Zhang Debiao was furious. How can you say that he is from Tianyang Academy? Yigu actually said he dared not accept the challenge? If this gets out, not only will Zhang Debiao lose face, but the entire Zhang family will be utterly disgraced. Thinking of this, Zhang Debiao could only grit his teeth and say, All right, since you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Although Zhang Debiao said this, he knew in his heart that he was truly in a difficult situation this time. If we can beat Yigu, everything will be fine. But if we lose, it won't just be Tianyang Academy that loses face. Even the Zhang family of Tianyang City will lose face along with them. After all, a senior who joined Tianyang Academy a year earlier couldn't even beat a junior who had just joined. Who wouldn't be able to accept this? However, if Zhang Debiao were to go all out for this, then Yigu would inevitably expose the Zhang family's use of demonic beasts to obstruct the official road. At this moment, Zhang Debiao was at a loss for what to do. At that moment, many people around who were taking strength tests heard that Yigu actually wanted to compete with Zhang Debiao. They all crowded around. After all, Zhang Debiao was the second in command of this recruitment team. Seeing him fight against the 3rd young master of the Yi family, everyone was filled with anticipation. That's a student from Tianyang Academy. How dare Yigu challenge him? That's not all. Didn't you read the recruitment team's introduction? Zhang Debiao's strength might rank 2nd. He's a genuine Tianfu realm expert, a Heavenly Mansion realm expert. But isn't the 3rd young master of the Yi family only at the Qi refining realm? Has he gone mad? I don't know if he's crazy or not, but I know there's going to be a good show today. The surrounding crowd was buzzing with discussion. Meanwhile, Sunanen saw that Jiang Lian'er also looked expectant and couldn't help but ask worriedly. Sister Lian'er, is young Master Yi really a match for Zhang Debiao? Sunanen had never seen the two fight before, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Jiang Lian'er smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, Inen. My husband never does anything he's not confident about. Since he dared to challenge Zhang Debiao in public, he can certainly handle him. And I was there that night, at Shaowang Temple. It won't be so easy for Zhang Debiao to gain an advantage over his husband. Sun Ruru, who had been holding back a lot of questions, finally found an opportunity and hurriedly asked, Sister Lian'er, right? I am Sun Ruru. I heard that you and your brother-in-law only recently improved your abilities. How did you manage to do that? Does my brother-in-law have some kind of secret technique? Could you talk to my brother-in-law and ask him to help me too? Jiang Lian'er was taken aback and also somewhat puzzled. It seems that after marrying Yigu, her strength has indeed increased much faster than before. Sometimes, he would even break through a level in strength just by taking a nap. You know, this would never have happened before. Moreover, his cultivation speed has also increased significantly compared to before. However, she had never really thought about this issue before. When Sun Ruru asked her about it, she realized that it seemed to be true. Well, I can't say for sure about that. But it seems that my strength has indeed improved much faster than before after I married my husband. Especially what? Sister Lian'er, just tell me. You're driving me crazy. Sun Ruru looked anxious. Jiang Lian'er was also a little embarrassed, but she couldn't lie. Thinking of Jiang Lian'er, he said, since marrying my husband, my daily cultivation speed does seem to have increased somewhat. But most importantly, my husband seems to have magic powers. Several times, I just slept with him, and when I woke up the next morning, my strength had broken through. Huh? Sun Ruru was dumbfounded upon hearing this. What kind of improvement method is this? Most importantly, she wasn't Yigu's wife, so she couldn't possibly sleep with Yigu just for the sake of power. Thinking of Sun Ruru, she asked Sunanen, "Cease, do you ever feel this way?" Sunanen blushed and said in embarrassment and indignation, "You're talking nonsense again. Young Master Yi and I are innocent. There's nothing improper between us. How would I know? And have you forgotten that I cannot cultivate?" Sun Ruru was taken aback and asked, "No way, sis, you and your brother-in-law are actually innocent? Judging from the way you two are acting, it's impossible for it to be anything less than a 6-month-long affair. Moreover, you really should hurry up and try it with your brother-in-law, because you can't cultivate. What if you could actually cultivate yourself after taking a nap? I'm ignoring you." Sunanen's face turned red all the way to the roots of her neck. Although she knew her younger sister was easygoing, she never expected her to be so open-minded about matters of the heart. While few people were chatting idly, Yigu and Zhang Debiao had already stepped onto the arena not far away. The battle is clearly about to begin. All eyes turned to them. On the stage, Zhang Debiao's face was grim. "Yigu, what you're doing is pointless. What good would it do to tell those people the so-called truth? Born into this era where the strong are respected, everyone is busy striving to become stronger and become the one above everyone else. And even if they knew about these backstabbing and intrigue, how many people would actually care?" Upon hearing this, Yigu said, "Young Master Zhang, you don't need to try to persuade him anymore. Whether they care or not is none of my business. But I care. You can't avoid this battle today." Chapter 58, The Cunning Zhang Debiao. I didn't say anything. Since that's the case, then let's fight. Zhang Debiao said boldly. Although he was unwilling, Yigu had been forced into this situation. Even for the sake of his own dignity and that of the Zhang family, he had no choice but to fight. Most importantly, he knew very well that Yigu's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Back when he was at the 7th level of Qi refining, he could fight me to a standstill. Not to mention that he has now broken through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. In a battle between masters, a slight difference can lead to a world of difference. Any moment of distraction could lead to a reversal of the situation. Zhang Debiao cannot afford to lose, as it not only concerns his personal honor, but also the reputation of the Zhang family. But he knew perfectly well that Yigu's challenge to a duel was to get him to use the Zhang family's crescent moon blade technique. But once it's used, Yigu will definitely use it as evidence and tell everyone. It can be said that at this moment, Zhang Debiao did not want to fight at all, but he was also unwilling to fight. The most crucial point is that even if you fight, you're not guaranteed to win. But if you choose to fight, you can't hide your strength and not use it. After all, losing is unacceptable. This is what makes him most upset. However, those around him were clearly unaware of Zhang Debiao's predicament. They all gathered around, watching the spectacle. For a time, even the admissions assessment for Tianyang Academy was temporarily suspended. "Senior brother Zhang, I won't stand on ceremony." Yigai smiled and took the initiative to attack. Zhang Debiao was unwilling to take action in the first place, so Yigu would only intervene if he didn't force him. He might stand still and not make a move even after a whole day. As expected, when Yigu shot out a sword finger, Zhang Debiao simply drew his broadsword and slashed out with a blade of light to block it. They didn't use a single move. Seeing this, Yigu smiled and thought to himself, "If you want to hide your talents, you must have the ability to do so." As he spoke, Yigu instantly transformed his sword energy into a sword blade. He rushed towards Zhang Debiao and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with him, and under such close-range attack. As expected, Zhang Debiao soon found himself unable to keep up. Purely relying on strength, Yigu possesses the 10,000 scriptures. The various Tao powers within his body, combined with the power of all things, were no weaker than Zhang Debiao's heavenly mansion realm power. As for understanding the Tao, Yi Gaian swordsmanship is at the beginner level, while Zhang Debiao sabersmanship, although also good, has clearly not reached the beginner level. Moreover, as the battle continues, Yigu will gain a more thorough understanding of the way of the sword. As a result, Zhang Debiao became increasingly uncomfortable as the fight progressed. while Yigu found it increasingly easy. While their strengths are comparable, Yigu's understanding of the Tao is clearly superior. At this moment, Yigu even used the heavenly grade martial skill manual, Sky-Piercing Swordfinger. In contrast, if Zhang de Biao continues to focus solely on defense, he clearly won't be able to hold on. Bang! With another collision between the two, Zhang de Biao was forced to the edge of the ring. If you take another step back, you'll fall off the ring. Anyone who falls off the ring is automatically considered a loser. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but start discussing it. What's going on? Isn't Zhang de Biao a Heavenly Mansion realm expert? Yes, they were actually driven to this point by the third young master of the Yi family. What exactly is Zhang de Biao doing? Judging from his expression, he clearly doesn't want to fight. But if he doesn't want to fight, why did he choose to accept the challenge? Do you think Zhang de Biao has any concerns? It's hard to say. After all, the third young master of the Yi family is a 6th grade alchemist. Maybe Zhang de Biao doesn't want to offend him. That makes sense. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Hearing these comments, Zhang de Biao could no longer contain himself. As mentioned before, he was forced to fight and genuinely did not want to expose his crescent moon blade technique, giving Yigu an opportunity. But if things continue like this, I'm going to lose. This is also a situation he doesn't want to see. Thinking it over, Zhang de Biao could only grit his teeth and instantly began to wield the long sword in his hand. At the same time, the blade quickly appeared, forming a crescent moon shape in a rapid motion. Looking at the crescent-shaped blade, Yigu couldn't help but smile to himself. He knew that Zhang de Biao wouldn't truly never retaliate. As long as I push him to the brink of defeat, he will definitely fight back with all his might. The crescent-shaped blade that is about to take shape is the best proof of this. At that moment, several people in the surrounding crowd did indeed change their expressions. They looked at each other, and one of them spoke up. Does this sword technique look familiar to you? It looks very familiar, shaped like a crescent moon. It seems that only the Zhang family of Tianyang City uses a similar sword technique within the entire Tianyang City area. I was in the caravan at Shoang Temple that day when the third young master of the Yi family and his wife arrived and killed that half-step Heavenly Mansion realm demon. And a mysterious person present that day seemed to be using the same kind of swordsmanship. You can't just say that carelessly. After all, that's the Zhang family. They won't admit it without evidence. What more evidence do we need? Less than 2 days have passed. Even if there really is a similar sword technique in the world, it couldn't possibly be right here in Shiliang County, could it? You're right. And if such a person really existed, he wouldn't be an unknown nobody. But we haven't heard of any experts appearing in Shiliang County in the last few days. Oof. The truth is probably that the expert at the Heavenly Mansion realm was a member of the Zhang family, and possibly even, just as the group was talking, on the arena, the crescent-shaped blade was clearly about to take shape. He was actually thrown out by Zhang de Biao. It was almost formed, but it hadn't formed yet. This tiny difference had completely changed the situation. The blade shattered the moment it was thrown out, and it immediately backfired on Zhang de Biao. Instantly, a cut appeared on Zhang de Biao's arm, and blood flowed out. Zhang de Biao quickly covered his arm, his face showing apology. Junior brother Yi, I was distracted. It seems that today's duel cannot proceed. However, I've already witnessed your strength, and it is indeed far beyond the Heavenly Mansion realm. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem for you to join Tianyang Academy. Let's call it a day. Yi Gu frowned slightly. He hadn't expected Zhang de Biao to use this method to shirk the duel. Goodness, this guy is really cunning. Pretending to be distracted will only hurt yourself. In this way, Yi Gu could no longer challenge him to a duel. Similarly, since he was distracted, no one can say that he lost. And in doing so, he broke the deadlock. At this moment, Yi Zhong, Yi Lang, Jiang Lian'er, and even Sun Enan and Sun Ru all saw through Zhang de Biao's thoughts. Although the group secretly cursed Zhang de Biao for being cunning. For a time, no one really knew what to do with him. Yi Gu quickly smiled. Senior brother Zhang is right. Since senior brother Zhang is injured, it is naturally not suitable for him to duel again. Then I'll thank senior brother Zhang for his approval. From now on, we'll both be students of Tianyang Academy. As he spoke, Yi Gu suddenly changed the subject. Speaking of which, I do have a question for senior brother Zhang. The night before last at Shoang Temple, I encountered a Tianfu realm expert whose swordsmanship was exactly the same as that of senior brother Zhang. Do you know who this person is, senior brother Zhang? Have no idea. Zhang de Biao was quick to deny it. Yi Gu wasn't in a hurry and smiled. That's truly extraordinary. Such a powerful expert has come to the territory of Tianyang City and Shiliang County. He even left a half-step Heavenly Mansion realm demon beast on the official road. Even the Zhang family didn't know, and he clearly only had the strength of the heavenly mansion realm, and his swordsmanship was similar to the Jiang family's crescent moon swordsmanship. This is something your junior brother, just can't understand. Yigu, Zhang Debiao said with a gloomy expression. Think carefully before you say it. The monster on the official road was definitely not created by our Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Yigu quickly waved his hand and said, Senior brother Zhang, you can't wrongly accuse someone. I didn't say anything. Zhang Debiao's expression immediately changed. He realized that he had been tricked by Yigu. Chapter 59. The eyes of the masses are discerning. The tide has turned. Yigu only said that the heavenly mansion realm expert at Shaowang Temple that night used a technique similar to the Zhang family's crescent moon saber technique. Moreover, even though this person had arrived near Tianyang City in Shiliang County and even left a demonic beast on the official road, not a single member of the Zhang family knew about it. Something's not right. But Zhang Debiao actually said directly that it wasn't his Zhang family who did it. What does that mean? Isn't that an admission of guilt? Oof. It seems that the Zhang family really was behind this. Zhang Debiao was also provoked by Yi Guxian and thought that by injuring himself, he could get away with the matter. If it weren't for the fact that the third young master of the Yi family had a backup plan, we probably wouldn't know the truth today. The crowd below the stage was buzzing with discussion. There were many people present, and naturally, quite a few of them were intelligent, so Yi Gu's words were not difficult to understand. So, people quickly realized what was happening. Yi Gu only said that a heavenly mansion realm expert had placed a demonic beast on the official road. The swordsmanship used by this person is similar to the Zhang family's crescent moon sword technique. Ask Zhang Dong if the Zhang family knows this person. If you think about it carefully, you'll realize that the Zhang family isn't the city lords, and although they're in business, they don't sell intelligence. If this person intended to hide his whereabouts, how could the Zhang family possibly know? Moreover, Zhang Debiao should still be on his way to Shiliang County to recruit students at that time. He certainly couldn't have known about this. However, Zhang Debiao's immediate reaction was to distance himself from the Zhang family, even stating that it was absolutely not a member of the Zhang family sitting there. This is a bit like protesting too much. In doing so, Yi Gu's goal was achieved. After all, if someone can discern the difference, then the news naturally can't be kept secret. Sure enough, the news spread rapidly among the crowd. Soon, the crowd of cultivators watching below began to shout, You're trying to distance yourself from this, but did the third young master ever say that it was your Zhang family who did it? That's right. The third young master only asked if your Zhang family knew this person, but you directly said that it had nothing to do with your Zhang family. Are you afraid that the third young master will say that your Zhang family did it? Tianyang City suddenly sent the Zhang family to Shiliang County to do pill business. During this period, everyone knows that the Yi family led a group of independent merchants to oppose your Zhang family. With the official road blocked, who can't make pills? Isn't that obvious? That's not all. At this critical juncture of Tianyang Academy's enrollment, Yu Zhang family want to completely shut down the Yi family's pill business and ruin their reputation. You're really ruthless. Yi family pills are cheap and of good quality, so why are they resorting to underhanded tactics when they can't make a living? The surrounding crowd shouted. Zhang Debiao's expression grew increasingly grim as he looked at Yi Gudao. Are you really going to go against the Zhang family to the very end? Upon hearing this, Yi Gu quickly waved his hand and said, I am innocent. I am innocent. Senior brother Zhang, what are you saying? Didn't you just say that we might become friends in the future? You forgot so quickly? Then why did you do it? Zhang Debiao questioned. Yi Gu hurriedly waved his hand. I only asked if you knew this person. I didn't say anything else. Did you hear me say that the Zhang family could handle the monsters on the official road? I didn't say that. What the public thinks is none of my business. I'm looking forward to becoming friends with you, Mr. Zhang, in the future. Yi Gu was very serious. Zhang Debiao was so angry that his face turned black. Could it be that Yi Gu was not afraid of offending the Zhang family that night, and was waiting here all along? Even if this matter becomes widely known in the future, the Zhang family will have no direct reason to do anything to Yi Gu. After all, Yi Gu had only chatted with Zhang Debiao for a while, who knew the crowd would suddenly get excited. The crowd was excited and guessed the truth. Surely Yi Gu couldn't be blamed for this? Below the arena, Sun Enen watched this scene and couldn't help but smile. Young Master Ye's move was absolutely brilliant. No wonder he wasn't worried at all. Sun Ruru rolled her eyes at Sun Enen and said, Cease. Your eyes are practically glued to Yi Gu. Otherwise, you should get married sooner rather than later. I'm afraid you'll be waiting for her every day and turn into a stone waiting for her husband. I agree. Actually, I've already tidied up Enen's room, just waiting for her to marry into the family. Jiang Lian'er, who was standing to the side, also laughed. Sun Enen blushed upon hearing this and quickly replied, Don't talk nonsense. Moreover, young Master Yi has already been admitted to Tianyang Academy, so he probably won't be staying in Shiliang County for many more days. Jiang Lian'er said, "That's why we should get married as soon as possible. In this way, my husband can take Sister Inen back to Tianyang City together." Sun Inen was immediately rendered speechless. And at this moment, on the arena, Zhang Debiao was also furious and kept shouting, "This wasn't done by our Zhang family. You're all mistaken." Unfortunately, nobody listened to him. Yigu walked to the side and said, "Young Master Zhang, you should save your energy. The eyes of the masses are discerning. How can your voice alone drown out the voices of so many others?" Zhang Debiao turned his head and stared coldly at Yigu. "Yigu, even if you do this, what's the point? You have no evidence, so Lord Sun cannot convict our Zhang family. In the end, what's the point of mobilizing these insignificant masses and causing all this trouble?" Upon hearing this, Yigu's expression also turned serious. "Young Master Zhang, never underestimate the power of the masses. Even if this is a cultivation world where the strong are respected, the power of the masses remains formidable. You may not believe it, but you cannot disregard him, or you will ultimately be harmed by the power of the masses." I really don't believe it," Zhang Debiao said coldly. He clearly didn't think that knowing the truth would change anything for these people. Without evidence, the Zhang family still exists, and they continue to sell pills. So what exactly did Yi Gu gain after all this commotion? Yi Gai smiled and stepped off the stage. Soon, a figure rushed to Zhang Debiao's side and whispered in his ear, "Young Master, something terrible has happened." A large crowd surged to the entrance of Zhang family's medicine shop, shouting for the Zhang family to get out of Shiliang County. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Debiao's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly left the arena to rush over and check on the situation. As he stepped off the stage, he saw Yigu below the arena. Yigu was looking at him, a calm and serene smile on his face. Zhang Debiao angrily flung his sleeves and left. A moment later, Yi Lang moved closer to Yigu. Guzi said that Zhang's medicine shop has been surrounded by the crowd, who are shouting for them to get out of Shiliang County. "What should we do now?" Yigu laughed. "You don't need to do anything. The tide has turned. The Zhang family will never be able to interfere in Shiliang County. We should go home and get ready." After saying that, Yigu turned to look at Sun Inen. Sun Inen bowed to Yigu and then left. Yigu didn't waste any words, took Jiang Lian'er's hand and greeted her. Go home. Chapter 60. The Zhang family's decision. Zhang Yu's suicide? Tianyang City, the Zhang family. The patriarch Zhang Xian was fishing by a pond when a figure rushed out of the courtyard in a great hurry. "Brother, something's happened." Zhang Lai said this as soon as they met. Zhang Xian, however, showed little emotional fluctuation and continued fishing as if nothing had happened. "What happened?" "I just received the latest news from Debiao. The elixir business in Shiliang County is completely over." Zhang Lai quickly recounted the events and then said, in his letter, Debiao said that Yi Gu, the third young master of the Yi family in Shiliang County, claimed to be a 6th grade alchemy master. He even publicly refined a 4th grade elixir, the marrow cleansing pill, and produced a pure white marrow cleansing pill. At the same time, he also refined a grade 5 spirit sensing pill and gave it to Sun Inen, the eldest daughter of the Sun family. This Yi Gu seems to have a good relationship with Sun Inen. "What do we do now?" Zhang Lai hurriedly asked. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared on Zhang Xian's calm face. A 6th grade alchemist? When did a small place like Shiliang County produce a 6th grade alchemist? Although Shiliang County is a small place, the Yi family was once a prominent family in Qianzhou. Although it has declined now, could it have retained some of its heritage? Zhang Lai Dao. And the most important thing right now is how we should deal with this Yi Gu. One is a 6th grade alchemist, and the other is a market in Shiliang County. Giving up either one would be painful enough. Zhang Xian responded upon hearing this. "Who should we abandon? It's probably too early to consider that now." "What do you mean, brother? Shiliang County is there. It won't run away. What difference does it make whether we take over the pill market in Shiliang County sooner or later? This 6th grade alchemist is a living, breathing person. Did he ever say he wanted to join our Zhang family?" Zhang Lai immediately realized what was going on. "Patriarch, do you mean we should wait and see what he thinks?" But this guy is clearly opposing the Zhang family in Shiliang County. This attitude seems quite obvious. Zhang Xian replied, "If he were truly determined to oppose the Zhang family, he wouldn't have revealed what we were doing by giving us hints. Instead, they will directly use their own words to spread the word and make it a reality. Given the Yi family's influence in Shiliang County, if he were to say that it was the Zhang family who did it, the public's reaction would only be more intense, and it wouldn't be as simple as just kicking Zhang Bohan and his family out. You mean Yigu only offered advice and didn't involve himself in the situation? Is this a deliberate attempt to make amends? Zhang Xin shook his head. It's hard to say. Excluding ourselves would allow the Zhang family to have no legitimate reason to act, since he didn't actually say that the Zhang family did it. It's just what the public thinks. If we want to deal with the Yi family, we will have no reason to act rashly. If we do so, the Sun family will definitely seize the opportunity to use us against them. Perhaps he was just trying to avoid getting into trouble. Of course, it could also be a gesture of goodwill, a way of protecting the Xiliang County's own assets and not wanting to antagonize the Zhang family. To find out the exact reason, we'll probably have to send someone over. Zhang Bohan has been reduced to this state by Yigu, so he probably won't have the face to go to him. I'll go myself. Zhang Lian'er. Zhang Xin shook his head. Your strength and status are too conspicuous. Once you leave the city, the Sun family will definitely notice you. Let's send a newly recruited retainer to handle this matter. If Yigu really has no intention of cooperating, then let's just wipe out the Yi family while we're at it. Zhang Lai nodded upon hearing this. De Biao said that although Yi Gu's strength was only at the 8th level of qi refining, even he couldn't defeat him. It just so happens that our Zhang family recently recruited a disciple at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. So why don't we send him there? If we can reach an agreement, that would be best. If we can't, then we'll wipe out the Yi family. As for Zhang Bohan, what do you think? Zhang Xin said calmly. Having done things this way, how can he possibly have the face to come back? Let's just settle this once and for all. Yes. Zhang Lai nodded before leaving. The Zhang family of Xiliang County. Butler Lin snatched the wine jar from Zhang Bohan's hand and said anxiously, Sir, you can't drink anymore. Things are in complete chaos outside. If we don't find a solution soon, our Zhang family's medicine shop won't be able to open tomorrow. Zhang Bohan smiled upon hearing this. Think of a solution? Tell me how to think of solution. What other solutions can we think of? As Zhang Bohan spoke, he pushed a pile of empty wine jars off the table and smashed them to pieces on the ground. Yi Gu's move of cutting off the enemy's supply lines was absolutely ruthless. The people of Xiliang County once again placed complete trust in the Yi family. Now, my Zhang family has become a thorn in the side of the people of Xiliang County, who wish they could kill us as soon as possible. How am I supposed to come up with a solution? But sir, if we don't find a solution soon, I'm afraid the master's family. Butler Lin did not continue speaking. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bohan burst into tears. I had hoped that by taking over the pill market in Xiliang County, I could ask my master for a pill to rebuild Yuer's Dantian. But now, even that last hope has been shattered. It's over. It's all over. As he spoke, Zhang Bohan snatched the wine from the butler's hand and began drinking it himself, completely unaware that they were outside the door at that moment. Zhang Yu was listening to all of this. Ye Monson. After Jiang Lian'er finished washing up, she looked at Yigu, who was still drinking tea, and asked, My lord, haven't we resolved everything perfectly today? Why do you still look so worried? Yigu smiled wryly upon hearing this. This is not the end, it's just the beginning. The Zhang family of Tianyang City will definitely send people afterward. Once they understand my intentions, there will probably be no more warmth and affection between us. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er sat down to the side and took Yigu's hand. I believe that no matter what happens to the Zhang family, my husband will have a way to deal with it, and I will always be by his side. Moreover, even the people of Xiliang County trust the Yi family so much. Yigu shook his head upon hearing this. The Yi family indeed enjoys an excellent reputation in Xiliang County. But did you know that this reputation and word of mouth is a double-edged sword? If used well, it can be a powerful weapon to harm the enemy. If used poorly, it can backfire on the user. The reason I was able to incite the people to make such a fuss today is entirely because of their trust in our Yi family. But have you ever thought about what would happen if the Zhang family succeeded, leaving the Yi family with no pills left to sell? The Zhang family randomly chose someone from our Yi family to create the illusion that there were no pills to sell in order to drive up the price of pills. Then our Zhang family's reputation and prestige will collapse instantly. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. The higher our reputation and prestige were before, the harder it will fall. If I hadn't lacked solid evidence, I really wouldn't want to use reputation and prestige as a double-edged sword. Jiang Lian'er tightened her grip on Yi Gu's hand and comforted him. Thankfully, it's all over now. Rest, my love. Let's try not to use this double-edged sword in the future. Yigu nodded, then asked in surprise, Why are you in such a hurry to rest tonight? Aren't you usually afraid of me resting with you? Jiang Lian'er blushed upon hearing this, and said, That's because they also want to break through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm as soon as possible. My husband, you've now surpassed me in strength, so I need to work even harder to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Yigu immediately smiled. So that's how it is. Then I may have offended you, madam. Let's go to sleep. After saying that, Yigu picked up Jiang Lian'er and walked towards the bed next to him. Sure enough, with the 14x acceleration effect of the dragon and phoenix couple scripture, cultivation is indeed fast. When Yigu woke up the next morning, he discovered that Jiang Lian'er's strength had indeed reached the 8th level of the Qi refining realm. Even Yigu himself vaguely felt that he had touched the threshold of the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. It's just that we haven't broken through yet. Just as Yigu and Jiang Lian'er got up to wash up. But then Lotus's urgent voice came from outside the door. Third young master's wife. Something terrible has happened. Zhang Yu of the Zhang family was at the Zhang family mansion last night. He hanged himself. Chapter 61 Yi Lang departs for Tianyang City. Sun Enin visits the residence. Yi Mansion, main hall. According to the information Guzi gathered, Zhang Bohan was drunk last night, so no one noticed that Zhang Yu had hanged himself. This morning, Zhang Shan went to find Zhang Yu, only to discover that he was already dead. The Zhang family is currently holding a funeral for Zhang Yu, arranged by Butler Lin. The people of Shiliang County stopped harassing the Zhang family, but no one visited the Zhang family's alchemy workshop either, and the Zhang family wisely kept their doors closed. Yi Lang explained the situation. Yi Shan nodded, then looked at Yigu. Third brother, what do you think? Yigu's expression was not good. Although he did not kill Zhang Yu, he was still involved. After all, it was he who destroyed Zhang Yu's Dantian. I previously destroyed Zhang Yu's Dantian, and to repair it, I would need at least a 6th grade elixir. Zhang Bohan certainly didn't have the ability to buy it himself, and 6th grade pills were very rare in Tianyang City. So he probably wanted to take over the pill market in Shiliang County so that he could ask his master for a pill to restore his Dantian. But because of yesterday's incident, the Zhang family has completely lost the Shiliang County market. Zhang Yu's hopes were dashed, which is probably why he hanged himself. Moreover, I suspect that Zhang Bohan will likely be punished by the Zhang family. Having lost his position in the family, and with his son dead, Zhang Bohan might be driven to desperation. You mean, we need to hurry? Ye Guidao. Yi Shan remained silent for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke. You were the one who handled the Zhang family's affairs, so you're responsible for what happens next. Just tell us what to do, and the entire Yi family will cooperate fully with you. Yigu nodded and immediately looked at Yi Lang beside him. Then I'll trouble you, second brother, to go ahead. Take the dog and head to Tianyang City immediately. Huh? Yi Lang was stunned, and even Yi Shan and the others stared at Yigu. Why is it that Yi Lang is the first to set off? Ye Guidao. The Zhang family must have started paying attention to the movements of our Yi family, but we know nothing about the Zhang family. Moreover, since we're going to Tianyang City, someone has to go there first to take care of some things. When it comes to gathering information, who can compare to my second brother? Everyone nodded in agreement. It was true. Yi Lang might not be good at much else, but he certainly didn't miss a single gossip story. When Yi Lang realized that he was being asked to go to Tianyang City to gather information, he immediately perked up and straightened his back. Well, the third brother understands me best. I can't speak for anything else, but when it comes to gathering information, I've never been impressed by anyone. All right, you're getting all worked up after I just praised you a couple of times. Yi Zhong said, then hurriedly looked at Yigu. Third brother, what do you think I can do? I'm not bragging, but I'm way better than the second brother. Yigu laughed. Brother, I really need to trouble you with something. You need to keep an eye on the recruitment area and find out who will be escorting the recruitment team back to Shiliang County in a few days. This person's choice is crucial to our decision on whether to travel together to Tianyang City. Okay, I'll go right now. After finishing his sentence, Yi Zhong gave Yi Lang a smug look and left the hall first. Seeing this, Yi Lang also wanted to follow, but was stopped by Yigu. Third brother, why are you stopping me? Yi Lang was puzzled. Yigu hurriedly said, Second brother, actually your part is the most important. Whether we can safely reach Tianyang City, and whether we can stay safe once we arrive, depends entirely on you. Now the Zhang family's eyes are on me and the Yi family of Shiliang County. You and Guzi Qiao are sure to head to Tianyang City without anyone noticing. Your main purpose in coming to Tianyang City wasn't to gather information. The Zhang family is powerful, and you and Guzi won't be able to get much information from them. I actually have another purpose in sending you to Tianyang City this time. Seeing that Yigu was serious, Yi Lang also became serious. First, keep a close eye on all major events in Tianyang City, especially those related to the Zhang family and the Sun family, and send back news every day. Second, buy a house. It doesn't need to be too big, just the same size as where we currently live. You can send me the specific location, and I'll help you decide. Third, spread the word about the prices of the pills sold by our Yi family in Shiliang County, so that all the major pill shops in Tianyang City know that our Yi family's pills are cheap and of high quality. Got it? Ye Lang nodded hurriedly. However, Yi Lang then asked, I know you want to expand your business to Tianyang City, but we don't have any alchemists in Tianyang City. Relying solely on the alchemists of Shiliang County would certainly not be enough. Should we secretly recruit some alchemists? Yigu shook his head. You can't recruit them. The Zhang family sales model is different from our Yi families. All the alchemists who are somewhat useful in Tianyang City are in the Zhang family. Where are you going to recruit them? Ye Lang was surprised. How did you know? Yigu didn't explain. Once you get to Tianyang City, go and investigate for yourself. You'll know whether it's true or not. All right, you can set off now. Ye Lang nodded, then bid farewell to his parents and Yishan before setting off with the dog. Yigu could tell that his aunt and uncle were still very worried about Yi Lang. After all, that was Tianyang City, right under the Zhang family's nose. Given the current situation, Yi Lang has no choice but to go. Uncle, aunt, don't worry. Since I dared to send my second brother, it means the Zhang family definitely won't pay attention to him. Actually, the most dangerous place right now is still our Yi residence. I predict that the Zhang family will definitely send someone here as early as tonight, or at the latest tomorrow night. Who? The uncle hurriedly asked. Yigu shook his head. Perhaps it was Zhang Bohin, or perhaps it was someone else. No matter who comes, the result will be the same. Our Yi family will never cooperate with the Zhang family. Why? Yi Chanan was puzzled. Although we are all in the business of selling elixirs, why can't we develop together? But my aunt said, you're so foolish. It's true that everyone sells pills, but our Yi family has a third son whose pills are cheap and of good quality. The Zhang family doesn't have these advantages, so how can we cooperate? We need to cooperate, or the Zhang family will give up making their own pills and buy them from us instead. Or perhaps our Yi family can raise the price of elixirs. The first option would reduce the Zhang family's income, and the second option might keep things calm for a while. But do you think the Zhang family would just stand by and watch our Yi family's high-yield, low-input pill formula go unnoticed? Possessing a treasure is a crime. Choosing the second option would simply give the Zhang family ample time to slowly annex our Yi family. Yigubuit, my aunt is wise. This is why I said the Yi family and the Zhang family could never cooperate. The Zhang family is a large clan, not a small family. It is easy to go from simple to luxurious, but difficult to go from luxurious to simple. The Zhang family is used to eating delicacies. If you ask them to eat coarse food, they'd be furious. With both strength and strategy, our Yi family has truly produced an extraordinary figure. Yishan stood up and said, with an orphan in charge, I can consider retiring. Just as Yigu was about to speak, Yishan waved his hand and said, go for it. I fully support you. Now I need to go back and sort through my old treasures. After saying that, Yishan left first. Seeing this, Yi Changyan and the others didn't waste any words and hurried back to pack their things. Jiang Lian'er looked at Yigu with eyes full of admiration. I never realized before that my husband was so skilled in strategy. Yigu smiled helplessly and said, have Lotus go to Onru Pill Shop and ask him to come to the mansion today. Good. Jiang Lian'er said she was about to go and do it. Yigu called out to her. Madam, please wait. Is there anything else you need, my lord? Yigu laughed. Actually, I think I'm better at self-cultivation than strategy, especially when I practice meditation with my wife at night. Chapter 62 Sun An's favorability surpasses 70, rewarding him with the seed of business path. Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Lian'er blushed and replied before leaving the hall. Actually, there are still a few days before the recruitment team returns to Tianyang City. However, for safety's sake, it's indeed necessary to prepare many things. Yizhong quickly returned and gave feedback. According to the information he had gathered, the person who came to Shiliang County to pick up the recruitment team was a man named Zhang Tong. However, he was unable to find out any specific information about this person. Having a name is already quite good, but since this Zhang Tong is a member of the garrison, one wonders what his identity is and whether he is reliable. Sun Anin should know everything perfectly well. In the afternoon, Sun Anin finally arrived. Yigu and Jiang Lian'er accompanied him personally. However, since everyone was already acquaintances, Yigu didn't stand on ceremony. They immediately asked about Zhang Tong. Sun Anin said upon hearing this, Zhang Tong is my father's confidant, and he is very powerful, possessing the strength of the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. It can be said that within Tianyang City, apart from my father and Jiang Xian, the head of the Jiang family. He is the strongest. Jiang Lian'er hurriedly said. Sister Nin, how could someone like her accept the task of taking care of the new students returning to Tianyang City? You probably didn't send him here on purpose, did you? Yigu thought so too. Such a person would naturally not do such trivial things. Sun Enin nodded. Young Master Yi is about to depart for Tianyang City, and I'm also worried about the Zhang family, which is why I had Sun Ru speak to my father. Yigu laughed. You're very kind, but this time it's not just going to Tianyang City. Our entire Yi family is going. Huh? Sun Enin was clearly taken aback. Yigu then told Sun Enin about the Yi family's plans to move into Tianyang City, which shocked the latter. That's the Zhang family. Father has been fighting them fiercely for so many years. Wouldn't it be even more dangerous for your whole family to move there? Yigu laughed. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Think about it. Where exactly are Tianyang City and Shiliang County? The Zhang family will be even more unscrupulous in their actions. Sun Enin was a smart person and immediately understood. So why did you call me here today? Yigu laughed. I called you here to tell you that you should also prepare yourself, and that you will return to Tianyang City with us when the time comes. Huh? Sun Enin was stunned. But my shop. Yigu grasped Sun Enin's hand and said, I will hand over your shop to manager Chen to manage. You will come back to Tianyang City with us. That should be where your business starts. I've already sent Yi Lang ahead to Tianyang City. Once he arrives, he'll immediately take over a shop. At that time, you will be in charge of the entire operation. Sun Enin looked at Yigu, clearly not expecting that Yigu had even prepared a shop for her. You should know that no one has ever supported her business to this extent. The greatest support her father gave her back then was simply agreeing to let her try it out. But now, Yigu has even prepared a shop for him. How could this not move her? Thank you, young Master Yi. But if business is always done this way, then Enin... Before Sun Enin could finish speaking, Yigu interrupted her. I know what you're trying to say. It's not my fault that I'm rich, and it's not your fault that you come from a good family. If you clearly have the money to buy a shop directly, but insist on starting from scratch, then it's not a pure way to hone your skills, but rather a case of deliberately making things difficult for yourself. You should use the existing resources to grow quickly, and then strive to climb higher peaks. That's how you hone yourself. Do you understand? Sun Enin was stunned. When it came to ideological work, how could she be a match for a transmigrator like Yigu? With just a few words, Sun Enin's concerns were dispelled. Young Master Yi always manages to say things that I can't understand. I'll leave it in to young Master's arrangements. Seeing that Sun Enin agreed, Jiang Lian'er was also happy. Great. I won't have to look at the ledgers anymore. Let Sister Enin take care of everything. The ledger is very interesting. Sun Enin said. Jiang Lian'er, however, looked resistant. I prefer admiring flowers and watching fish to looking at account books. Come on, Enin. I'll take you to the backyard to admire the flowers. As she spoke, Jiang Lian'er pulled Sun Enin and ran to the backyard. Yigu followed along, but once they reached the back garden, he found a pavilion and began cultivating. Now that his strength is close to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, he also wants to break through as soon as possible. After all, who knows when the Zhang family will arrive, what their strength is, or what their purpose is. Only strength can put his mind at ease. Since it was Sun Enin's first time visiting the Yi family, a sumptuous banquet was prepared for her that evening. They drank quite a bit of alcohol during the meal. Jiang Lian'er seemed to be unable to hold her liquor and went back to her room to rest early. Since it was getting late, Sun Enin had no choice but to agree to stay overnight at Yi Shan's residence after Yi Shan's repeated invitations. Yigu led Sun Enin back to his courtyard, where Lotus Flower came to greet them. Third young master, Miss Enin, the room has been prepared for me by Madam. Come with me. As she spoke, Lotus led the two to the door of the room. Upon opening the door, a faint fragrance wafted out, and the bedding was all brand new. Jiang Lian'er had clearly put her heart into it. Yigu had just woken up and was telling Sun Enin to rest when the Lotus Flower at the door spoke up. Third young master, Madam said she drank a bit too much tonight, so I want to sleep alone tonight. Yigu do. Okay, I'll go sleep in another room then. The lotus flowers have bloomed again. Third young master, the other rooms haven't been cleaned yet. They're filthy and messy, uninhabitable. The lady means. Lotus said through gritted teeth, bracing herself for the worst. Madam's idea is that since Miss Enin and the third young master are mutually in love, it would be reasonable for them to spend the night in the same room. Before Hua could finish speaking, Yigu was stunned, and Sun Enin, who was standing next to him, blushed instantly. Everyone knows that Jiang Lian'er is clearly trying to force Yigu and Sun to consummate their relationship. Although the intention was good, Yigu always felt that this was an arranged marriage. Okay, I understand. You can go and rest now. Yigu said. Lotus smiled and nodded, then quickly left. Seeing that only Yigu and she were left, Sunanin's heart couldn't help but jump. Although she didn't object to doing that with Yigu, the thought that it was happening under these circumstances made her feel a little awkward. Yigu naturally noticed Sunanin's unusual behavior and laughed. Don't worry, I don't want to force you into this. I'll take you home. You've had a good meal, so let's take a walk. Sunanin nodded obediently, feeling relieved. The two had just stepped out of the gate of the Yi residence. Suddenly, Yigu heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully pampered your wife. Sunanin's favorability has increased to 70. System rewards. Dragon and Phoenix couple spectrum effect increased to 15 times. 1 seed of business, 50 grade, 2 10-fold pill recipes, and 30 grade 3 5-fold pill recipes. Hearing the system notification, Yigu smiled helplessly. Indeed, you can't force things, especially when it comes to relationships. The best arrangement is for things to happen naturally. But what exactly is this seed of business that's being rewarded? Chapter 63. Your lips are all red and you're still laughing? Invincible Myriad Paths Seed. Inside the room, listening to Lotus's story, Jiang Lian'er was also incredibly excited. I finally helped my husband marry sister in. Although it wasn't the right thing to do, I was anxious seeing that they were clearly in love, but couldn't take things further. Now that's settled, the unspoken understanding between Sister Inin and her husband has finally been broken. Jiang Lian'er was overjoyed, but she never expected that Yigu, the sixth brother, would send Sun Inin back overnight. On the street, Yigu and Sun Inin walked quietly, but in their minds they were already studying the so-called seed of business. Seed of the way of commerce. This is a unique seed of the way. After consumption, a tree of the way will grow in the body, which reflects the user's progress in cultivating the way. When the tree of the way blossoms, it means that the user has achieved perfection in that way. Friendly reminder, this method does not enhance your strength. It can only be used to check your progress in the Tao. Upon seeing the introduction, Yigu was taken aback. Good heavens, this is clearly prepared for Sun Inin. She was unable to cultivate, and although the Tao of commerce existed, she couldn't sense it at all. This means that it is impossible to know whether she has made any progress in her business endeavors, or how much progress she has made. She will only be able to sense it when the great Tao is perfected. It's somewhat like the feeling of becoming a saint overnight. Although it feels great, the process is incredibly painful for the person involved. It's like knowing you're going to die, but not knowing exactly when. Death itself is not scary. It is the waiting process that is the hardest to endure. With this seed of business acumen, Sun Inin could clearly see whether he had made progress in business. This also makes her more convinced that she can definitely succeed in the business world. Seeing that Yigu remained silent, Sun Inin asked, "Do you regret it now?" Yigu was taken aback, then laughed. "I regret it now. I regret not taking this opportunity to keep you at the Yi residence." You. Sun Inin's pretty face immediately turned red. Yigu laughed. "Okay, just kidding. Knowing your feelings, why would I be in such a hurry? Moreover, you are a person with your own thoughts and considerations. If it's not a matter of mutual affection and the right atmosphere, how can you experience the beauty and joy of it? Aren't you ashamed to say these things?" Sun Inin blushed even more upon hearing this. Yigu then smiled. "Love between men and women is the most beautiful thing in the world. What's there to be ashamed of? For you." As he spoke, Yigu took out the seed of business. It was a green, pill-like thing. Sun Inin took it, somewhat puzzled. Yigu Dao. This is the seed of business acumen. You'll understand once you take it. Sun Inin trusted Yigu completely and took the medicine without much thought. Sure enough, Sun Inin exclaimed in surprise a moment later. "How come I can suddenly see my Dantian internally? I haven't cultivated at all, let alone have any internal energy. What's going on?" Yigu explained the function of the seed of business. Sun Inin was shocked to hear this. "It actually represents my progress in the business world. It only took me a short while after I took it, and it already sprouted 3 or 4 branches. Does this mean that I have actually made progress in my business dealings? It's just that it hasn't reached complete perfection, which is why it feels unreal." Yigu nodded. "The path you take is different from everyone else's. Your path is the kind where you enter the Tao overnight, so you won't have any strength until the Tao tree blossoms. But once the Tao seed blossoms, your strength will soar, and you'll become a high-ranking figure in the great Xia dynasty overnight." Sun Inin's eyes were filled with excitement. She was perfectly clear about what it meant to have complete mastery of a path. Although cultivators can master many paths, only those who can fully comprehend one path and reach the pinnacle of the great Tao can achieve true mastery. Every single one of them was a 7th-grade human king realm expert. His own father had completely mastered Dao. That's why he became the lord of a city. In fact, his status could be elevated further. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for a 7th-rank king to govern half a province. My father was simply tired of officialdom, which is why he kept refusing. If I wait until the business tree blossoms, my strength will probably be at least at the 7th-grade human king realm. How could this not excite you, Sun Anin? Thinking it over, Sun Anin hugged Yi Gu and kissed him on the cheek. The two locked eyes, and Yi Gu, no longer holding back, kissed Sun Anin. There wasn't a single person on the streets at night. At this moment, two passionate hearts drew closer to each other. They didn't know how much time had passed until the sound of the night watchman's gong came from the side, and the two reluctantly let go of each other. But when Yi Gu saw Sun Anin's lips, which were already red, he couldn't help but laugh. "You're still laughing? You're no different," Sun Anin said shyly. Yi Gu then took her hand, pulled her into his arms, and continued on their way. Sure enough, the system's voice rang in Yi Gu's mind again very soon. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife and have gifted the seed of business acumen to Sun Anin. Obtain hidden reward, seed of 10,000 paths." 10,000 paths? Yi Gu was taken aback. He already had the scripture of all things and the scripture of all things. So what was the purpose of this seed of myriad paths? Thinking it over, Yi Gu immediately began to examine it. Myriad path seed, an item similar to the business path seed, which can be used to observe the host's progress on the path. However, since the host cultivates the myriad path body, which contains myriad paths, the growth rate of the myriad path seed represents the progress of all paths, not just one path. Friendly reminder, the myriad path seed can enhance the host's physique. The more paths the host comprehends, and the deeper their understanding of the paths, the stronger their physique will become. Upon seeing this, Yi Gu immediately smiled. This myriad path seed is practically a body-refining manual, and it's the invincible kind. Cultivators cultivate both strength and physique. To put it bluntly, you need to have the ability to beat others, but at the same time, you also need to have the body to withstand the beating. Otherwise, if someone touches you and you die, what good is your strength? Without hesitation, Yi Gu immediately swallowed the myriad path seed. Sure enough, we saw it the next moment. Within his own dantian, a seed sprouted. The first branch quickly grew, followed by a second and a third. It grew until it had grown a 5th branch before it stopped. Then Yi Gu saw that the 5 types of Dao power within his body were like round balls, each hanging on a different branch. At the very top is the sword path, with the longest branches seemingly representing the highest level of skill in swordsmanship, having already reached the entry level. The second is alchemy, which I am about to begin. Then came the path of ice, the path of commerce, and the path of the blade. Looking at the 5 branches and 5 paths, Yi Gu couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He could feel that the tree of all things, from which all species grow, was having a tremendous impact on his physical body. He clearly hadn't done anything, yet he felt that his physical strength was significantly greater than before. He was even confident that he could withstand Zhang Debiao's crescent-shaped blade strike without any problem. This is the confidence that improved physical fitness brought him. With my current physical strength, I'm afraid that anyone below the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm can't hurt me at all. It's a pity. If only it had been given 10 minutes earlier, then my lips wouldn't have been kissed so red by Sun Anin. Chapter 64, Zhang Bohan's Request. So you're gonna mess with me again? Okay, go back and get some rest. If you don't have anything to do these next few days, please stay home. After escorting Sun Anin to the shop entrance, Yi Gu gave her a few instructions. Sun Anin asked in return, "Are you afraid the Zhang family will retaliate in a frenzy?" Yi Gu nodded, neither denying it nor denying it. This is something anyone could have thought of, so there's no need to cover it up. The Jiang family has completely lost the market in Xiliang County. If they can't reach an agreement with us, they'll be in trouble. The final result was predictable. Sun Anin nodded without saying anything. Yi Gu then left. No sooner had Yi Gu left than Sun Ruru came out of the shop. The Jiang family branch in Xiliang County is not worth mentioning. The real troublesome ones are the main family in Tianyang City. Patriarch Zhang Xuanke is a peak nascent soul realm expert, and he may step into the Mahayana realm at any time. Although my father has mastered a complete Dao, his strength has not reached the level of a human king. He is only at the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. However, the Zhang family has 2 nascent soul cultivators. Zhang Xian's younger brother, Zhang Lai, is also a nascent soul realm expert. If they go berserk without father's strength, the Yi family will likely have a hard time dealing with him. Sun Ruru said as she walked. Sun Anin heard this and said, I believe that no matter how powerful the Jiang family is, he has a way to deal with it. Sister, you're totally obsessed with love. That's not good. Sun Ruru said. Sun Enan said. I'm just stating the facts. Didn't my father never expect that he would have mastered a path before even reaching the human king realm? It is clear that the statement that only those at the human king realm can master a Tao is inaccurate. It still depends on the individual's talent and effort. If cultivation is like this, let alone the struggle between two families. Although the Yi family is not as powerful as the Jiang family, I believe in Yigu. He will definitely be able to find a way to deal with it. Sun Enan said. By the way, after you finish with the student recruitment tomorrow, come with me to the Yi residence. To the Yi residence? Sun Ruru immediately understood. You wanted to help Yigu? Once the Jiang family sends someone, their strength will certainly not be less than Jiang Debiao's. Are you afraid he won't be able to handle it? Sun Enan nodded. Sun Ruru said helplessly. Sister, I really don't understand you and brother-in-law. You both care about each other so much, so why don't you say these things when he's around? Sun Enan smiled. If someone truly cares about you, they won't care whether these things are said to your face. And have you ever thought about it? Young Master Yi has never asked me or you for help from the beginning. Even though he already knew who you and I were, he still didn't say anything. With his father's help, how could a Jiang family dare to easily touch the Yi family? Yeah, why didn't he say so? Sun Ruru was also puzzled. Sun Enan smiled. That's because he didn't want to cause us any trouble. And he also didn't want me to think that he was with me for protection. He was confident he could resolve the trouble with the Jiang family, which also proved that his feelings for me were pure. Sun Enan suddenly realized. That's true. If he was really only with you to gain his father's protection, he would definitely have made you ask his father for your hand in marriage. Father dislikes men who rely on women the most. If you plead for him, father will get angry. He's really thoughtful. All right, then I'll go to the Yi residence with my sister tomorrow. Sun Enan nodded. The Jiang family of Shiliang County. Tonight, no one in the Jiang family is destined to sleep. In the Jiang family hall, Zhang Yu's coffin is still on display. Zhang Shan numbly tossed sacrificial millet stalks into the brazier, which were equivalent to burning ingots today. Zhang Bohan sat on a chair to the side, covering his face with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Losing a child in middle age. How can such pain be easy to bear? But at that moment, Zhang Bohan suddenly stood up, and Zhang Shan, who was standing next to him, also saw it. A figure had appeared at the entrance of the lobby without anyone noticing. The person was dressed entirely in black robes, which even obscured his face, making it impossible to see his features clearly. Upon seeing this person, Zhang Bohan tentatively asked, "But is it Lord Xian Fangxin?" The other party nodded, and then said, "Let's talk outside." Zhang Bohan dared not delay and immediately followed the other party out of the hall. A moment later, in a courtyard of the Zhang family, Xian Fang finally spoke. Zhang Bohan, do you know your crime? Upon hearing this, Zhang Bohan immediately knelt down, his face filled with despair. Baran has betrayed the trust of his master and is aware of his sin. However, Lord Xian, may I say one more thing? Explain. Xian Fang said calmly. Zhang Bohan hurriedly said, I know I have failed to live up to the trust placed in me by the family and have not been able to secure the Shiliang County market for them. Even if my master were to order my death, I would have no complaints whatsoever. But my son's death is inextricably linked to Yigu. Although I'm not talented, I'm still a father of son. Now, as an old man, I'm burying my son. I'm truly unwilling to accept this. Since I'm going to die anyway, I implore Lord Xian to consider the years I've served my master and allow me to seek revenge on Yigu. Even dying in the Yi family is better than dying without doing anything. Xian Fang didn't seem too surprised when he heard this, as if he had expected Zhang Bohan to say it. I can agree to this, but whether you will have a chance to take revenge on Yigu is not up to me. Zhang Bohan was taken aback, then it dawned on him. The host family wants to win him over? Xin Fang not that? Yes, Yigu is a 6th grade alchemist. It's understandable that the Zhang family wanted to win him over. Xin Fang da. However, you're not entirely without a chance, since Yigu might not cooperate. If he doesn't cooperate, then you can do whatever you want. I'll take you to the Yi residence myself tomorrow night. Xian Fang was about to leave after he finished speaking. Zhang Bohan hurriedly said, Lord Xian, one last thing, regardless of the outcome, please ask Lord Xian to convey to the family head that Lian'er is, after all, a descendant of the Zhang family. She begged the head of the household to give her a bite to eat. Xian Fang said upon hearing this. The head of the family has instructed that as long as Zhang Shan is willing to return, she will naturally be a young lady of the Zhang family. But as you know, young ladies with little status ultimately cannot escape the fate of being married off to foreign countries for political reasons. The choice is yours. Zhang Bohan nodded. Though he felt a deep sadness in his heart, he ultimately said nothing more. Living in this world where human life is cheap and the strong are respected, having enough to eat is already a rare blessing. Now that his son is dead, he himself will soon die too. What more could he ask for? Think back to Jiang Lian'er. Wasn't she also married off to a foreign country for political reasons? Therefore, Zhang Shan was already very grateful that the Zhang family could provide him with food. Thank you, Lord Xian. Zhang Bohan knelt down and bowed to Xian Fong. However, Zhang Shan, who was hiding outside the courtyard, saw everything clearly. Zhang Shan had tears on her face, but she didn't say anything in the end. Her eyes were full of resentment. Ye Monson. When Yigu returned to his room, he saw Jiang Lian'er sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking at him with a completely bewildered expression. This girl is obviously cultivating. Is this what happens when you drink too much? Jiang Lian'er hurriedly said. Why are you back? Where's Anin? Didn't you talk to her? I took her back. Ye would laugh it. This is Anin's first time visiting the mansion, and our relationship hasn't progressed to that point yet. If you really get what you want tonight, what will Anin think of me? Jiang Lian'er realized what was happening upon hearing this. Yes, if my husband really did that tonight, I'm afraid Sister Anin would think that he only wanted her body. I'm sorry, my husband. I didn't think things through properly. Seeing Jiang Lian'er's aggrieved look, Yigu smiled and patted her head. Okay, I'm not blaming you. It's just that you know how relationships are. They have to be developed gradually. When the time is right, you won't need to arrange any of these things. Some things will happen naturally. Okay, let's take a break. Yigu climbed onto the bed as he spoke. Jiang Lian'er was suddenly taken aback. That's not right. You took Anin back, so you'll be here tonight. Are you going to give me trouble again? Yigu said with a smile. You're only just realizing it now? As he spoke, Yigu pounced on Jiang Lian'er and pushed her onto the bed, then pulled up the blanket to cover them both. Chapter 65, The Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill for the 9th level of Qi Refining has finally arrived. Yigu had already sensed that he had reached the 9th level of the Qi Refining realm. So he worked very hard that night. He struggled with Jiang Lian'er for 4 or 5 hours before finally giving up under her pleading gaze. And such diligent practice has yielded very obvious results. When Yigu woke up the next day, he discovered that his strength had indeed reached the 9th level of the Qi Refining realm. The immense power within him meant that he felt not the slightest bit tired, but rather full of energy. On the other hand, Jiang Lian'er, although she had also made considerable progress, had not yet reached the 9th level of the Qi Refining realm. It only vaguely touched the boundary of the 9th level. After all, she could only enjoy the 15-fold effect of the dragon and phoenix couple's blessing when she was intimate with Yigu. Normally, you only get a 10-point bonus. With his current strength at the 9th level of the Qi Refining realm, plus the myriad Dao seeds he obtained yesterday, he should be fine as long as the Zhang family doesn't send a Golden Core realm expert. Yigu smiled to himself before getting up to wash up. And, at this moment, in the courtyard, Jiang Lian'er also prepared Yigu's favorite breakfast. Seeing Hua pass by, Jiang Lian'er quickly pulled her over and asked about what happened last night. When he heard Hua say that she was leaving, Yigu did not show any unusual behavior. Jiang Lian'er was also stunned, but she quickly came to her senses. My lord, thank you. Jiang Lian'er muttered to herself. Only now did she realize just how good Yigu had been to her. When Yigu returned last night, he only said a few words casually, not wanting Sun and Anin to misunderstand. But this is ultimately a matter between two people, and Yigu did not refuse in front of Hua last night. Sun and Anin must have seen it all, but she didn't say anything to stop it at the time. This shows that if Yigu really wanted to stay, Sun and Anin wouldn't refuse, but she would definitely feel sad for a while. In the end, Yigu still sent her back. This shows that Yigu himself did not want to do this. But when Yigu returned, he didn't criticize her harshly. Instead, he simply brushed it off lightly. If this wasn't out of genuine care for her, then probably anyone else would have done it. They had already started criticizing her. Madam, what's wrong? Seeing that Jiang Lian'er's eyes were red, Hua hurriedly asked. Jiang Lian'er quickly waved her hand. It's nothing, my eyes just feel a little uncomfortable. Go and wake your husband up for breakfast. Lotus nodded and left. Jiang Lian'er also hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yigu, who had already finished washing up, was somewhat bewildered. Just now, he heard the system's voice again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully pampered your wife. Jiang Lian'er's favorability is now maxed out and cannot be increased further. System rewards. The effect of the dragon and phoenix couple's blessing is increased to 16 times. The longevity with you skill is upgraded to level 2, and 1 Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill is obtained. Level 2 of Living Together with You allows you to choose an opponent whose strength is at least 1 level greater than your own to perish together with you. Listening to a series of system prompts. Yigu is also stunned. I don't think I did anything, did I? Was my wife imagining now? Has this improved Juntong's Ho to the 2nd level? Does that mean I can now choose to take down a powerful expert at the 1st level of the talent realm together with him? Yigu simulated helplessly. With his current strength, even a cultivator at the 1st level of the Heavenly Mansion realm would probably be no match for him, unless he had gone mad. Otherwise, why would they actually use the phrase, "May this man live as long as you"? However, it's good that longevity with you has already started to improve. I'm waiting for the day when I can perish together with King Xia. Yigu laughed and said that if that day really came, he wouldn't need to cultivate anymore. Just go directly to King Xia and ask him to support you for the rest of your life. If he dares not support himself, I'll take him down with me in a heartbeat. Although there are some of Lao Lu's behaviors, he and Juntong's Ho are indeed more and more overpowered as the game progresses. Thinking about it, Yigu also began to examine the so-called Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill. This was the first time he had received such a reward, so he was naturally quite curious. Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill. After consumption, one can send their divine sense into the starry sky within 1 hour to comprehend the power of the Tao. It enhances the Tao power already present within the host body. Friendly reminder, even if you don't cultivate after taking this, the time will continue to decrease. Therefore, please ensure that you will not be disturbed for 1 hour before taking it. Also, it must be taken at night when you can see the stars, otherwise it will be ineffective. Looking at the introduction of the Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill, Yigu was stunned. The power of all Daos will increase during enlightenment? Holy crap, this pill is simply heaven-defying. Yigu hurriedly searched his memory, but among all the 6th grade pills, there was no record of the Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill. Clearly, this pill is either a 7th grade pill or a pill of even higher grade. This is a great item. No wonder there was only one as a reward. Yigu muttered to himself that he was getting impatient, but the thought of the Zhang family arriving at any moment in the next few days made him hesitate. He could only temporarily give up taking the Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill and wait for a suitable time to take it later. In fact, Yigu also knew that the more advanced the stage of life one had, the more cost-effective it would be to take this medicine when one had more Tao within their body. But he couldn't wait that long, and who knew if the system would get it to him again in the future. So there's no need to keep it. Once the Zhang family's troubles are resolved, I'll go and experience the effects of this so-called Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill. As Yigu was studying, Hihua's voice finally came from outside the door. "Third young master, Madam is calling you for breakfast." "No," Yigu replied, and then walked out. Upon hearing Hihua's voice, Yigu basically guessed why he had successfully spoiled his wife again. The reason he didn't refuse in front of Hua last night was actually because he didn't want Jiang Lian'er to feel guilty. After all, this girl was doing it for him, so he really had no reason to say anything to her. After breakfast, Yigu and Jiang Lian'er busied themselves with their private property. Since they're moving to Tianyang City, the entire Yi family is liquidating their assets, converting what they can't take into cash. Now that they've started their own families, they naturally have to get busy. And with Yi Lang setting off for Tianyang City yesterday, starting today, some of the servants of the Yi family also began to set off for Tianyang City. Since there weren't many people in the Yi family, they could be sent away in one trip. The key personnel, such as Yishan and others, stayed behind, since leaving now would inevitably arouse the Zhang family's suspicion. So we can only wait a few days and set off with the recruitment team. As expected, Sun Anin arrived with Sun Ruru in the evening. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, Yigu simply smiled and said nothing. He understood Sun Anin's feelings, just as Sun Anin understood his. Both of them understood, but neither of them said it. Only the two of them knew this feeling. Sun Ruru patted her chest and said, "Brother-in-law, don't worry. No matter who the Zhang family sends, I'll take care of it for you. Starting tonight, my sister and I will come to your Yi residence every night. I've got your brother-in-law covered." Yigu smiled and nodded, but muttered to himself, "With my current strength, you probably wouldn't be able to beat me. However, I appreciate the sentiment." Night. The gates of the Yi family mansion were wide open. Yigu sat on a chair inside the gate, facing the street outside, drinking tea to himself. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, a figure appeared on the street directly opposite the Yi residence. The figure stopped at the bottom of the stone steps at the entrance. Yigu also put down his teacup and sighed. "You finally arrived." Thankfully, there are no stars tonight. Otherwise, I don't want to wait for you anymore. Chapter 66, Human Greed Knows No Bounds. Are you really not afraid of death? The third young master of the Yi family is truly a remarkable person. It's quite rare to see people actually looking at the stars. The other party spoke. Yi Gai smiled, too lazy to explain. What's your name? Xin Fang. Tell me why you've come. Young Master Yi. Do you intend to talk on the street? Xian Fang was neither hurried nor slow. Seeing this, Yi Gu smiled and gestured for him to proceed. Xian Fang was not afraid and stepped into the gate of the Yi residence. Almost simultaneously, the gates of the Yi residence were closed. Yi Gu and Xian Fang stood facing each other, neither of them speaking, but the atmosphere was extremely tense. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Yi residence, Jiang Lian'er and Sun Ruru saw through the crack in the door the two people standing facing each other outside. Although Yi Shan and the others were seated, their hearts were in their throats. After all, they were people sent by the Jiang family. Moreover, this is at a critical juncture. If the negotiations break down, the consequences are pretty much predictable. Tonight will be a huge test for Yi Gu and his family. Only after we get through this can we talk about the rest. If they can't survive this, the Yi family will probably have to continue wandering the world. So, do you know this person? Jiang Lian'er hurriedly asked. Sun Nen was also looking at her younger sister. Sun Ruru shook her head. I've never seen them before. Since the Zhang family dared to send someone, they naturally wouldn't choose someone they recognize. This person has probably never been exposed before, or he may be a retainer recently recruited by the Zhang family. Jiang Lian'er nodded, and then said, this person's strength is probably not low. At most, I can sense the aura of a first-level Heavenly Mansion realm expert. But I can't sense this person's aura at all. Can you sense his strength? Sun Ruru said, 5th level of Tianfu realm. They're even better than me. 5th level of Tianfu realm? Sun Nen's heart sank upon hearing this. Although she knew all along that the people sent by the Zhang family would be quite powerful. But the strength of someone at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm is enough to raise the entire Shiliang prefecture to the ground. The Yi family, the strongest family in Shiliang County, only had a patriarch who was at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. Sure enough, Yi Shan and the others behind him became nervous upon hearing Sun Ruru's words. In the past, Shiliang County might not have seen a single expert at the Heavenly Mansion realm for decades. But now, experts at the Heavenly Mansion realm are treated like they're free. First came Zhang de Biao, then came Sun Ruru. Now a powerful expert at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm has arrived. How could they not be alarmed? Don't worry. So what if he's only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm? Judging from his physique, he's not young, and his talent is probably not as good as mine. Although I only have the strength for the 3rd level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, the outcome is still uncertain if we really fight. Sun Ruru said. No one knows how credible this statement is. Hearing these words at this moment still brought some comfort to everyone. And even if we take a step back, even if one person can't beat them, they have other people here. When the time comes, Jiang Lian'er, Yi Shan, Yi Gushuan, and Ruru will all come together. Even if I still can't defeat this expert at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, at least I can make him wary. While everyone was discussing it, finally, Yi Gu outside spoke. You've been posing for ages. What exactly did the Zhang family send you here for? Hearing Yi Gu's words, Xian Fang felt a little embarrassed and coughed twice. Ahem, young Master Yi is truly humorous. Since that's the case, then I won't delay any longer. Our patriarch has heard that young Master Yi is a 6th grade alchemist, and therefore wishes to make his acquaintance with him. Young Master, you should also know that there was only one 6th grade alchemist in the entire Tianyang city before, Elder Su from Tianyang Academy. Now that a young talent like young Master Yi has emerged, once word gets out, the Yi residence will naturally be bustling with visitors. You don't need to tell me that. Everyone knows that. Yegu interrupted Qinfang. Just tell me directly. How does your head of the household want to make connections? I wonder how young Master Yi intends to make his acquaintance? Xian Fang countered with a question. Yegu simidet. Does it matter how I make connections? Isn't the important thing how your Zhang family wants to make connections? Xian Fang smiled, realizing he couldn't gain any advantage from Yi Gu, so he could only speak up. To be honest, the patriarch asked me to pass on a message to young Master Yi. Although the Yi family dominates the elixir industry in Shiliang County. However, Shiliang County is ultimately too small. If the Yi family wants to grow and expand, they might as well consider cooperating with the Zhang family. The Zhang family has over 90% of the alchemists in the entire Tianyang city. You provide the formula. The Zhang family is responsible for refining it. and together we'll monopolize the entire pill business in Tianyang City and its surrounding areas. We'll split all the profits 50-50. The profits will be absolutely unprecedented and unparalleled. At this point, Xian Fong leaned closer and said, Your Yi family is the first family to be able to split the profits 50-50 with the Zhang family. I believe young Master Yi can feel the Zhang family's sincerity. That's quite a show of sincerity. But do you take me for a pig? Upon hearing this, Xian Fong's smile instantly froze. The profits will be split 50-50, plus the entire Tianyang City and the surrounding market. Yes, our Yi family can amass a great deal of wealth in a short period of time. But are these useful? There are only a handful of people from our Yi family clan. Even if we amass a mountain of wealth, can we hold on to it? Paying to hire thugs? Does that mean the Yi family is making money for ourselves or for those thugs? I'll provide the formula, and your Zhang family will be responsible for refining it. If the Zhang family is in a good mood, then we're in a cooperative relationship. If you're in a bad mood, or once you've acquired most of the pills, I'm afraid your Zhang family will discard you like a used tool, or abandon you after you've served your purpose. Upon hearing this, Xian Fong hurriedly said, The patriarch said that as long as young Master Yi is willing to cooperate, our patriarch can swear a blood oath that he will never betray the Yi family after using them. Yigu also smiled. Swear a blood oath? Your patriarch is quite clever. As long as you continue to cooperate with the Yi family, you can keep getting those 5-tier share of the profits forever. But you can't treat me like a pig. Cooperating with your Zhang family means taking 50% of the profits for no reason. Does our Yi family not know how to train alchemists? How much does it cost to train an alchemist? Am I on my mind? Do you think I'd split the profits 50-50 with the Zhang family? Xian Fong was immediately taken aback by Yi Gu's retort. Yes, anyone with a brain can see through the stakes involved. Yi Gu possesses the most essential formulas for 10-fold and 5-fold pills. As long as you have the formula, hiring an alchemist is a sure way to make a fortune. Why should we partner with others to share profits? That's not just a lapse of judgment. As Xian Fong listened to Yi Gu's words, his expression gradually darkened. It seems that young Master Yi no longer wants to cooperate with our Zhang family. Do you know the consequences of angering the Zhang family? Upon hearing this, Yi Gu hurriedly replied, Don't be angry. I haven't finished speaking yet. The Zhang family is powerful, so our Yi family naturally doesn't want to provoke them. So cooperation is still open to discussion. How would you like to discuss this? Xian Fong said coldly. Yi Gu laughed. That means we should change the cooperation model. The Zhang family only refines pills and then wholesales them to pill shop owners in various places, thus saving a lot of shop rent. At the same time, the distributors pay cash directly when purchasing pills, which can also speed up the Zhang family's cash flow and reduce potential risks. I really like this mode. How about this? The Zhang family has transferred their entire team of alchemists to our Yi family. From now on, our Yi family will be in charge of alchemy, and the Zhang family can purchase pills from our Yi family, just like other alchemy shops. However, considering the cooperation between the Zhang family and our Yi family, the price of the pills offered by the Zhang family can be 10 lower than that of other managers. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xian Fong immediately exuded a murderous aura and said coldly, Human greed is insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Do you think your small Yi family can compete with the Zhang family for dominance in the elixir market? Are you really not afraid of dying? Chapter 67 The joy of having a wife is beyond your imagination. I'm scared. Who isn't afraid of death? Ye Gudao. There are many ways to die. Rather than waiting for your Zhang family to finish their meal and then kill our Yi family, why don't we, the Yi family, give it a try? What if we really manage to crush your Zhang family? Upon hearing this, Xian Fong basically understood that Yi Gu would never cooperate with the Zhang family, because the cooperation method he proposed was completely different from that proposed by the Zhang family. There was absolutely no room for reconciliation. I've said everything I need to say. If Lord Xian is going to take action, then hurry up. My wife is waiting for me to go home and rest. Your wife? Xian Fong was taken aback, not expecting Yi Gu to come up with such a reason. Ye Gu laughed. I suppose Lord Xian is not married yet? That's true. If they were married, they wouldn't do such dangerous things. I advise Lord Xian to quickly find a girl to marry, so that you can settle your mind and not be like the Zhang family, who only daydream all day long. Ye Gu, do you know what you're saying? Xian Fong's face turned completely icy cold. Yi Gu, on the other hand, said in a very serious tone, Of course I know. Does Lord Xian have some unspeakable secret in that area? Fortunately, our Yi family has some pills for treating that kind of problem. How about I give you two? You. I don't need that. I only want to focus on cultivation, and I don't want anything related to women at all. Xian Fong said coldly. Oh, so you're someone who has no woman in your heart and follows the draw your sword and your naturally divine style. That's such a pity. Yigu shook his head helplessly. How can I put it? You can't even imagine the happiness that comes with having a wife. I don't need it. Xian Fong said coldly. Since young master Yi has no intention of cooperating, then I shall take my leave. After saying that, Xian Fong turned and left without pausing at all. Huh, you're leaving already? Aren't you going to talk about that kind of thing anymore? Our Yi family really does have elixirs that can cure it. Lord Xian, please don't give up on treatment. Yigu shouted. Xian Fong was so angry that he slammed the door and left. Meanwhile, Jiang Lian'er and the others in the lobby were laughing so hard they could hardly contain themselves. While smiling, Sun Ruru asked, No, I don't understand. What's the difference between the cooperation models Xian Fong and her brother-in-law are talking about? I also think there's not much difference. Sister Enin, you have a good business sense. What's the difference? Jiang Lian'er also asked. Sun Enin said, The difference between them is like heaven and earth. The Zhang family and the Yi family used different methods for preparing elixirs. Previously, the Yi family operated on a self-production and self-sales basis and had little cooperation with individual consumers. It was only after the Zhang family entered Shilian County that individual investors were forced to start purchasing low-priced pills from the Yi family. The Zhang family's approach is completely different. They only focus on alchemy. Because the Zhang family produces a complete range of pills, and they have essentially monopolized the position of alchemists, the cost for individual alchemists to refine pills themselves will rise sharply. Therefore, the pill shops in Tianyang City can only purchase pills from the Zhang family and then sell them. At this point, Sun Nin gave an example. These elixirs are like water sources, and the elixir workshops are like water channels. Whoever controls the water source will reap the greatest profits, since the amount of water in the canal directly correlates to the amount of profit. It's all decided with a single word from the Zhang family, who control the water source. He could even make a pill shop go bankrupt if he just stopped selling you pills, and you wouldn't be able to survive in Tianyang City. Therefore, the alchemy shop owners in Tianyang City regarded the Zhang family members as if they were seeing the king of hell. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Even Sun Nin's aunt, who was standing to the side, cast an approving glance at her. Actually, these principles are not hard to see. It's just that Jiang Lian'er and Sun Ruru's minds are on Yi Gu and cultivation, respectively, so they are naturally not as focused on business as Sun Nin. They just think more. No wonder my husband is so unyielding. If the Zhang family really gets the pill formula, won't our Yi family be at their mercy in the future? Jiang Lian'er said. Sun Nin then asked, Actually, I've always been curious as to why the Yi family can offer such low prices for their pills. Do you know Lian'er, my little sister? Jiang Lian'er shook his head. I haven't asked my husband about these things, mainly because I'm not interested in them. But Sister Nin, you can ask your husband yourself. Your husband loves you so much, he'll definitely tell you. Sun Nin blushed upon hearing this, and she even sensed that the way Yishan and the others looked at her had changed. That was clearly the way a parent looks at their daughter-in-law. This scene made Yi Zhong, who was watching from the side, sigh inwardly. That damn third brother. He's not even here, yet he's still managing to pick up girls indirectly. His skill at picking up girls has probably reached a state of perfection. No, I have to stay up all night tonight and learn the advanced and beginner levels of the dating guide. Sun Nin was blushing, but Sun Ruru spoke up from the side. That's not right. Since the brother-in-law and Xian Fong have broken up, why doesn't Xian Fong take action? Instead, they just left? Jiang Lian'er and Sun Nin also shook their heads, and even Yishan and the others behind them had the same doubts. When did the Zhang family become so kind? If a business deal falls through, are you really just going to accept it? Little did they know. Just as Xian Fong walked out of the Yi residence gate, outside the gate, a middle-aged man appeared. Xian Fong and the middle-aged man exchanged a glance, but neither of them spoke. However, as Xian Fong walked out of the Yi residence, the middle-aged man stepped into the Yi residence and closed the door behind him. Sensing someone enter, Yigu turned his head to look. In an instant, a middle-aged man with a full beard appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man looked at Yigu and said angrily, Yigu, give me back my son's life. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man rushed straight towards Yigu, outside the gate of the Yi residence. Xian Fong slowly drew the sword from his back. At the same time, a strip of cloth was wrapped around the hilt of the knife and the palm of the hand. just when he thought the battle inside would at least last a while. Suddenly, the gates of the Yi residence opened. Then there was a muffled thud, and something flew out from inside. Xian Fong turned his head and saw that Zhang Bohan was already lying at his feet. The only thing on his body was a bloody hole in his chest, from which blood was gushing out. It's obviously dead. Inside the Yi residence, shrouded in darkness, it was impossible to see who had made the move. But thinking about it, it's easy to tell who the murderer is. Sure enough, Yi Gu's voice soon came from inside the mansion. Lord Xn, you've been naughty again. You think you can wipe out the Yi family by sending such a useless piece of trash? Your daydreams are getting more and more outrageous. Xian Fong said coldly as he quickly wrapped the strips of cloth around his hands. This friend must have mistaken someone for someone else. There's no Lord Xian here. But you're right about one thing. Today, I will wipe out your entire Yi family. As he finished speaking, Xian Fong finished wrapping the cloth strip in his hand. The next moment, he charged straight into the Yi residence, long sword in hand. He turned around and slammed the gate of the Yi residence shut again. Chapter 68, Brother-in-Law. Come quick. I can't hold on any longer. Yi Mansionite. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire Yi residence became heavy. You must know, that was a powerful expert at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, let alone Shiliang County, a small place where there are almost no Tianfu realm experts, even in Tianyang City. Those at the Heavenly Mansion realm are all capable of securing a place in the world. In the past, the Yi family would never have dared to imagine that they would be enemies with a Heavenly Mansion realm expert. Yi Shan had experienced the Yi family's heyday, but he was better able to understand his family's current situation. If it weren't for Yi Gu appearing in the Yi family, how could he have imagined that the Yi family would now be facing a Heavenly Mansion realm expert again? Dad, Grandpa, Yi Zhong couldn't help but speak up. He was a student of Tianyang Academy and knew all too well how terrifying the strength of the Tianfu realm was. Given the current situation, he really had little confidence in Yi Gu. Yi Shan then said, life is a series of ups and downs, and our Yi family has been stuck in the valleys for far too long. After tonight, whether it will hit rock bottom and rebound, or disappear completely under the wheels of history, it all depends on the third brother. Jiang Lian'er, upon hearing this, also wanted to go out and help. Sun Inan, who was standing to the side, stopped her. Xiaoru has already gone. If even she couldn't stop Xinfeng, what use would it be for you to go? But I can't just stand by and watch my husband and the others. Sun Inan said, if it really comes to the point where there is no other choice, you will be young Master Ye's last hope. Listen to me. When the time comes, you take young Master Yi with you, and I will find a way to stop Xian Fong. You. Jiang Lian'er was very surprised, but looking at Sun Inan's determined eyes, she then realized that she wasn't the only one willing to give her life for her husband. In the courtyard, Xian Fong and Yi Gu stood facing each other, neither of them speaking. The atmosphere was incredibly heavy. Yi Gu also stared intently at Xian Fong. To be honest, this was the most powerful opponent he had encountered since he began to rise to power. Although he was very confident, he also understood that even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit, and he had no reason to be careless. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Xian Fong spoke up. Yigu Simidet. Looks like you're going to die today. Xian Fong looked puzzled. He had only said one sentence, so how could he be doomed to die today? He didn't know where Yi Gu's confidence came from. Yigu Lafit. Didn't you know that villains die from talking too much? Xian Fong smiled upon hearing this, and immediately the blade in his hand flashed. However, just as he was about to make his move, a voice came from afar. Lord Xian, do you think I don't exist? Xian Fong was taken aback, and then saw Sun Ruru walking over from the side. As she passed by Yi Gu, Sun Ruru couldn't help but say something. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I told you, I got your back. Yi Gu gave an awkward smile. Xian Fong, however, said, you are no match for me. That's not necessarily true. Without a fight, who knows who will win in the end? As Sun Ruru spoke, she drew her sword. However, Yi Gu sensed that Sun Ruru's skill in swordsmanship was not as good as his own. From the way she drew her sword and the style of it, one could tell that Sun Ruru's swordsmanship had definitely not even reached the beginner level. It is said that in the Heavenly Mansion realm, one must at least reach the entry level in one of the 4 paths to be considered a qualified cultivator. It seems that Sun Ruru has not yet passed the test in the Tianfu realm. However, she is only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, so there will be other opportunities in the future. I wonder if this Xian Fong has a path to enter the beginner level. While Yi Gu was thinking, Xian Fong in front of him had already moved. A flash of cold light appeared on his broadsword, and he instantly charged towards Sun Ruru. Sun Ruru, however, was not afraid at all. He changed the sword in his hand from a horizontal strike to a thrust and charged towards Xian Fong. Soon, the only sounds in the Yi family courtyard were the clanging of weapons. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of rolling thunderclouds came from the sky. Yi Gu looked up and saw that, to his surprise, a torrential downpour had started in an instant. No wonder there are no stars tonight. However, the heavy rain did not affect the two people who were fighting at all, but they were unaware of it at the moment. Another person appeared outside the gate of the Yi residence. The rain poured down relentlessly, washing over the ground. Zhang Shan stood at the foot of the stone steps in front of the Yi residence, looking at the bloodstains washed down by the rain, her tears mingling with the rainwater. Lying on the stone steps was a man, none other than her father, Zhang Bohan. Within 2 days, his elder brother died, and then his father passed away. This blow would probably break anyone. Looking at her father's corpse, Zhang Shan couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point in just a few days. A few days ago, they were a family even more famous than the Yi family. Even though it's just a branch of the Zhang family, it still seems more noble and prestigious than the Yi family. She was the young lady of the family, with her older brother to support her and her father to protect her. But now, the dead are gone. The family is shattered, leaving her all alone. Zhang Shan walked heavily up the stone steps. In the pouring rain, he dragged his father's body down the stone steps, one by one. The blood on the stone steps was quickly washed away by the heavy rain, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, the sounds of fighting inside the Yi residence grew increasingly urgent. Zhang Shan also took one last look at the gate of the Yi family mansion behind her. One day, I will make your Yi family mansion destroyed and your family wiped out. After saying that, Zhang Shan didn't linger any longer and left, dragging her father's body through the heavy rain. The blood was washed away by the rain, as if she had never been there at all. Meanwhile, inside the Yi residence. At this moment, the battle between Sun Ruru and Xian Fong had reached a fever pitch, although the two are only 2 levels apart in strength. However, in a real fight, Sun Ruru was no match for Xian Fong. Besides the difference in strength, Sun Ruru's combat experience was clearly inferior to Xian Fong's. The former is still a student, and much of his experience is still theoretical. The latter, however, had already been venturing into the martial world for some time, so his combat experience was far superior to Sun Ruru's. With a flick of his wrist, Xian Fong instantly blocked Sun Ruru's longsword with his broadsword. Sun Ruru was about to leave when she was surprised to find that Xian Fong's swordsmanship was quite strange. It seemed as if there was a suction force that firmly held onto her sword. There's no way to break free. Miss Ruru, you are still too young. Xian Fong laughed, clearly indicating that he hadn't used his full strength yet. Sun Ruru said coldly, Xian Fong, I can't beat you, but you're not exactly smart either. My father is the city lord of Tianyang City. I heard your conversation with Yi Gu tonight. If you have the guts, kill me tonight. Otherwise, once I return to Tianyang City, neither you nor the Zhang family will escape unscathed. Xian Fong smiled upon hearing this. Miss Ruru, please don't try to trap me. I know the strength of Lord Sun. So, you'll be fine tonight. You said that once you return to Tianyang City, Xian Fong and the Zhang family will be finished? I don't understand that. Xian Fong has connections with the Zhang family, and he is representing the Zhang family to discuss business with Yi Gu. But what does this have to do with me? What do you mean? Sun Ruru frowned, clearly sensing that something was amiss. Xian Fong then laughed. Lord Xian came to talk business with Yi Gu, but the deal wasn't finalized, and he's already left. You. Sun Ruru immediately realized why Xian Fong had left the Yi residence first and let Zhang Bohan make the first move. It turned out he had this idea. Xing Fang Lao Get. Lord Xian Fong has left. I am just a nobody. I have absolutely no connection with the Zhang family. What, these days, if a business deal falls through, is that breaking the law? You. Enraged, Sun Ruru lost her composure, and her confrontation with Xian Fong became even more disadvantageous. He could see that he was about to be injured by the opponent's sword energy. Sun Ruru, no longer wanting to show off, hurriedly called out, Brother-in-law, come quick. I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 69 Brother-in-law, where are you looking? What exactly did Xian Fong mean by that? We all saw it. He is Xian Fong. But how can we not convict him and the Zhang family based on what he said? Yi Zhong couldn't help but ask. Jiang Lian'er was equally puzzled. The eldest aunt spoke up from the side. Unless the third brother can capture him, and he must be alive, only then can he and the Zhang family scheme be accomplished. Even dead ones won't do. Why? Yi Zhong was puzzled. The eldest aunt did not explain, but instead looked at Sunanen. Sunanen, you tell it. Sun En nodded upon hearing this and said, if we want to establish that the Jiang family approached Yi Gu to discuss cooperation, but the negotiations failed and they turned around and destroyed the entire family, wouldn't we need witnesses or physical evidence? Yes. Yin nodded. Isn't Xian Fong a witness? If Xian Fong runs away, then there will be no witnesses. No matter what Xiao Ru and I say when we go back, it will all be empty words without any proof. In other words, if just anyone ran up to my father and said that the Jiang family was trying to harm him, but they can't produce any evidence, do you think this charge can be substantiated? Didn't we all see it? Xian Fong didn't even change his clothes. It's clearly the same person. Ye Zongdo. Sun En said, if just anyone comes along, they could tell Patriarchy that you Yizhong raped her. There were even 3 or 5 people claiming to be witnesses. Does that mean you definitely raped her? Yizhong was speechless. Have you noticed the problem? No matter what others say, it's all just empty talk. The most important thing is to provide evidence. If Xian Fong dies, the Jiang family can use the excuse that there is no way to testify against him and refuse to confess. After all, who can prove that he is Xian Fong? If you say he is the king of heaven, no one can refute you if you're talking about a dead man, because no one can provide conclusive evidence of his identity. Only if he lives can the Jiang family be convicted, because as long as he worked for the Jiang family, he will always leave some clues. Whether it is people in the Jiang family who have seen him or his business dealings with the Jiang family, these can only be found while he is alive. Sun En explained, it's just that Yi Gu isn't here right now. If he were, it could all be summed up in a single sentence. That is, the Great Xia dynasty did not have ID cards. Therefore, it is very difficult to prove the identity of a dead person, especially since this person was kept in the dark by the Jiang family. It is even more difficult to verify their identity. This is also one of the benefits of establishing a complete ID card system. It can quickly identify a person, and the probability of error is high. Let's get back to the main topic. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the standoff between Sun Ruru and Xian Fong has entered its final stage. Yi Gu could even see that the air around the two people's swords clashing was being subtly affected. The powerful collision of forces around the two of them actually kept the rain out. Sun Ruru's hands were trembling uncontrollably, clearly on the verge of defeat. It seems that Xian Fong hasn't even scratched the surface of swordsmanship. Even so, Sun Ru was still no match for him. It was simply too difficult for an ordinary person to fight someone of a higher level. Yi Gu was engrossed in watching when he suddenly heard Sun Ruru shout, "Brother-in-law, come quick. I can't hold on any longer." Upon hearing this, Yi Gu was taken aback and thought to himself, "Wow, thank goodness I was there, otherwise this would have sounded really off." Thinking of this, Yi Gu hurriedly ran over. Sun Ruru became anxious when she saw him, still running slowly towards her. "How long are you going to keep running? Shoot him. Shoot him now. Shoot him." Yi Gu was stunned upon hearing this, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I'm a guy. You want to shoot him? I just can't bring myself to do it. Even if I imagine it to the extreme, I still couldn't do it." Seeing that he still hadn't made a move, Sun En hurriedly called out, "Sword energy. When you were shooting at Zhang de Biao, weren't you quite good at shooting? Shoot him with your sword energy." Upon hearing this, Yi Gu immediately realized what was happening. He raised his hand and gave himself a big slap on the nose, thinking to himself, "Damn, is that what you mean? Then explain yourself clearly. I'm someone who traveled from the modern era. How could I be as naive as people from your time?" Sure enough, a perfectly normal sentence came to my ears. The taste has changed. Realizing what was happening, Yi Gu didn't waste any more time. He immediately raised his hand and shot a sword aura directly towards the tip of the blade that the two were touching. Although Yi Gu's strength was only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. But whether it's the cultivation technique, the physique, or even the attack methods, they're all top grade. Especially the sky-piercing sword finger, enhanced by Yi Gu's entry-level swordsmanship. They collided instantly at the point where the two were facing off. Yi Gu even saw the sword light reach the two of them. The magnetic field around the two of them was clearly penetrated instantly. The two of them exploded instantly, and a huge shockwave sent Sun Ruru and Xian Fong flying backward. Xian Fong was indeed powerful, and he only retreated a few meters before stopping. On the contrary, Sun Ruru was weaker to begin with, and the fight had already exhausted her. It couldn't stop for a moment and crashed down towards the ground. Seeing this, Yi Gu reacted quickly and rushed forward. Before Sun Ruru landed, he acted as a human cushion, blocking her from falling. I thought that with such a powerful impact from this girl, my body would be hit hard too. To everyone's surprise, when Sun Ruru actually landed, Yi Gu didn't feel much impact. Sun Ruru's body bounced off her own body and then stopped. How are you? Are you alright? Yigu hurriedly helped Sun Ruru sit down on the ground. Sun Ruru blushed as she glanced at Yigu, then quickly turned away and rubbed her chest. It seems like he hurt himself. Yigu was stunned for a moment, but then he understood what was going on. No wonder I wasn't hurt when I was hit. Having two cushions is really helpful. Seeing that Yigu didn't speak and just stared at her blankly as if he was imagining something, Sun Ruru's pretty face turned even redder. What are you thinking? Sun Ruru questioned him. Yigu was taken aback and quickly replied, Nothing. What are you thinking? What I think is none of your business. I can't beat him. What should I do? Sun Ruru was furious. Yigu laughed. So what if we can't beat them? We're here for you. Come on, let me help you up. As he spoke, Yigu helped Sun Ruru up. However, when Sun Ruru stood up, Yigu was surprised to see the girl's clothes, soaked by the rain, clung tightly to her body. It accentuated her curvaceous figure so beautifully that it was breathtaking. Her clothes, clinging tightly to her body, couldn't hide her stunningly hot figure at all. The scene before him left Yigu completely stunned. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to look away. Sun Ruru had clearly not noticed Yigu's unusual behavior and hurriedly asked, You wanted to fight him, right? Go now. Yigu listened and thought to himself, Damn it, you've shown me all this. How am I supposed to be in the mood to fight? Sun Ruru noticed that Yigu's gaze was off and immediately realized what was going on. She quickly covered her chest and shouted, Brother-in-law, where are you looking? Seeing that the beautiful scenery had been taken away and was no longer available for him to see, Yigu could only awkwardly rub his nose and say something. I'm so sorry you had to see this. Please don't tell your sister. My brother-in-law is from a small town, after all, and has never seen anything so big. A grand spectacle. Chapter 70 Sister-in-law. Xin Fong amazes at the first step of sword intent. Brother-in-law, you're a pervert. Sun Ruru's pretty face flushed red with anger, and she turned to leave. However, no one expected that just as Sun Ruru was about to turn around, she suddenly cried out and then leaned against Yigu's chest. Yigu reacted quickly and caught her, then looked down and realized what was happening. There was a cut on the girl's leg that had appeared out of nowhere, and the blood had stained a large area of her pants red. Is your leg all right? Yigu hurriedly asked. Seeing the large patch of blood, Yigu couldn't help but feel worried. Sun Ruru came here to help the Yi family, and if she were seriously injured because of it, they would really owe them a huge debt of gratitude. Especially since this girl's father is Lord Sun. If he gets angry, they probably won't be able to go to Tianyang City. It just hurts a little, but it should be fine, Sun Ruru said. As she spoke, she tried to stand up, but as soon as she exerted force with her palm, she suddenly froze. Turning her head, Sun Ruru realized that her hands were still pressed against Yigu's chest. Feeling Yigu's firm chest, Sun Ruru's pretty face blushed even more, thinking to herself, This guy's chest is as solid as iron. No wonder even his older sister is completely infatuated with him. How are you? Can you stand up? Yigu asked, clearly unaware that Sun Ruru's attention was not on his legs at all. Sun Ru? Yigu shouted. However, Sun Ruru seemed not to hear, and felt Yigu's solid chest. A smile actually appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth, and then she raised her hand and pinched Yigu's chest. This pinch startled Yigu, who exclaimed in surprise as he looked at Sun Ruru in his arms. Sister-in-law, you've gone too far. It's one thing for you to touch me, but why are you twisting me like that? Believe it or not, I'll tell you. Don't tell my sister. Sun Ruru interrupted Yigu directly, then looked at Yigu smugly. Who told you to stare at me first? If you dare tell my sister, I'll tell her you were lecherously staring at me. We're even now. You. Yigu was speechless with anger and said, Is this thing really going to be even out like this? If you want to say we're even, then keep an eye on me. Then let me pinch you too. What? Sun Ruru was terrified upon hearing this. She gritted her teeth and stood up, then covered her chest and stared at Yigu as if he were a pervert. All right, hurry back. Your leg is injured. Yigu remained silent. Seeing that Yigu was just joking and hadn't actually done anything to her, Sun Ruru breathed a sigh of relief and turned to limp towards the main hall. When Yigu turned his head, he saw that Xin Fong had been standing on the courtyard wall at some point. He stared at me with a blank expression. Yigu laughed upon seeing this. What did I tell you? You can't imagine the joy of having a wife. Are you tempted? Xin Fong responded calmly upon hearing this. How can a person who cultivates the Tao be troubled by personal feelings for his children? I see you as a lost monk, indulging in the affections of children, and ultimately failing to attain enlightenment. What a perfect example of never attaining enlightenment. Yigu simidet. So, Lord Xin, you may not have any affection for a daughter, but have you grasped the so-called Tao? Xin Fang Da. The Tao is ethereal and intangible, and is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The students at Tianyang Academy, who were at the 6th or 7th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, were studying diligently every day, but not many of them had comprehended the Tao. Besides, I'm only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. Who can guarantee that I won't comprehend the Tao before reaching the Golden Core realm? Sun Ruru is the daughter of the city lord of Tianyang City. Has she ever comprehended the Tao? Yegusimide. If you're bad at something, you're bad at it. Why blame the system? The Tao is right there. Is it preventing you from understanding it? As for the other people you are comparing yourself to, they're not geniuses at all. Others take geniuses as their role models. You're something else, using a group of cultivators who are already at the bottom of the cultivation world as a reference point. No wonder you're already at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm and still haven't comprehended the Tao. Xin Fang sneered upon hearing this. Is it meaningful to engage in verbal sparring? Tonight you are destined to die, and your Yi family is destined to perish. Yeah? Yegusimide. Then I hope Lord Xin will not be stingy and let me see how I, Yigu, will die. How exactly did our Yi family perish? Stubborn to the end. Xin Fang snorted coldly, and the broadsword instantly reappeared in his hand. Almost simultaneously, he slashed his broadsword through the air, and a huge blade of light shot straight toward Yigu. Transforming the blade's edge into a physical form is not a particularly profound skill. On the contrary, this is an externalization of aura that anyone whose strength has reached the Heavenly Mansion realm can achieve. Reaching the Qi refining realm is like digging a well within your body. The deeper and larger this well is dug, the more spiritual energy of heaven and earth it can hold in the future. The Heavenly Abundance realm is equivalent to injecting these wells into the internal organs through the blood vessels of the body. This allows the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the cultivator's body to not only be stored in the Dantian, but also to be contained in the 5 internal organs, limbs, and bones. Therefore, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the body of a Heavenly Mansion realm expert is far more concentrated than that within the body of a Qi refining realm expert. Therefore, experts at the Heavenly Mansion realm can project their aura outwards and even take on a physical form. However, even a Qi refining realm expert cannot do that. Yigu's sky-piercing sword finger is an exception because it can release sword energy externally. His sword energy was released through the combined effects of the Myriad Tao body, Myriad Tao, True Qi, and novice-level swordsmanship. Without these, he would also be unable to project his sword energy. Xin Fang's blade was incredibly fast. The moment it slashed out, it was already only 7 or 8 meters away from Yigu. Yigu even saw that as the blade of light slashed out, even the water droplets in the area it passed through were instantly vaporized. This is enough to show how powerful this strike was. Jiang Lian'er. Sunanen, who didn't understand cultivation, grabbed Jiang Lian'er's wrist without thinking when she saw this. Jiang Lian'er was also worried, but she trusted Yigu. Don't worry, my husband will be fine. While the two were talking, Yigu outside finally he made his move. He simply raised his hand, and instantly a sword-like finger shot out. It was dark, and the rain was pouring down. The sword beam shot out so fast that almost no one noticed it. Xin Fang saw Yigu raise his hand. The next moment, he was shocked to hear a clang. The blade of light he had unleashed trembled slightly before dissipating. How is that possible? Xin Fang was utterly shocked. However, the next moment, he suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, and, subconsciously, turned to the side. Then a cut appeared on his cheek. Fresh blood immediately flowed from the wound. Xin Fang raised his hand and touched it, looking at the bloodstains mixed with rainwater on his fingers, and was extremely shocked. The Tao. This is the power of the Tao. Your sword energy actually contains the power of the Tao. You're only at the 9th level of Qi refining, and you haven't even stepped into the Heavenly Mansion realm yet, but you've already made it into the realm of swordsmanship. Yigu smiled upon hearing this. Lord Xin, please don't do that. It's as if you've never seen the world before. I'm the one who comes from a small town. And as I just said, you have to admit you're bad at something, instead of blaming others all the time. The Tao is right there. Does it not allow you to cultivate it? You. Xin Fang was so angry that his face turned ashen, and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. Chapter 71, I want my brother-in-law, and you'll give him one too? Bloodblade Xin Fang. Lord Xin, do you still want to kill me now? Or rather, will you still destroy our Yi family? Yigu asked with a smile. Xin Fang smiled upon hearing this. Yigu, you are indeed amazing. At such a young age, You have not only entered the 9th level of chi refining, but you may break through to the heavenly mansion realm at any time. He even reached the beginner level in swordsmanship. It's a pity you don't understand one thing. A genius who hasn't fully matured shouldn't flaunt their talent too much. Sometimes it can give you more resources, but sometimes it can bring you disaster. Ye wu la fit. Lord Xian, have you ever considered that what if I'm truly not afraid of you? Arrogant. Do you really think I can't kill you? Xian Fong said angrily. Ye wu shuruk. If you can, then go ahead and kill him. Which of us is the villain? I've said so much already. Are you going to make a move or not? I'm really in a hurry to go back and sleep with my wife. Can you be a little quicker, you single dog? You. Xian Fong was furious and shouted angrily. Well, arrogant brat, today I'll show you just how horribly a genius who doesn't know how to restrain his brilliance dies. After speaking, Xian Fong finally stopped rambling. In an instant, the knife in his hand sliced across his palm. Blood instantly stained the entire blade red. Xian Fong then held the broadsword in front of him, blade pointed upwards, and closed his eyes. Yigu watched this scene with great interest. What kind of attack method is this? It looks pretty convincing, but unfortunately the wind-up is too long. Yigu muttered to himself. His sky-piercing sword finger was instantaneous. Xian Fong's wind-up was so long, it was enough for me to shoot him dozens of times. It's just that it's difficult to fight against a Heavenly Mansion realm expert, so Yigu naturally wouldn't actually take advantage of this opportunity to make a move. He is not afraid of Xian Fong at all now, and naturally wants to learn more and see more now that he has the opportunity. After all, Shiliang County is too small. Through Xian Fong, he also wanted to see what kind of attack methods the cultivators outside used. Meanwhile, Xian Fong was preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Sun Ruru finally ran into the main hall. Sun Inen hurriedly asked Hua to bring a towel to help Sun Ruru wipe the rain off her body, and then noticed that Sun Ruru's leg was injured. Is your leg all right? Sun Inen hurriedly asked. Sun Ruru waved her hand, took out a bottle of wound medicine, lifted her trouser leg, and sprinkled some powder on the wound. The wound didn't look big, and after applying the wound medicine, it quickly stopped bleeding. Sun Ruru asked while she was busy, Sister, tell me the truth. Were you conquered by your husband's strong chest? What chest? Sun Inen was completely bewildered. Sun Ruru looked shocked. No way, sis, don't you know your husband's chest is very muscular? It's like it's made of iron. I don't know. How would I know? I've never touched it. As Sun Inen spoke, she couldn't help but recall what happened last night, and her pretty face immediately turned red. But then Sun Inen suddenly froze. Wait a minute. How did you know your brother-in-law has such a muscular chest? Sun Ruru was startled, only then realizing that she had let something slip, and quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Sun Inen looked at her suspiciously. Seeing that she could no longer evade the question, Sun Ruru could only awkwardly reply. My leg is injured, isn't it? My brother-in-law was helping me up just now and accidentally touched it. Didn't you see? It was raining so hard outside, and it was nighttime. I wasn't practicing my cultivation, so how could I possibly see it? Sun Inen said. Sun Ruru lowered her head and said, Sis, you don't mind, do you? Sun Inen said irritably, I'm your sister, what do I have to mind? Besides, from childhood to adulthood, whatever you've wanted as long as I have it, when have I ever not given it to you? What's mine is yours. Sun Ruru smiled. If I want my brother-in-law, will you give him to me too? Sun Inen was immediately stunned. Sun Ruru smiled upon seeing this. I was just kidding. Judging from how nervous you are, it seems you really like your brother-in-law. You kid, do you really joke about something like this? Sun Inen complained. Sun Ruru stuck out her tongue and laughed. My brother-in-law is really great, and I never expected that he had already mastered the way of the sword. He hasn't even reached the Heavenly Mansion realm yet. I'm already at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, and I also use a sword, but I haven't comprehended the Tao of the sword. Sister, you absolutely have to get your husband to help me. Whether I can stand out in the Jiangzhou trial a year from now depends entirely on him. Okay, I got it. Sun Inen said helplessly. But what can I do? She's my own sister. While they were talking, in the courtyard outside, Xian Fong finally made a move. Yigu saw that the long sword in Xian Fong's hand suddenly emitted a red light. The red light, like burning blood, actually adhered to the entire blade. At this moment, Yigu also sensed that the aura of the long sword in Xian Fong's hand had completely changed. Inside the lobby, Sun Ruru was also stunned when she saw this scene, and then exclaimed in surprise. Blood shines like light, the blade is sharp as a point. This is the blood blade. It was him. It was him all along. Who? What happened? Sun Inen hurriedly asked. Sun Ruru hurriedly called out to the outside. Brother-in-law, watch out. He's Blood Blade Xian Fong. His blood red blade is incredibly powerful. Blood Blade Xian Fong? Could it be that bandit from outside of Tian County? Sun Anan hurriedly asked. Sun Ruru nodded. That's him. But didn't father send people to wipe out that gang of thieves 3 months ago? Sun Anan said. It seems he's not dead. The scene of the raid was so horrific that there were so many corpses that it was impossible to tell who was who. Xian Fong should not have been killed. I didn't expect him to run to Tianyang City and even seek refuge with the Zhang family. Sun Ruru said angrily. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er, who was standing to the side, also hurriedly asked, Is Blood Blade Xian Fong very strong? Sun Ruru explained. Blood Blade Xian Fong is the leader of that gang of thieves. His Blood Blade triple slash technique is incredibly powerful. When unleashed at full strength, it can force even a 7th level Heavenly Mansion Realm expert to retreat. 7th level of Tianfu Realm? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er was extremely worried and immediately tried to rush out. Seeing this, Sun Ruru quickly stopped her. I can't even beat him, let alone him when he's about to unleash the Blood Blade triple slash. Going there will only be a death sentence for you. That can't be left to my husband alone. Jiang Lian'er hadn't even finished speaking. Outside the courtyard, Xian Fong's laughter could already be heard. Yegu, prepare to die. The group looked up and saw Xian Fong standing on the wall, his long sword slashing down in an instant. A blood-red blade of light instantly sliced through the torrential rain, heading straight for Yegu. What a powerful blade aura! Yegu was shocked, and he unleashed more than a dozen sword beams in succession. However, as the sword light shot out, something he hadn't expected happened. The dozen or so sword beams he had shot out had not even gotten close to the blood-red blade beam. Some were even sent flying backwards by the shockwave, while others were shattered. Clearly, the power of this crimson blade of light had completely surpassed the strength of Yi Gu's sword light. After all, that was a move that could force even a 7th level Heavenly Mansion Realm expert to retreat. No matter how strong Yi Gu's swordsmanship was, or how high the grade of his technique was, he was still only at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. It happened in the blink of an eye. The sword light was instantly overturned, and the blood-red blade light also instantly struck Yi Gu. This scene left everyone in the lobby stunned. Jiang Lian'er and the other girls shouted at the same time. My love, young Master Yi, brother-in-law. Chapter 72. You're saying this after I've already touched you? Have my brother-in-law gone mad? Is this the legendary technique of breaking the law with force? It seems that great effort really can create miracles. Yi Gu was speechless. In terms of swordsmanship, he had only just begun to understand it, while Xian Fong had not yet grasped the basics of knife wielding. In terms of grade, my sky-piercing sword finger is a heaven grade technique, while Xian Fong's swordsmanship is probably not even earth grade. Even so, because the opponent's strength is far superior to one's own, when power reaches a certain level, any technique can only be described as flashy and superficial. Because in the face of absolute power, no skill can achieve its intended effect. It seems that, in terms of Tao and cultivation technique level alone, the 5th or 6th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm should be my limit. Beyond this level, it becomes extremely difficult to engage in combat. But that's enough to be proud of. Yi Gu is quite open-minded, but if his opponent heard this, he would probably be furious. You, a mere 9th level Qi refining realm expert, force me, a 5th level Heavenly Mansion realm expert, to use my killing move to fight to this extent. You call yourself magnanimous? Magnanimous my ass. I'm furious right now. While Yi Gu was thinking about these things, the crimson blade of light finally struck him. Unfortunately, his sword unexpectedly failed to block the blade's edge, and Yi Gu's attempt to dodge was clearly too late. Under the worried gazes of Jiang Lian'er, Yi Shan, and the others, the red blade of light finally slashed down. Boom! As the blade struck, everyone's hearts trembled. That was Xian Fong's all-out attack. The power it unleashed was comparable to the 7th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm. With such strength, even those at the same level would have no choice but to retreat, let alone Yi Gu, who is only at the 9th level of Qi refining. With such a disparity in strength, it would be questionable whether anyone could even survive. Sun Ruru held Jiang Lian'er tightly, preventing her from rushing out. But at this moment, she was already crying her eyes out, and even Yi Changming behind her froze in place, not knowing where to put his hands. The red blade light quickly dispersed. When Yi Gu reappeared in everyone's sight, everyone was stunned. Sun Ruru exclaimed in surprise. My brother-in-law is all right. My brother-in-law is all right. Jiang Lian'er and Sun Inen also saw that Yi Gu was still standing there. However, his upper body clothes were gone, and even his hair was disheveled. Strangely, there wasn't a single drop of blood on his body, and he looked as if he hadn't been injured at all. The third brother's strength is almost heaven-defying. Yi Zhong couldn't help but swallow hard, thinking to himself, "Damn, with this kind of strength, how dare I compete with him for a wife? What kind of person am I? Thank goodness you're my brother. Otherwise, I'd probably be 7 days past my death anniversary by now." Jiang Lian'er and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Yi Gu seemed to be unharmed. However, Sun Ruru, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. "Wow, my brother-in-law's physique is absolutely amazing." Upon hearing this, everyone noticed that Yi Gu's upper body was now fully exposed due to the ripped fabric of his clothes. Because cultivators in the body-tempering realm need to eliminate impurities from their bodies. Therefore, people who are not born with dark skin will generally have fair skin after practicing cultivation. At this moment, Yi Gu's skin was quite fair. Despite his fair complexion, it did not affect his muscle definition at all. Those muscular physiques were so impressive, it was hard to look away. Thank goodness there are no fitness instructors in this world. Otherwise, even fitness instructors would probably feel ashamed of themselves. It should be noted that after Yi Gu obtained the myriad Dao seeds, these things could enhance his physique based on the number and depth of the Dao he cultivated. At this moment, the muscles all over his body are the best proof of his improved physique. Sun Ruru felt a little embarrassed and quickly covered her eyes, exclaiming, "Do not look at what is improper, it is a sin." Jiang Lian'er, who was standing to the side, was also amused by her words. She had just been crying, but now she was laughing again, and she was even a little embarrassed. Sun Inen replied irritably, "You've already looked at it and touched it, and now you're saying this?" Sun Ruru chuckled and said, "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you so much for being so generous as to share my brother-in-law's great physique." As she spoke, Sun Ruru spread her fingers apart, just enough for her eyes to see through the gap. "I'll take a look first." As she spoke, Sun Ruru wiped the corner of her mouth with her hand, not knowing whether it was rainwater or saliva. Seeing this, Yi Zhong couldn't help but look down at the large, round belly on his stomach. Damn it, we're all cultivating, so why is there such a huge difference between cultivators? So, you cultivate the Tao, while I cultivate fat. No wonder the third brother is so good at picking up girls. It turns out we weren't lacking in skill, but in the right equipment. At this moment, Yi Gu was naturally unaware that these people had so much on their minds. In fact, Yi Gu's attention was focused on his own body at this moment. He discovered that by enduring Xian Fang's attack, his internal swordsmanship had unexpectedly improved dramatically. Yi Gu felt that his understanding of the way of the sword had improved quite a bit without him even realizing it. Come to think of it, I should thank Zhang Debiao for enabling me to comprehend the way of the sword. However, Zhang Debiao's strength was only at the first level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, and the gap between him and Xian Fang was indeed quite large. The Zhang family crescent moon blade should be of earth grade, allowing one to quickly comprehend the Tao of the blade. However, if one wants to improve their swordsmanship, fighting against a powerful expert like Xian Fang is undoubtedly the most effective way. But the most fatal thing is that he also has the 10,000 path seeds. After his body gained strength, Xian Fang's blood-red blade light, while making him feel somewhat uncomfortable, was still manageable. If you can withstand it, it means that this is no longer a battle. This is cultivation, this is enlightenment. Being struck by lightning is enlightenment, and being hacked at by someone can also lead to enlightenment. Yi Gu was excited and even began to look forward to Xian Fang's second strike. "Brother Xian, hurry up, there must be more to your knife skills. Hurry, I can't wait." Yi Gu urgit. Xian Fang was immediately stunned by these words. He was shocked to see that Yi Gu had been stabbed but was completely unharmed, without even a trace of blood on his body. Then he heard Yi Gu urging him on, which he couldn't stand. He felt as if Yi Gu was insulting him. "I have no idea how you managed to withstand that blow from me. But kid, don't push your luck. My bloodblade techniques are all incredibly powerful. Let's see how many you can withstand." Yi Gu was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this. Bloodblade 3 styles? Only 3 strikes? That's not enough. Yi Gu was worried that with only 3 strikes, what if he couldn't reach the entry level in the way of the sword today? However, these words made Xian Fang feel extremely humiliated. How dare this little brat be so arrogant? "I will definitely kill you today." After saying that, Xian Fang slashed at Yi Gu with his sword again. This time, the red blade of light was clearly more powerful than the last one. Upon seeing this, Yi Gu was overjoyed. The greater the power, the better he would have a chance to comprehend the basics of swordsmanship. This time, Yi Gu didn't even release his sword finger. He even opened his arms and ran towards the blood-red blade light. It seemed as if they were afraid that if the blade's edge flew even a little further, it would lose even the slightest bit of power. This scene left Xian Fong, Yi Shan, Jiang Lian'er, and the others in the lobby completely dumbfounded. Sun Ruru was even more worried. Sister, do you think my brother-in-law has gone crazy? Chapter 73, Entering the Tao with 3 swords? Sister, I think I'm in love. You can't say that about your brother-in-law. Sun Lian'er said. Sun Ruru was referring to the outside world. If my brother-in-law isn't crazy, what is he doing? Spreading his arms, he ran towards the blade's aura. That's a blade's aura, not a beautiful woman. Sun Lian'er was also speechless. She didn't know how to explain. After all, none of the cultivators she encountered fought in this way. Most people avoid directly confronting the opponent's attack, but Yi Gu is different. He actively opens his arms to welcome it. Is this because they're afraid the opponent won't be able to hit them accurately? Little did they know what Yi Gu was really thinking at that moment. Like the way of the sword, the way of a knife is a great path, and it is also the path that cultivators practice the most. Although Yi Gu prefers the way of the sword, he still needs to comprehend more of the Tao and even make progress in the Tao with his myriad Tao scripture, myriad Tao body, and myriad Tao seed. So don't be fooled by the fact that Yi Gu is only trying to improve his swordsmanship at this moment. He is actually cultivating his strength in all aspects. Bang! Because Yi Gu took the initiative to meet him, Xian Fong's second blade of light quickly landed on Yi Gu. The moment Yi Gu was enveloped by the blade's light, he immediately closed his eyes. With arms outstretched and a smile on his face, good heavens, he doesn't look like he's about to get beaten up at all. That expression, that smile, that's probably what it's like to have 3 beautiful female masseuses massage your feet. Xian Fong was completely stunned by what she saw. He couldn't understand what Yi Gu was doing at all. But there was one thing he could understand. His blade's light had absolutely no effect on Yi Gu. Not only was he split in 2, but not a single hair on his head was broken. Especially the look of enjoyment on Yi Gu's face at that moment. All of this made Xian Fong wonder if he had used the wrong technique when slashing with his knife today. After all, he used to be able to kill someone with a single slash, so how come he's still acting like nothing happened after 2 slashes today? Yi Gu was naturally unaware that Xian Fong was already numb. With his eyes closed, he was fully experiencing the growth of the sword energy within his body. Within his dantian, as the sphere of light from the sword path rapidly expanded, the branches continued to extend. Surprisingly, it quickly surpassed the alchemy sect, which was originally ranked second. It should be noted that Yi Gu had already reached the threshold of entry in the art of alchemy, but recently he had been too busy with the Jiang family's affairs to have time to refine pills. That's why I'm stuck here. However, at this time, the way of the sword had actually surpassed the way of the alchemy. This means that Yi Gu has also touched the threshold of the Tao of the sword, and may step into the beginner level of the Tao of the sword at any time. Just as Yi Gu was preparing to make a final push to break through to the entry level of the sword path. Suddenly he was stunned, because he felt that the blade light that had enveloped him had disappeared. When I opened my eyes, good heavens, the power of the blade's aura had dissipated. Yi Gu, still not satisfied, urged him on. Brother, hurry up, isn't there a third cut? Hurry up, I can't wait. Looking at Yi Gu's anxious expression, one would know he was preparing for a battle, but someone who didn't know him might think he had seen some beautiful woman. Although Jiang Lian'er couldn't understand what Yi Gu was doing, she was all too familiar with his impatient expression and couldn't help but laugh. My husband, you're always in such a hurry. This applies to everything, including battles. Sister Lian'er, what are you saying? Sun Ruru poked her little head out, her face full of curiosity. When else has your brother-in-law been this impatient? Tell me more. Jiang Lian'er blushed and said shyly. Kids, don't ask questions like that. Sun Ruru pointed to her back, defiantly straightening her chest. Who's smaller? Yi Zhong, watching this scene from the side, had a droopy face and looked utterly hopeless, thinking to himself. Third brother, you deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. If you want to kill me, can you please not use a woman as a weapon? I really can't take it anymore. Outside the courtyard. Looking at Yi Gu's anxious expression, Xian Fong finally couldn't help but swallow. This is terrifying. The kid in front of him gives him a very scary feeling. Is this really something that someone at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm can do? His own bloodblade, 3 forms, each strike stronger than the last. The first strike was enough to deter even a 6th level Heavenly Mansion realm expert from taking a head-on. This second strike could severely injure even a 6th level Heavenly Mansion realm expert. But why did those 2 blows not react at all to this kid? What kind of body-strengthening technique does this guy practice? What kind of monster did the Jiang family offend? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xian Fong was furious. Yi Gu's behavior even made him wonder if his decades of cultivation had been a dream. They've all ended up cultivating their skills in dogs. How could a powerful expert at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm be unable to do anything to a mere greenhorn? Yi Gu, you go die. As Xian Fong spoke, he immediately raised his broadsword and slashed it straight at Yi Gu. This strike can be considered the strongest strike Xian Fong has ever delivered. The blade's edge was 2 or 3 times larger than before. As the blade flashed out, the surrounding air even emitted a buzzing sound as if it had been cleaved apart. The torrential rain around them seemed to instantly slice through a curtain of water. The blade of light fell from midair, and before it even landed in the courtyard, the paving stones beneath Yi Gu's feet were shattered by the powerful aura. Even the large trees in the courtyard were enveloped by the aura surrounding the blade's edge and instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing this terrifying strike, even Sun Ruru couldn't help but swallow hard and gasp. That's terrifying. If that knife landed on me, I would surely die. Can my husband stop him? Jiang Lian'er was also uncertain at this moment. Although Sun Unen didn't say anything, she was clenching her hands tightly on the hem of her clothes and biting her lip. They were clearly extremely nervous. However, at this moment, Yi Gu's eyes shone as he looked at the enormous blade of light descending from the sky. That's not a blade's edge at all. This is clearly the Tao. Xian Fong didn't come to kill me or destroy the Yi family. He clearly came to help me enter the Tao. Looking at the blade's edge, Yi Gu felt as if he were a fish seeing water. He immediately closed his eyes, letting the blade's edge fall on him. In an instant, Yi Gu saw it again. Sure enough, the sphere of sword light within his body began to surge again, and the myriad branches below also began to spread wildly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the branches and light spheres continued to grow and expand. Finally, after 10 seconds, Yi Gu saw that the size of the light sphere containing the sword path had caught up with that of the sword path. Even the length of the myriad tree vines below reached the same length as the sword path. And indeed, the appearance of the myriad paths tree changed. 2 branches, representing the way of the knife and the way of the sword, appeared at the very top of the tree of 10,000 paths, forking into 2 branches, one to the left and one to the right. The orbs of light representing the Tao of the knife and the Tao of the sword floated on these 2 vines respectively. This also means that Yi Gu's swordsmanship has finally reached the same entry level as his swordsmanship. Boom! A powerful sword intent instantly surged outwards from Yi Gu's center. The enormous blade of light surrounding Yi Gu shattered instantly, turning into dust. The sweeping blade of intent stunned Xian Fong, Jiang Lian'er, and the others. Xian Fong's pupils dilated in shock. Sword intent. This is sword intent. This guy has actually mastered the basics of swordsmanship? How is that possible? I haven't even scratched the surface. How could he possibly do it? Jiang Lian'er looked at him with admiration. He's only at the 9th level of Qi refining, yet he's already mastered the basics of swordsmanship. Jiang Lian'er, what good deeds did you do in your past life to be able to find such an amazing man? And he's so gentle too. Although Sun Unen didn't know what it felt like to step into the path of the sword, she was still happy for Yi Gu. As for the people from the Yi family, they were already too excited to speak. Sun Ruru was unusually quiet at this moment. She stared blankly at the man in the courtyard, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. He is at the 9th level of Qi refining, a 6th grade alchemist, and has also mastered the basics of swordsmanship and sabersmanship. The key is that he has such a great figure, such high talent, such strong strength, and he treats my sister so well. God, how many pieces of dog poop did my sister step in to meet a man like this? I want to step on it too. Thinking of Sun Ruru made her face feel hot. Her breathing became rapid, and something in her heart was pounding wildly. Oh no! Cease! I think I'm in love. Chapter 74 One Strike defeats Xian Fong. The overbearing style of the blade is truly exaggerated. Huh? What did you say? Sun Unen asked. Sun Ruru then realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. Oh my god, I was terrified. My brother-in-law's talent and skill are absolutely terrifying. Yes, I didn't expect that he could actually make a breakthrough under these circumstances. Sun Unen was also filled with relief. Sun Ruru secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her older sister hadn't heard what she had just said. However, she didn't notice that when she turned her head, Sun Unen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, and she shook her head at the same time. The rest of the Yi family members watching this scene in the courtyard were also stunned. Yi Zhong was utterly devastated. You should know that you were the first person in your family to join Tianyang Academy. But now, not only is he not as strong as Yigu, he has even entered the first 2 stages of the Taoist path, while he himself has no feeling for the Tao at all. Compared to this, Yi Zhong felt like dying. Yishan was even more excited. Okay, great. The orphan has made something of himself. Second brother, you've raised a fine son. Even the eldest aunt couldn't help but sigh. If Chong'er and Lian'er were even half as good as Yigu, I would be content. In the courtyard, Yigu was naturally unaware of these things. At this moment, he looked spirited and radiant, like a blazing sunrise. Xian Fong was already numb by this time. He never expected that his proud Bloodblade 3 forms would not only fail to kill Yigu, but would instead help him reach the entry level of swordsmanship. He hasn't even mastered the basics of swordsmanship. Who can you complain to about this? Xian Fong swallowed hard, already having the thought of retreating. After all, he was truly at a loss when faced with someone who was indestructible and could break through at the drop of a hat. He may want to leave, but Yigu might not agree. Yigu looked at Xian Fong and raised his hand, speaking loudly. Here comes a knife. Those 2 simple words left Xian Fong completely stunned. He immediately gripped the large knife in his hand tightly. However, the next moment Xian Fong felt that the broadsword in his hand was starting to disobey his control and was desperately trying to break free from his grasp. And that force, which came from who knows where, made him lose his balance for a moment. Soon, the broadsword broke free from Xian Fong's hand and flew into Yigu's hand with a whoosh. This scene made Xian Fong swallow hard. Is this the power of the Tao? I couldn't even keep my own knife. Xian Fong sighed, realizing that it was impossible to destroy the Yi family tonight. If you don't die, the Yi family will surely rise to great heights in the future. Goodbye. After Xian Fong finished speaking, he actually tried to leave. Yigu simidet. Leave? Does Lord Xian think you can leave tonight? Xian Fong smiled upon hearing this. Yigu, you are indeed very strong in cultivation, but you are only at the 9th level of Qi refining. With my strength at the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm, do you think you can keep me here just because you've comprehended the Tao of the blade? Even with your previous mastery of the sword, you couldn't hurt me. Do you think you can do it with just the added skill of the blade? Xian Fong's face showed disdain. He couldn't hurt Yigu, but it was impossible for Yigu to keep him here. After all, Yigu possessed the myriad paths seed, which made him unafraid of Xian Fong's attacks. But keeping him is no joke. Even a 5th level expert of the Heavenly Mansion realm might not be able to stay if they wanted to leave, even if they were an opponent of the same level. Yigu laughed. How will you know if you don't try? After saying that, Yigu instantly raised the sword in his hand and slashed at Xian Fong. The strike used a full 50% of his strength. With a single slash, all the true energy within Yigu's body was instantly transformed into the power of the sword through the sword's path. In an instant, a terrifying blade of light, as if it were about to cleave the sky, slashed straight toward Xian Fong. As the blade of light, as large as a mountain, slashed down, Xian Fong's legs went weak. A sense of impending death instantly crept into my mind. He dared not be negligent in the slightest and immediately turned to run. However, before he could run 2 steps, the oppressive force of the blade's light instantly pinned him to the spot, rendering him unable to move. Xian Fong turned around, watching the blade strike down in despair, and instantly collapsed to the ground. That's terrifying. Yigu's strike was absolutely terrifying. Then, with a loud bang, the blade's edge instantly struck the ground beside Xian Fong, creating a crater 1 meter wide and 10 meters deep. However, the blade light grazed Xian Fong's body as it slashed down. So he was only hit by the blade's edge, and he tumbled and crashed into the wall. Even so, when he got up, he still saw it. He had already been blasted into several wounds by the blade's light, and his internal energy was in complete disarray. Although he wasn't dead, he had clearly lost most of his fighting ability. If that knife had actually struck him, he would probably be dead. This is impossible. This is impossible. Both are beginner level. So how could your swordsmanship be so much more powerful than your kendo? Xian Fong's face was filled with fear, clearly unable to believe it was true. The Yi family members in the hall, including Sun Ruru and her 2 companions, were all stunned. He was at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, and he beat the 5th level of the Heavenly Mansion realm so badly that the latter was powerless to resist. He could even kill him with a wave of his hand. Sister, is your brother-in-law even human? Sun Ruru was so shocked, she almost cried. Yishan was so excited that he didn't know whether to sit or stand. Yigu, on the other hand, remained calm outside the courtyard. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. Lord Xian, if it weren't for your 3 strikes, my swordsmanship wouldn't be so domineering. Upon hearing Yi Gu's words, Xian Fong immediately understood. Although he had never entered the path of the sword, he was not unfamiliar with information about the Tao. Like the secret techniques of attacking weapons, Taoism has many branches. For example, a sword could be a willow sword, a soft sword, a heavy sword, a long sword, a short sword, a double-edged sword, and so on. Different swords have different methods of use, swordsmanship techniques, and attack methods. This naturally leads to different styles, such as fast sword, assassination sword, opening and closing sword, skillful sword, and so on. These different styles of swordsmanship are all encompassed within the single path of swordsmanship. Yet they each have distinct styles and branches. The same principle applies to the way of the sword. Enlightenment, on the other hand, requires starting with one particular style and mastering it to its fullest extent. Then 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. When one's understanding of the Tao reaches the highest level of unity, it means that the cultivator has fully comprehended the Tao. At this point, no matter how many branches or sub-branches there are on this path, cultivators can easily access them. For example, the sky-piercing sword finger used by Yi Gu is a branch of swordsmanship that lies between fast swordsmanship and sword intent. His broken sword finger technique is characterized by its speed. It is activated by mental focus and requires no weapon. Since he entered the path of swordsmanship by breaking the sword finger, his swordsmanship power was naturally more suited to this style. When he fully comprehends the way of the sword and reaches the state of oneness with it, then you will instantly comprehend all the branches of swordsmanship, whether it be greatsword, fast sword, assassination sword, etc. This is the specific situation of the Tao. The reason Yi Gu said that his sword power was so terrifying was because he owed Xian Fong so much, and that was precisely the reason. Because Xian Fong's Bloodblade, 3 forms follow a domineering path. Yi Gu used the 3 forms of Bloodblade as his inspiration to enter the way of the blade. Therefore, the way of the sword he comprehended naturally followed a domineering path. In addition, he used almost half of the true energy of the myriad paths within his body. If this slash is weak, then something is not normal. In summary, the breaking sword finger technique is all about fast-paced skills. The way of the sword, on the other hand, is a domineering and crushing style, even though Yi Gu has not learned any sword techniques. If he finds a powerful sword technique in the future, it's hard to say how powerful it can be. Chapter 75. With a man like this, are you scared yet? Senior sister, can you understand this? How did Xian Fong suddenly lose? Yi Zhong couldn't help but ask. Even though Yi Gu had used his swordsmanship before, he still couldn't defeat Xian Fong. How did he suddenly comprehend such immense power in the way of the sword? Aren't they all just beginners? Jiang Lian'er and Sun Anin also looked at Sun Ruru, clearly unable to understand either. Sun Ru, being a student of Tianyang Academy and possessing the highest cultivation level among them, offered an explanation upon hearing this. Let me put it this way. My brother-in-law's swordsmanship is based on his sword finger technique. Therefore, the approach is one of dexterity. However powerful this sword finger technique may be, it will eventually have its limits. Xian Fong, after all, possessed the strength of the 5th level of the heavenly mansion realm. He could completely weaken the power of the sword finger by using the blade's aura. In fact, if he hadn't blocked the sword pointing would have been enough to kill him. Unfortunately, this is a life or death duel, and no one will stand still and let you shoot. But this way of wielding a sword is different. The sword is skillful, the knife is reckless. Therefore, sword techniques are generally characterized by wide, sweeping movements and a domineering style. Although both involve the same basic technique, the area of injury caused by a slash and a thrust is completely different. Xian Fong's blade light could not withstand the explosive power of the sword technique, and the result was naturally defeat. At this point, Sun Ruru's eyes lit up. If my brother-in-law had another terrifying sword technique, let alone the 5th level of the heavenly mansion realm, he probably has the strength to fight even someone at the 7th level of the heavenly mansion realm. That's an exaggeration. My brother-in-law is definitely a genius in the cultivation world. Everyone understood immediately. Although they couldn't understand the specific details, they could grasp the general meaning. Ultimately, it's about fighting above your level. You have to be reckless. You're already weaker than your opponent, so if you don't go all out, you'll have no chance at all. Xian Fong had clearly resigned himself to his fate, so he simply sat on the ground and didn't get up and asked directly, "Why not just kill me? You're more useful alive than dead." Yi Gu laughed, tossing the knife aside at the same time. Xin Fang, you want to use me against the Jiang family. You're overthinking it. I'm not helping you. Are you so sure? Why don't you wait for me to analyze the situation before you make a decision? Ye wu la fit. Xin Fang smiled and said upon hearing this. No matter how much you analyze, it's useless. Anyone who wants to join the Jiang family must swear a blood oath never to betray them. If I agree to help you, I will immediately die. Brother-in-law, he's right. As soon as Xin Fang finished speaking, Sun Ruru's voice rang out. It turned out that Sun Ruru and the others had already come out of the main hall. The Jiang family acted with extreme caution. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have been able to deal with them for so long. You think it won't be easy to use him against the Jiang family? Ye wu la fit. The world is not just black and white. There's a lot of room for maneuver in the gray areas. As he spoke, Yigu looked at Xin Fang. For example, I can take you to see the city lord to file a complaint, but you don't have to say anything. That wouldn't be considered betraying the Jiang family, would it? Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. He then understood what Yigu meant. Does young master, you mean to take him to his father to complain? That makes sense. Xiaoru and I identified him, and he didn't say a word. This also indirectly proves that he is a member of the Jiang family. Ye Gudao. Under the Great Xia dynasty, one must act in accordance with the law. Even the city lord does not have the right to kill indiscriminately. With the Imperial Dragon Bureau overseeing the entire realm, naturally no one dared to act recklessly. All the people want is reason. If you die, even if your sisters testify and the Jiang family pretends to be aggrieved and tries to refute you, the people will always feel that this is a forced accusation. But if you live without offering any explanation, what will the people think? It's simply that you're afraid of the Jiang family and dare not identify them. The Jiang family has no choice but to accept this charge, whether they want to or not. Upon hearing this, Xin Fang suddenly understood, and at the same time, his gaze towards Yigu became more approving. But Xin Fang quickly laughed. Yigu, you are indeed a talented person, skilled in both literature and martial arts. But you're being too naive. I won't help you, even if you kill me right now. Why? Yizhong couldn't help but ask. You'd rather die than go against the Jiang family. Is the Jiang family your father? Jiang Lian'er and the others also found it strange. Yigu then smiled. If I'm not mistaken, your parents should be in the Jiang family's hands. Upon hearing this, Xin Fang's expression immediately changed. How did you know? Is that hard to guess? Yigu simidet. You're not even a member of the Jiang family. Aside from having a weakness that they can exploit, I really can't understand why you'd rather die than not protect the Jiang family. It couldn't possibly be because of love, could it? You became an outlaw and devoted yourself to cultivating the Tao, but you have no Taoist companion. So who else could this weakness be besides your parents? You. Xin Fang remained silent. The people around them immediately understood. Yes, your parents are with the Jiang family, so if you betray them, the Jiang family will kill your parents. This is blackmail. Brother-in-law, you're so smart. Sun Ruru exclaimed in surprise. Xin Fang Laoget. So what if you're smart? Do you really think your cleverness can make me switch sides? I would rather die for my parents. Ye wu la fit. You're a tough guy, but you're just brainless. Do you think you still have a choice? What do you mean? Xin Fang Questin. Ye wu la fit. Think of Zhang Bohan. He simply failed to capture the elixir market in Shiliang County, and as a result, he died. And he was a member of the Jiang family, yet he still ended up like this. What about you? You're just a hired thug for the Jiang family. Do you think you can have a higher status than Zhang Bohan? You killed Zhang Bohan. What does that have to do with the Jiang family? Xin Fang Vi Dole. Yigu shook his head helplessly. You're really brainless and don't think things through. As a branch of the Jiang family in Shiliang County, didn't Zhang Bohan have his own private savings? If he had the chance to live, would he choose to come and die? He could easily take his daughter and run away, find a place to hide, and then seek revenge on me later. But why did he choose to come to the Yi residence to fight me? Doesn't Lord Xin know the answer himself? Xin Fang broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Yes, Zhang Bohan was eliminated on the orders of the Zhang family patriarch. Therefore, Zhang Bohan actually knew that he was not going to survive, which is why he chose to try to kill Yigu. Therefore, Zhang Bohan's death was the result of the Zhang family's choice, and Yigu was merely a tool in their hands. Even without Yigu, Xin Fang's knife would have killed Zhang Bohan. Therefore, what truly killed Zhang Bohan was not Yigu, but the ruthlessness of the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Xin Fang felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly said, But what does Zhang Bohan's death have to do with me? It has even less to do with my parents. Yigu smiled upon hearing this. Zhang Bohan, a member of the Zhang family, was brutally murdered simply because his business failed. Do you think your parents have a higher status than him? Think about it. What will happen to you and your parents tonight? Let me tell you. Yigu sat down on a stone bench and said calmly, "First of all, if you don't agree to cooperate with me, I will kill you. If you die, your parents will be useless to the Jiang family, and given the Jiang family's ruthlessness, they will also prevent the news from getting out that you will serve them. So they'll definitely use the excuse of sending your parents home to retire as a pretext to send them away, and then secretly kill them. After all, there are many thugs like you in the Jiang family, and they also have to take care of these people's feelings. If your parents don't die, your job as a henchman for the Jiang family will always have a chance to be discovered, so your parents must die. Secondly, you chose to deceive me into cooperating with you to deal with the Jiang family. Even though you haven't spoken, the Jiang family isn't stupid. When they see you with us, they'll know you've betrayed them, and your parents will die too. However, there's a difference between the two. What's the difference? Xian Fong broke out in a cold sweat. The difference is that you can live and avenge your parents. You. Xian Fong was sweating profusely upon hearing this, and although he opened his mouth for a long time, he couldn't utter a single word. Yigu's words clearly struck a chord with him. The logic is rigorous, every sentence is reasonable, and the reasoning is simply flawless. This is obviously how things will unfold. This scene sent chills down the spines of Jiang Lian'er and her two companions, as well as the entire Yi family. His eyes held both excitement and fear. What's frightening is that Yigu is too meticulous. His analysis of things is absolutely flawless. What's exciting is that this is such a person. They're on their side, and he's the man of two of the women. A woman's brother-in-law. There are men like this. Brother-in-law, third brother, son, grandson, and nephew. I'm asking you, Jiang family, are you scared? Chapter 76, even if I had to be a concubine, I would still want to be one. My brother-in-law is amazing. Sun Ruru couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even Sun Inen, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but nod in agreement. I always thought that young Master Yi was very insightful and capable in business, but I never expected that he was also so good at strategy. I never realized my husband was so amazing. Jiang Lian'er couldn't help but say something as well. To be honest, ever since she met Yigu, Jiang Lian'er's impression of him has always been that of a good husband, gentle and considerate, and taking meticulous care of her. It even helped her a lot in her cultivation. It can be said that since marrying into the Yi family, Jiang Lian'er's life has undergone earth-shattering changes. Back when she was in the Jiang family, she was always thinking about how to do the tasks assigned to her by the clan, and she was rarely scolded. But now all she thinks about is how to be a good wife and how to cultivate herself. The former is dim and lackluster, while the latter has a bright future ahead. Perhaps Jiang Lian'er herself didn't expect that she was sent to marry a foreign ruler. The result was that they embarked on a completely different path that they never dared to imagine. The rest of the Yi family also felt the same way. Yishan said, "The orphan is resourceful and skilled in both literature and martial arts. Our Yi family finally has hope. Yes, this child is truly amazing." Mine also said. Yi Changming didn't speak, but his eyes were full of satisfaction. He looked up at the sky. It's as if it's saying, "Our child is so outstanding, you can go with peace of mind." Yigu had no idea that these people had so many thoughts at that moment. He looked at Xian Fong, whose face was as white as paper, and sighed. Actually, from the moment you decided to send your parents to the Jiang family, their life and death were no longer within your control, were they? If I'm not mistaken, your decision to become an outlaw was probably also at the behest of the Jiang family. What? Sun Ruru and Sun Inen were both stunned. But then the two of them realized what was happening. Wada County is rich in cinnabar and gold dust, and there are many hardworking laborers there. Every year, the consumption of even the most basic body restoration pills is enormous. But the pills supplied to those factories and mines have always been provided by the official pill refining company of the Great Xia dynasty. How dare the Jiang family interfere in the business of the Great Xia government? Sun Inen exclaimed in shock. Sun Ruru replied with an icy expression. It's probably not just the supply of elixirs to those factories and mines. I heard from Brother Zhang Tong, who went to suppress them, that they are still collecting protection fees in Hotan County. This caused panic among the locals, which angered my father, who then ordered my elder brother Zhang Tong to personally lead a group to suppress them. I never imagined that your becoming an outlaw was also arranged by the Zhang family. Xin Fang's my Wei Li. Do you think I want this? But as Yigu said, this world is not just black and white. You know how to take advantage of others, and the Zhang family is no different. There are some things that the Zhang family can't do themselves, so naturally they need people like us to help them. Yigu nodded, and then said, let's leave the Zhang family's affairs aside for now. Let me talk about you instead. I've already analyzed the situation for you. The choice is yours. After Yigu finished speaking, he said no more. He had said everything he needed to say, and the situation was very clear. As for Xian Fang's choice, that was not something he could decide. Xian Fang remained silent for a long time before finally sighing and speaking. As he said, do I even have a choice? I promise you, if we really end up in court, I won't refute your words, but I also won't accept your statements. Although the Zhang family may not trust me, my parents are in their hands. They know that as long as my parents are safe, I will always be under their control, and I will not abandon my parents until the very end. Ye Guo nodded. He had already considered this point. He didn't expect Xian Fang to speak up for them. What he wanted was for Xian Fang to remain silent. Only in this way, the more pitiful the Zhang family's complaints, the less people will believe them. Since Lord Xian has agreed, then everything is fine. Lotus, third young master. Lotus Flowers stepped forward to pay their respects. Ye Guo, you and Aoba, go and prepare a side room. Yes. Lotus nodded and hurriedly left with Greenleaf. Yigu then gestured for Xian Fang to rest there for a while. This guy had just been stabbed by me, and his internal energy was still in disarray. He won't be able to take action for at least the next 2 weeks. Therefore, Yigu was not worried about what tricks he might be up to behind the scenes. While waiting for Lotus and Greenleaf to tidy up the room, Yigu also looked at Yishan and the others beside him. Grandpa, I'm sorry to have disturbed you tonight. Go home and get some rest. It's all right. Yishan smiled happily, saying that seeing such an outstanding junior from his own family made all the hardship seem insignificant. However, it was indeed getting late. Yishan chatted with Yigu for a couple more minutes before leaving. Sun Ruru stood aside, watching Yigu deal with Xian Fang and then with family matters, and couldn't help but sigh. Cease. My brother-in-law is amazing. He's got strategy, he's got a great physique, and most importantly, his strength and talent for cultivation are absolutely incredible. How could you have met such a perfect man? Why can't I touch it? Sun Enin smiled upon hearing this. What? You like your brother-in-law? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruru's pretty face immediately turned red, and she quickly waved her hand. No, I didn't. Sister, please don't misunderstand. I simply admire my brother-in-law. Besides, what girl doesn't want to look up to her man? I'm a woman too. You can understand, right? Sun Enin smiled. I understand. So you still like your brother-in-law? Sun Ruru was speechless and hurriedly made an excuse. I said I only admire him. After all, he's my brother-in-law, and I won't like him. But with a brother-in-law as outstanding as him, who knows, he might have other people like him around him? Sis, why don't you ask your husband to introduce me to someone like him? Upon hearing this, Sun Enin glanced at Yi Zhong beside her. Doesn't the Yi family have 3 sons? Why don't you try to get to know his older brother? Upon hearing this, Sun Ruru glanced at Yi Zhong beside her. Yi Zhong naturally heard these things as well, and immediately straightened his back, even smoothing his hair as if to say something. Actually, he's quite handsome. Sun Ruru immediately looked disgusted. My brother-in-law is both scholarly and martial, and possesses exceptional intelligence. But his older brother Yi Zhong, these don't look like blood-related cousins at all. They're all from the Yi family, so why is there such a big difference? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chang'an, who was standing next to him, looked embarrassed and quickly said something. Well, it's getting late. Let's go back and get some rest. After saying that, he pulled his aunt and Yi Changming away. But after only a few steps, his aunt shook off Yi Chang'an's hand and said irritably, Your son is being looked down upon. Now you know you're losing face. Why didn't you do this sooner? This child is hopeless. It's not my fault at all. Yi Chang'an said helplessly. Yi Changming originally wanted to try to persuade the 2 of them, but they were both so old. Why were they arguing again? Then I heard my aunt complaining. If it's not your fault, then is it mine? Miss Sun is right. They're all from the Yi family, so why is there such a big difference? If I had known your offspring were so inferior, I would have gladly become your concubine back then. She must marry her second brother too. Hearing this, Yi Changming, who was standing nearby, quickly waved his hand and said, Sister-in-law, you can't just say things like that. Chapter 77, Jiang Lian'er enters the 9th level. Xian Fang's death. Wow, why does the Yi family all like marrying sisters-in-law so much? My brother-in-law is like this, so why is his father like this too? Sun Ruru exclaimed in surprise. These words also reached the ears of the eldest aunt and her 2 nieces. Yi Chang'an said with a face full of embarrassment. So many years have passed. Why are you bringing this up now? Besides, having a baby is just like growing crops. The same seed planted in different soils may not grow in the same way. Is that all my fault? You still think you're right? My aunt said angrily. Yi Changming couldn't listen any longer and hurriedly said, Big brother, big sister-in-law, I'm tired, I'm going home now. After saying that, Yi Changming slipped away. Yi Chang'an also hurriedly replied, Don't say it in front of the children. He then hurriedly pulled his aunt away. Sun Ruru pouted, feeling that she might have spoken at an inopportune time. Jiang Lian'er asked curiously, Husband, could it be that father and aunt? Sun Inan and Sun Ruru also perked up their ears. Clearly, no one is not curious about gossip. Ye wu la fit. It's not as complicated as you think. I heard from my grandfather that my aunt came from a prominent family in Qianzhou. She had her on my dad back then. However, when it came time to arrange the marriage, my father disagreed because he had fallen in love with my mother at that time. Since the eldest aunt came from a prominent family, it was impossible for her to become a concubine. In the end, it was my eldest uncle who found out. He took a liking to my aunt at first sight, and after relentlessly pursuing her, he finally married her. Everyone suddenly understood. Sun Ruru asked curiously, By the way, brother-in-law, what about your mother? Why haven't I seen it before? Xiaoru. Sun Inan quickly pulled her back and whispered, Young master, Ye's mother has long since passed away. Sun Ruru was taken aback upon hearing this, and quickly replied, Brother-in-law, I'm sorry, I didn't know about this. Yigu waved his hand and said, It's all right. My mother passed away early, and there aren't many people I can really talk to about her. I only heard from my grandfather and father that she was just a maid in the Yi family back then. However, my father loved her very much, and after the two got together, my mother's strength also improved very quickly. However, later our enemies sought revenge, and in the end, our Yi family was forced to move out of Qianzhou. My mother was also seriously injured while protecting my father. That's why I became disabled, and my mother passed away a few years later. Thinking about all this feels like a lifetime ago. Do you know who that enemy is? Jiang Lian'er asked. Yigu shook his head. My father and grandfather never said anything about it, probably because they felt the enemy was too strong and didn't want us to go and die. Jiang Lian'er nodded. Yigu laughed it. All right, it's getting late. Anin and Xiaoru need to go back to the shop to rest. Lian'er, you and I will see them off. Brother, please take Lord Xian back to his room to rest. Everyone nodded, and then they all left. Outside the Yi residence, on a dark street, Zhang Debiao frowned as he watched Yi Gu and his entourage leave the Yi residence. It's so late, and he still personally escorted them home. It seems Xian Fong has also failed. That's a cultivator at the 5th rank of the Heavenly Mansion realm. After saying that, Zhang Debiao quickly disappeared into the darkness. On the way back with Sun Inan, Yi Gu also learned this from Sun Ruru. The escort team that will escort the Tianyang Academy's admissions team back has already set off. We expect to arrive the day after tomorrow. And this also means, the day after tomorrow, they will officially set off for Tianyang City. It was late at night. In the room, Jiang Lian'er asked while washing up, My dear husband, are we really going to go back with the recruitment team? Wouldn't that be too conspicuous? Besides, with so many people around, it would be chaotic. If the Zhang family really wanted to make a move, wouldn't that just give them an opportunity? Yigu then smiled. Having a large group is good, but don't forget the same thing. With so many people, we could take advantage of the situation. Moreover, the leader of this escort team is Zhang Tong, a confidant of Lord Sun. This person is incredibly powerful. If someone wanted to injure someone in front of him, how could the Zhang family possibly do it without sending a master? There are only so many experts in Tianyang City. If he doesn't make a move, then nothing will happen. But if he does, the City Lord Mansion will definitely take action. Meanwhile, I've already had my second brother spread the news in Tianyang City. The city gates will be packed with people when we enter the city. Moreover, most of them were shopkeepers who had business dealings with the Zhang family. These people are very familiar with the Zhang family. Once they see the faces of one or two of the murderers, the Zhang family is digging their own grave. Jiang Lian'er couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. My husband is so thoughtful. I, Lian'er, am utterly inferior to him. Yigu then smiled. Everyone has their strengths, so please don't take it to heart. That's why some warmth can only be given by the lady, isn't it? As he spoke, Yigu pulled Jiang Lian'er into his arms. Jiang Lian'er blushed and said, We just had a big fight tonight, and you're still thinking about that kind of thing. Yigu, on the other hand, said in a very serious tone, It is precisely because the war is so intense that my wife and I should seize the time to cultivate, shouldn't we? Moreover, I made a big boast when I was fighting Xian Fong. He said he couldn't imagine the fun of having a wife, but a wife wouldn't let me brag. Even your excuses are so weak. Yigu smiled and said no more. then immediately took Jiang Lian'er to bed. As mentioned before, Jiang Lian'er's strength has already reached the 9th level of the qi refining realm. There has been no breakthrough for a long time. After that night, Jiang Lian'er's strength finally broke through to the 9th level of the qi refining realm. As for Yi Gu, he did not make a breakthrough. After all, with his strength at this level, the next step is to enter the heavenly mansion realm. However, the advancement between realms is not something that can be achieved overnight. The advancement between realms requires sudden enlightenment. This is not something that can be achieved through hard work alone. Therefore, if Yi Gu wants to break through to the heavenly mansion realm, the most important thing next is to have a sudden enlightenment. Fortunately, he still had an enlightenment pill, a spiritual medicine that could lead to sudden enlightenment. Perhaps this opportunity can be used to enter the heavenly abundance realm. 2 days and 1 night until departure. I hope tomorrow night will be a good night, and there will be stars in the sky. Yi Gu laughed, just as the two of them got up and washed up. Suddenly, Yi Zhong's voice came from outside the door. Third brother, something terrible has happened. Lian'er is dead. The shout was like a bolt from the blue. Yi Gu and Jiang Lian'er immediately rushed out of the room. How could he have died? Yi Gu asked. Jiang Lian'er also looked puzzled. After all, everything was agreed upon last night, so how could he suddenly die? Moreover, if he was killed, wouldn't that mean someone broke into the Yi residence last night? But neither Yi Gu nor Jiang Lian'er noticed. How strong must this person be? Yi Zhong hurriedly said. He wasn't killed, he was poisoned. When I went to call him in the morning, there was no response. When I went in, I found that he was already dead, and he's been dead for at least a few hours. Upon hearing this, Yi Gu immediately understood what was going on. It seems the Zhang family never intended for him to return alive. Whether he succeeds or not tonight, he's going to die tonight. How ruthless the Zhang family is. Let's go. Let's take a look. After saying that, Yi Gu led the two men and ran towards Lian'er's room. Chapter 78, is this called cunning? This is called wisdom. Envy me. Inside the room, Lian'er's face was ashen. Yi Gu saw that there was blood in his 7 orifices, but his expression was very peaceful. Obviously, he died of poisoning in his sleep. Aoba ran in and said, the coroner who just performed the autopsy said that the third young master was poisoned with a deadly poison, the main component of which is aconite. However, this poisoning was not recent. It must have occurred long ago, only manifesting last night. Yi Gu nodded upon hearing this. Looks like I guessed right. Lian'er himself may not even know that he may have been secretly poisoned when he received the pills from the Zhang family. So naturally, he couldn't have known that he would die silently in his sleep. And Qing Wu can indeed refine several kinds of pills that can conceal poison. The lowest requirement is only a 4th grade elixir. Therefore, it is not difficult to refine. With the Zhang family's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to refine this kind of elixir. It's even possible that those who risk their lives for the Zhang family have unknowingly taken this elixir, and they themselves may not even know it. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Yi Gu's lips. Wouldn't you call this shooting yourself in the foot? Third brother, what should we do with Lian'er's body? Yi Zhong asked. We can't stay here forever. Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. Send someone to the government office of Shiliang County. Just say he died in the street last night. His identity and how he died are unknown. Send him to the government office? We still don't know his identity or cause of death. Why bother with him then? Wouldn't it be easier to just bury him in a pit? Yi Zhong asked. Jiang Lian'er then said, my husband, do you want to? Yi Gu nodded. Lian'er promised to help us last night, but now he has died tragically in our Yi family. Even though he's dead, let's still help him fulfill his wish. After all, that's what we want. The Zhang family harmed him, but they also harmed themselves in the process. As he spoke, Yi Gu shouted to Qingya outside. Qingya, go to Anru pill shop. Tell Anru and the others about Lian'er's situation. And be sure to mention that the poison Lian'er planted was likely the 4th grade elixir, Jingya pill. They knew what to do next. Yes. Aoba nodded and then left. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family of Tianyang City, the family head, Zhang Xian, was sitting by the lake in the courtyard feeding the fish when Zhang Lai hurriedly ran over. Brother, Lian'er is dead. However, he did not manage to kill Yi Gu. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian paused in his work and then spoke. Even at the 5th level of the heavenly mansion realm, we couldn't kill him. It seems we underestimated his strength. Send someone else. Zhang Lai said upon hearing this. It's probably too late. Zhang Xian looked puzzled. Recently, some people in Tianyang City have been deliberately spreading rumors that the Yi family may be coming to Tianyang City. Many managers of alchemy workshops are already discussing in private that they want to meet the Yi family. The news that Yi family's pills were cheap had already spread throughout Tianyang City. Once the Yi family arrives in Tianyang City, it will likely have a huge impact on the reputation of our Zhang family. Zhang Lai explained. Zhang Xin asked, puzzled. But the Yi family hasn't arrived yet, has they? What does it mean to be too late? Zhang Lai Dao. Brother, Zhang Tong led his men to Tianyang City early this morning. The official purpose was to escort the recruitment team back, but Zhang Tong hadn't done such a small thing for many years. Don't you understand the meaning behind this? Zhang Xin frowned deeply. Could it be that the Yi family has made contact with the Sun family? Zhang Lai hurriedly replied. It shouldn't be. It said that it's for Sun Lian'er, who previously did business in Shiliang County. This time, he should be returning with the team. However, the Yi family will probably take advantage of this opportunity. Zhang Xin's expression turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. Zhang Tong, if the Yi family really comes back with him, this is really difficult to handle. But if the Yi family really joins Sun City, then things will be even more complicated. Zhang Xin remained silent for a moment before arriving. Get the secret retainers moving. We have a try, no matter what. If the Yi family is not destroyed, our Zhang family will probably never have peace. Yes. Zhang Lai nodded, then asked another question. What about Xian Fang's parents? Zhang Xin responded calmly upon hearing this. What use are they if they're all dead? After saying that, Zhang Xin waved his hand. Zhang Lai then left. Meanwhile, in Shiliang County, inside Enru Danfang, when Xingye told the Sun sisters about it, they were both surprised. Aoba reminded him. My young master asked me to tell you this in detail, ladies. The medicine in Xian Fang's prescription is likely a 4th-grade elixir, the night-startling pill. The young master said, you all know what to do with the rest. After saying that, Xingye left. Sun Ruru was somewhat bewildered. What does my brother-in-law mean by this? What does he want us to do? Sun Lian'er frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. I see. Young master Yi wants us to tell father about this. Tell your father? Why? Sun Ruru was puzzled. Sun Lian'er said, Xian Fang died for being poisoned by the 4th-grade elixir, the night-startling pill. This poison must have been administered by the Zhang family. Although Xian Fang is dead, we were unable to bring him back to convict the Zhang family. But in the end, the Zhang family only managed to shut Xian Fang up. But pills won't shut up. Think about it. If this gets out, whose reaction will be the biggest? Sun Ruru thought for a moment and then said, the Zhang family will certainly not claim Xian Fang, so naturally they will not respond. Who will react? Sun Lian'er said, naturally, these are the retainers and henchmen who, like Xian Fang, serve the Zhang family. Surely someone among them knows Xian Fang, and as soon as one person recognizes Xian Fang, the news will spread immediately among the Zhang family's retainers. They work for the Zhang family, but the Zhang family secretly drugged them. Do you think that would make everyone feel insecure? Yes. Sun Ruru suddenly realized. That's it. So be it. Even if the Zhang family isn't convicted this time, it will still make them suffer for a long time. It might even cause more trouble. What if these people, in their anger, launch a counterattack against the Zhang family? After all, they were poisoned by someone they had sided with. Just imagine how angry these people must have been. Sun Lian'er smiled. Sun Ruru also hurriedly replied, my brother-in-law is really something. I'll go and send a message to my father right away. After saying that, Sun Ruru ran out. At the Yi residence, Yi Gu also ordered that Xian Fang's death be suppressed. Actually, there weren't many people left in the Yi family at this time. Most of the maids and servants in the mansion have already set off for Tianyang City. Inside the mansion, there were only members of the Yi family and a few close subordinates. Therefore, it is not difficult to block this news. As for Xian Fang's body, Yi Gu simply had Qin Yi find a few people to send it to the Shiliang County government office. However, his actions were clearly incomprehensible to Jiang Lian'er and Yi Zhong. Third brother, didn't you say you wanted to keep the news under wraps? When the government sends people to search, they will probably find Qin Xingye and then guess that it was us who sent Xian Fang's body there. Yi Gu smiled upon hearing this. The art of deception lies in blending reality and illusion. Why want us for the government to find out? Why? Jiang Lian'er was also puzzled. Our Yi family deliberately kept the news under wraps, but the government office found out that Xian Fang was sent by our Yi family. What do you think will happen if the Zhang family's retainers find out about this? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lian'er and Yi Zhong broke out in a cold sweat. They would guess that Xian Fang was working for the Zhang family to deal with our Yi family, which is why he died. Right? Yi would laugh it. The government will also find out that Xian Fang died from being poisoned by the 4th-grade elixir, the night-startling pill. Do you think he'll eat our food if he comes to deal with the Yi family? Of course not. So when these messages are put together, even a fool would understand. Xian Fong was poisoned by the Jiang family and died in our Yi residence. And those who worked for the Jiang family ended up being killed by them. What do you think those retainers would do? They were probably going to. Yi Zhong didn't continue, but the result was already obvious. Glug. Yi Zhong swallowed hard, then looked at Yi Gudao. Third brother, you're really cunning. You're my brother. I'm even a little afraid of you. I can't even imagine how horribly I would have died if you weren't my brother. Jiang Lian'er hurriedly said. Brother, you're talking nonsense again. How can this be called insidious? This is called wisdom. Yi Zhong was taken aback, while Yi Gu laughed. Do you understand? This is called wisdom. Be envious. Chapter 79, Yi Lang's Letter, Zhang Shan's Decision. After arranging things for Xian Fong, Yi Gai spent the entire afternoon packing things to take to Tianyang City. After all, Zhang Tong will arrive with his team tomorrow, and they will have to set off together with the recruitment team from Tianyang City. In fact, they had already prepared most of the things. The thought of leaving the place where they had lived for more than 10 years still made everyone feel a little reluctant. However, when they migrated here from Qianzhou, they already knew that one day they would have to leave. I just never expected this day to come so soon. Jiang Lian'er has now entered the 9th level of Qi refining, and like Yi Gu, she needs to have a sudden enlightenment to enter the heavenly mansion realm. So the two of them don't need to cultivate diligently for the time being, mainly because cultivation is useless anyway. Enlightenment is something that can't be achieved through cultivation alone. So the two of them took advantage of their free time in the afternoon to visit various shops. After all, these shops still need to operate after leaving Shiliang County. The shopkeepers were all elderly. They only needed a few instructions, and they would take care of everything. In the evening, after having dinner, Yi Gu arrived early in the courtyard to wait. I want to see if there will be stars tonight. After all, we're setting off tomorrow, and dealing with the Zhang family in Tianyang City will probably be even busier. Therefore, he also wanted to use the Starry Sky Enlightenment Pill before setting off again. Maybe with a bit of luck, I'll break through to the Heavenly Mansion realm? After waiting for a while, instead of seeing stars, I received a letter. Second brother sent a message back. Jiang Lian'er handed the letter to Yi Gu. Ye guisimidet. It had been 2 days since he left, and he figured his second brother had taken care of everything he had asked him to do. Sure enough, after opening the email, Card probably saw several messages. Third brother, I've already bought the yard. It's in the eastern district of Tianyang City, in the same prime location as the Zhang family's, and it's definitely no worse than theirs. The Zhang family's residence is located in the western district, separated from the main city street in the Sun family residence. I guarantee the Zhang family will have to think twice before they take any action. Then, as you instructed, I spread the word about the price of Yi family's pills and the news that Yi family was coming to Tianyang City. Recently, many alchemy shop owners in the city have been inquiring about the Yi family. I heard that you will most likely come to Tianyang City with the recruitment team escorted by Zhang Tong, and many shopkeepers are preparing to go to the city gate to welcome you. Finally, you asked me to find out what big event was happening in Tianyang City. I've summarized the points as follows. First, there's the Zhang family. They haven't made any moves on the surface, but Guzi secretly discovered that the Zhang family has quite a few retainers. However, most of their strength is at the Heavenly Mansion realm, and there are 2 at the Golden Core realm. As for the others, we don't know because we haven't been able to find out in secret. However, Tianyang City is only so big, and there are probably only a few Tianfu realm experts hiding in the shadows. After all, it's not easy for a Golden Core realm expert to hide their whereabouts in Tianyang City. In addition, I learned that there's a pill shop run by the Great Xia dynasty in Tianyang City. Their manager seems to be paying attention to the pill controversy between our Yi family and Zhang family recently. You'd better be careful. After all, that's a pill workshop directly under the Great Xia dynasty. The last thing is that the Lu Nyanzi Trading Company branch in Tianyang City is said to be celebrating its 30th anniversary with a grand auction. It will last for a week, and there will be many valuable items up for auction. I had my dog check the auction catalog, and here's some of them. A half-grade weapon, the Shattered Jade Sword. Starting bid, 100,000 spirit stones. It is said that when used by a cultivator proficient in swordsmanship, it can unleash the power of a top-grade weapon. The 7th grade pill, the Breakthrough Pill, can temporarily increase one's strength by 1 level within half an hour. Even those at the 9th level can achieve a breakthrough without any side effects. Many people at the 9th level who are about to break through are eager to acquire it, but it's quite expensive, with a starting bid of 50,000 spirit stones. In addition, a large number of 3rd and 4th grade pill formulas will be auctioned, and the Zhang family is probably determined to get them. The last item, which is also something that many people are interested in, is called the Nascent Soul Annihilation Array. It is said to be an array that can annihilate nascent soul realm experts. Each time, you only need to invest 1 million spirit stones to destroy a nascent soul realm expert trapped in the formation, but the starting price is very expensive, requiring a full 10 million spirit stones. That's all the information I've gathered. Jiang Lian'er was speechless when she saw Yi Lang's reply. As expected of Tianyang City, the items in auction are all so valuable. I've heard of the breakthrough pill before. Many 9th level cultivators who are unable to break through will buy it, and take it to gain insights across realms, and help them break through. Yigu nodded. The prices of these auction items were indeed commensurate with their value. A half-grade weapon can be used indefinitely as long as it doesn't break, so 100,000 spirit stones isn't really a high price. Since the breakthrough pill can only be used once, and it's not certain whether it can help with the breakthrough, the price of 50,000 pills is not expensive. However, what interested Yigu the most was the so-called Nascent Soul Annihilation Array. The starting bid is 10 million spirit stones, and an additional 1 million spirit stones are required for each use. That's quite a lot of energy consumption. You should know that the Yi family sold many things they couldn't take with them when they moved. In addition, there were expenses such as Yi Lang purchasing real estate in Tianyang City. In the end, only 10 million spirit stones remained on the books. This means that even a family like the Yi family would have to give up everything to buy it, let alone an ordinary family. In the entire Tianyang City, the only families that could probably afford to buy such a thing are the Sun family and the Zhang family. However, this formation is indeed mysterious. I must go and take a look when we get to Tianyang City. Thinking of Yigu Dao, I won't reply to my second brother's letter. We're setting off tomorrow. I need to cultivate for an hour. You must personally protect me during this hour. I will not see anyone else. Yes, my love, Jiang Lian'er responded, and then sat down at the entrance of the courtyard to personally protect Yigu. Yigu looked up at the stars that had appeared in the sky and finally smiled. He flipped his hand, took out the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill, and then threw it directly into his mouth. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family of Shiliang County, Zhang Debiao looked at Zhang Shan, sitting at the entrance of the lobby, and spoke. You've been thinking for 3 minutes now. If you're not coming back to the Zhang family with me, where else can you go? Although the territory of the Great Xia dynasty is vast, you should know very well what your life would be like without the protection of your family. Even if she is forced into a marriage alliance with another country in the future, it's still better than being exposed to the elements and dying in the wilderness. Zhang Shan smiled wryly upon hearing this. My father and brother are both dead. Do you think I still care whether I live or die? So, you're not going to come back to the Zhang family with me? Zhang Debiao snorted coldly. Zhang Shan shook her head. I can go with you, but you have to agree to one condition. What are the conditions? Zhang Debiao asked. I want to join Tianyang Academy. I have the strength of the 8th level of the body tempering realm, which exceeds the assessment standard. It's just that I missed the assessment this time. Zhang Shan said. Zhang Debiao frowned. Weren't you the one who hated joining Tianyang Academy the most, and wanted to cultivate on your own like your older brother? There was a coldness in Zhang Shan's eyes. I want to join Tianyang Academy right now. It's just a matter of a word for you. If you help me join Tianyang Academy, I will go back with you, even if you send me to marry a foreign ruler in the future. I have no complaints whatsoever. Why? Zhang Debiao asked. Zhang Shan said with icy eyes. I want revenge. I want Yigu to kneel before me and watch with his own eyes how I will destroy the Yi family step by step. Joining Tianyang Academy was my first step. Chapter 80 Condensing the Elixir Fire. What kind of man did I marry? Zhang Debiao agreed to Zhang Shan's conditions without even thinking about them. After all, dealing with the Yi family is something the Zhang family is currently doing as well. Although Zhang Shan's current strength and influence may not actually be able to do anything for the Zhang family. Whether you keep it at home or leave it at Tianyang Academy, it's still the same thing. Who knows? She might actually be able to make some waves. I agree to your terms. Tomorrow, you will come back to Tianyang City with me. Zhang Shan nodded and didn't say anything more. However, her eyes held a cold glint, clearly indicating that the flames of hatred had completely consumed her. Meanwhile, in Shiliang County, at the Yi residence, with the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill ingested, Yigu officially began his cultivation. He closed his eyes for less than a minute and felt his soul begin to become clear. Their perception of their surroundings is also gradually becoming more acute. The flowers and plants in the yard, the insects and ants among them, and even the fur on the insects and ants could all be clearly seen at this moment. However, this heightened perception did not spread too far, remaining confined to the size of the entire courtyard. Soon, Yigu felt that the direction of his perception began to change. Only towards the sky did it begin to stretch endlessly into the distance. He looked up at the starry sky. At that moment, it felt as if my gaze had pierced through countless distances, allowing me to see the twinkling of every single star. Gradually, Yigu felt himself rapidly approaching those stars. He glanced down and was shocked to discover I was still sitting in my own backyard. Am I having an out-of-body experience? Yigu could hardly believe what he was seeing. Astral projection. Huh. I've heard that some powerful cultivators can achieve it, and even if their physical bodies are destroyed, their souls can still exist independently. But he absolutely does not possess this ability. According to Yigu's understanding, this kind of soul power is also called divine consciousness power, or in layman's terms, mental power. Cultivating mental strength is something every cultivator must face. However, mental strength is different from other forms of cultivation, unless they're geniuses who are born with a spiritual constitution. Otherwise, one can only begin to comprehend spiritual power when one reaches the nascent soul stage. This is why Yigu has not made any progress in mental strength so far. However, Yigu is also well aware that he was not a genius in mental strength, but he himself possessed the myriad Tao body. This state, after taking the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill, is clearly related to mental strength. Therefore, he felt that he might, by some twist of fate, come to understand the way of the spirit. However, it's hard to say for sure. Perhaps one can grasp the essence of the spiritual path in one go. It might take several times. After all, enlightenment is only attained after 2 attempts at alchemy, and spiritual power is even more ethereal and elusive, requiring higher standards. It is likely that taking the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill once may not be enough to comprehend the Tao of the spirit. With that thought in mind, Yigu stopped dwelling on it and began to focus his attention on the starry sky. At this moment, his consciousness had already entered the starry sky. Under the influence of one's own consciousness, it was as if countless stars were surrounding one. Yigu closed his eyes and used his consciousness to perceive the countless stars around him. Sure enough, the next moment he sensed that these stars seemed to be connected to each other in some way. Through his own perception and observation, the myriad trees within his body began to emit bursts of light. At the same time, the Wandao tree was also slowly growing, and its branches and trunks were becoming thicker. As the branches of the myriad trees continued to grow thicker and longer, the orbs of light representing the Tao on the branches also slowly expanded. Moreover, Yigu discovered that the Starry Sky Enlightenment was remarkably fair to every Tao he controlled within his body. Whether it's the way of swordsmanship or the way of the knife that has already been mastered, or the way of alchemy, the way of business, the way of ice, etc. that have only been comprehended. The improvement in the strength of these Taos was actually the same. Enlightenment through the stars is not differentiated by the depth of one's understanding of different paths. Although this method cannot maximize the improvement of one's swordsmanship level, it is the best for the growth of the myriad paths tree. Yigu muttered to himself. The tree of 10,000 paths is also very important to him, because this tree not only represents one's progress in cultivating the myriad paths, but it can also provide feedback to one's physical body based on the number and level of the paths cultivated. Therefore, there is a significant difference in the improvement of his body between improving only one path and improving all paths at the same time. Yigu quietly sensed the mysterious power of the surrounding starry space. Meanwhile, the Tao within his body was slowly growing without him even realizing it. Time passed second by second. About 40 minutes passed. Suddenly, Jiang Lian'er, who was also cultivating in the courtyard, opened her eyes. Almost at the same time, she sensed a change in Yigu's aura. Sure enough, Yigu in the courtyard also suddenly opened his eyes. He then pointed his finger. The next moment, a blue flame suddenly appeared between his fingers. As he opened his hands, an even larger ball of flame appeared directly in front of him in an instant. Jiang Lian'er was completely stunned when she saw this scene. Could this be? Yigu smiled as well. That's right, this is the fire of the elixir, also known as the fire of the elixir. This is the realm that every alchemist aspires to reach, the gateway to alchemy. After entering the initial stage of alchemy, one can condense alchemical fire. This kind of alchemical fire is generated from the body's internal energy. This is the sole criterion for every alchemist to grow into a high-level alchemist. To become an alchemist and refine elixirs, one needs to use an open flame. However, the heat of an open flame is difficult to control precisely. Whether the fire is too big, too small, too weak, or too strong requires accumulated experience. Even the most experienced alchemists cannot expect to refine higher-grade pills using open flames. It should be noted that those pills of grade 6 and above have extremely strict temperature requirements. Every degree of temperature change inside the alchemy furnace will affect the final effect and quality of the elixir. But this alchemical fire can be controlled at will. So do you think it's important or not? Looking at the pill fire in his hand, Yigu did not attempt to refine pills, although he really wanted to test the power of this alchemical fire. However, the effects of the Starry Sky Enlightenment pill had not yet worn off, and not a single second could be wasted. Moreover, he currently does not have a complete set of herbs. So he put away the pill fire and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. Jiang Lian'er, however, could not calm down for a long time as she watched this scene. I thought that my husband, having reached the 9th level of chi refining, had already reached the entry level in swordsmanship and saber techniques, and was already very powerful. Unexpectedly, he even reached the beginner level in single-track technique. He has mastered all 3 paths, but he is only at the 9th level of chi refining. Even a powerful expert at the heavenly abundance realm might not be able to comprehend a single Dao to the entry level. But my husband actually possesses 3 Daos at the entry level. What kind of man did I marry? Jiang Lian'er didn't dare to think any further, she realized. It seems that besides being able to keep up with Yigu in terms of strength, he also possesses a heavenly grade physique, cultivation techniques, and even attack manuals. In other aspects, Yigu has fallen far behind. Yigu was unaware of all this at the moment. He was making the most of his last moments of enlightenment under the starry sky. He continued to comprehend the Tao for another 10 minutes or so, and it was clear that the starry sky enlightenment pill only had less than 2 minutes left. Yigu's divine sense suddenly detected a peculiar fragrance. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the starry sky around him. There were stars everywhere, nothing particularly unusual, yet the fragrance clearly emanated from the starry sky. He was absolutely certain that he hadn't misheard. It was indeed a fragrance. Moreover, this fragrance doesn't smell like any kind of spice. Instead, it smells more like the scent emanating from a woman's body. Just as Yigu was wondering why there was a woman's fragrance in the starry sky. The countdown to the starry sky enlightenment pill has already begun. Almost simultaneously, Yigu heard this in shock. In the starry sky, a woman's voice suddenly rang out softly. Who seeks enlightenment amidst the stars? Chapter 81, There's a Woman in the Sky. The third brother is trying to defy the heavens. Who seeks enlightenment amidst the stars? This eerie voice struck Yigu like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, he had no interest in listening to whether the voice was pleasant or not, whether it was well-intentioned or hostile. Hearing human voices in the starry sky was incredible in itself. What's more, it's a woman's voice. Yigu's first reaction was, could this be the legendary Chang'e? Damn, no way. Didn't I time travel? Could it be that Chang'e flying to the moon is real in this world? Yigu quickly shook his head, dismissing these nonsensical thoughts. After all, when he first began to comprehend the starry sky, he didn't even know where the moon was. Moreover, the sound clearly came from all directions, which means that the person speaking was definitely not from a specific direction. Moreover, Chang'e only knows how to raise rabbits, so how could she know that someone was comprehending the Tao in the starry sky? These thoughts flashed through Yigu's mind. He was just about to ask who the other person was. However, the effect of the starry sky enlightenment pill disappeared instantly. His entire consciousness felt as if he had fallen from a height of 10,000 meters, instantly pulled back into his body from the starry sky. Seeing that he had missed his turn to speak, Yigu felt a pang of regret. I only have this one starry sky enlightenment pill. Now, even if he wanted to ask about the woman's identity, he couldn't. It seems I'll have to wait until I get the starry sky enlightenment pill again, Yigu said helplessly, but he was genuinely curious. After all, that's the starry sky. If I didn't have the starry sky enlightenment pill that the system rewarded me with, I wouldn't have been able to escape into the starry sky to attain enlightenment. But how did the woman who spoke last enter the starry sky? And what exactly is she? People? Or is it God? Or perhaps there really are fairies in the heavens? Jiang Lian'er had already gotten up and walked over. Seeing Yigu's brows furrowed, as if he were thinking about something, he quickly asked, My dear husband, what's wrong? Yigu shook his head. I can't explain it, Lian'er. Do you believe in fairies in heaven? Huh? Jiang Lian'er was taken aback. My dear husband, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly asking such a strange question? Yigu shook his head. I don't know how to describe it, but I just heard a woman speaking in the sky. Is there a woman speaking in the sky? No, I didn't hear anyone talking. Jiang Lian'er looked up at the sky. She really hadn't heard anything. Seeing this, Yigu sighed helplessly. He knew that only he could hear the woman's voice. After all, that's in the starry sky. If people on the ground could hear this, the entire Great Xia dynasty would probably be shocked. My husband, could it be that you're overexerting yourself with cultivation and are experiencing auditory hallucinations? Jiang Lian'er asked worriedly. Yigu shook his head. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a hallucination. Yigu was also helpless, as he couldn't even find the starry sky enlightenment pill in his own Earth-grade cultivation manual. There's no chance I could even make one myself. Therefore, it is obviously unrealistic to expect to enter the starry sky for enlightenment again in a short period of time. What? You say you're trying to pamper your wife? Yigu knew perfectly well how to pamper his wife. However, Jiang Lian'er's favorability rating is already maxed out, so triggering the pampering wife reward again won't be so easy. Thinking of this, Yigu stood up and said, Alright, it's getting late. Let's go back and rest. Tomorrow, we should also set off for Tianyang City. Jiang Lian'er nodded, then saw Yigu look up at the sky. He seemed to still be thinking about the woman who spoke in the sky. Even after returning to her room, Jiang Lian'er saw Yigu standing by the window, looking at the starry sky several times. Finally, Jiang Lian'er called in a wash-up, and only then did he close the window. My husband used to be so eager to rest every night, but tonight, my mind is completely elsewhere. Is there really a woman in the sky? Is that even possible? Jiang Lian'er herself was not very comfortable with herself and could not believe it. After all, do people really live among the stars? Nothing was said that night. The next morning, 4 or 5 carriages were already parked in front of the Yi family's house. Yi Chang'an was arranging for the people from the Yi family to get into the car. When Yigu brought Jiang Lian'er out of the Yi residence, they saw Yi Zhong running back from the distant street. Third brother, I found out. Zhang Tong of the Sun family has already led his troops into the city. Sun Ruru also sent a notice that she would set off back to Tianyang City in half an hour. She also asked me to tell you to pick up her sister later. Yi Zhong scratched his head as he spoke. I was puzzled. Wasn't that her own sister? Why aren't they riding in the same carriage? Yi Guodao. Zhang Tong's main responsibility this time was to escort the Tianyang Academy's admissions team back. Although Sun Nin is the city lord's daughter, she is not in the recruitment team. Therefore, you cannot go with the recruitment team. Moreover, her being with us will also convey a message to the outside world. She's with us. In this way, if an emergency really happens, Zhang Tong will naturally take better care of us. Yi Zhong nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, although they had a good relationship with Sun Nin, they didn't actually have much of a connection with Zhang Tong. If something really happens, Zhang Tong will certainly protect Sun Nin, but he probably won't care so much about their lives. If Sun Nin were to sit in a carriage with Yi Gu and the others. In this way, Zhang Tong also had to protect the people of the Yi family. This was probably Nin's idea. Sun Ru couldn't have thought of so much. Let's go pick up Nin. Yi Gu walked towards the carriage as he spoke. Just before getting into the car, he looked up at the sky again. Jiang Lian'er sighed helplessly as she watched this scene. Yi Zhong asked, Why aren't you getting on the bus, sister-in-law? Jiang Lian'er said, Let's wait a little longer. Lotus has gone to buy medicinal herbs. She'll be back soon. Buying medicinal herbs? Are you feeling unwell? Was the third child feeling unwell? Jiang Lian'er said, My husband seemed to be too tired from his cultivation yesterday, because he said there was a woman speaking in the sky. From last night until today, I've been looking up at the sky every now and then. I was worried that his mental state would become depressed, which would be bad for his health. So I asked Lotus to buy some calming herbs for my husband to take with him on his journey and boil in water to drink. Yi Zhong listened with great interest. Did you hear a woman speaking in the sky during your cultivation? Our third child is truly unique. Other cultivators are afraid of going into chi deviation, but this guy is fantasizing about women in the sky while he's cultivating. In my opinion, he doesn't actually have any major problems. Jiang Lian'er hurriedly asked, Brother, do you know what happened? Ye zonk similet. Isn't it obvious? He can even fantasize about women in the heavens when it comes to something as serious as cultivation. Don't you understand? Understand what? Jiang Lian'er was still puzzled. Yi Zhong said helplessly, The third brother is thinking about women. I think he just wants to take a concubine. Sister-in-law, don't be too sad. I'll talk to the third brother about this later. Isn't this the behavior of a scumbag? With you and Sun Nin already here, how could he still fantasize about women in heaven? I absolutely cannot let him treat you two so badly. Yi Zhong spoke with righteous indignation, but Jiang Lian'er opposite him suddenly became excited. You're saying your husband wants to take a concubine? That's wonderful. I was worried that my husband might be too upset to take a concubine. As she spoke, Jiang Lian'er ran towards the carriage. Yi Zhong, who was left completely bewildered, muttered to himself. What did I hear? Jiang Lian'er actually hopes that the third prince will take a concubine? What kind of goddess wife did I miss? Third brother, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Wah! Chapter 82, Yigu invites you to a bet. Third brother, you're a gay person? Shiliang County, Sifang Street. It was now under martial law by a large garrison. Countless people stood outside the martial law zone to bid farewell to their loved ones or children. From this day forward, these children who are heading to Tianyang City will officially become members of Tianyang Academy. They embarked on their own path of cultivation. Within the martial law area, Sun Nin was looking at a robust young man in front of her, her face full of worry. Are you telling the truth? Wouldn't our journey back be extremely dangerous? Zhang Tongdao. Miss, please rest assured, I will definitely protect your safety. I'm not referring to myself. Didn't you know that the Yi family is going to Tianyang City with the recruitment team? Sun Nin said. Zhang Tong said upon hearing this. I know, but their safety is none of my business. I'm only responsible for the safety of the girls and the recruitment team. What do you mean by it's okay? I want to go with the Yi family. Sun Nin said. Zhang Tong responded upon hearing this. Miss, please. That group followed us all the way from Tianyang City to Shiliang County. Miss knows perfectly well who their target is. Ultimately, this is a matter for the Yi family. And what does it have to do with our Sun family? How can it be unrelated? Sun Nin said. What's the connection? Zhang Tong inquired. Have. Sun Nin was momentarily at a loss for words. She liked Yigu and wanted to marry him. But that doesn't mean we can talk about this for now. Especially since Zhang Tong is his father's confidant. Once he finds out, then his father would probably find out too. Imagine if the city lord knew that his daughter was going to marry a married man, and that she would likely have to become his concubine. What should the city lord's reaction be? They probably wish they could wipe out the Yi family themselves. This is also why Sun Nin didn't want Zhang Tong to know about her relationship with Yigu. Thinking about it, Sun Nin said, the Yi family is now my employer, and I am their manager. If the boss is gone, how am I supposed to manage the business? You can only listen to my father and protect only me. But I must go with the Yi family. If things really get out of hand, you decide whether you will protect only me or also the Yi family. This is the maximum that Sun Nin can do. If Zhang Tong really doesn't want to help the Yi family, there's nothing she can do. Zhang Tong had no choice but to travel with Yigu. As a result, while protecting himself, he also had to protect Yigu and the others. Zhang Tong said upon hearing this. Miss, have you taken a fancy to the third young master of the Yi family? I don't. Sun Nin hurriedly said. Zhang Tong smiled upon hearing this, and, without asking any further questions, said, Since Miss has made up her mind, I know what to do. Once everyone has arrived, we'll set off. By the way, did you send someone to the government office? Sun Nin asked. Zhang Tong nodded. I sent a team ahead to escort Xin Fang's body back to Tianyang City. We've been on our journey for quite some time now. A team is also set off from Tianyang City to provide support, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Sun Nin nodded upon hearing this. As the two were talking, Sun Ruru ran over and called out, Sister, brother-in-law, and the others are here. Before Sun Ruru could finish her sentence, she saw Zhang Tong standing to the side, looking at her with questioning eyes. Brother-in-law? Whose brother-in-law? Yours? As he spoke, Zhang Tong looked at Sun Nin standing to the side. Sun Nin, being a businessman, reacted quickly and hurriedly replied, You got it wrong. It's not the brother-in-law you're thinking of. It's Jeff, the third young master of the Yi family, surnamed Yi, given name Gu, courtesy name Jeff. Right. Young Master Ye's courtesy name is Jeff. I think this name sounds better than Yigu, so I've always called him Jeff. Sun Ruru also hurriedly said. Zhang Tong smiled upon hearing this. It's a pretty easy name to remember, Jeff. Brother-in-law. You'll remember it after just one listen. Let's go then. It's a good opportunity for me to meet this Mr. Yi Jiajia. After saying that, Zhang Tong walked over first, and Sun Nin and Sun Ruru hurriedly followed. Within the martial law area, the Yi family's carriages came to a stop one after another. Yi Gu and Yi Zhong also got off the carriage one after the other. Seeing Sun Nin, Sun Ruru, and a strange young man approaching, Yi Zhong hurriedly reminded them. The third one, that young man, is Zhang Tong, a confidant of City Lord Sun, whose strength is at least at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Yi Gu was speechless. They look only 6 or 7 years older than us, but we didn't expect them to have reached the nascent soul stage. Tianyang City is truly a place where hidden talents abound. I'm increasingly looking forward to settling down here. As the two were talking, Zhang Tong and the other two walked over. Zhang Tong stepped forward, looked at Yigu, and smiled. This must be Jeff, the third young master of the Yi family. Yigu was stunned. and Yi Zhong next to him was also a little confused. Zhang Tong then spoke. My name is Zhang Tong, and my courtesy name is Huayan. Young master, you may also call me Huayan. Yi Gu was still a little confused when he saw Sun Ruru and Sun and then winking at him. Sun Ruru was even busier. Young master Yi, your surname is Yi, your given name is Gu, and your courtesy name is Jeff. Did you choose that name yourself? It's truly unique. Don't you think you look a lot like your brother-in-law? Upon hearing this, Yi Gu immediately understood that Sun Ruru must have let it slip. He only assigned Jeff his own courtesy name, but he didn't even have a courtesy name himself. Even if it were true, it wouldn't be named Jeff. How should I introduce myself to others in the future? Hello everyone. My name is Yi Gu, courtesy name Jeff. You can call me Jeff? I'm afraid anyone with an older sister here would beat me up. Thinking about it, Yi Gu also said helplessly, Yi Jiefu greets brother Huayan. Zhang Tong smiled and extended his hand to shake hands with Yi Gu. In just a moment, Zhang Tong noticeably increased the force in his hand. Seeing this, Yi Gu remained unfazed and confronted the other party head-on. Feeling the force coming from Yi Gu's hand, Zhang Tong continued to increase the force without changing his expression. After all, he was at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm, and his physical strength was far superior to Yi Gu's. As his power increased to the 1st level of the golden core realm, Yi Gu finally began to feel a bit of pressure. His enlightenment under the starry sky yesterday greatly increased the growth of his myriad Dao tree, making his physical strength virtually invincible below the golden core realm. However, Zhang Tong's strength far exceeded that of the golden core realm, reaching an exaggerated nascent soul realm. Seeing that Yi Gu had only shown signs of defeat after reaching the golden core stage, Zhang Tong was somewhat surprised. He was at the 9th level of Qi refining realm, yet he managed to withstand the attack up to the 1st level of golden core realm. No wonder the Zhang family hasn't dealt with him yet. This kid's got some skills. Zhang Tong wanted to test Yi Gu's limits again. As a result, Sun Inen, who was standing to the side, quickly stepped forward and pulled the two of them apart, then smiled. Young Master Yi, we're setting off with a recruitment team, and there's something I need to tell you. Zhang Tong said there was a group of unidentified people. Miss, watch your words. Sun Inen was interrupted by Zhang Tong before she could finish speaking. However, Sun Inen said, since young Master Yi and his family are traveling with us, it is necessary to tell them. Sun Inen has given her heart to Yi Gu, so how could she possibly keep this news from him? He continued immediately. A group